The Huawei P40 Series 5G break the boundaries of speed and distance. Capture the best part of every moment. Even at night, you can discover stories within stories. Huawei P40 Series, visionary photography.
Initiating Project Royale.
going.
Hello?
Everyone loves winning. That's why we've made it easy to pay for your apps with your Singtel mobile bill. With easy one-time setup and fast transactions, we offer hassle-free payment and convenience while you focus on winning. Stay entertained and pay easily. Find out more at singtel.com/DCB.
Being clever is no big deal for Chloe. It comes pretty naturally to her. But when it comes to her, bigger the reward, the better. Chloe dashes it the clever way. Now, dash it your way.
Attention gamers! Singtel brings an ultra-powerful Wi-Fi 6 experience to you with the new Asus RT-AX86U gaming router. Boost your mobile gaming performance with a tap on the Asus router app. Defeat Wi-Fi congestion with 5 GHz band for ultra-fast responsive gaming. Get it free when you sign up now with our 1+1 GPPS Fiber Pro Gamer Bundle. Only available with Singapore's #1 network. Visit singtel.com/gamerbundle to find out more.
Want to leave work on time, but can't deal with judgy colleagues? Easy! Dress up as the delivery guy. Want more data? Easy! Add more data anytime. Go Gomo!
เพราะวันนี้คืออนาคตของ Cloud Gaming สนุกไร้ขีดจำกัดบนเครือข่าย AIS 5G อันดับหนึ่ง The future is yours
Go and create even more with the new Globe Prepaid, because it's your imagination that will keep the world going.
Ooh, the flame shot. John, and he did not manage to capitalize on the kill.
Alright, and a very good morning to every single one of you guys out there. Welcome to PvP Esports Season 2 Valorant Open Championships.
Yep, and it's going to be a amazing day today. My name's Aris, and casting alongside me for today is going to be Abstract. We're going to have Holler as well as Hey I'm Quack in the studio in a couple hours time. I mean, not a couple hours, but in a couple of games time, because we're going to have tech rotations. It's going to be a really long day. A lot of the games lined up for you guys. So if you guys are fans of Valorant, this is the time to celebrate, because you are watching PvP Esports, where gaming lives. And well, it is proudly powered by Singtel. And I want to give a shout out to all our partners and sponsors as well.
Of course, thank you so much to Huawei, Razer. We've got Royal Ergonomics, DBS, Gomo, and Singtel. If not for them, Season 2 of PvP Esports wouldn't even be possible, and we wouldn't even be here.
Like I mentioned, powered by Singtel. So if you want to find out more about its initiatives and tournaments, where it's guided by the core values of passion, sportsmanship, and healthy gaming, you can always head on down to our website at pvpesports.gg or visit our Facebook page at PvP Esports to find out more about those. But I mean, if you watched yesterday's stream, it was quite an amazing game. We had, really tough matches, and obviously the grand finals between Thailand and Indonesia. Not too bad day for the Thai teams, winning it 2-1, and it was really close as well, because I remember they had a game during the round robin stages and they were playing off stream, and unfortunately it wasn't caught on stream itself, but it was like a 12-13 kind of game, so it was really close.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately the first game was taken by Thailand, and then second game was taken by Indonesia, and that was kind of like we had like this spark of comeback coming in by Indonesia. But unfortunately, Indonesia wasn't able to claim the crown for themselves, and thus Thailand was able to get themselves with that win. But the question is, who's going to be the winners for the Open Championships? This is something that we'll find out at the end of the day. We've got a long jam-packed long and jam-packed day for you guys, starting at 10 AM all the way until potentially 9:30 PM.
Yeah, and it's going to be a really stacked amount of teams taking part. So without further ado, let's just first introduce the team. And I can always consider Singapore the home ground because it's where we are from, right? But obviously they're playing online, so there is no home advantage here. Representing Singapore, we have INNERVOICE, and yeah, they had a really good run in the open qualifiers. A couple of tough matches here and there, but no one really dared to trouble them on their way to victory. And so congratulations to them. They will be representing Singapore. And they're going to be running with a lineup of RZK, they have Zul, they have Osaka, Christiana, Dragon Slayer, and Germs.
And from Indonesia, we have XCN, and representing them is going to be Holbert. We've got Fire Z, we got Flinch, Kage, we got Abong CS, Niz, and Forsmosh.
yeah, that's really stacked there. Obviously, team from Indonesia, one of the more professional teams out there. They recently signed a couple of new lineups for multi-title games as well. So I think that professional experience might help them a long way. And obviously, coming up next, a name that you guys as well as the Thai fans will be shouting out for, because all the way from Thailand we have attack all around. And if you're following the local scene, or rather the regional scene, especially in Southeast Asia, you'll be really familiar with that name. Obviously, it's more unique because they're one of the rare teams to feature, especially in such a competitive scene, one of the rare features of a female player in the team. So it kind of shows how good she is, and not only that, how competitive the team is to be remain up there. I think they only lost out on a couple of competitions so far. One of them towards Myth, and that was a really close game as well. And Myth obviously from Thailand, so the region, especially the Thais, they're looking really fantastic in Valorant. And so to introduce the lineup, they have Genie, Aesthetics, Wannafly, Congaret, Pinocchios, as well as Glooms.
And from the Philippines, we have BREN Esports, and of course we all know the name and title of BREN, so we don't really quite need to go about it too much, and we'll have them play the game and tell us more about themselves. And of course, representing BREN, we have Dispenser, Jing, Dubstep, Jesse Vash, Borkum, and Gibbo.
Yep, and I mean, obviously, if you are hailing from the Philippines, you definitely would recognize them. Also, another really well-recognized team, alongside they're kind of like the all-around attack in Thailand as well. So yep, that is for team from the Philippines. And moving on, we have the team from Myanmar. It's gonna be BBIS, and they have K2, Shinshin, Leon, Pride, and Lao Long.
And finally, from India, we have Velocity Gaming, and representing them, we have Amaterasu, Xkali, Right to Ace, Antidote, Halif, and Vibor.
Yep, it's gonna be quite interesting to see how these two teams will fit into today's games, because obviously, not looking down them, it's just that they're less well-known, right? They're the new dogs, and always come into discount competition. When you hear names like attack all around. You hear BREN Esports, XCM from Indonesia. I think there is that bit of an aura around these teams, and obviously, like I said, if you've been following Valorant esports scene in Southeast Asia, you definitely would recognize some of these names, if not all. And yeah, I don't know. Do you go into competition being the underdog, and do you actually see it as an advantage?
Most of the time, it is. I would say it's an advantage as an underdog in some sense, yeah.
Oh.
Because if you think about it, if you are if you're confident with your team's capability, and no one else kind of knows that, you enter into the game and you may actually just potentially destroy them because of the fact that you have low amount of exposure to the scene. No one doesn't really know your playstyle.
Oh,
They can't predict you. They can't understand how you play. And it requires them some trial and error in order to find out how you play. Well, if a team like AAA or even BREN, they will be like, let's learn about them. A quick Google search online, you can find out what and how they play.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, I think for Velocity Gaming, from India, it would be an interesting team to look at, because, like I said, as much as I wouldn't consider them the ultimate underdogs though, because they are still in a professional org. They kind of formed in 2017. They initially started out with Rainbow Six, but they kind of moved on to like Counter-Strike, PUBG, and now into Valorant. So I'm very excited for their debut in Valorant. And yeah, they initially signed this team called Team Vertigo, and yeah, they haven't really changed the roster. They came out as of July 2020. I think they won 2 tournaments, so that's quite impressive given how short of a time span they had to really get this all going, to get this roster up and firing. And yeah, I mean, they are FPS veterans at heart, so Valorant was kind of like the next big move for them, or rather the next logical move in fact. And yeah, I think I definitely would be interested to find out more about them, because I'll be honest guys, if you're a fan of them, you gotta tell us how they play, because we have absolutely no idea. And I've been trying to find a lot of clips, but there isn't too much out there. That being said though, That's the fun of it. That's why PvP Esports is here. It's here to help that ecosystem, and if you're a team looking to really bring yourself to the next level, you've been trying really hard at esports, and you think this is the right step, don't think. This is the right step. So quickly head on down to our website or Facebook page to be notified of the next incoming event.
And of course, before we even carry on forward, I think that one team that we gotta have to address is most definitely gonna be BREN Esports. We gotta address the ones that are the underdogs, and of course address the ones that are very likely the favorites of this tournament.
Yeah, I mean we spoke about all-round attack, all attack around. We spoke about BREN. Between these two teams, and obviously you got XCN as well. Which of these three teams do you think is the favorite?
For me, it would still be BREN, despite
despite
kind of putting them all together. BREN, I mean, when it comes to first strike in PH, they dominated almost every single game, 3-0, 2-0s, and all that kind of stuff. So arguably one of the strongest in this side. But when it comes to XCN versus AAA, I think there will be some play arounds around that, and I still think that we could see games like 12-6 when it comes to BREN fighting against XCN.
It's tough to say, because I feel like I'm just gonna point the course more towards attack all around. I don't know. I watch a lot of the games. I see the way they play. The strats that they call out, and the amount of aggressiveness that they've put out. I just feel like attack all around as more of a complete team. That being said, though, this competitive scene for Valorant in Thailand is some next level stuff. Like, if you really follow the teams and you see the level that they play, it's just so tough to stay as dominant as a team like attack all around. And to be fair, they haven't really won every single tournament out there just because of how competitive it is in the local scene, and other existing orgs around, with other competitive teams that's I would say on par, if not better than them. So that's the tough part, like the tough decision. On one hand, you have BREN Esports, super dominant in the Philippines, really, I wouldn't say unchallenged, but pretty much they are the top up there now in the Philippines.
Pretty convincing.
Yes, and then you have attack all around that's thriving in a very competitive esports scene, at least for Valorant in Thailand. They've really looked really good. They haven't really changed the roster since inception as well, as so with most of these teams that are taking part in today's regional finals. So yeah, I mean, I feel really conflicted because I like both teams, right? I really love both teams, but just because of how competitive the Thai scene is yesterday, and taking a bit of insight onto yesterday's games, given that Thailand did win the campus community championships for Valorant, I'm just gonna give it to attack all around.
Right. So, well, we'll see how that's gonna go. Whether it's gonna be BREN, how it's gonna be like when it is Philippines versus Thailand, because that is very likely gonna be the star match of the day, something that we'll want to look at.
Yes.
As for XCN, though, we didn't quite touch on them that much. But we don't really need to talk so much about them because they're coming up next.
Yes.
XCN will be fighting against INNERVOICE from Singapore. So Singapore versus Indonesia. We'll see how that's gonna go around. What kind of expectations are you looking for when it comes to this game?
Well, I mean, like you said, we didn't really touch too much on execution, but before we talked about them, let's talk about INNERVOICE, right, from Singapore, because I think that team would be one of the fairly younger team, and it's fairly prominent but still young, right?
Yep.
One of those talented teams come up, they have raw talent, they have raw firepower, but we haven't really seen them achieve much in the regional scene. So they're kind of like this wild cards per se. It's kind of weird because we've always been casting a lot of Singapore games, and now for me to come in and say that they're the wild cards, it seems weird, but it's true, because if you compare to all these huge giants that are in the rest of the rosters for today's games, they're kind of like, okay, they're good, but how will they fare against the top dogs? How will they react now that they're going to go up against the best of the best in the region? So I think this is a really good platform for them to shine, and they took quite a lot of local and online tournaments. I think they also played in First Strike, but they kind of just lost to teams like do you have other teams like Resurgence, Paper Rex in local tournaments. I think they played against Myth Attitude once, but they lost. But to be honest, even for the Thailand team, they kind of lost against them as well. So that kind of shows how strong Myth Attitude is. So I'm just gonna give it to INNERVOICE in that one. They're just up against a really strong team, and they failed to qualify for first strike in the Singapore-Malaysia qualifier. So that is a little bit of a red flag for me. That being said, very competitive scene. So Singapore, similar to Thailand, has very competitive teams in. It's very close. Every single team is up there against one another, rubbing shoulders. So that's pretty much the Singapore team in a nutshell for me. I think they are the wildcards, and they might just pull out something unexpected, or hopefully pull out something unexpected.
I really hope to see something coming out from INNERVOICE. I mean, when we are looking at their lineups, after all, there are definitely names that we have heard before, especially coming in from the Counter-Strike scenes, or even PUBG itself, like Christiania, or even Germ XG. Germ, understandably, was from RSG. He was he was in RSG when it comes to his career
For Valorant.
For Valorant.
Yes, and he also took part in the local tournament like GSI, and I think it's fair to say that they have some sort of experience when it comes down to regional games, because you mentioned about Christiana as well, ex-PUBG pro player, he kind of took part a little bit of a semi-pro level in CS, he competed for MSK, and that was pretty good, but we'll see how that translates, right? How that experience translates. And I think we talked a little bit more about we talked quite a bit about INNERVOICE from Singapore. Let's then shift on to XCN from Indonesia. And obviously we spoke a little bit, not too much, but I think now that we got a little bit of time, waiting for the players to enter the lobby, let's talk a little bit about them. So they also recently took part in First Strike, and obviously, why not, right? Because all these teams today, they're pretty much top dogs, like I said. They're the best of the best. They qualified in the regional qualifiers for their respective countries, and it's rightfully so that they took part in First Strike, because why not? It's a pro scene. And I think for XCN, they started out really impressively. They won all 3 First Strike Indo qualifier matches, and the only unfortunate thing for them is that they got eliminated immediately once they entered, and they lost 2-1 to Onyx Esports, which is also one of another strong powerhouses in Indonesia. So you're starting to get the team there, right? If you look at the similar premises between all of these teams, is that they're really good. That's what I'm trying to get at. Okay, if you guys haven't got the gist of the story, every single one of these teams is stacked. They have some sort of competitive experience, and they're good. They're just good. Okay, and we're just trying to find the best. Right? They're good, but are they the best?
We're looking for the
PvP
team.
Sports.
Yeah, we're looking for the team that especially have an edge have the edge against all the other teams.
Yes.
Naturally, everyone else have their unique points. Everyone else have their different play style. As well, when it comes to regional metagame, there are Singapore metagame, Malaysia metagame, Indonesia metagame, and all this kind of stuff. How do these metagame meld together, and how does one side becomes more effective than the other, or vice versa, the other way around? And looking at yesterday's game, it does seem like Thailand's competitive environment definitely make them strive even more, and that makes them having that much of that hunger. And I think so. Want to see how exactly they play.
And like you said, there's going to be a certain level of difference in terms of the meta, and if you're wondering what meta is, it's obviously I would say the most efficient, or the one that's ran the most because of its efficiency at the top level. And well, obviously, it's not decided by a team. It can be decided by a team, but at the end of the day, it's mostly decided by pro players. There is no hard and fast rule to the meta, but it depends on what's really popular at the time. For example, Sage was really meta at one point. Her eyes was super strong, got slow up. Her res was deemed the strongest because there wasn't really any other agent that could heal themselves or heal anyone else, as a matter of fact, right? Other than your Phoenix as well as your Reyna. Those were the only 2 agents that could heal, but Sage could heal everyone. She had a slow that was super impactful. She had a wall that was super strong, but they kind of nerfed her, so she's no longer meta. So if you're new to the game, if you're new to your FPS scene, that's how the meta works. But for Valorant itself, I think the meta, the most amazing thing about Valorant, I think, is that the meta is never set in stone. It depends on how well, or rather how comfortable the players are in every single team when it comes down to certain agents and how well they can use and coordinate those agents' abilities to the best. So, you know, it's going to be a different level today as compared to yesterday's game because it is the open championships. So there is no restrictions as to teams, no restrictions to how they're going to form. As long as the players are from that country, you're good to go.
Indeed. And just like that, we should be all ready to go. And speaking of going, you know, where else would we go to? You know, DBS. We should definitely go and take a look at what DBS have got to offer to every single one of you guys who have the DBS Live Fresh card, because you are eligible for 20% off for your next Royal Ergonomics chair as long as you input the code DBSLF5038 whenever you go to their website at www.royal.sg, taking a look at the variety and the range of chairs that they have, all the customizations that they have, and not to forget also with the 5-year peel warranty. So make sure check them out, and if you use your DBS Live Fresh card to pay, you will have an additional 5% cashback on top of the 20% off. So, what are you waiting for?
Yep.
www.royal.sg to get yourself one of these bad boys.
Yep, and well, that's about it for the shoutouts. We're about to begin our very first game. As you know, as Jangan and I have constantly said, it's gonna be INNERVOICE from Singapore against XCM from Indonesia. Who do you think is gonna take this one?
It's a tough one. It's really a tough one. XCN, they are undoubtedly strong. But INNERVOICE, they're kind of like the wildcards, like you say. So I do want to give a little bit more props over to INNERVOICE, especially we know the players, Krishania as well as Jum. I do recognize their talents. But when it comes to a team like XCN, it may be a little tough.
Yeah, I gotta be honest here. As much as I love our homeboys and the fact that it's representing Singapore today, I'm just gonna give it to BREN Esports. I'm happy to be proven wrong, especially in this matchup. Or rather XCN, sorry, XCN. As much as I support the boys, I think XCN does have a little bit of the edge because I've seen both these two teams play in terms, I think they are quite similar in terms of aggressiveness, but I think XCN, during the regional games, they were a little bit more coordinated, and that's the thing that I'm always looking out for when it comes down to FPS games, is the coordination, right? Because yes, you can tap hits really well, but everyone here today can tap hits really well. That's why they're here. So I think the one small factor that can bring either of these teams above the others would be how they're going to coordinate with one another, you know, and be able to pull off an easier game. That being said, here we go. First game. Looks like both teams gonna run a bit quite aggressively. In fact, INNERVOICE, playing with only a Jet as well as a Raze. We haven't seen a Raze in Bind in a really long time.
Indeed, and in fact, I thought that it is almost mandatory, especially in some kinds of meta, that you will have a Cypher. Yeah, actually more of Cypher in Bind. But this time, INNERVOICE, they went for Breach, which I can understand because Breach is really good when attacking into hookah. When it comes to defending in B, is decent as well, and in fact, really good. But when it comes to dealing with a massive crowd of people, Cypher would probably do just as well. In fact, probably better. But I would really love to see how INNERVOICE is going to pull off this Bridge as compared to XCN's Cypher.
Yeah, I mean, you could always run with a Cypher or Killjoy. Both works really well. Obviously, Killjoy a bit too overpowered when she was released, but they kind of fixed her here. Oh, Dozer kind of got distracted there with the recon bolt, and that's going to be entry coming in from XCM, but INNERVOICE is a fast rotate, but is it fast enough though? Kage's going to get the spike planted down.
Although I'm not too sure about the usage and the buying of the shorty, but hey, you gotta do what you gotta do, and if it works, it works. Exactly what RZK managed to do. Krishania just gonna be pummeling through the wall. He did manage to get a decent amount of proc right onto Foshmok, and just peeks right into bathrooms, into showers, and manages to get himself the third kill right on top of Flinch. Krishania was pretty much on point when it comes to the wall bang onto the Phoenix, and Phoenix, He didn't even see that coming and immediately just got popped. Cristiano just making things work.
Yeah, Cristiano playing on that favorite jet of his, 19% hit shot coming in during the the regional qualifiers for Singapore, and wow, that was really impressive until you hear the stats coming out from XCN from Indonesia, because the lowest one, it kind of matches Cristiano, and it's actually Nice who's playing on the race, also 19%, but the rest of the teammates goes as high as 31% on Kage on this Omen, so we haven't seen that yet. But, you know, that stats looking really scary for XCN. However, its stats doesn't matter to Cristiano. He's pulling off shots after shots. Fire goes down. ForceMark will follow off really soon as well. And INNERVOICE getting the double kill through this jet.
And just like that, it does seem like with 2 men down coming from XCN, it is going to be relatively tough. But Cristiano going on the aggressive, going on the offensive. He literally just pushed right out from B long and just decided, hey, I don't care about being a defender or attacker. I'm going to kill. I'm going to go out of my way to get people. Cristiano, he backed off, but I'm pretty sure that he wouldn't be staying here backed off for long, as Doza just slowly picks out. He sees the Cypher, gets one, but Flinch immediately picks out White Peaks and gets a kill onto Doza, but Zola was right behind of him and manages to go for the refrag.
Yeah, I don't think they really lost too much there. Cristiano didn't even buy that round, only running the ghost, and you know, we saw what happened there, you know, double Q onto the B long, and you know, it kind of goes to show how aggressive Cristiano really likes to play, pushing that long itself.
Light armor?
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. He's pretty much saving, so in case that they lose this round, he can just go for the operator. I think that's the idea behind all of them, because they are really healthy in economy, and given they won the last 2 rounds, even if they lose, they can pretty much afford a full buyout. So I think this is kind of a half buy. If they win, it's a bonus. If they lose, it's fine. They can afford the operator on this jet, and I think that's how Cristiano wants to roll.
What? Cristiano is playing in such an aggressive way, and is kind of, not gonna lie, it is kind of disgusting. But
it's catching them these off angles. Like, he's pushing B long, next round he's pushing A short.
Yep, it's definitely not something that you can kind of predict. You can't expect it, but there must be some kind of a pattern to it. And as we watch them play more, they are exposed more, and we should be able to find out how exactly INNERVOICE play. Because so far, it does seem like it is pretty neat, and you can see Zol, he's preparing his flashpoint. They are preparing for something, and they are just waiting for it to happen. But ForceMark actually reached his way through and through into the side, manages to get to Doza, finishes one off, but they have conceded the entirety of B side. RZK wraps around the corner, he pops the dark cover right onto the entrance, and RZK, you have to slowly find things and connect the shots. The good thing is, Cristiano is around as well.
Yeah, XCN, like you said, having the lockdown onto the side, they're gonna allow the members of INNERVOICE to come in, but it's just a front. They got the side really tight under control, and that's gonna be an easy spray down onto where the spike was planted, and XCN's gonna win that. Then, yeah, true enough, Cristiano immediately going onto the operator, but it seems like he's not gonna be able to afford any armor because of that odd buy.
That's relatively sad, but he is going to be the glass cannon after all. If it works, it works. I would like to see how Cristiano is going to play. I think it's going to be an aggressive showers right about now. So rushing right into showers, he should be expecting at least 1 or 2, which is Reyna or perhaps even the Cypher. No predictability so far. We do have Cypher's cage, sorry, not cage, Cypher's cam that managed to almost tag Cristiano, to be honest. But nothing happened there. It's just going to be backing off, and he should be A-okay for now as he anchors into A together with Omen.
One-way smoke, but no one's pushing in. The flash bomb comes out. Phoenix also throwing his flash out. Don't think he's gonna catch anyone out here. And yeah, it looks like they're gonna go for a little bit of a slow push. Decent damage down onto the race. And obviously, without any healers on the side of INNERVOICE, just gonna have to just run this round out. So holding right onto the tubes, where Cristiano first gets the headshot right as Fire was pushing showers itself. Oh, the recon ball.
There we go, with 1 kill coming from Forgemark, and it does seem like they managed to get 3 kills right inside of B side really fast, really easily. And now INNERVOICE is going to be left with RZK as well as Christiania, as now they have backed off right inside of Arch or perhaps even Garden. It is going to take some time for them to even realize what's going to happen, but I don't think that INNERVOICE would even want to try to go for this fight. It is 2v4 after all, and they are on a full buy. Christiania stands no chance against the opponents, especially since being on a glass cannon.
RZK here gonna just put himself right on the T base. I mean, you know, no need to go for the retake. They obviously 2v4, it's a bit too much of a tall order for them to actually attempt a retake in the first place. But oh, Cypher really close, just missing that shot. He might be able to work off the off angle, doesn't really need it. RZK gets an easy kill onto Orbong, so decent damage in terms of economy, but overall the round still goes towards XCN. I don't think they will complete too much about that.
It should be a force. It should be a force at this point of time.
Yeah, I mean the fact that Christiana managed to save the operator there was not too bad. Like, considering the fact that if XCN really wanted, they could have just forced the push, knowing that Christiana has his operator, and you know, killing him there and then would be very damaging to the economy. And you can see, like you said, they're gonna force just because Christiana has the operator. They don't want to lose it. Those are here with the bagi, and yeah, caught in tough spot. The recon bot is gonna review him. He's gonna try to use the jetpack to get himself out of trouble, and a bit fortunately, XCN didn't want to pick there.
A lot of ultimates is used now. We do have the running back coming in from Forgemark, and immediately just kind of changed the direction of where Dozer was looking at. Unfortunately for Dozer, immediately being pumped. We do have FireZ that enters right into U-Haul. Wasn't able to get quite much though, but on the flip side, we do have Crown getting one for himself, tallying it out to 4 versus 4. The only downside from INNERVOICE is that Silver is currently less than 50% HP. Everyone else crowding around A. FireZ still holding inside of U-Haul. 2 men down coming from Flinch, and FireZ takes 1 for himself as well. Christiania just going to be holding right on top of Heavens. 1v3, gets himself with a tailwind, trying to yeet himself out of there. Gets 1 shot, misses completely and entirely. And FireZ, which is playing as a Reina, immediately opens that round. And INNERVOICE now does not have their operator anymore. Yeah, I mean, Fires, they're really simply coming to U-Hauls, you know, had the backup of the Sova on Flinch, but, you know, at the end of the day, you look at the way he played that position. He knew that the flashpoint was coming in for the bridge. He just looked at the wall. He didn't even, you know, bother to check that angle. And true enough, once the flashpoint came in, they pushed in, ran straight into both Sova and the Reina, and yeah, just cleaned up the fight from there. But here comes the rocket fuse. Is it enough? Nope. It's gonna land straight into the wall. Dozer here, not really making the most out of his ultimate. But they were kind of expecting a full push coming from XCN on A shot. So I'm just unlucky there. Yeah. In the meantime, it does seem like XCN, they know, INNERVOICE, they actually know that XCN was somewhere around, of course, wanting to attack B. Frostmark, once bitten, twice shy, that's not going to happen anymore. But unfortunately, Kage as well as the bomb, they did manage to push themselves in quite pretty well. Crown tags 1 right between of the eyes of the opponents, and it manages to just clear out B side, especially when they didn't even have the sights of the opponent. It was just a blind spray, and it worked. So I'm gonna give it to INNERVOICE for that round. 3-3, looking pretty good for both sides. And when it comes to economy, pretty equal.
XCN there getting caught out by INNERVOICE as they tried to push onto B long, but they did enter the site, but they lost 3 members before they did get the spike planted down, and that definitely proved to be a bit too much for them to hold for a dual side, especially against a lineup like INNERVOICE, where, you know, in terms of retake, they have a lot of utilities, right? They have the Omen, they have this Breach, and they also have this Raze who can still flush corners out if he uses the pain shells correctly, and we saw how that could be really useful, especially with Dozer pushing in with those odd angles and just coming to catch XCN off guard.
Of off guard, Christiania was almost being able to catch the Phoenix completely off guard, but unfortunately the recon bolt, or rather the recon dart coming in from the owl drone of Sova, eventually tagged onto the Phoenix and forced him to fall back. Christiana is waiting patiently right behind the dark cover, unable to find anyone just yet, but it will be eventually, and there we go. The timing has played off. The timing of Christiana just hiding in front and behind of that dark cover manages to give him a free Vandal. It is quite an investment after all. And now XCN with 3 men left, they have to bump up onto the side here in B. 3 versus 4. How exactly are they supposed to break this one?
Recon ball coming out and tried immediately push. Dozer here gonna get traded for it, and Crown pushes out. RZK gonna come right out of CT and get the easy kill, but good rotation there coming up from INNERVOICE. They placed Christiana there. They made the call for Christiana to hold A side by himself. Sent RZK over a bit earlier, and it definitely proved to help. That cover onto Hooker. Forced XCN no choice but to just go in without much utility, and it worked out so well for the Singaporean team.
And of course, the momentum is now being shifted from one place to another again. INNERVOICE, they managed to get themselves with 2 wins in the previous round, and then XCN with three rounds after that, and INNERVOICE claiming back 2. We still have 5 more rounds incoming for the first half. Anything and everything could happen, and it does seem like XCN, they're leaning slightly towards B side, and with a couple of players going towards middle and heading into hookah, with a couple of players actually heading over to B long. No one is just watching out for A.
Now they try to bait the hour drone here. The flash comes in. They might be able to get the kill first one. Crown will trade, but it's actually shocked that they managed to catch out Crown, and yeah, that hour drone bait didn't really work out. But here comes Zoo holding the off angle once again. Sova getting caught by the headshot, and the flashpoint is gonna allow him to push. They also committed the paranoia, and that just means that if XCN gets the plant down the A side, INNERVOICE is just gonna wait for a little bit more time before those abilities come up off cooldowns.
Unfortunately for INNERVOICE, they have actually expended quite a bit of ultimates right at B long. Rolling Thunder was used, but it didn't really quite knock XCN completely astray, but it does give them a little bit of advantage because we are looking at 3 versus 2 right about now. There is a spike that's planted though, so they have to be really careful. We do have a little bit of fault lines coming in through, as well as an aftershock that flushed this Omen out. Dozer immediately just flicked round to the heads of Kage, immediately popping that head off. Aboxy has the last one remaining right by Carpets and manages to hit another more of that lead right in between of his eyes. And INNERVOICE tags himself with 5 wins so far.
Yeah, they committed so much to flushing the U-Haul out, but it worked out perfectly. They committed really quite a bit. The paint shells, the aftershock. I think they used the concussion as well.
Is pretty insane. They knew exactly where they need to flush the opponents out. And in that case, that was the Omen. And flushing him out is going to give Dozer a lot of information, which it worked. And because of that, they managed to get themselves with that win on that specific round. And when it comes to economy from XCN, it's looking pretty bad.
Yeah, I mean, U-Hauls is the one place that you want to take control of, especially for A side, and it's the same way. It goes both ways for both attackers and defenders, and you can see teams like putting a lot of priority there. Every now and then you get someone just putting 2 men stacked there, catching the trade. And Christiana there, almost got nicked by the Sheriff, down to 38 HP, but still has the upper hand. Chooses to surrender their position because he doesn't really want to die to a Sheriff at the end of the day. Yeah, second shot is good.
Not too sure why Abong CS would go for that kind of peaks though, not gonna lie. Especially since he knows that there is an aggressive operator playing from the other side, especially in INNERVOICE.
Yeah, the room bot there. I definitely did not expect that as well, but
Boomba
pushing in with the stinger, comes in with the flash. Christiana with the shot. Yeah, a little bit of an awkward moment for XC and Fleischer coming up the Sheriff to get the hit. I don't think they're gonna get this round, but if they can save that operator, that definitely would be a big upgrade on that stinger.
I don't think that Flinch will be able to even get anything.
He can get a Vandal
I
if
think
he wants.
Can get it. I think he can definitely get it. He does have light shields, to be honest. So there can be some plays that he could make. He also have got himself with Hunter's Fury, but a little bit too slow on that one. To be fair, the breach was playing on an off-angle position.
Yeah, but he had the first sight, but you know, he is a sheriff at the end of the day. It's not a Vandal, it's not a Phantom. Would have worked out if he took the Vandal, but on the other hand, if he did, then you know, dropping that Stinger would make some sort of noise or sound or audio cue, and yeah, that wouldn't have been that wouldn't have gone so smoothly. But you know, you always gotta take some shots. As saying goes, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, and XCN at this point in time only half the rounds of INNERVOICE, currently 6-3 in favor of INNERVOICE. The recon board is gonna review the B push, but it's not like INNERVOICE care anyway. Zoker with a headshot onto Abong CS, and now Christiana, trying to jump right onto the tube, didn't really work out well.
Christiania trying to go straight for the Blade Storm, but unfortunately there was a little bit of whiff here and there, and that is an extra valuable running back coming in from Frostmark, and they are unable to stop that at the point of time. Fire right on top of the containers, did manage to get a pretty nice shot right on top of that raise, but unfortunately when it comes to the rest of the team, INNERVOICE just got popped, and XCN has managed to get themselves back into the game. 6-4. We still have 2 more rounds to go to conclude the first half. It does seem like in terms of economy, both sides are pretty A-okay as well, so either team could take this away.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really important round for XCN. If they lost there, they would be forced into eco again, and you know, it would have worked out so nice for them. So that round definitely was a bit of a saving grace, because if they go on to win the next 2, 6-6, they go into the next half, it looks pretty even, you know, both sides having plenty of chances. But yeah, that was definitely a breaking, I wouldn't say breaking point, but you know, one round that mattered, I would say, the most in the first half if you look at it. Well, we'll have to see whether or not that does play a huge part, because as of now, INNERVOICE still leading.
Does seem like Hunter's Fury is going to be popped coming in from XCN's Silver, but unfortunately not a single shot has managed to hit the opponents. But Dozer gets one, only to get refranked by fire. But Kage pops right in, gets a kill on Krishania as well as Zol, and that is 2k coming from Kage already. That is 2 men left inside of B, and they're trying to immediately get the pop down onto B. And because of the neural theft, XCN knows exactly where INNERVOICE is and have made the turnaround right inside of A and wanted to try to plant behind the truck. I don't know, 1-for-1 trade over there is very risky. Kage is now all alone. RZK is completely full of HP, so if they're going to go for a 1 versus 1 fight face to face, it would be really good in favor for RZK.
Yeah, he doesn't know where the shorter step went to, because of that smoke, he thinks that he's gone to showers, and this could work really well for Kage. He's gonna use the paranoia here. On the other hand, Kage position still unexposed. He could be anywhere. He could be Devons. He could be at shot. He could be at U-Halls. In this case, Kage gonna play aggressive. No! That's gonna tip him off. And once again, this is really hilarious as a third-person view. But at the end of the day, Kage comes around, goes right behind RZK, and that's execution style. But more importantly, 4 kills for the Omen there.
Yeah, I mean, in a feat of luck and chance, I'll say, RZK really just didn't meet up with Kage in many occasions, and I would just say it is just relatively unlucky coming in from the side of RZK. Whenever he taps the bomb, comes out, don't see Kage. Taps the bomb, comes up, don't see Kage.
XCN here, last round before the switch, and like I said, they really want to go into the next half at least tight in terms of number of rounds. And Christiana once again trying to go for the aggressive push will get punished by XCN. It does seem like XCN are playing a little bit smarter now. They're expecting a push from Christiana pretty much every single round. Oh, that was a good flashpoint coming in from INNERVOICE to catch Fire Z off guard. Here comes Crown. He does hit the Cypher once. Will hit another member a second time, and that's decent damage, but XCN already into the side, and it's going to be down to Crown. He's going to pull off a 1v3, gets the first one against Kage. The warbang is good. Gets the second one against the headshot. No, it's not enough. Flinch comes in, and it's just too much for Crown to deal with.
It almost went to the side of Crown, and I would say that the execution of that is really good, and I'm relatively impressed as well. But all in all, that was still a round given away to XCN, and they have managed to tally up the scoreline with a 6-6. Really balanced, really great. And now, unfortunately though, XCN is now on the defense, and Abong, which is playing as a Cypher, will now take charge of B side. So INNERVOICE very likely will be hitting A matters in rounds after rounds after rounds. I don't think that they will ever hit B unless they head over to B long, but never in hookah.
I think there's a bit of a waste the recall board, but that's gonna reveal where the members of INNERVOICE are going to be. But XCN now pushing right through the dark cover, face to face. Reyna really close to Frenzy as well, but didn't really work out. And Christiana, running with Shorty
through the smokes.
One enemy remaining.
And just like that, Christiania pops with a shorty right on top of the bomb, goes in for a double peek onto Kage. The first shot that he hit, he immediately exited with a tailwind and picked again for the second shot against Kage. Now that's definitely not something that I expected to see, but that is going to put quite a play on Christiania, especially because of the Pika's advantage. So he's constantly going for the Pika's advantage against Kage, and thus it worked out.
XCN here, having lost the pistol round, will still have to try to go for a spike plant. That would definitely do them a lot of good, I would say. But INNERVOICE here gonna go for a little bit of a push. Christiana immediately the tailwind. Oh, he's gonna catch Force Ball off guard. But Faizi, the Baki, will at least get one frag, and I will assume that this is pretty much a straightforward round for INNERVOICE, but they don't want to lose too many bodies here.
XCN though, they still can make something work out. We do have a Bucky on the side of Omen, and of course they're just gonna be pushing right into U-Haul 1-for-1, but it doesn't seem like Abong CS and Kage was even able to get themselves the kill. But ultimately, it does seem like INNERVOICE, they did manage to get themselves with the two rounds in the first 2 rounds, and XCN, looking at statistic-wise, they should probably be able to get themselves with the win here. And just like that, let us take a look at this. INNERVOICE, they do have a full loadout, while XCN, they do have a couple of Buckies and stuff like that as well. But we'll see how that's gonna go. We do have the Boomba going into hookah. They don't care about much. Blade Storm is activated by Christiania as well. Clears the side, clears the hookah, and thus just jumping right in with the tailwind. We do have Christiania that's already right by the heart of B side with a swift dagger right in the face of a Bong CS. It becomes a 2 versus 2 situation, and Christiania plants the spike out in the open for B long. For B long and B short actually, so it's gonna be tough for the members of XCN here.
So now pushing on to Gardens, and it does have a recon board, but doesn't look like you want to use it. Oh, white pink coming up, and Christiana didn't really get the shot off. And Fire is gonna clean up on the RZK.
And just like that, it does seem like the statistics still worked out. XCN has now gotten themselves with a good amount of damage. It's got a good amount of damage, and of course, onto the side of INNERVOICE, so 8-7. So, well, I think that INNERVOICE is actually doing pretty well against XCN, and vice versa.
I mean, like I said, at the end of the day, Christiana is a player with a lot of firepower, right? He's really aggressive. He's not really giving XCN any space to breathe. A flash or a smoke, he's in. Uses the tailwind. You saw he used the tailwind to the updraft, got over onto Hooker, got the backstab on the Phoenix, and that kind of gives you an insight onto where INNERVOICE is playing. They're playing off a lot of all this aggressiveness of Christiana. How far can they push this? I'm not sure, but it's working at the moment, and so I don't think they will change anything as of yet. They're constantly looking for the first pick before they commit to a site.
Fire Z going on the aggressive. It does seem like he did manage to see that Sova, but he got tagged nastily, and is only left with 36 health. He really needs to get a kill soon in order to get himself with the consume. But I don't think that it's gonna be as easy as we think. We do have this. We do have the recon boat thrown right into showers, clears the showers, and is now granted access into here. We've got the aftershock right for the U-Haul that Cristiano immediately goes for the tailwind and managed to pop himself right in front of Frostbog. He doesn't even know what to expect. The ones in the heaven wasn't able to do quite much either. INNERVOICE with a really good entrance against XCN. XCN doesn't even know what to expect. We do have the fault lines. The cloud burst now popped right inside of the U-Hauls. XCN 2 versus 4. They are still trying to take this. We've got the Omen in heavens. We've got a Cypher that's just going to be wrapping around. It does seem like the recon bolt did manage to expose a bong though. It is going to be a 1-for-1 refrag though. And just like that, XCN would definitely want to get himself away. Waiting for a little bit of the exit frags perhaps? Not too sure, doesn't seem like it. But XCN wasn't able to draw that around away from INNERVOICE. I gotta say, and I gotta comment, INNERVOICE with that initiation, the way that they attack the side, I do really like it.
Yeah, well, as they say, fool me once, shame on me, but Cristiano replicating what he did in the pistol round as well. Tailwind into the updraft right onto hookers, and that's the second time now that he's managed to get the backstab onto the Phoenix, so I don't know, XCN not looking very adaptive as to the way INNERVOICE play. Maybe it's just the way that, you know, Cristiano is just so aggressive with this picks. That's, you know, something that XCN might not be used to, but we're gonna have to see how that plays out. Fire Z with the Sheriff gets taken out. Spray down coming from Cristiano, it's good.
Same kind of opening coming in from INNERVOICE. They are mostly going for the aftershocks and the fault line. So that is why we say that, you know, Breach is so good. Breach is really good when it comes to tackling into sites, initiating and supporting your main damage dealer, or rather your main duelist. In this case, it is going to be the Jet, because Jet's mobility allows you to peek forward and allows you to be in front of your enemy's lines pretty fast. So you are able to catch up to the fault lines, you are able to catch up to the flash points, and in fact, a Jet is able to keep up with every single one of the kit coming in from Breach, and thus makes them a really good pair. Kage opens up and of course comes out of U-Haul, only to be slightly tagged by the recon boat from the side of INNERVOICE, and expose himself allows INNERVOICE to then go for 1v1 peaks. Just like that, INNERVOICE got himself with yet another win against XCN. They are now just a few more wins away from XCN in order to get themselves this win in this round robin best of 1 series.
Yeah, you know, INNERVOICE here really liking that A push. 4 times now out of 5 rounds they've pushed A, and this time around they're gonna swap things up. Cristiano's still gonna be pushing that A shot, but the rest of the team be pushing onto Market into Hooker. Once again, looking for the first frag before they really commit to a site, and INNERVOICE here really hoping that Cristiano can pull off what he did in the previous 2 rounds, but it does look like it's going to be more of a coordinated push towards the B side. They're going to leave the spike right outside Market, but Fire says no, I'm going to shut that down, and Dozer just gets his head knocked off.
We still are looking at 4 versus 5 at this moment in time. XCN, they have a lot of ultimates available, not gonna lie. And Empress is now used by XCN. They don't really need to use that much right now, but especially since they are on the man advantage, there really is no point in them popping the ultimates and trying to get themselves the advantage. But do note, that is Neuro Theft after all. Hunter's Fury as well as Run It Back, which by far is one of the most impactful ultimates in the game. One of the most impactful ultimates in the game. Hunter's Fury is a really good way of getting kills, like seemingly, as well as Run It Back. You are able to use Run It Back as a second life, and either you get kills or you trade with your teammates, and I love it, and I absolutely love it. In the meantime, INNERVOICE, they did manage to make quite an entry. They did manage to pop their heads off 1, with 14 seconds left on the point. And on the side, RZK right under Heavens wasn't able to find himself a kill right on top of FireZ. And just like that, XCN manages to get himself yet another win, 10-8. INNERVOICE should still have a decent amount of economy to go forward. And I don't think that it is going to stop INNERVOICE in their tracks as of yet, because they still have quite a long way to go.
(10-8) in the favor of INNERVOICE, just so close yet. XCN holding that ground here. And yeah, like the switch up in pace not working out for them, and we just might see them fall back onto this A push, but they got 4 people right in market. 2 outside of B long. And it does look like XCN have a lot of their ultimate online. They do have the Hunter's Fury. And more importantly, they have run it back, which I'm pretty sure they're going to be using if they want to go for a retake. But Armor Gear going to be affected by the paranoia. Christiana already into the site.
Here we go, the Hunter's Fury is now gonna be committed right on the side of B. Everyone else rushing right in. Christiana just gonna be holding in the back doors. He manages to tag Kage, and of course with the Cloud Burst, he's just going to be immediately cutting off the line of sight between him as well as Kage. But now time is going to be tough, because Christiana is expecting to fight a war on 2 fronts, or perhaps even 3 fronts. And now Crown is all alone, enters into hookah, only for Frostmark to be hiding in here and popping his heads with leads. Well played coming from XCN. They are now catching up 10-9, and it is just a matter of time before XCN just overtakes them entirely, especially since we're looking at the economy. Dozer doesn't have that much credits, and so does Zol. It does seem like they are slightly leaning forward for a forced buy here, which I wouldn't recommend, to be honest.
Well, INNERVOICE just not really making this B push work. They're really stubborn. They're really going for it. They really want to make this B push work. It's not worked for the past 3 times that they tried it. You know, yes, they can go into the side, but a retake coming from INNERVOICE or rather by XCN is just so good. Like, they don't even have a breach, but they don't need it at the same time.
We have the flashpoint as well as the Cloud Burst being popped right into B. Cloud Burst right on top of Krishania. We do have him on Blade Storm. Immediately goes straight for the right click, destroys and kills Frostmarks, run it back, and no more value is going to be taken from that point of time. And of course, INNERVOICE, immediately after picking up, planting down the spike, they've retreated right into hookah, and now that is going to be relatively interesting. RZK immediately teleports, short step right away from the gardens. We do have the Rolling Thunder that's going to be activated as well. Things are going to be relatively tough coming from the side of XCN, with the spike currently being tapped and of course being committed into it. INNERVOICE Crown, he has to find a way to stop the spike diffuser, but in the end he was a little bit out of sight and out of play. Crown in the end manages to get the 2 kills, but that was only after the diffusal of the spike.
Yeah, I mean, the retake coming from XCN is just too strong on this B side, right? Double duck covers into hooker as well as B long, which means that INNERVOICE, once they get the spike planted and if they give the side up, they're gonna have no more vision of that spike. They're gonna have to give it over to XCN. Total control, you know, they have the Cypher, they have the Sova, they can throw the recon board into either, you know, the hookah or the B long as well. They have this Phoenix with the running back in the previous game, they have this Lear, they have the Omen. There's just so much going on for XCN when it comes down to retake that it's hard for INNERVOICE to even lock down any side. And with a tight corner to play, especially in B side, it seems like they're just gonna go back to this favorite A.
And there we go, Krishania immediately goes straight into U-Haul, gets a kill onto Flinch with his trusty judge, and Krishania picks up the Vandal. He looks right onto right onto A shot. They managed to successfully pick up the side, but when it comes to the retake, they got completely overwhelmed by XCN in just matter of seconds. And of course, XCN, they even only lost 1 man for themselves, and it is very impressive, not gonna lie. And XCM, they still have got decent amount of ultimate in their economy. Nero Theft is available, Empress is available. As for the side of INNERVOICE, we are going to be expecting to see the ultimates from both the Raze as well as Omen. Now, INNERVOICE's Raze, we have seen the showstopper work once and popped once and committed, but unfortunately has no value. If they would want to bring some value on the table from the side of INNERVOICE, this showstopper has to be used only when he knows that the opponents are decisively coming to retake the side instead of trying to open the side.
Yeah, I think it's really tough for INNERVOICE to lock the side just because they don't have any sentinels at the end of the day. Yes, you do have the Omen, you also have this breach, but in terms of locking the side down, there's no Cypher, there's no Killjoy, there's no one to really look out for the flanks for INNERVOICE, and because of that, XCN can just use flashes, use a smoke, and just force their way in, which is what they're doing now. They're gonna get the first frag in, and even if INNERVOICE gets this plant down, it's a 5v4, they have no sentinels like I said, and it's just gonna be another easy retake for XCN.
Double curveballs being used by this Phoenix, and just like that, it does seem like Recombo is just going to expose the position of Crown, and it doesn't seem like things are working pretty well for INNERVOICE, to be honest, and that's just like that. The push coming in from INNERVOICE has been shut down. I thought that they should be able to expose the positions of the players here and there, especially after the shot of the Recombo. The exposed flinch, but they didn't manage to get a kill on him. They kind of just floored it. Rushes right in, wasn't able to get the shot down. I guess XCN was just a little bit too ready for the push coming from INNERVOICE, whereby it has become predictable. They know exactly how they should be peaking against INNERVOICE, and before they even make their move, XCN picks out a little bit more just so that they can throw INNERVOICE away with the crosshair placements.
It almost seems like XCN is more than happy to allow INNERVOICE to the B side now. They're just gonna triple stack onto A, put the Cypher there. In fact, it's a 4-man stack up onto A itself. And you can tell that they've kind of figured out INNERVOICE, like you said, and it's just gonna make it even tougher for INNERVOICE to break into the A side. They can't hold B, they have troubles entering A, and they're gonna have to quickly figure out a way. And they don't really have too much time because it's match point.
And now a lot of utilities has now been expanded. Is that running back being used? Yes, it is running back. No value whatsoever, and the entirety of XCN is now having their back to the wall inside of A side right now. We do have hot hands thrown right into the path of their bathrooms. 2 kills coming from the side of INNERVOICE, but it looks like it's going to be 2 versus 3 right about now. Unfortunately for Crown, his HP is now lower than 50%. He comes out from bathroom. We've got RZK that comes out from a short as well. The remaining players from XCN, they're coming in from elbow, and with the first initial shoulder pick from this Cypher, they are able to understand exactly where are the players of INNERVOICE. A little bit of information for that one.
Yeah, they're really gonna draw this down to the wire here. Crown off angle works really well. The look will play off, but they've only got 9 more seconds. Over here gonna get the plant down, but the Hunter's Fury is gonna stop that plant. And no, they have no more time. It's over.
Oh my goodness! What an anticlimactic way of ending the game. The Hunter's Fury eventually stopped the spike diffusal of...
Or the spike plant.
Sorry, spike plant. Yes, the spike plant for RZK, and the way and the direction that he went to try to get the spike down again, because he does have the time to go for another spike plant. But it does seem like Crown exactly knew where RZK is going. He predicted well. It was kind of like an off or nothing kind of move, and it worked out.
Well, there's only really 2 spots that you usually plant onto B, right? Either you plant in front of the ADC, or you plant onto green box. Those are the common spots, and yeah, it's just a little bit unfortunate for INNERVOICE because they did so well, and Crown coming off the double kill to give a bit of that hope to INNERVOICE, but then again, you've got the other Sova on the other side, also crazy Hunter's Fury at the right time. Like you said, there could be a bit of luck because it could be either green box, you didn't really know, but if you take the auto Q, you're definitely gonna know it's in front of the ADC. Where? You don't know, but you're just gonna have to try, and in in that case, it paid off so well for XCN. And like I said, I really come back to the fact that INNERVOICE don't have any Sentinels, which is impressive because they won 6 rounds on the defender's side.
Indeed.
But when it eventually went onto the attacking end, yes, they could break into A a couple of times here and there, but after, XCN kind of figured that out, they put more focus onto A, gave the B side up, went for the retake, it then worked onto the favor because, like I said, no controllers, which means that, or rather no sentinels, and no lockdown on the site means that you're relying on pure firepower to stop the defuse from going on. And in terms of firepower, XCN showing that they don't lose in terms of that. So let's take a look at the replay and see just how XCN managed to get that game in.
And of course, this is the round whereby we do have FireZ that manages to just kind of peek himself out of that flashpoint. But of course, he does have Flinch that was just right at the other end of that U-Haul to get himself with the 2K for himself as well. Christiania now is just going to be looking
like what?
Yeah.
I've like,
and of course, our point of view, right? Our point of view is like marvelous.
We saw it from coming from a mile away, but for Reina, she had so little time to react, but it was still hilarious. Like, you don't really see that happen too often.
Yeah, it's really not something that you see at all. A Boomba slowly making his way, hits the wall, turn around, and you can audibly hear that 2 shots of the Sheriff. You couldn't hit it, and thus the Boom Bop kills him off. It's funny. I gotta give it to it.
Yeah,
it's funny.
But obviously the highlight of the game coming in with that Hunter's Fury coming up from Flinch on the Sova, and yeah, it was impressive because that was the game-winning move, right?
Play,
the game-winning play that allowed XCN to win. So far so good. A very positive start for the Indonesian team. Getting a win over INNERVOICE, but it is a round robin after all, so we have a lot of games coming up, and well, gotta say that's definitely a feast for the eyes because both teams were really close at the start, but eventually XCN getting a lot of control once they swapped over onto the defenders end.
And now it does seem like we are gonna be jumping on to the next part of the game real soon, and the teams that we're gonna be looking at is gonna be Myanmar versus Thailand, whereby it's gonna be B-Beast versus Attack all around. Triple A. And of course we have put quite some emphasis on the Triple A for a couple of times already, especially on the pre-game show. We talked about how great they are, how strong they are in the Thailand scene, and the fact that the Thailand environment in Valorant is very, very competitive against one another. So we should be able to expect quite a performance coming from Thailand.
Yeah, remember how I said it was not hard, but quite tough to find replays for Velocity Gaming in India? Well, it's even harder for BBs in Myanmar because I've absolutely no info on them other than the plays that they had coming into the regional qualifier. So that is the only insight that you have. So they're like this Pandora's box. You don't know whether that's the team that you want to face against, but we know what's coming out from Attack all around. So it's going to be a tall order for BBs. And I would say the priority for them, for BBs, I wouldn't say it's a lost game, right? Because if you have a good round in, you go on a good run, you can still get a couple of rounds off. And like I said, I'm not saying that they've lost, but if they are gonna lose, the key idea here will be try to mitigate the amount of rounds that they're going to give over, right? And try to get as much as possible, because at the end of the day, when it comes down to round robin, we're still going to eventually see the point difference in terms of the rounds given versus the rounds won, in order to decide who's the top 2 that's going to go into the grand finals.
Yep, indeed. And of course, I think that one thing that we're gonna have to pay some attention to as well is when it comes to what you said about the Pandora's box. I mean, as it sounds, I mean, it is what it is, Pandora's box, and we could stir up quite some pandemonium if Myanmar is actually Myanmar's team is actually a bunch of really strong Radiants.
I'm pretty sure they're strong.
Yeah,
right?
like really like absurdly strong Radiance, and they just didn't have the time. They just didn't bother with all the other regional tournaments or even their own local tournaments. Those kind of things happen, and
like, nah, you know, what's winning in competition? So, like,
yeah, so like they don't really care. They just like to play it like on pugs, play on rank, and they're happy with that. But in actual fact, they are really good. And these teams are the teams that will rise above in, although it would be a one-shot wonder in a single tournament because they are known, they are the unknowns at that event. So for example, for this one, they are the unknowns. So they're gonna storm over everyone because everyone is complacent. Oh, we don't know this guy, we don't know this team, we don't know that. Let's just play to our heart's content and just be aggressive against them. Let's end this game fast, only for the tides to be turned.
I think it's really rare for that to happen, but it does, you know, every now and then. So we're gonna have to see how, you know, Attack All Around's gonna react to that, because like I said, they're a really good team, you know. They have a couple flaws here and there. They don't really do well against teams that can pull off really sick individual plays. I mean, no team can react to that, right? Because if that player is just really on form, like we saw Christiana in the first few rounds against XCN, there's really nothing much that you could do to it. But, you know, there are ways that you can mitigate that from, you know, getting out of control. You can, you know, double up onto the site that if you know the player is going to push there. We saw XCN do that. They put 3 men, double up the showers. Sometimes they double up the U-hauls. They constantly trying to find ways to counter that aggressive push, and it worked out for them. So I think Attack All Around, as much as they have flaws, they are still a really professional team playing at the highest level of Valorant in terms of not only the local scene but the regionals. So yeah, it's gonna be an interesting matchup. I'm just hoping that it's not a one-sided stop, because then, you know, we won't have much to see how BBs play. Because like you said, they could be a really good team, but, you know, it might be overshadowed by a even better team like Attack All Around. So I think for AAA, it's gonna be very straightforward. Try to not lose too many rounds. Try to get that perfect 13-0 dream in. I don't think it's gonna happen, because, you know, BBs, like I said, one good round.
Here for a reason.
Yeah, if you win the pistol round, bam, you get the next 2 rounds in, and then hopefully you try to get that momentum going. But enough about these two teams. Who do you think is gonna win here?
Honestly, the fact that Myanmar BBs is such a unknown team for now, like literally ghosts, I would want to put my coin in them, because it would be pretty nice to watch. Like BBs, a team that we have never heard of before, suddenly coming in and trumped over a AAA in a round robin.
Yeah, it would be a really nice fairy tale story if they go on to win the tournament. But hey, it's only the first game, so let's not make any assumptions here.
Yeah, I mean, yes,
first game for them.
Yeah, first game for them.
Yes.
Yeah, and in terms of talking about probability, you know, probability when it comes to games like this, like for example, if AAA and BBs, if they are similar in skill, the laws of probability allow whenever you are playing on a best of 1, there is literally a 50-50 chance in terms of probability. But when it goes to if it goes to best of 3, we are looking at a skewed amount of probability for one side. And we are looking at best of 5. Okay, we're talking about math here, but really it's kind of it's interesting stats.
I agree. And well, I'm on that note, I'm just gonna support Attack All Around just because I'm a bit more familiar with the play style, and yeah, I've seen how they play. I think it's gonna be a bit tough for any of these teams to really trump over them. And like I said, I think coming into this tournament, the 2 teams that we're gonna look out for is BREN Esports and Attack All Around. So those 2 are the teams which I think would clinch most of the games. And you know, I wouldn't be surprised if you see both of them in the grand finals. That being said, like you mentioned, because of the reasons, you know, BB's new team, you know, you don't really have much info of them going into this game as an underdog. They don't really have much expectations and pressure as compared to teams like Attack All Around and BREN Esports, who not only have the reputation to uphold, but because all the other teams also have a lot of access to their VODs, because, you know, of the coverage that they have on their games, at the level that they're playing. Pretty much every competitive game that they play will be streamed or will have some sort of a video evidence of them, and you know, it's gonna be very easy for these teams to go in and, you know, have a bit of a insight as to how they play. They're gonna know how they're gonna position them, what kind of angles they like to hold, what kind of stretch do they run, and that might then backfire onto the big teams for having that amount of exposure. But I would say it's a double-edged sword at the end of the day. So, yep, let's just see how that runs. What map do you think they're gonna be playing on?
I'm just gonna put it down for Ascent. I'm just gonna randomly say Ascent. Although
Icebox.
Speaking of Icebox, it does of course with the PvP esports we started PvP esports season 2 without Sky and Icebox, and thus these two new additions into the game are not included.
I'm disappointed in you admins. Icebox should always be allowed. End of story.
What a meme. What an absolute meme.
But like you said, no Icebox and no Sky, therefore boo-hoo. But do remember to share the stream though, because that would be a good thumbs up for you guys and us as well here at
And we'll
PvP
bring
Esports.
Icebox for the next one.
Yes, we will. And I'll be definitely looking forward to that. I love playing Icebox a lot. I know it's every player's nightmare, like they skip when they see Icebox.
Yep.
But it's just when I get to play the Icebox, because not only do you have to be worried about your teammates not wanting to play it, you have to worry about players dodging that map. And well, we're gonna have to wait to see what map they're gonna play on. I think they're gonna be playing on Haven, because we're looking at the loading screen. I think they got Haven loaded up. Yep, Haven pretty much straightforward as compared to Bind and Ascent. Very attacking sided. You have three sides to get your spikes planted on. And obviously the mid control is gonna be very important to look at, because the mid control obviously gives you both B as well as C.
Indeed, and as long as they can kind of break through middle, it kind of worked out. It will kind of work out pretty well for whoever's playing in the attacker side. But I will also want to put in quite some understanding that when it comes to Ascent, the map is huge, right? The map is huge. When it comes to rotation, it's kind of tough to do this, do that, do everywhere. So as long as the attackers are very convincing with their pushes, they know exactly where they want to hit, and of course not be so predictable in where they are gonna be heading to, they should be able to break into a site in a 5v3 fashion. That is like at worst case scenario 5v3. At best it will be 5v1, and then 1 versus 1 and versus 1 versus 1, all that kind of stuff. And they gotta be fast. And in order to be fast, they definitely need Jet, because a cipher inside of A side is quite menacing, and even for B side, because there's a shit ton of one-way cages.
I mean for Cypher, he's always very good, right?
Yep.
No matter the site, if you know where your one-way cages are, as well as to where to put your traps, I think it's pretty much useful in every single map and every single situation possible. Where possible, you should always have a Cypher or a Q-Joy, either one. I think at this current point in the game, it's just so tough to run without a Sentinel. We saw what happened to INNERVOICE. Yes, you can pull off a couple of sick rounds, get us a couple of good headshots in, you get a little bit of that momentum going. But once teams start to settle down, they kind of figure that out. Okay, you're counting a lot of firepower, just pure firepower. They start to calm themselves down, they become more coordinated for the retakes, and then, you put yourself in that tough situation of not having a Sentinel in team. So I agree with you. I think Cypher works really well in Haven. And I do think, I think I spotted that both teams will be running with a Cypher.
Not too sure, but I would love to see that. Oh, okay. I love
Ta-da!
that. Da-da-da-da. At this point of time, we're going to be looking at AAA that is going to be playing on the defender side first. Introducing Pinocchios, Ginny, Ascetics, Koga Red, as well as Wannafly on the side of AAA.
Yep, and moving on to BBs, we have Long Long, K, Shin Shin, Leon, and Pride. And well, like I said, this is gonna be our first time looking at BBs live in person, so it's gonna be interesting to see what kind of agents lineup they run for AAA. I think it's gonna be very straightforward. Pretty much the Breach. I think Jin is gonna be playing an Omen. Ascetics is most likely going to be playing that Sova. I don't think he's going to switch around too much. Congarate already locked in the Cypher. Probably already having his meal with the rest of the teammates lock those choices in.
Yeah, I mean, so far we are looking at Cypher, Sova as well. In fact, Cypher, Sova, Omen, and Jet being the standard, and they are the repetitive one from AAA as well as BBeast. The only difference is, well, Arena as well as a Breach. And looking at agent lineups, I do really like attack all around, especially when we're talking about Haven, right? Breach in Haven is just absolutely disgusting, especially if you put Breach right inside of C.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, he has really kits that, you know, go the long mile. And when I mean the long mile, like really long distance flashes, he's got the concussion, you know, he's got the rolling thunder, you know, every single one of them that doesn't put the team at risk in order to deploy all these you know, utilities. So I think that is the one edge that I would give over to attack all around, just based on agents. I think having the breach is definitely an advantage to a certain extent. How they're going to utilize it, I'm not sure whether they're going to play as usual or if they want to keep some tricks up their sleeves, or maybe they've developed some stuff that they want to test out in the PvP. But that being said, BBs also not too bad. You know, they have the Cypher that we spoke of, they got the Sova, pretty much the same lineup as attack all around, except for the Reyna in place for the breach.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, round 1 between attack all around versus BBs. Most of BBs, it does seem like they are leaning slightly towards the side of A, with a couple of trap wires just to ensure that no aggressive backstabbing is going to be coming out from attack all around. Although I would like to believe that AAA, they are probably going to be playing a little bit more passively in the first few rounds instead of just rushing it all the way out, because they still want to test the waters. You know, they want to understand a little bit more on BB's side, and they don't want to be overly complacent.
Haven, pretty much the longest map vertically, I believe, before Icebox was released. And yes, it's attack is Haven to a certain extent.
Indeed. Hands down, attack is Haven. And as long as you're fast enough, it's gonna be tough to rotate. It's almost as similar as Ascent, but Haven, very big difference. In the meantime, Konga Red, he really wanted to try to just breach into the side, but it does seem like things are not working out well for him. Pinocchio's is gonna be wrapping it around. They are on the defense, by the way, so attack all around. They had 2 of their men already dead. Konga, he was doing pretty well when it comes to hiding inside one side of the corners, but it doesn't seem like he did manage to get the shots down. He was a little bit too distracted over the Reyna that got hit by the trap wires, and in the end, we are looking at Ascetics pushing right onto side. They are now holding down the side pretty well, and K2 Junior gets 1 kill on the Ascetics. Pinocchio's opens up, gets a kill right onto K2, right on the shot. Pinocchio's, he wanted to find Leon, he wasn't able to find Leon, and in the end, Leon popped a lead right in between of the eyes of Pinocchio's. All in all, well played coming from BBeast. They have drawn themselves with a single round away from attack all around, and will be very likely going to be expecting them to draw game number 2 as well.
BB's here, full on push mode. W Warriors all around, and that pistol round itself, we saw them throwing onto the Lear. Yes, Reyna did get caught by the trap wire, but you know, the Jet just came in, broke it itself, and now once again, they're gonna go for the push, and well, attack all around this time around, doing with it a lot better, getting them mid control.
No one's going over to B, no one's going over to A, but that could be a possibility. We may be looking at the Cypher going to A actually. But Ginny immediately rushes right into the face of K2. He did manage to make a quick work out of him though, and thus attack all around. Very weirdly, they manages to clinch this round out. And BB
it's too early to say. They technically haven't clinched it yet, but it's looking very favorable for them.
Yeah, looking at the man advantage. Oh,
Wow, what's
nutty! Nutty. That's absolutely nutty. Now, Konga Red, he's got eyes on...
You think I don't know how to get by without money?
The classic fall damage from Haven. I mean, it happens to the best of us, so I'm not gonna laugh at him. But
Please clip.
that was, entertaining.
Monka
That was
as-
very yep, that is.
Oh, Monka Giga. Oh my god. Well,
Someone
yes.
clip that, please.
Yes,
Thank
yep.
you.
Please thank you.
And send it to me and Abstract. But well, that was definitely quite a bit of a interesting moment, and definitely gonna see that circulating on Twitch pretty soon. And for now, we're gonna see the rest of Triple A. Very good hold though. They punished BBs as they were pushing out the garage, and free Bulldogs. Genie with a solo hold onto C-Long, getting a Bulldog for herself as well. So not too bad coming for all around attack all around, given that they lost the pistol round.
Oh no, the profile of Long Long, he doesn't really quite know that his profile is open, especially when it comes to his shoulder. And it is a wooden box after all, so it is too easy to just wall bang onto the box. And just like that, attack all around did manage to get himself with yet another win down into the bag against B-Beast. I would say that it is really unfortunate. So, ladies and gentlemen, the boxes in a garage does not fully block you unless you face the wall. Do note of that. Take note of that.
BB's here. Finally managing that full buy out after losing out on the second round. And attack all around. I don't think I see any upgrades. Yeah, they're gonna still run with those Spectres and Bulldogs they picked up from the last game. And the last round in fact, but Pinocchio's here, gonna hold mid by himself. That's gonna delay the push coming up from BBs for a couple of seconds, but I don't think BBs are gonna push too aggressively this time. It looks like they're setting up for A long though.
Yeah, it does seem like they are waiting for the perfect time. You can see that Leon is waiting for that moment where attack all around decides to go on the offensive, and once he got eyes on the players who went on all out like offensive, the timing though, Leon has been watching the angle for the longest time ever, and right as they decided to go, we've got Triple A to just pop right out. But in the meantime, Konga Red, he did manage to get the trap wire hit onto BB's. Good decent amount of tag over there. It does seem like Pinocchio's blinded himself? I'm not sure what exactly happened, but that is very, very, very questionable. But all in all, we are looking at attack all around 2 versus 2 right against BB's. Ascetics is now going to be hiding right onto the side of Stewards. He's got his crosshair placement a little bit too high, and thus it's going to be left with Ginny. AAA versus BB's. And now BB's have now managed to draw the game out 2-2. A little bit questionable crosshair placements, if you ask me. When it comes to Ascetics, it's a little bit questionable where he aimed at, and a little bit questionable when it comes to Pinocchio's utility usage, whereby it doesn't seem like he knew that the box was slightly angled, and thus his flashpoint flashed himself. So a little bit of amateur business over there. I'm not too sure why and what happened. I can genuinely give it to them if that is like small little mistakes, and I hope that doesn't happen again.
Tag all around, just spreading themselves up. It is the usual 2-1-2, but they're gonna send the jet over onto B, and a lot of noise being made over onto C long, but no one's gonna reveal themselves just yet. Long here, gonna be pushing onto Garage, but that is very close angle help by the Sova, and pretty sure that Vandal is gonna pop through the head of the jet, unless it's gonna be a tail whip, which I don't think he will. Oh, here we go.
Oh, that is unfortunate. Aesthetics was playing in a slightly off-angle position, so I can kind of give it over to BBs. It's really tough for you to predict that to happen, and you feel like someone's behind, but you don't want to be you don't want to have a trigger finger on that sense. We do have Empress popped by Shinshin. He's prepared to rush right inside of Garage, but unfortunately, there's not really much that he can do being all alone. We do have Flashpoint out. Shinshin kind of knows where to expect everyone else. Goes for the consume, and he does have a good amount of health onto himself right about now. Wanna-Fly got his crosshair placement right on top of the Garage. He picks it off onto Shinshin, and of course, another lead in between of the eyes of Leon. And just like that, 3-2. BBs is holding themselves pretty well against attack all around by drawing themselves 2 rounds away. But, you know, it could be about time where AAA starts to warm themselves up and prepare to launch hell onto BBs. Or maybe even the other way around.
Good hold by Aesthetics onto Garage there, getting a double kill. Like you said, it was an off angle, and you know, BB's not really too much you can shout about in that particular round, but you know, eventually did manage to get a couple of frags in. Meanwhile, attack all around. Wanna-Fly once again holding C on his own.
A single dagger used to destroy the camp. Not too sure how valuable that is, because I mean, 1 dagger missing is gonna mean quite a bit after all. But most of the players coming in from BBs, they are now rotating over to the side of C. It is going to be tough to push in, but I would love to see them try. Aesthetics now pushes out the sonar boat. He is going to be seeing a single jet right there, and he's going to be bringing up backup for his team. We do have fault lines. We do have a lot of utilities currently being brought out, and of course, even the Rolling Thunder is used. Long completely out of position, but he did manage to bring out a couple of his daggers as well as his Vandal. 2k for the side of Long. That is a lot of value already. Attack all around. They tried to go for the retake. They tried to go for the defense. But in the end, I gotta give it to Long. That was impressive. Just from himself being affected by the Rolling Thunder, he still managed to get 2 kills work for himself.
Yeah, one Vandal shot and one coming out from the knives. I mean, that was pretty much the round-winning play for them, for that particular round, right? And like you said, despite being concussed, 2 kills right off, just to get, you know, BB's that advantage in terms of manpower and
massive value, massive value. And now we're looking at Pride with with very little health. So let's just put it that way. He's tagged like crazy, and now BB's. They need to find a way to efficiently attack either side. They managed to attack C pretty well. So I do want to see how they're going to approach the next round. It does seem like they're leaning towards B or A a little bit more. So I would like to believe that they're waiting for, once again, they're waiting for attack all around to start to play a little bit more aggressive. That is a random tag of the of the spy cam that managed to work out. He did manage to tag onto the opponent's cipher though. Neural Theft is available for BB's side. Paranoia popped. 2 of the cyber cages has now been popped, and of course Lear has been destroyed as well. A little bit of a blind spray here and there. Wanna-Fly picks himself out. Koga Red with 2, make that 3, and Wanna-Fly comes in right behind of Shinshin. He gets himself 2 kills, and just like that, just Wanna-Fly as well as Koga Red is needed to shut down the push coming from BBs, landing themselves with a scoreline of 4-3.
Yeah, despite going into the side, BBs couldn't get the spike planted down, and speaking of spike planted down, no spike planted as of yet. 7 rounds, every single round has been a pretty much like firepower round in some sense. And yes, BBS did manage to get a couple of spikes here and there, but they didn't really need the spike to win the round itself. And it's been pretty much a frenzy between these two. And I gotta say, I'm really pleased at what I'm looking at. BB's not only rubbing shoulders with all attack around, but giving them a run for their money.
Oh, there we go. Recon board has now revealed the location of Pinocchio's and made full use of the fact that his position was revealed by you going for the flashpoint. Wonderfly goes in straight with a headshot on top of Omen as well as a wallbang onto the opponent's Sova. And just like that, we're going to be looking at Reyna as well as Jet being all alone, fighting against attack all around. 2v2, Neuro Theft pop. Kolga Red will have the idea and positioning as to where the opponent is. Asadic gets a kill onto Shinshin, and that is going to be a 1 versus 2. Asadic opens up, he gets a kill onto Long Long as well. And once again, it is pure firepower that dominated B Beast once again. They didn't even have the time, opportunity, as well as the space to even go for the spike plant.
That round is a perfect example as to why teams, or rather high-tier teams as well as professional teams, don't really like to take control of B side, because it's just a site that's so hard to lock down, right? You've got two ways that the defending end just come in from both sides, from both A and C link. You know, you've got to make sure that there's no one coming in mid. You got to make sure that your sentries or sentinels knows how to put those traps down, and it's just so much work as compared to A and C. I feel like B is like always that false choice that you don't want to be attacking, especially if you're playing on the attacker side. But hey, BBs, you never know if you never try, and looks like they learned their lesson. They're not gonna go for B anymore. Slowly shifting that spike towards the A. They might want to catch attack all around off guard. If they can get a frag on the C and quickly go into A. I mean, so far it's been a full rotation coming out of AAA. They haven't really seemed to play something out of the ordinary, right? It's constantly full rotate. And this time around, BBs trying to make their way into C-Long.
One enemy remaining.
And Genie pops the head off of Pride and Leon, only to be completely shut down by AAA by a long shot. Wonderfly, Asadic, Kolga Red, they are just making games work. And I gotta give it to them, they are definitely doing really well. Genie as well as Pinocchio's, they are definitely inside of that as well. But so far, it doesn't seem like they have a lot of that, what do you say, that flair just yet. Kolga Red managed to get himself with a 3k/4k inside of A just now, and it's just time for Genie as well as Pinocchio to find themselves with those kind of big plays in order to set their name in stone. But for now, BBs, they push us right inside of the garage. They are ready, they're absolutely ready, and they only have a couple of frenzies for their side. We do have the fault line that just manages to concuss Pride, but it doesn't seem like Attack All Around is interested in pushing them away from garage, because they know it doesn't really matter that much. Pinocchio caught with his pants down. Shinshin with the stinger immediately just pops ahead, or rather just riddle this Pinocchio up with holes. It does seem like the rotation coming in from the side of BBs is a little bit weird. They're trying to go for B towards A. Leon gets shot. Pride gets shot as well. The Paranoia hits onto Leon, and they in the end resulted with a spike plant inside of B. They should be expecting a two-way fight over here. Long Long a little bit slow on that reaction time, but just like that, the game is now going to be tied. Not tied anymore, unbalanced into 2v2, 2v1, and now tied back up into a 2v1.
Now Pride here. Oh, he doesn't have the angle. No. He doesn't know where the spike is.
How do you not?
I mean,
that is questionable.
Don't plant B. Period.
If you want to plant B, go for open plants. If you want to play in nest, that is.
Well, to be honest, I think BBs were feeling very comfortable about that round. You know, 3v2. You know. And a bit of a questionable play coming from Ling Ling. He is a player that has the most frag in his team, but in that particular situation against Genie, a bit questionable. And then, you know, you had the Sova, good idea there to try to use the Hunter's Fury, but, you know, Genie just outplaying, and that's why she's playing the Omen, right? She's playing the lurker role. She's, you know, definitely a very intelligent player, and you know, just a case of being outplayed there. And, well, attack all around. Looking very comfortable now, starting to pull away from BBs.
And now it does seem like BBs, they are interested in going for B again. And now Aesthetics, he went in for a little bit more of the aggressive round, especially right outside of Garage. He gets himself one. He may be getting himself another one, but unfortunately his head has been popped by K2 Junior. And because of the death of this Sova by the Garage, is going to be activating Genie as he commits into Garage. And they lined up perfectly for Ginny. They were having too much issues trying to watch into the windows. Do I watch windows? Do I watch the pathway? Do I watch windows? Do I watch the corridors? They don't know where to see. And right as Ginny pops right out, they lined up. And just like that, AAA has managed to get themselves 8 rounds so far. And BBs, unfortunately, with only 3 rounds.
Yeah, they swapped the positions of the Jet and Omen, and this is why they're looking so successful right now. Sova used to be holding C-Long. They used to put the Jet onto Garage. It didn't work out for them. They switched things up, put the Omen on the C-Long. He has the dark cover. You know, she's able to hold C by herself, play off those off angles, put Aesthetics now onto Garage and catch the Reyna off guard. I love this cover for AAA. They're keeping things fluid, and it's so tough for BBs to kind of predict which side to push.
And now, BBs has now pushed themselves slightly towards into an A split. C split. And I like this. We do have Flashpoint currently being thrown by Pinocchio. Another one of the Aftershock and Flashpoint. It doesn't seem like BBs really know what to do because of the amount of utilities currently being thrown out right inside of Garage. It's just way too much for them to even handle. And in the meantime, BBs also try to push into C Long. They have got the idea. They know what they want, but they don't know what is going to be the response of AAA. And the response? It is going to be an all-out firepower from the side of Ginny right in C Long, and an all-out utility throwing from their bridge. It was literally Flashpoint, Aftershock, Flashpoint, Flashpoint again. And do note, he got fault lines as well.
Like I said, attack all around, sorry. 6 rounds now on the truck. Starting to turn this into quite a bit of a dominant defending side, but now they're gonna swap sides. Let's see how they do on the attack. And they're gonna start off with a bit of a shock dart onto behind the site. I don't think the Omen wants to stay there for too long. Already dropping really low. Now K2 JR is gonna hold by himself, but Genie pushes in the frenzy spray down. Doesn't get anyone, but look at Sova's health.
Oh no, we do have Jet currently. Oh, it does seem like fault lines is currently being pushed right on top of Long Long. He immediately gets himself the tailwind out of there and hits himself out. Wanna fly? He literally flew and right in front of the faces of Leon. And attack all around, they managed to dominate in that pistol round with not a single casualty. Attack all around, they did manage to make full use of their utilities. They really knew what they want to do. Pinocchios went straight out for the fault lines right in between, right from the other one side of C into the defender's base area. And thus, there wasn't really much thing that Long Long could have done at that point of time.
Looks like we've got gonna be in a full ASAM. Bulldog straight out of the Triple A's lineup. BBs, nothing they can really do here, but try to do decent damage, and it's gonna be tough for them. No traps, no cages.
No cages. It is all up to their.
But they do have one.
Firepower.
They do have 1 to 8 shots, so I think that's not too bad. But here comes a shock dart onto Long Long. No way out for the Jet. Triple Q, and you know they're not even into the side just yet. Well, speaking of which, Shin just got pushed against by Wanna Fly. They're gonna get spiked down, and I don't think this Omen is gonna get anything. In fact, he might be caught out by Cypher, which yes, it does happen.
Indeed. I mean, Cypher, after all, is usually the lurker. You kind of watch out for the other side just in case that someone pushes out. And it does seem like, in this case, it worked. Someone did push out after all. But all in all, I would just like to say that BBs, they definitely need to change something up. Now is the time whereby they are able to buy a decent amount of equipments for themselves. And Long Long, going for Operator. and not just any kind of operator, but a glass cannon operator. I'm not a big fan of that, especially since the side from BBs, they are hyper aggressive. They are pushing all the way through and through. They do not wait. I mean, maybe they wait a little bit, but you know that they are just aggressive. And when it comes to bumping to the side, they are decisive.
Now, well, that is the theory used up. No utility throughout for the Jet, and yeah, this is a bit of a risky play, but looks like we've got a case of I don't care, because Longland's gonna get the first shot onto Wonderfly. They managed to let the shot fly off and now attack all around. They know there's an operator onto A long. They're just gonna quickly fall back. I think they might go for a garage push.
Perhaps. It does seem like they have missed, they have walked past the garage area. Koga Red. Oh, what is this actually?
What is this? I think it's a decoy, and well, BBs at this point in time still biting on it. Oh, they tried to commit the Jet to the rotate, but because of the cyber traps, they think that it's gonna be a B push, and now by the time they realize it's too late, Attack All Around has control of C-side.
I have absolutely no idea what just happened, but it is what it is. We do have Attack All Around that have managed to get themselves right inside of C-side already, and of course with the spike planted at safe, and of course they also have got the eyes on the spike as long as they stay within C long. We do have Flashpoint blinds everyone else, but Pinocchio's completely whiffs up all of his shots. Konga Red hides inside of Garage. He is not in favor of the plant though, but they all lined up. Ginny gets one and Konga Red gets another one. Ascetics as well as Ginny, they're just gonna be hiding. No! Ginny opens himself. No! Ascetics opens himself as well. But there is not enough time.
There is.
I don't think so.
I'm pretty sure there is.
No. Oh! 0.07. Yo, 0.07. 0.07. I got... okay. Okay. Okay.
That was definitely a really close recall, but no, Attack All Around. For a moment,
Here.
they almost made it work.
Yeah, I mean, they should have made it work, but I don't know why they decided to just peek long one after another.
But they had to, right? Because at that point in time, BBs was just committing one person to go for the defuse and, you know, just getting Long to cover him. So it's either you allow him to go for the defuse of the spike, or you try your best to stop it. And in that case, well, Long just being a beast and, you know, making sure that his diffuser is well covered, and even if he isn't, don't worry, they get the trade and they get the round.
Yeah, they still have money, so it is okay. But in the meantime, Wonderfly goes for a spray down. He did manage to get a really good tracking right on top of Pride, though, so I'm gonna give it to him as well. We do have the dark covers, just gonna be getting a good amount of cover right onto the side of the defender side. We do have Wonderfly trying to get a kill, but unfortunately wasn't able to do quite that. Konga Red as well as a couple of dismiss coming in from Shinshin. He tries to get himself away. He tries to relocate himself in a better position, but unfortunately Attack All Around was just a little bit too dominated for them, and thus that previous round was then dominated by Attack All Around. This could potentially gonna be the last play coming from B-Beasts. Do note that this is a round robin best of 1 series, so B-Beasts will only fight Attack All Around once.
We have seen moments of brilliance coming in for BBs. The fast rotates, the aggressive plays, the full sense, and
No more charges left.
well, it looks like kind of just ran out of ideas at this point. Attack All Around just starting to swap over. They try to go for the C push. I would give them credit for trying to switch things up, but Triple A, no nonsense here. Coming in, the concussion. Is it enough? And it just might be. Oh, they commit the flash as well, and I feel a little bit bad for Shinshin there, but Triple A now 5v2, and you kind of get the hint that this game might be over.
Yep,
sooner or later.
Yep, they're just gonna be rushing right in. We do have the flashpoints that's being used. Leon is gonna be the final man remaining, and unfortunately, he is gonna be using the Stinger after all. And thus, with a massive push coming from Attack All Around, they have managed to draw the game away from BBs with a very convincing win. And if I remember correctly, that was a 13-4. Yeah, that was a 13-4. And congratulations over to Attack All Around. They have definitely gave us quite a game. Look at them. All of them is just topping the charts, topping the leaderboards, scoreboards, whatever
even
it is.
the bottom frag on the side of AAA, Pinocchio, has a double-digit score. So it's not like it was a solo carry. And this is why AAA is so scary as a team. Every single one of the players is proficient. Every single player can tap heads, and they all can pull their own weight. And this is why they're one of the best teams out there in the region. And you know, I wouldn't say they're the best team in Thailand, but they're up there, right? They're in the top 3. So yeah, I think this is where, you know, teams will start to take note. And yeah, AAA looking really scary. I mean, they had a bit of a warm-up at the start, and a little bit slow. BB's, you know, capitalizing on those mistakes and, you know, trying to play very aggressively in the pistol round, which worked out for them. But, you know, eventually AAA kind of just woke up and, you know, snapped into second gear and just took over. So let's take a look at the highlights to see just how AAA managed to clinch that win.
And this is round number 5. Long Long is just popping heads after heads, and he shouldn't be able to do that, especially when he's concussed.
Well, you know when a player does that, he's gonna pop off in this game, and that's what he did. He really did pop off, but unfortunately, it's like one player that turned up against 5 players that all turned up. So it was really tough, and it's not like the rest of the BBs were not contributing. It's just very tough against, you know, a team like AAA. They're so coordinated, you know, every single one of their move is so efficient, and you know, like I said, once again, a very good individual play. But Long Long gets the kill to A Long, but there's just so much you can do. There's only so much you can do per se, and you see every single time, you know, they want to stop the defuse. Long Long is there to get the trade, and yeah, BB is just. I think there's a lot of work to be done, but I'm liking what I see. I don't think they're a team that can be easily pushed over.
And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we have concluded the first 2 games of the round robin series, and so far we have seen Indonesia fight against Singapore, so we won't be seeing that already. We have seen Myanmar fighting against Thailand, so we won't be seeing that already. But of course, they will be shuffling all about, and each team, or rather each country, will fight against every single country. So Singapore will fight all the countries, Indonesia will fight all the countries, and all that jazz. So that is the round robins that we are talking about. So after we are done with looking at all of that, playing all of the games, and then the leaderboards will then show us who are the teams that will head over to the grand finals, and then also the bronze matches.
Yep, so Abstract pretty much ran through the scheduling, but the bronze match will be played off stream, right? The third placing match will only be played off stream. So it's just the round robins and then the grand finals, which is the best of 3. So we're gonna go for a short break. When we are back, it's still gonna be us covering the next game, and we're gonna have Howler and as well as Hey It's Quite into studio after that. So yep, gonna go for a break. When we're back, more Valorant.
The Huawei P40 Series 5G. Break the boundaries of speed and distance. Capture the best part of every moment. Even at night, you can discover stories within stories. Huawei P40 Series. Visionary photography.
Everyone loves winning. That's why we've made it easy to pay for your apps with a Singtel mobile bill. With easy one-time setup and fast transactions, we offer hassle-free payment and convenience while you focus on winning. Stay entertained and pay easily. Find out more at singtel.com/DCB.
Sam lives his life like a one-take music video, where everything is as smooth as can be. Sam dashes it the smooth way. Now, dash it your way.
Attention gamers! Singtel brings an ultra-powerful Wi-Fi 6 experience to you with the new ASUS RTAX86U gaming router. Boost your mobile gaming performance with a tap on the ASUS router app. Defeat Wi-Fi congestion with 5 GHz band for ultra-fast responsive gaming. Get it free when you sign up now with our 1+1 GPPS Fiber Pro Gamer Bundle. Only available with Singapore's #1 network. Visit singtel.com/gamerbundle to find out more.
Want to leave work on time, but can't deal with judgy colleagues? Easy! Dress up as the delivery guy. Want more data? Easy! Add more data anytime. Go Gomo!
เพราะวันนี้คืออนาคตของ Cloud Gaming สนุกไร้ขีดจำกัดบนเครือข่าย AIS 5G อันดับหนึ่ง The future is yours.
Experience the great rise of Now, all by yourself. Download now.
Dear Mother, light of the home.
Dad?
Hey, baby! Greetings, Professor Rodolfo.
May I be absolved from
Math Club tomorrow.
May Globe Virtual Hangouts kasi.
Go and hang out from wherever you are. Just open the Globe One app, choose an event, and click join.
Watch concerts online.
Woo! Dance together.
We can do quiz nights.
Yo, let's go! If you allow me,
I promise
to make it up to you
and repay your kindness tenfold. Truly, your favorite child.
I love you, Dad.
Mimi.
Please, babe.
Thank you, sir.
enjoy your fave events with low prepaid virtual hangouts. All together now.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PvP Esports Season 2 of the Valorant Open Championships. My name is Abstract and with me here is Aris once again, and we are going to be looking at the next game of BBeast versus XCN.
Yep, and well, XCN there, you know, showing us what they're made of in the first game against INNERVOICE. And yeah, that was a bit of a, I would say it was quite tight at the start, right? But then, you know, INNERVOICE started to kind of just falter, and you know, like I said, not having any sentinels on a map like Bind, you know, they didn't really manage to lock down the B side. They tried it a couple of times, you know, got countered, but that goes to show that XCN, they know what they can do on this breach, and they played it really well. So I think the map choice is gonna play a very huge part how XCN is gonna play the Asian lineup. They might go for the same one, right? Who knows? But for BBs, like I said, we just seen them play for the first time against Attack All Around. You know, pretty decent mechanics. But you know, when it comes down to facing against the top dogs, I think coordination-wise, a lot of room for improvement.
Indeed. And before we even jump onto the game, let us just take a look at the standings so far. And so we do have BREN Esports that have already played a game against Singapore, and of course they got a win for their side. Velocity got a win on their side against Myanmar. XCN got a win on their side against XG. So far INNERVOICE have played 2 games, and unfortunately both of which were losses. BBs also have played 2 games, both of which were losses, but at a deficit of 10, which is a whopping amount, by the way. Attack All Around with the 1-win game against Myanmar as well. So that is a deficit. That is an advantage of 9 rounds. So we pretty much saw AAA fighting against BBs, and we were talking about like how it's kind of it's pretty good for them in some sense, one-sided, but Velocity drew an even more one-sided game against Myanmar, if you think about it.
It was a 13-2.
It's a 13-2.
Yeah, 13-2 against BBs. But, you know, at the end of the day, I think getting the W is more important than the points, right? Yes, the points are important, but if you get W across the board, you will qualify for the grand finals. That's the idea behind it, right? So I think that's going to be the main goal for all of these teams that we're looking at today. Yeah, but Velocity, Gaming, and Attack All Around currently in the lead. And yeah, well, I think we are looking at a case of the lower teams trying to mitigate the losses in terms of rounds. See what I did there?
Okay. But yes, speaking of mitigating, I have no segue for this. But okay, so with that all said, I believe that the next game upcoming is BBs versus XCN. Like we said before, we kind of know a little bit more about how XCN plays. We know a little bit about how BBs plays, and unfortunately, BBs, the way that they play is rather puggish. There are times whereby they don't really know what they are doing. When it comes to firepower, Long is undoubtedly the strongest one in the side of Team BBs. But, well, it is maybe too early to say that. I'm looking forward to see what exactly the lineup from BBs, which is the attackers, Leon, Long, Shinshin, K2, and Pride, have got in store for us.
Attacking side, I don't know, like, every time I see the word split pop up, I feel it's so unfair for the attacker side on the first half. But then again, we have seen teams lose a ton, and then when they swap, they get the reverse sweep. So that's the thing about split. It's all about getting as many rounds as you can on the attacking end. Same for defenders, but even more so on the attacking end. If you can get like 4 to 5 rounds, that's it. I think that's really good. And then you go to defending side, you know, get the pistol round, and you know, you kind of just snowball from there. But I think one point that's very interesting about
choose your agent,
the BB's lineup, is that I think they're going for the Q-Joy. So yeah, no Cypher, which is pretty interesting. Both sides running quite similarly, but there is a Sage instead of a Reyna.
Yeah,
and there is also a difference in terms of the Phoenix and the Sova.
Yeah, I mean, you can call me, you know, nostalgia kind of person. You can call me old-fashioned, but I really do like to see a Sage playing in mid.
Oh yes.
So
the
like,
classic Sage.
Yeah, the classic Sage in mid, especially when it comes to defenses. When it comes to defense, so what I'm expecting to see from BBs is that they're going to have a Killjoy in their B side. As for B Heavens, we are looking at the Sage. So their B is undoubtedly going to be strong. But when it comes to A, they may have a little bit of a problem because the last person, the only other person that could give them some form of control is going to be Shinshin, that has his dark covers.
Yep. Once again, Sentinels. Both teams running with only one Sentinel, which I don't think is an issue. It's a Killjoy. She's gonna have quite a bit of a fun time on split, but she does get the lockdown to control the dark cover. And this is something that I don't particularly like. Putting a dark cover onto Heavens and not pushing, because to me that's a dark cover wasted. But BB's not gonna complain. I'm not gonna complain about too much about that, because BB's did manage to get 2 frags, one down the mid, one into sewers. But Force Mark here holding a really sneaky angle. Oh no, the Omen picked, but he didn't really get the shot off, and Force Mark will be able to get the first frag in, although they do have a Sage that's really low as well.
And in the meantime, it does seem like we do have most of the members coming from BB's heads their way over to B, and the dark covers pops. We do have the nanobots that are just going to be popping as well. A lot of comedic just going to be happening here. Kage is all out in the open, and he allowed BB's to nail quite a lot of lead right on top of his bodies. Abong CS going for a little bit of a 1v3 kind of scenario, or perhaps even 1v4 kind of scenario. He did manage to get a kill for himself though, but ultimately he's still doing pretty darn well for that point. At least that's some value in that kill.
Axian here losing the pistol round, which means that BBs will have a bit of an easier time, even though they're attacking Ant, because we are starting to see a couple of Spectres and a Bulldog. Leon's gonna hold on to that ghost that he managed to save the previous round. And now Axian here gonna settle for a couple of Buckies, I believe, which is interesting. But Flincher, risky play, trying to jump right through the corridors. Didn't really work out. Pride here will get the headshot, and well, I feel like this is still a straightforward round for BBs, given that they bought this round out. But here comes Abel, trying to force through to get the shot off. The shotty doesn't pay out. The wall comes out from the Sage, gonna delay a bit of time from Axian.
And now Long as well as the Sage, they really want to take control of the elbows, and it does seem like they are doing pretty decently, if you ask me. And of course, they even have Sage wall being erected right by Heaven, so that really wasn't any ways that the defenders could even enter by the top side, by the Heavens, unless they kind of gun it down. It's possible, but they may end up spending a little bit too much time. BBs with a great and explosive start into the game. I really love what they have here. And when it comes to the agent side, I really like the agents too. So if they manage to get 4 wins in the attacker side, then I think that they are pretty much all set when it comes to the defending side.
Cover going out.
Yeah, the thing about Split is that, you know, having a race means that there's not much room for the opponents to cover. A lot of teams have shifted away from a race, but it's nice to see that BBs and Axian are still trying to make that work. Shin here trying to move down the middle. The blast pack will take some HP off him, but it's only 4 HP, so I don't think he will have too much issues. But Force Mark here holding a very sneaky angle once again, playing off those right angle picks, and she's gonna get elevated through the wall. He has teammate support of his teammate, who Pride will take down immediately, but here comes the refrag from Force Smoke. Gonna get the overheal into the back, and here comes Killjoy pushing in. No one's watching Heavens. A triple kill. Can you get the ace though? Coming in from the side. Oh, Flinch coming in from CT to give him a helping hand.
And just like that, it does seem like it's going to be 3 versus 1. BBs with the last man remaining, they're just going to be hiding right within of B side. The question is, I don't think that XCN actually knew that Leon is around here. You managed to hear a little bit of that sentry queue, so it makes sense for Leon. You're just going to be hiding here. Wait things out. And
kind of daring him. They're like, go ahead, go for this plant. We'll get you, but go for the plant, go ahead.
Planted.
And just like that, completely flushed out from the plant spot with the shock dart, and everyone else have got their eyes on BBs. And we're looking at the 3rd round in. XCN has managed to turn the tides around, got the game for themselves, and is looking to be pretty darn good. Once they're done with all of this game, they can just head off somewhere and get themselves some good fun. Good money, good credits. That's what I'm trying to meant to say.
Axian here, you know, getting it around was really important. BB's could have just taken it away, but now they're going to settle for half buys. I mean, stingers throughout the board, a couple phantoms here and there. You know, economy not looking too good, but if they do a good rush, I think it's doable. But for Smoke, gotta switch up the angles. He's been holding mid for the past 2 rounds, but now he's gonna hold on to B main. And BB's they're doing the due diligence, but once again, like I said, I don't like the fact that teams put down the dark covers and don't push, because that's a wasted utility. I feel like if you want to do that, try to cover some ground, you know, push your opponents backwards. Those are the small things that good teams do, is making sure that opponents give up ground and you're getting one step closer to the site. Now look at the situation. BB's used up half the utilities, still stuck at the halfway line, nowhere near the side, and they're gonna have to go through the whole process again, which kind of just builds into the mantra that XCN will have more confidence in making sure they shut those sites down.
And there we go. BBs have committed into having 2 ultimates, and Long pops out the ultimate, and it does seem like it didn't manage to get used to get to use it, and that is relatively sad. Run it back wasn't used as well because it was popped, but he just kind of hid by middle. And just like that, BBs have expended 2 ultimates from their side, and they have lost 3 men. Fortunately, XCN, they managed to get 3 men down from the side of XCN. We do have Empress being popped by Frostmock as well. Just waiting for someone to pop out from the dark covers. Unfortunately, we do have Leon that comes in from the back of side. Kage comes in from behind, gets a snappy headshot right onto Leon. Now that is some crisp headshot with that of course that crosshair placements. I gotta give it to him. Yeah. That was crisp.
That was a good flick. That was a really good flick. He was looking at the right hand side of elbow, but that flick to the head, that was really snappy. And like you said, well, XCN are doing really well now to shut it down, and because of that false buy cover BB's the previous round, they're gonna have to be poor this time. But it looks like BBs don't care. They're just gonna force buy every single round, and but it is a half buy, right? Because they're going for a couple of armors here and there. You know, they still have 2k in economy, so I think they're kind of prepared to lose this round and buy next round. But you know, if they do win this, it's gonna be a huge bonus.
As long as they have 1k, it should be okay for them to go for a full buy in the next one. In the meantime, the attack is Killjoy with the lockdown. It does seem like we do have the pinch shot just gonna be popping right up onto Leon as well. Kage just turns things around. Headshots on the front, riddle up more members with holes. It is gonna be a 1v1 fight between Shijin as well as Kage, but unfortunately for Kage, he's just gonna be losing right out. Fire completely changed things out as he brings one more person down to the count. The pinch shot is gonna be tossed by Long, but is not gonna be aiming anyone. In fact, he threw it up high. I'm not too sure why, but what he should have done is just throw it right in front of him.
There.
And just like that,
yeah,
they have money now.
They have money, yes. They don't have a Sova, but they have money. And they're gonna buy up here, and XCN. Interesting to see that they don't need an operator at this point, right? They doesn't really look like they want to play the operator. They're just gonna run with Vandals and Phantoms throughout, and why not, right? The thing about Split for defenders is that they don't even need to cover those long alleyways. If you can, that's good, right? You've got the screens, you've got mid, you've got B main to play off the operator, but for XCN, with the angles they're holding, because it's so close and it's such a tight angle, they don't need it. All they need are Vandals and Phantoms. They can get the first shot off on the head. That's good.
And here we go. It is going to be round number 6 now. XCN versus BBs. XCN has been dominating in the previous 2 rounds, and BBs with the first 2 rounds. They literally, this game could go anywhere and to anyone. And looking at BBs, the way that they are moving out is they have one person that's going to be heading into B, a little bit more acting as a lurker. One person in middle as Sage is slowly now slowly starting to converge with the Phoenix in B, and the rest of the BBs members that was crowding around in A main heads their way over to middle, and you know, right about now, Kage. He did manage to use his ultimate as a form of scouting too, though. The Paranoia hits, but he's not gonna push because of the slow off. That's just going to be completely pushing him out. We do have a really nice curveball coming in from the side of Pride. Kage, he did manage to kind of avoid that by a shy bit though, but still not fast enough to react and get the kill onto this Phoenix. And all in all, it is going to be 3 versus 3 right about now. We do have lockdown as well as running back being committed.
Yeah, but they do have...
You will
not the good push that they want, but they do manage to get a frag there off, and Resurrection will be used coming in from the Sage to the face.
Right there. And fire takes 1, takes 2, takes 5.
Player standing. A.
Ooh, the ace coming out from the race right there. Nearly getting 6 kills though. Because that was a Sage revive.
That was sick.
So they burned 2 ultis, they burned the run it back, they burned the revive coming from BBs, and on top of it all, it was an ace. So fire's on fire.
Oh my god. Okay. That kind of threw me off a little bit, but that was impressive. I gotta give it to him. And that was impressive. And of course, that clutch pick, and rather the clutch spike defuse is one thing as well. In the meantime, we are looking at the next round right now. XCN is now has now gotten themselves with a 2-win lead. BBs is now slowly going to be heading their way right onto A, and I wouldn't be surprised if they're just going to go all out in a full-out aggressive right into ramps. And when it comes to Heaven's side though, XCN, they have 2 members holding by Heavens. Both of the turrets can potentially be staring at each other in this cowboy showdown, but one of the turrets gotta have to move in front just by a little bit more.
Sage here gonna set up. They do put on the alarm board, but it doesn't look like they want to put the Painted Shouts onto Elbow. Here comes slow off as well, but they're taking 1 damage coming from Nano Swap. And yes, the Painted Shouts will pick up the frag onto Shinshin. BB's already losing 2 members. But look at that, they're nowhere near the plot. A-Bolt here gonna get the Vandal shot in, the double spray down onto Long Long. Now it's gonna be all down to the Phoenix, who eventually gets taken out by Flinch onto Heaven's End.
Yeah, a little bit fortunate. Well played, coming in from XCN. Things are going faster than I expected. BBs though, what do you think that they are missing? I feel that their execution was actually rather decent. They throw Pain Shell inside of over to the back of side. They throw the Snow Up over the back of side just so that the Pain Shell could do its magic, do its work. And even when they try to entry, they kind of go for that 2-man cell entry. But
okay,
it still seems
here's
like...
the thing, they're pushing against a Killjoy in A. And you know, pushing against the Killjoy, you gotta expect those nano swaps. And I felt like for BBs, yes, they did everything correctly, but against the nano swap, the fact that they took so much damage before entering the site, and because of the nano swap itself, it split the team into 2. So that gave XCN a lot of time to rotate, pincel them into both Heavens as well as main. So that's my key problem for BBs. I felt like if you want to push against a Killjoy, you gotta bait out those traps, and then you should go in for the entry.
And there we go. A little bit of fountaining coming in from the side of BBs as they try to take control of B Heavens to jump right down into B itself, only for XCN to be there waiting for BBs to just drop down like that. And then, by the way, so far XCN is now 4 points in the lead. We are looking at 4 more rounds incoming for the first half. And when it comes to economy-wise, BBs, as long as this kind of carries on, BBs will have enough credits to constantly buy out their weapons. And just keep on buying and buying and buying and buying. It shouldn't be too much of a problem until BBs eventually gets a win. But typically, they would need 1,000 credits in order to secure themselves with more utilities as well as equipments for the next round.
Oh wow, that is a really good recall board there, revealing 4 members on the side of BBs right down into mid, and you can see the rotation coming with the Killjoy. She's gonna put herself onto Heavens just in case if she needs to cover that so far. But I don't think that BBs really want to push down mid. It seems like they're going to set up into A, and good 6 cents coming off the Sova there. Good pick at the same time. Didn't really manage to get the kill, and that was a bit of a wasted chance because I think the Killjoy was going for the ultimate ult.
Not too sure about that though, but the Zona Bold has assisted Abong CS with a really good and easy headshot right onto Long Long. 5v4 now. Abong is just gonna be hiding right by the back of side and just gonna be right by the elbows and just gonna be waiting for the perfect time or waiting for someone to eventually pop themselves out. The spike is planted, so the perfect time for them to eventually go in is that when everyone is prepared and ready to go. Kage spots out a couple of players here. He spots up the turrets as well, but it does seem like Killjoy coming in from their side has managed to open up the right side of the map, and Kage still being in heavens, he opens up the left and it manages to help them secure this spike with no problems whatsoever. XCN definitely do have a routine down, and they know who watches where, and they cover for each other in their 6.
Okay, so we saw in the previous few rounds they kind of struggled with the entry, but in that round itself, in round number 9, I think BBs did really well. They went to mid, they baited out the Nano Swarm. They got a bit lucky onto A ramps because they didn't get picked off by the Sova there. But moving into the side, now they gotta improve on the lockdown. They need to improve on defending the spike plant. So after the spike plant, they kinda just threw a smoke onto A ramps, but other than that, nothing else. Yes, you throw the wall down, but you put 2 members in the cubby, no one's watching elbow, no one's holding heaven. I think that's a really risky play. And I think with BBs, the issue for them now is they're playing very, very conservatively, especially on the attacking end. So they might need to switch things up a little bit and be more focused on those angles, because Split is really about angles.
The Paranoia just gonna be charging up, waiting for the Q of BB's rushing in. There we go, the Paranoia pops, and the rest of the members coming from BB's immediately retreats into safety. And the usage of the dark cover has now split them either split them up or pushes them all the way in to buy themselves a little bit more time. And it's rather good that he himself managed to push 3 members away just because of one single Paranoia and one single dark cover. In the meantime, it does seem like we are looking at a satchel coming from the side of Long Long, but unfortunately it's just going to be completely shut down by Kage with an immense headshot while mid-air. XCN, they are prepared. Due to the fact that BBs, they were a little bit too predictable on that side. They have placed themselves right by garage. They have tried to go for that a little bit more. They don't bother trying to go for any form of distractions in A, distractions in mid. Oh, we are trying to go for A, and suddenly they turn around, double back, those kind of stuff. No, BBs just say, let's go to B. They hang around in garage and stays there until they think that okay, their utilities is now used up. Let us change it around. So, some strategies must change from BBs because they are becoming way too predictable.
With it, gave a bit of a warning statement there. Split is a defender's map, but BBs here really struggling to have a sniff of victory after the first 2 rounds. They do really well with the ultimate there coming from race. They get a kill onto Kage, but that's about it. I don't really think they can push to the side. Look at that Foremost coming in. Got the Lear out as well, but he doesn't need it. Well, eventually gets taken out by Long Long, but
you should run.
Yeah, look at that. They still got 2 ultimates. They've got the lockdown. They've got the ultimate coming in for the race.
This is very bold play coming from BBs. This is absolutely bold play. He's just gonna go straight
even
in.
With the lockdown, they're not in the sight.
I don't know why either. Usually when you go for the lockdown, everyone runs out of the lockdown area, and that is your chance of running in, swarming in, and put down the spike. But BBs, they decided, let me just use this lockdown and then save my gun.
Yeah, I don't know. That was a bit of a weird decision for me. Like, there are a lot of flaws that I see with BBs coming onto the attacking end, right? Number 1, they don't get the Omen smoke on down to mid. They're constantly pushing in with the Phoenix, just trying to just pure firepower onto B heavens. That doesn't work because on an angle like Split, or rather on a map like Split, there's so many angles that the defending end can play off. There's so many angles that you can get caught, especially in mid. And when you have a center, or rather a controller like Omen, which is so good because you can throw smokes from long distances away, covering the mid vents is the best position that you want to put those that duck cover down. Is if you want to push into B heavens, right? Secondly, we just saw a bit of a I would say misplay, but a very questionable play coming out from BBs. They get the Killjoy ultimate down, but they don't push in. So that, like, why do you even use the ultimate in the first place? If you're not gonna push into the site, then I think if you really decided to go for the save, then just save both your ultimate and the gun. Like, that's just value for me. And now that it's a 5v5, the Killjoy's ultimate will be so useful here, but because they used it in the previous round, they don't have it here.
It's a matter of win or lose with a single ultimate. The lockdown could have been able to get you a win in one game. Is that kind of thing. But in the meantime, let us just move on from that matter. We are looking at BBs that's just gonna be rushing right into site B. It does seem like we do have the from the shadows coming in from the Omen, and he's just gonna be placing himself right at the backside of B. And this time, we do have the defenders Killjoy that have the lockdown from Team XCN. And if not for if BBs did have something around that, they could have been able to do something about this. One player detained. It does seem like they managed to find out where exactly is that final member, and the defenders has managed to push and flush everyone else out of the site, and there is absolutely nothing that this Omen would even do because of the swarm, because of the nano swarm that flushed him out. Everyone else was looking at him while he's inside of garage, and it's just there. Nothing that he could have done, and thus the end of the first half, whereby XCN managed to draw out 10 points away, and BBs unfortunately only with 2 points.
Well, once again, another question on the board. Last round, why are you saving? Like, that's the last round before the switch, and I felt like in that case it would make more sense to try. I know it's a 1v4, right?
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
It's a very unlikely scenario that you're gonna win. But either ways, even if you lose, there's nothing to save that round. You're not gonna bring any economy. I wished I could, right? If in Valorant, if I could, I would. I would bring all the amount that economy that I've saved into the next round. But that's just not how it works. So. Yeah, but I mean, you know, now that BBs is on the defending end, let's see how they cope with it, because I think this is still doable as long as they win the pistol round. And I stress that they have to win the pistol round.
They have to. If they lose the pistol round itself, then it is essentially they are going to be heavily handicapped for the next round. And thus, 2 rounds in a row for XCN, the next round ends up to become match point, and there's no saving grace from that point onwards anymore. Long eventually pushed out of the dark covers only to find himself completely riddled with holes by the frenzy of Fire Z. But fortunately, his aggressiveness did manage to pay off some by getting a kill onto Reyna himself. So ends up with a 4 versus 4. They know for sure that the Sage is on B heavens. But how exactly are they supposed to tackle with this current situation? Do they want to go for a kill? Do they want to rush into B? They waited for the wall and then walked right in. And then they know where the Sage is now. Information now has been popped. And XCN, they are just gonna be rushing right in. BBs, they're trying to give the ideas and of course the understanding that, oh, everyone else coming from XCN is now rushing over to B. So now BBs, they are heading over to B heavens with no one else in B side.
Fire's gonna hold on to garage there, giving BBs a bit of a conundrum. It's tough for them to get this retake, and true enough, XCN, you're gonna win the pistol round. And well, I don't want to be the one to say it, but I believe that this map could be over.
It's just 1 round in for XCN, but typically once you win the pistol round in the second half, that pretty much means that you are heading over to the second round with a win. And let's take a look at BB's lineup and what are they gonna do. They know that the next round, this round, if they were to lose, the next round is going to be a match point all the way. And BBs has opted to go for a couple of shorties, a single frenzy. They just want to keep their values afloat above 1,500 credits, just so that they will be able to go for a full buy in the next round. And I respect that, but it's going to mean that they need to pull out so much miracle plays. they need to pull out so much good plays as well. I'm not too sure why she didn't even play in that corner. Sometimes you can play in that corner, but in different situations, you gotta have it in the right cause. Force more, he pushes right out, and it does seem like there is a really nice blind coming in. I believe that was Paranoia right on top of the race, and Flinch immediately just gunned down with a Spectre onto K2. XCN.
Match point.
At that point of time, it's kind of like they're just bulldozing their way through B-Beasts.
Well, it's just, you know, doing your due discipline, knowing where to put the Paranoia down, and I think to sum it up, it's just a case of XCN knowing that they've won that round, right? It's a 4v2, and there's only so many places that BB's remaining players could be in. Like, it's either the side, the back of B, or, you know, on the side itself, on the pillar itself. So I think XCN, they pretty much knew that, so that the Paranoia was really good. That shocked that though.
Oh man.
Gonna take like half the HP of the. I mean, they do have a Sage, but I don't think they're gonna heal her. So that's sad. That's very sad.
We shall see how that's gonna go.
It breaks my heart. Jet, heal me.
Heal me.
Heal me, Jet.
That is way overused, but who cares? Heal me, Jet.
Revive me, Jet. Okay, now moving down to mid, Flinch. Oh, good owl drone. That's gonna reveal that. Are they gonna push it though?
That was that was barbaric. That was absolutely barbaric. As we do have Kage just literally just running down right in your face. Here's a Spectre. Bum 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 bum. And XCN, they don't care about anything. They know that the game is pretty much over, and when it comes to the start of that previous round, they immediately managed to get themselves with a decent amount of kills already. So, XCN, they trumped over BBs. Although I gotta say, there have been times whereby BBs have managed to execute and break into the sites really efficiently. But unfortunately, when it comes to firepower, they just don't quite get it right. They don't really, they can't exactly land the shots. But with regardless of the fact, they have their crosshair placement in the games. That is for sure. They have the crosshair placements. But I would say that it is more about the timing that they are sometimes missing.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the stats itself, right? You look at the number of plants, you do get a lot of spike plants coming in from the side of XCN. So, like I said, it's not like they can't enter the site. They can, but it's in a very inefficient manner. By the time they get the spike plant down, they've lost 2 to 3 members, right? And even the cases where they get 5 men in, they're not holding those angles correctly. And hence, why you see the huge amount of diffusers onto the side of XCN.
I would like to point out that there could be a possibility that the side of BBs is that they are maybe there's a little bit of communication tackling.
To be honest, I don't think it's an issue of communication here, because you've seen instances where they can pull off those frags out.
Right.
They get those flashes in, but I think it's the decision making and
That's kind of where I'm trying to go into, because remember when we are looking at Killjoy, it does seem like he's seemingly comfortable with trying to barge into the side. Once he barges into the side, he does a little bit of a double backing. It kind of seems as though that he wanted to go for it because he already expanded his lockdown anyways. But I believe that in the end, his teammates just say like, just save it. So he kind of had like this, you know, hesitation. Do I go for it? Do I just follow my instinct? Do I just play it? Or do I just, and by the time that he's finished thinking, lockdown has already occurred, and it makes no sense for him to continue.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. But, well, the replays are ready, so let's take a look at how XCN were able to get that pretty much one-sided map. So, this was round number 3, where, you know, XCN had their first buy round. You know, not that straightforward of a round. It could have gone either way, but XCN eventually closing that one out. Moving on to the 5th round, yeah, really good Killjoy placement, but, you know, the painted shells and, you know, the mollies just slowed down BBs. There was just nothing much they could have done. By the time they entered the site, they're really low in HP. And I think on another note, that Killjoy's ultimate, the lockdown, was kind of an exposed area.
And of course, we throughout the game, throughout the fights, you can pretty much understand the defender side when it comes to XCN. They are very meticulous when it comes to their defense, and of course, when it comes to the positionings as well, they kind of know where each members are. And even if one person were to whiff, they have got someone to back them up.
Yeah, you saw in the replay there how XCN used the Killjoy's ultimate as in comparison to BB's. They dropped the ultimate going for the retake. The moment they drop, 4 members flush into the side. They don't hesitate because the Killjoy's ultimate can only last for so many seconds. And yes, technically one way you can play it is to wait for your opponents to get detained, but at the top level, who does that? Like, it's really rare for players to get detained in a Killjoy's ultimate. It's a very pop thing to happen. And I think just to summarize it, it's all about efficiency. Axiom was just more efficient in utilities, in gameplays, in rotation. And in a map like Split, I think when you have controllers and sentinels, it's very important to use those abilities rightly. We saw the difference in efficiency, right? BBs, they had pretty much the Omen and Killjoy, both heroes that
good controls.
Yes, and XCN had as well. But it's just the way that he used it, right?
Correct.
Dropped the Killjoy's ultimate, didn't really want to go for the plant. Wasted ultimate there as comparison to XCN making a lot of use of the ultimate to get ground and moving in. And on the other hand, look at the Omen smoke. When, you know, XCN wanted to push, they dropped the Omen's duck cover into mid vents. Sage War came up, they broke it down, they pushed in because the smoke was still up, and they didn't really want to waste that utility. Yes, and you know, when it comes down to maximizing your utility, Omen is one of the rare agents that if you drop a smoke out at the very start of the round, you can have infinite amount of smokes. Not sure if you know that. So the cooldown is 30 seconds, you drop a smoke in, you wait for about 20 seconds, you drop another smoke, another 20 seconds, you drop another smoke. So you can pretty much just throw a smoke out every 20 seconds. That's the rate that you throw it.
And if I'm not wrong, you can concurrently have like 5 smokes in the map?
You can have up to, if it's from one player, you can have up to 3 smokes.
Oh, 3.
Yes, and if you're playing on both ends, then obviously you can have up to 6 smokes, which... yeah,
it's kind of
there's a lot of mayhem there.
Yeah, it's kind of disgusting.
And one more thing before we go into break is I think for BBs, if they want to improve, is that when they get the spike planted down, they try not to give too much ground for XCN. Like, not only XCN, but your future opponents before. Because when you give too much ground for XCN to cover, it makes it a lot easier for them to push aggressively and then, you know, make sure that the corners are flushed. And, you know, it's the process of elimination when you're going for the retakes. Where could your opponents be? And the more ground they cover, the more confident they get as to where you are, and it makes it easier for the defending side to retake.
I think when it comes to the side of BBs as well, economy is one thing that we want to talk about as well. I would like to talk about as well, because there has been some time that they seemingly just go for a force buy, half buy when they don't really need to do that. They can kind of just go for a save, they can go for a half buy on certain occasions, full buy on certain occasions and all the stuff. So I think the BBs do have quite some potential in changing up when it comes to their economy knowledge as well as how they use their credits. And you know, speaking of credits as well, if you guys are interested, when it comes to credits equals to money. Money equals to shop, dine, pay, and commute literally with Singtel Dash. And of course, the all-in-one mobile wallet for all your payments and lifestyle needs. Of course, Singtel Dash does not account for your Vandal credits and all the stuff, but you are able to get the $2 cashback for your first transaction. So just go over, download now, take a look at your app store, get that Singtel Dash. And in the meantime, speaking of mobile phones as well, whenever you're playing on your phone, whenever you're buying stuff, you can use a Singtel Dash over to Mihoyo, for example. You want to buy gachas, and of course all this kind of stuff. You can use your Singtel DCB, buddy, direct carrier billing, and hassle-free, easy. Press one button, you've got your gachas, and just like that. So basically, if you want to find out more about what Singtel DCB is, head on to www.singtel.com/DCB. And absolutely, when it comes to all this kind of sponsors, we also like to give a shout out to Singtel as well as Gomo. Singtel does have their Super Gamer bundle, and of course with their super speed on their number one network in Singapore. 1 + 1 gigabits per second fiber pro game bundle, by the way. So you also can take a look at their site at singtel.com/gamer bundle. And I've been talking a lot.
Yeah, but if you're not looking for all of that, you're not interested, don't worry. If you just want a simple mobile plan, we're gonna warm you up. Not only we're gonna give you a simple mobile plan, we're gonna give you an awesome mobile plan. You can choose to go Gomo and get 20 gigabytes, 200 minutes, and 200 SMSs for only $20. Same thing, also on Singapore's #1 network. And well, you can check that particular promotion at gomo.sg/warm. mobile. So that being said, well, my name's Aris and Arstrike. We'll go for a little bit of a lunch break. When we are back, we're gonna have Holler and Hey I'm Quack on set to cut some remaining games in the PvP Regional Finals for Valorant.
The Huawei P40 Series 5G. Break the boundaries of speed and distance. Capture the best part of every moment. Even at night, you can discover stories within stories. Huawei P40 Series. Visionary photography.
Initiating Project Royale.
Hi.
Noise canceling.
Hello?
Everyone loves winning. That's why we've made it easy to pay for your apps with your Singtel mobile bill. With easy one-time setup and fast transactions, we offer hassle-free payment and convenience while you focus on winning. Stay entertained and pay easily. Find out more at singtel.com/DCB.
Not enough hours in the day is not an excuse you'll hear from Sean. He's swift, he's efficient, he's a master multitasker. Go, Sean! Sean dashes it the swift way. Now dash it your way.
Attention gamers! Singtel brings an ultra-powerful Wi-Fi 6 experience to you with the new ASUS RT-AX86U gaming router. Boost your mobile gaming performance with a tap on the ASUS router app. Defeat Wi-Fi congestion with 5 GHz band for ultra-fast responsive gaming. Get it free when you sign up now with our 1+1 GPPS Fiber Pro Gamer Bundle. Only available with Singapore's #1 network. Visit singtel.com/gamerbundle to find out more.
Want to leave work on time, but can't deal with judgy colleagues? Easy! Dress up as the delivery guy. Want more data? Easy! Add more data anytime. Go Gomo!
คืออนาคตของ Cloud Gaming สนุกไร้ขีดจำกัดบนเครือข่าย AIS 5G อันดับหนึ่ง The future is yours
Go and create even more with the new Glow Prepaid, because it's your imagination that will keep the world going.
Hello and welcome back to the Day 5 Super Gamer Fest. This is the last day. My name is Holler and I'm with Quack. How are you doing today?
Yeah, I'm doing good, man. I mean, feeling the festive spirit.
Yeah, I can kind of tell. You got the hat on. You're ready to go. I'm just afraid there's going to be like a mistletoe that drops down and put me in an awkward situation.
Well, as long as production doesn't put us in that situation,
yeah,
I think we're pretty good.
So we're in the open regionals right now. We've got we've seen a great set of games already, and we're going to go into the next one, which is going to be India versus Thailand, Velocity Gaming versus Attack All Around, and I just love that name. But I mean, we're going to see some high-level Valorant play, so I'm looking forward to it.
Absolutely high. I mean, these guys, they are, arguably the best teams for their region.
Yeah. And we saw a lot of some of the highlights. Then they were kind of steamrolling. They were doing quite well. I'm expecting this game to be a little bit more, more competitive. I expect it to go the distance. And mind you, these are still best of ones. It's still round robin. We're gonna get to the grand finals, which is gonna happen later today. But before we go into that, let's do the P40, which is gonna be the Huawei run, which is gonna be a really nice phone. As you can see, it's like an amazing photo. Like I'm pretty sure that's high definition for you. It's pretty amazing stuff. It's very sturdy. Yeah, well, that was something that we discussed yesterday. And the fact that it's actually very cold to the touch, even when I'm just kind of playing around with it, it feels like an ice cube almost. So, which is great, right? Because when you're gaming, it pretty much it gets really hot, and obviously, when you're gaming with your other phones, they tend to overheat a bit, and they get like super awkward because you're like, you're getting sweaty hands, right? Yeah. Just playing the game. But this is actually quite nice in that sense. I mean, they have an upgraded image engine, intelligently optimizing all of the image frames to ensure high fluency with less power consumption. You can also avoid any overheating issues, as the unique super cool system of 3D graphene film is partnered with the ultra-thin VC
this thing
to efficiently conduct
will not
away.
overheat.
Yeah, and it's got a Leica camera, which is amazing. The photos are amazing. I'm actually scared to look at the camera roll because I'm not sure what
we don't know
what Justin and Eugene have done and all of that. So I'm afraid of that. But we're gonna keep this as like a family show. So I'm assuming that it's gonna be appropriate and everything. But it looks like the players are starting to load up, and we'll actually have the standings. Can we see that one going into this? And so we're looking at this. Okay, it's XCN is up top. They got 14 points. Velocity Gaming is in second. We'll see them shortly. And Attack All Around, I mean, they're still in the running. 3 points. I mean, you won one, you lost one. You're kind of in the mix, so to speak. But there are still plenty of games to be had.
Still plenty of games indeed. I mean, a lot of these teams are absolutely great, but I have to say, BBs, they need to pick themselves up, right? I mean, looking at the scoreboard right now, it's -31. That's...
Yeah, I haven't done the math. I don't have my abacus right now to tell you exactly where things are, but I think BBs might have a rough time. I mean, they need to win out, right? And they need to play. They're going to play against what? Singapore, INNERVOICE, and they still have yet to play Philippines. I like this chart in the sense that it makes it very easy for us to see where they're at. But I feel like BREN Esports is a very strong team, and they've only played one game. I mean, yeah, they've got that win, but it was against INNERVOICE. But the thing is that they have plenty more to play. They have the least amount so far, so I'm expecting big things out of them. But also Velocity Gaming, which came out with a stunner in the sense that you got 11 points out of that. That's pretty massive.
It is absolutely massive. I mean, just looking at these stats alone, aside from that, I mean, looking at stats from, say, sites like the Spike.gg, they have a crazy win streak of, they basically beat every single team within their own region. They have 9 wins and only 1 loss.
Okay.
And that's on a whole competitive level.
Okay, but that was, I mean, not to take anything away from that. That's quite a feat in and of itself, right? But the thing is that this is kind of you're opening it up. And it's weird because even the first strike qualifiers, you've kind of seen like the regional ones. You haven't really stepped outside of that bubble, so to speak.
Yeah.
And so now you're playing the international level,
That's the question that we're here to find out to answer. I mean, they're going up against a lot of other teams right here. I think up next, it's actually going to be Velocity versus Attack All Around. And Attack All Around, arguably the best team in Thailand. They were playing in the AOC Masters tournament yesterday, and they have a lot of star players. They have players that have qualified for, major CSGO tournaments in the previous years. They even have, I think they're the only team actually in the whole region that has, it's a mixed team. They have a female player.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, no, it's great to have. I mean, esports is kind of like that. Everybody's neutral, right?
Great
It doesn't even matter. Like,
yeah.
I don't even, to be honest, I mean, it's great to have that opportunity. We understand that there's, plenty throughout. Even BREN Esports, they have a all-female Dota team.
Oh, yeah.
And they're very strong team in and of itself, right? So, like, I love the fact that esports is that, you know, genders don't matter. As long as you can click some heads in this game, and you can, you know, you can play, and you can win out, and you communicate well. It doesn't really matter where, you know, who you are, where you're from, and all of that. So.
Absolutely, and we would love to see, you know, more mixed teams in the future if possible. But yeah. Up next, that is the story. It's going to be Velocity versus Attack All Around. Two giants from their own respective countries, India versus Thailand. It's going to be absolutely insane.
Yeah, I mean, I'm expecting big things right here. And also, let's do the DBS shout out, which is going to be for the promo for these Royal Ergonomics chairs. I mean, if you're building your dream PlayStation at home, we've got you covered with an exclusive flash deal just for DBS Live Fresh card members. Enjoy 20% off Royal Ergonomics gaming chair with no minimum spend when you check out with promo code DBSLF5038, which is on the screen right now, and it's only valid for today till 23:59. What's more, you can enjoy 5% cash back when you pay with your DBS Live Fresh card. Head to www.royale.sg and shop now. T's and C's applies. And of course, you know, Royal Ergonomics, we've been sitting in the chairs all day yesterday as well as today, and they've been very comfortable. And if you don't have a gaming chair, you're doing terrible things to your body, because you need a comfortable chair. You need to sit down and make sure you're gaming in style, because if you're not being able to click those heads, it's because you probably don't have a good gaming chair.
That's right. I mean, you were talking about it. You can recline in this thing, right? If you're taking a break, you're just a little bit sore from staring at your screen all day long, flicking your mouse all over the place. You want to just take a quick break, recline all the way back. You lean back and relax. It's like heaven. You're in cloud nine.
Actually, when you're playing the game and you just die early, you just recline. Right? And then by the next round, you just pop back up and you're good to go, right? So, like, you can even do it, time it in between. So, again, just a very comfortable thing. And a big shout out to all of our sponsors, of course, because without that, we would not have had this PvP Esports Season 2. And we're going to go into the game soon. I think the players are looking to load in. Again, best of ones. Are you looking to, I mean... It's coming from like a Dota stand, you can kind of cheese out games. Valorant's really not that style, right? But I mean, it's one of those things where you can still do like a Viper strat. You can still do, you know, attack defender. Like, you still have your slight advantages, especially if you get the right map. But it's not as like clear cut, I would say.
Yeah, not exactly. I mean, my personal take is that you want to win as many rounds as possible, especially because, you know, you're playing group stages. It's round robin. The more points, the more rounds you have in your pocket, the more rounds you have won, the higher your chances of getting to the grand finals. And after all, that's what these players are here for. So.
Okay, yeah. So I think we're ready, and we're going to get going, and let's go hop into it.
So once again, these are the teams Attack All Around and Velocity Gaming, the best teams in their own respective countries.
Yeah, I love the Phoenix here, the nice little logo there. Attack all around, though, it's funny because it's only coming from 3 different angles. If you're attacking from all around, I feel like you should have that fourth one. I know it doesn't make sense with AAA, but, you know, that's just me just being, you know, criticizing your logo. Nonetheless, I'm pretty sure your strategies and all that and your gameplay will make up for the lack of your logo. But I'll talk to your team later about that, and maybe I can get some, you know, some money involved, you know, design feedback and all that. But we're going to get into it. It's going to be Ascent here. All right, I love the fact that, you know, we're going to start with a Melsa, which I'm going to call, which is going to be the male Elsa, a.k.a. Sova there on the top left. So, I mean, the dude, he only says stuff that Elsa would say. So, you know, at the end of the day, he is Elsa, right? Right? Like, so, but he's got Phoenix, you got Raze, Omen as well, Jet. It seems like a pretty standard one. No Sentinel, though.
Dude, no Sentinels. We were talking about this yesterday. You got to let that go, man. You got to let it go.
No. Oh, male Elsa, Melsa. I will do what I please, you know, at this point. But, you know, it's one of those things where...
Select your agent.
I think in the previous matches, we kind of just saw the power of the Sentinel and making sure that you've got your flanks covered. I think it tends to be a little bit more of a information gathering type of you know, agent. You definitely need something like that, and I mean they can kind of work around that, especially with, you know, maybe you've got the Phoenix and you're going to go in, or like the Raze, but I'm not 100% sold on this not having that Sentinel, even with the nerfs.
You got a good point. To be honest, I'm actually going to agree with you. It's Sentinels, they do so much. They are basically your, you know, Sentinels. They're the bastion between the opposing team and the bomb site. You're able to prevent them or to delay them from pushing in, and at the same time, if you're playing an agent like Cypher, you can gather so much information, even if you're on attack, if you know how to use your cameras properly, as we've known some really good players to do. But yeah, looking at Velocity Gaming's composition. You got triple duelist. We have Raze, Phoenix, and Jet. It's definitely going to be interesting to see, especially that they're playing on defense. So perhaps what they're going to go for instead is instead of holding the sights down, they'll just give it up and then play retakes.
Yeah, and I mean TSM play that style, right? Where they're the very aggressive one. They didn't play with the Sentinel. So some teams are definitely going to emulate what's kind of working in the area. You know what I mean? Like First Strike is one of those opportunities to see what other teams are doing. So it kind of makes sense. And I mean, if you could click your shot, you hit your shots, it doesn't really matter about getting that recon and that information because you could just kill people, right? So the potential for them to just kind of run over teams is there, but we'll see how they play out, especially on defense, which is not easy for this team.
Yeah, it's not easy at all. You can see that he just put out the dark smoke there to kind of bait out a couple of shots, maybe even slow them or push them away to another site. And it's definitely working out because attack all around, they're kind of uncertain about where they want to hit. They're thinking about going towards A, but they're still looking towards mid control. They haven't established their presence just yet, but they're looking at things. They're trying to establish these sight lines. If anyone peeks out, then that's going to give them a shot.
And they seem to be going heavy for mid right now, but they have the smoke which will dissipate right now, and it's open, so they will see at least something. They do see the Jet. Hot Hands was pump fake there, but it looks like they're going to back off here. But they're going through market, and they're going to make their way into B. Jet dashes forward. He gets a nice blind, though. He's looking to go and wanna fly. Actually gets the first kill of the match.
It's in his name. He wants to fly. Antidote here is looking to support his teammate, but once again, they don't have that Sentinel. So the site's basically gone over to AAA, and now Velocity, it's going to be a 4v5 retake. Antidote still looking for a shot, knowing that there's probably a player by market. It's going to be a really iffy push here, because if he just rushes onto site without clearing it, he's going to get taken down. Instead, it's going to be Pinocchio who falls. So numbers are even, and they have an even chance at taking down the site.
I mean, they've covered their angles, and they did a really nice job. Nice headshot again by Antidote there, but they're looking to go in. Congo Red, it gets a kill, and he does get another one, and they're looking to trade this one, and Antidote comes out the victor, and they're going to get the defuse. I don't know if he's got time, though. We're going to see if it's
he does. He got it. He's got it.
I just tried to make it as dramatic as possible, to be honest. I knew he had it. It was in the bag. But nonetheless, he started off with an ace. Antidote, wow. Great start to this.
This guy is absolutely insane. I've taken a look at the stats. He's got an average combat score of 233. Wow. You know, as an average, you kind of want 170 if you're pretty good, but 233, that says, this speaks volumes about this guy. 23% headshot percentage as well, so, you know, he makes his shots count, and that is why he's got 5 kills as well as his Blade Storm. It's in his pocket. He can use it at any time, but right now, he's just going to hold on to his ghost, you know, establish these long sidelines. Got to be careful there, buddy.
He's at 5 HP, and my gosh, you talked about the 233 average combat score. That's 230 points higher than mine, right? I'm literally at 3 points. Okay, but I'm not very good. But nonetheless, he's at 5 HP, very low. Didn't really, I mean, he got picked off there. He's lucky to have just survived here. But again, the Raze goes down super early, putting them in a world of hurt right now, as Ginny's looking to get this, but he's at 4 HP himself. He's going to throw in the dark cover, just cover the retreat. They got a Cloudburst as well, blocking a lot of that, and he does get just picked off. Antidote, another kill going the way. And it looks like he's covering and holding his angle into B.
Yeah, I mean, things are definitely just falling apart for AAA here. I mean, they didn't have the weapons coming into this round, so it's pretty much a foregone conclusion. But, you know, you still would have wanted to see a little bit of damage. Antidote could be the next one to fall here, as he's at 5 points of health, but he'll just narrowly make it out alive. And that's information for his teammates, as they know, okay, we can pinch them down by this alleyway right here. And that's exactly what Amaterasu is trying to do.
And they're going to flank around. It's going to be, 4 versus 1. It's going to be very difficult. All, Antidote needs to do is just hide in the boathouse. And yeah, there were just going to be a matter of time before they got all around them. And attack all around are getting surrounded, which is kind of odd.
Yeah, it's the opposite of their name, dude. I don't know what's going on, but now that they have rifles, things could definitely change up. But on the other hand, looking at Antidote, he's brought out the Operator.
Yeah, this is what you want when the Jet player, right? This is the style that he has. I think Jet is the #1 agent with the Operator, just the fact that you can just dash away. And especially when you're balling like this, 7-0-0, going into third round, you can just, you pick your poison.
Dude has his stacks of cash, man. He's just making it rain right now, and he's possibly going to connect the shot, but no! It's going to be an easy trade for WannaFly and Amaterasu. Still 4v4. It's going to be up to Velocity to hold this A site down, as it looks like AAA might actually just decide to push through. Still taking it slow. We've got it's pretty early in the round. They're just waiting for someone to peak right now.
Yeah, they just got away with one, but it's an even trade. But losing, Antidote, especially early, is a big blow to the team, especially since it seems like they're kind of riding on Antidote's momentum. But losing that early is not great. Axcali, on the other hand, is just kind of running through mid. Does need to be a little bit careful, but is unable to find anybody. And they're going to kind of stick around A. It looks like Attack All Around is eventually going to make their way there, but they're looking for just one more pickoff before they make that eventual push.
That's right. For now, though, it is just information that Axcali is looking for. He has the intel that there's no one by mid, but that just gave it away. He knows that there's probably a Sova, maybe even a second player, and that's why he chucked those paint shells there. And that's going to be Conga Red taking his head. Cyber Cage in to use the Euro Theft as well. And that is big, big information for AAA. They know that A side is open. They're going in. They're going to plant the spike, and it's going to be 2v4 retake. No, make that one.
Yeah, Maratsu's going to try to just probably back off at this point. I mean, he's going to go for the flash. He gets the he gets concussed here, but he's going to stick around. He's going to go for the flash, and he does get it, so he gets one kill on Acidix there. So nice play there. But can he get the other one? He's going to slowly peek around, but no. Pinocchio's gets the headshot and ends that one.
Yeah, I guess Amaterasu's nose was just a little bit too long there, peeked out at the corner. Pinocchio with the shot. And this guy, he actually plays for another team called Overtime Esports, and you can see that's in his tag right there. They played yesterday in AOC's Masters, and AAA actually lost that one. So, kind of stealing, poaching your opponent's top player there, perhaps, but it speaks volumes, right? I mean, AAA right now, they've managed to win that round because of Pinocchio, because of the rifles, and kind of, I guess, Antidote dropping at the first start of the round now. Hopefully this time things are going to be different.
Yeah, they start off with a flash. The Boombot does get killed. The paint shells will slow down this push a bit. And he's going to run back into Wine, reload, make sure he's covered. And that's kind of a sneaky area if you can get on. Because somebody always has to cover that angle, making sure. But I don't know if they know that he went back there.
Well, maybe if they're feeling a little bit adventurous, they might push in to check it. But for now, the dark cover will definitely just hold them back just by a bit. You can see that Amaterasu using the running back. This is going to be big information, big value. He finds a headshot. The Cypher is gone. That means no more lurking. And there's another huge firefight happening over by A main. Help for her. He takes him down.
Yeah, Pinocchio thought he had the flash, but unfortunately just not enough. And he was able to just hold that angle, and it looks like this is a Hellfire's by himself. He does get the spike down, so they know where he is. He's going to teleport at the top, and he's going to look over. Can he get the peek? He does, and he clutches that one out. Hellfire making plays. 3-1.
1v2. I didn't think that he'd had that because he teleported over onto Heaven. I'm pretty sure that Genie should have heard it, but the peek and she didn't have her rifle up, so man, Hellfire just making plays happen. That was incredible. And I mean, Velocity, this is what they're made of. That perfect play, early paint shells over on the A main, forces them back, allows Axcali to hide and whine even. And just, I mean, Amaterasu, he's doing his thing with Phoenix.
Yeah, he's taking it up. I mean, again, he's like, I love Phoenix because I feel like it's just like one of the most well-rounded agents. It provides so much. You had the information and you got the value kill with the run it back. I mean, you just have so much that he can do with this. And if you're able, especially if you're able to hit your shots, it's just way better. And Antidote gets a 3K mad value there. Yes, he got picked up at Pinocchio's, but I mean, this is 4-2. This is pretty much a round guarantee going in the way of Velocity. As I say that, Pinocchio's does get a headshot there.
That is a big, big headshot. Could possibly turn things around for AAA right now. So you can see that Pinocchio is still doing his thing of lurking over by B lobby, and Velocity might have caught on to that fact right now, but the fact that the spike is down just puts A in a very tough spot, and Pinocchio is unable to make anything happen. It's going to be all up to Conga Red, the lone survivor. He is looking for a shot. He knows that they are over by A short, but it's going to be a tough fight.
Yeah, and mid Cubbies is the power position, right? If you're going to go in mid and you want to go under, in the gate here, you pretty much, it's very dangerous because it's high ground to low ground. You have that elevation and you can kind of peek through, plus you have more cover up there. So it's very difficult. If you want to go mid, you need to ensure that you have mid cubby on lockdown.
Not to mention there are 2 players there, and Hellfire is just going to be the one to shut his coffin down. Conga Red will fall, and that's going to be the score 4-1. Velocity Gaming. I mean, these guys have not really, competed on a regional level as of yet, but this is a very, very good showing, especially against a team like Attack All Around.
Look, India has some of the most amazing FPS players. Like, their teams are great. Their PUBG was amazing. Everything about them. Like, they have the infrastructure, and they're building it up, and India is going to be massive in the FPS world. And you're proving it right now with Velocity Gaming. You just do, on a roll right now.
That's right, and I'm very sure that all the Indian fans are watching this as well, supporting their favorite team, Velocity. Let's go. Let's not give Attack All Around any room to breathe whatsoever, but WannaFly looking to change things up, just going to dash right into sight. They could have control over it right now, but Velocity Gaming, they're just biding their time.
No, but I like this aggression. It's a little different. Every other round was patience, right? And they took it very, very slow, but this one, they dash forward. They make sure that they get the sight. They get the spike down, which is going to be tremendous value, especially going into the next round. I mean, they probably should close that door, but once they have that one, it's kind of locked down right now. But how does Velocity Gaming get back into it? That's going to be a nice start. They're going to be trading here, but it's 3 versus 4 going into this. The Boombot is going to be a little off the mark. Paint Shells is just going to go really high and just rain around, but I don't think it's going to do any damage.
Not too much, but I mean, this is what we were talking about earlier before. Velocity, they have a triple duelist composition. That means big value on attack, and that is what they want to do when it comes into retakes. But I think they just took a little bit too much time. They were waiting, trying to suss out intel, and it just didn't go in their favor. But it still does cost AAA a couple members. Their economy should still be fine as they wander around, but Velocity, they're playing it safe. Might be too safe at times, I think.
Yeah, Attack All Around taking a playbook out of the Suicide Bomber playbook, in the sense that we'll die with this one and we'll just make sure that it goes off. So Attack All Around ensures that they got the win. They're back in it. Obviously, Econ is going to be a little bit, shaky right now, especially with so many agents dying on that one, but they're in a better spot getting that win. Velocity Gaming, another round loss, and they might have some, issues with the economy.
Not too bad as of yet. Both teams still have full buys, with the exception of AAA. I think I saw a Spectre there. The score is 4-2. Attack All Around could make things change here. Still, an early dark cover. It has been the same one for the past 2 to 3 rounds now. It always stops Attack All Around, but this time they're just going to push right through it. Might see another dash from WannaFly. He's going to go right in, and this will open things up. Velocity still just waiting on their heels, though. The spike has been dropped, and this could be a big, big problem for AAA.
It's just way too much. You got Heaven, you got the side from Garden, the door wasn't even closed. So he's just too many different angles as they're trying to rush through, and Antidote, makes WannaFly pay, ensures that he's the better clone, and it looks like he's going to look to just try to, to thwart out what he can do, but it looks like Omen is completely run away, as it looks like he's by himself. I don't think he's going to go for the plant, as he makes his way to mid.
Ginny, she has the marksmanship, but this time it's going to be Excali who's going to be better at that. So 5-2 is the score. Things just fell apart for Attack All Around. I mean, the aggression might have worked once, but once Velocity starts to adapt to that, they know that they're going to go for the same strategy. They know exactly how to thwart that. They know how to counterplay it. The shock darts, we had a lot of shots fired as well. Antidote just waiting patiently over by Heaven. It was the perfect vantage point for him.
It had the perfect one. I feel like their initial part where the guy who needs to close the door, basically the Hodor of that team, on that team strategy, didn't do a good enough job of holding them back. You close that door, you shut it down so that the angles are pretty much only from Heaven, right? So that it makes it a little bit easier to promote that. But man, Antidote Hellfire starting off this round with a bang. Antidote being able to outfight them with a frenzy. He's just like turning it up right now. This guy is on fire.
Absolute fire. I mean, the Hound is afraid of this guy. Antidote, now he's just waiting for those cloud bursts to dissipate. But it's going to be right to Ace, who flawlessly closes it out for his team. Still, that's a 4-round gap for Attack All Around to close out. It is a very, very big problem that they have right now. They need to find a way to gain entry into these sites, but the way that Velocity are just playing, they're so safe. They even go so far as to give up the sites and then come in with a retakes game, and attack all around are just having a tough time dealing with these really far back positions.
Okay, if we're talking about defense here, if you're looking at what Antidote is doing, he's flexing all over the place, making sure that, you know, the initial, that peek out with the operator is just being able to come from, you know, it could be from A one side, it can come from B. This one looks like he's all the way in the back. Run it back into the Hunter's Fury. He does get it. He does pick him off with, you know, nice 3 kills to start this one. Hunter's Fury and the Showstopper getting value, but it looks like they've got return kills. Congo Red and Wannafly do get some kills, and they do have the spike, which is all the way in the back, actually. They haven't picked that one up, but I don't know if Attack All Around can make this come back in this one.
We're going to have to wait and see. I mean, Wannafly and Congo Red are still alive. Amaterasu does have information that they are somewhere over mid. Gonna walk right into Antidote's crosshairs. No! And now it's all up to Wannafly.
Congo Red just seeing nothing but red at this point. We getting picked off. Did not expect that. This is one of those things when you're walking and, you know, there's one player with an operator, but it just happens to be, you know, down mid, and you got to be careful in terms of how you do this. Sometimes it's not the easiest things, and sometimes you just get picked off like that. So it's a little unfortunate. But Wannafly gets a kill here. And he does have the A site. He's going to get the spike down, but can Antidote and the Phoenix here make their way back? I don't know if they can get this. Wannafly's in a pretty good spot. He's at full life. He drops down. He does get a nice headshot. He's turned these into 2 1v1s, and he goes for the updraft. He doesn't actually find Antidote. He's slowly peeking. Antidote is being super patient, waiting and holding that angle, being very, very defensive, trying to like hunt for the prey, and hopefully Wannafly will peek out. But they're walking around, and this is a tango for 2. They spotted that, and he looks around, and he does get the headshot, and Wannafly clutches that one out. What a play!
Patience is what that is, right? They kind of went a ring around the rosy a little bit. They saw each other. It's like, oh, peekaboo. Oh, wait, I'm going to hide back in. And, you know, it's just a question of a rifle versus a sniper or a pistol. And up close range, you know, Wannafly, he had the Phantom. It's just an easy spray for him. And that sealed the deal. It's definitely tough to retake with an operator. But Antidote, he tried what he could. Still going to hold on to it with the operator, and that's going to be big value at the start of rounds, but when it comes into retakes, that's the problem.
And it comes back to Amaterasu, just like an Antidote. When they go down, they need to go together. You know what I mean? Like when you see, it's like one of those SWAT teams in the movies. They coordinate, they ensure that they're going together, so they create havoc and they can cover one each other. What was able to happen was that they were to take it into individual duels, and once you have 2 1v1 duels, it's a lot more difficult than a 1v2 straight up.
Exactly. You can't shoot 2 targets, but they turned it into a 1v1. Oh, he spotted the barrel, but Ginny comes out swinging. That's Antidote taken out. The operator's out of play now. Hunter's Fury in as well. Ooh, right to Ace gets caught by it, and Ginny finds another headshot. That's 3 players down already. This definitely opens A side up, and Velocity Gaming are in a world of trouble.
Yeah, and this is the thing about Valorant in the sense that it's very momentum based. You had that amazing clutch in the last round, and then all of a sudden you're kind of in the driver's seat. You're kind of playing well. You're starting to hit your shots. You warmed up practically, and so now you're in the game.
You've warmed up. You're feeling yourself. You're feeling good. And Velocity Gaming, they're feeling a little bit cautious. Looks like they're just going to head back, possibly look for exit frags and hold on to their weapons for the next round. Although you got to keep in mind the fact that they're still alive after the spike has been planted, they only get 1,000 credits back.
I mean, but they've got guns. At the end of the day, it's not the worst thing. I think that it's probably better to save, especially since you lost the last round. So let the the losing bonus kind of just rack up, at least for your team. You don't really need to do it as long as you stay alive. This is quite a feat in and of itself. 2 versus 5, probably not a fight you're going to win. So they're going to play a little bit safer and save for the next round.
Yeah, safe indeed. And it looks like A-Sticks and Ginny are just waiting for them to possibly peek out of the corner. Well, it's not going to happen, but that was definitely a big round for AAA. They're using the Hunter's Fury and opening things up very, very nicely. The way they crept up slowly over onto Catwalk, knowing that Antidote probably is going to be playing around that corner, with the little barrel peeking and then getting that information, Ginny just peeking out, pre-firing that shot onto Antidote's head. He's still adamantly going with this operator play. This time, though, switching things up over onto B main, where he could possibly pick up an early kill. I mean, we have seen Conga Red playing this B lobby position for the past, 2, 3, maybe even 5 rounds now.
Yeah, and it looks like Antidote has been a little bit more cautious. And he's waiting for his team, but he gets outgunned by Conga Red. Nice headshot from downtown. Really nice play there.
That was just mind-reading potential. He even put out the tripwire. I mean, Antidote was expecting him to be there, but somehow Conga Red, with the better precision, just took him down. And now you can see Attack All Around, they're starting to think, okay, with that operator out of play, they're no longer going to be watching mid, they're no longer going to be watching B. This could be the site that we're going to go for. Might actually be a B split push here as they're setting that play up. Dark smokes all out. And here it comes, Paranoia in as well. Right to Ace. He's going to be the one to stop and receive them, though. Triple kill! Oh!
Right to Ace has just been on point. His sentry work was just like there. And I mean, the fact that he shot the recon bolt, so they looked up and they were looking at a different angle. And he comes out of nowhere, gets a 3K to start things off. Nice flash there. And he should be going in, but oh my gosh, what a play by Right to Ace, completely saving that round.
Right to Ace, he's definitely the MVP there. He's still alive, but that's going to be Amaterasu who closes things out for Velocity Gaming. And Attack All Around, that was definitely an oversight. Like you said, the recon bolt, they were distracted by it. I guess they were thinking that he was possibly all the way at the back of spawn, considering that is how Velocity Gaming has been playing the past rounds. But in fact, he was going to push up ahead, hiding over by Canoe, and that's just an absolute perfect play.
I felt it was kind of like Metal Gear, right? Where you see 3 guards that are together, you throw a stone, and they're like, huh? What was that? And they all look. It kind of looks right at the recon bolt. It's like, dude, you guys need to hold your angles, right? You're not like an AI bot. Yeah. You need to be a little bit careful than that. So a little bit of a misplay there. Flash going in. He flashes himself. I've been there before, but this is just going to end the run it back, and he's not going to get too much value.
Well, does get information out of that play, and Antidote gets a kill as well. So that's just throwing a wrench into Attack All Around's plans right now. But still not too bad, 4v5. And it looks like they have information that B main isn't being watched by a single person. Antidote, though, is going to be watching it all the way from spawn.
Well, I mean, this one being the last round of the first half, this is pretty massive. Attacking all around. They need this win. As I say that, they're down 2-3. They've got a couple won here. And Excali with a nice kill from the high ground into Market. It gets the other headshot, and he secures that one. And they are definitely in the driver's seat going into the second half, being up 8-4.
I mean, he's just putting that Excalibur right through their heads. Perfect play, high ground, vantage point, knowing that they have to peek him because they wanted to open up that side, get the spike down. And it's just perfect crosshair placement as well, man. I mean, this guy knows what he's doing. Looking at the scoreboard, Velocity Gaming, they have positive KDs all throughout. I mean, just look at that. There isn't a single person who is dropping kills.
Yeah. I mean, they've been on point. The team has been on fire. Being 8-4, and they did a great job of defense. Can they turn this around? And they have the right team composition to be a little bit more aggressive. And I feel like this could be definitely a good half for Velocity Gaming.
Probably a good path. They do have the raise as well. The paint shells will be able to provide so much value. I mean, it's not just information, right? The boombot going into B main clears it out completely. They know that there isn't a single person there. The question is are there players over on B itself? It seems like they do know that. Excali probably just lurking here for a bit. Looks like the rest of his team are actually mounting an A push, though. The spike is dropped, so that tells me that they're just trying to gather information at this point. Attack All Around, though, not looking to give anything up.
Yeah, and Antidote here, they've been super cautious here. They've been kind of sticking around. They were kind of threatening to do it, but realizing that there's a Sentinel, right? Again, this is the power of the Cypher in the sense that you have to, he's kind of like more than 1.5 agents in that area. He's a little bit, he brings a lot, right? In terms of information, tripwire, all of that stuff can kind of add in. So you got to be a little bit careful in that sense of not overcommitting to something that they have it pretty much fortified here. And it looks like they're going to look to turn around and go right into B here as they're slowly walking around. Excali is getting sprayed by Aztecs, but none of them actually connecting. Oh, here we go. They get the flash. Aztecs does get paranoid, and he gets killed here by Ginny there. And Xcali's running forward. He does trade for that one.
30 seconds
And
left.
Antidote is on the low ground. He's trying to peek over, trying to see if anyone gets there. The cloud bursts, and they do have this sight, but it looks like they're going to be... Okay, now they're going to start to plant, and they're going to just make sure that the plant goes down before they do anything. They secured the site, trading a little bit of guns here as right to Ace backs up, and he does have the drone ready.
I like this play from Antidote. The fact that he's lurking over by B main, just he's watching the flank, but at the same time, if someone pushes him, they might not expect him to be there. They're thinking that he's probably going to be on site, and right to Ace, picking up a gnarly wallbang. Genie does find the headshot to reply, though, and this is information. Now they know that there's only one Genie over by the right side of the site, and Antidote will be the one that comes out swinging with a frenzy headshot, and that's going to be 9 wins already for Velocity Gaming. 5-round difference, Holler. 5 rounds.
I love the right to Ace. The fact that he tagged the guy, saw him running behind, and he just wallbanged because he knew exactly where he was. He realized that this pistol, yeah, it's not the most amount of damage, but it's enough for me to just pick you off. Gets that, the tremendous value out of that utility, right? Getting that free kill there, and they're definitely in the driver's seat here. Getting that pistol round, which is super important, which almost guarantees them this round.
Wanna fly? I mean, attack all around. They're just, the momentum's not on their side, and they're definitely a little bit less confident now. Only going with upgraded pistols. That is a little bit of information. He does tag Xcali up, but I don't think it's quite enough. The entirety of mid has gone over to Velocity Gaming. They have so many options here. I mean, they could just creep up into Market, creep up onto Catwalk. Wannafly's expecting him to be there, and here it comes, though. The Spectre is going to be the firepower that they need.
Nice flash there by Amaterasu, and he just goes right through, and they've got A on in, and just like that, they're like, go, 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 and we've got A on lockdown. Here we go, the spike's being planted, and they've gotten 2 kills to their names, so they have a slight advantage. Aztecs only has a shorty, and he's coming in from heaven, and it's not the greatest angle to come from.
Yeah, not great at all. He does have a recon bolt and a shock dart, but I mean, then again, what can that do? You can get a little bit of information, maybe secure 1 kill, but he's going up against 4 full members of Velocity Gaming. Pinocchio and Ginny looking to push through this dark cover. Now it will disappear. I mean, he's only down to 10 points of health. Oh
yeah,
no,
but
Amaterasu.
Yeah, it wasn't even able to get the flash off, and unfortunately he's going to be by himself. Aztecs is going to be around. The recon bolt does get killed as well, and I think that they've kind of backed off, realizing that they really don't have a choice. Aztecs is still around, and he's going to actually get paid, and go for that. I mean, Antidote with a nice little headshot there, and yeah, 10-4.
Yeah, 10-4. I guess you might as well, right? When it comes down to that you don't have that many options left. You only have pistols. Let's just go for it anyway, even though we're probably gonna get shot.
I mean, there's no point in saving, right? That's pretty much the thing, especially when you just had, like, what, a ghost? You don't have much, but Antidote now has picked up the operator. I mean, only light armor, but, the operator's the biggest thing with Antidote, especially when you can't tag him.
Yeah, I mean, it's a glass cannon, but it's still a cannon, right? I mean, if this guy connects his shots, it's going to be game over for attack all around. He's been buying this operator all throughout the match. Oh my god!
Right to Ace makes Wannafly pay. He thought he had him, and he throws out the drone now. They should get a little bit of vision, but right to Ace is a little bit low. He did pay the tax in the sense that he doesn't have much HP left, but that is a resource that you can kind of manage. Antidote, on the other hand, has got Heaven, and he's kind of just holding out, waiting, just patiently for Ginny to just peek out. Unfortunately, not able to hit his shot on that one, and it looks like he's going to back off here. But Velocity Gaming, with all 5 agents up, are in a great spot.
Absolutely great. I mean, just looking at the mini-map as well, right? Getting all those early frags definitely baited out the rotates from AAA. They've went all the way around to A. Now that Velocity Gaming, they know, okay, B is probably open. Let's go in. This is our time. It's going to be the full 5-man squad rushing in, and it's going to be only 3 who are trying to contest it. It's a free side for Velocity right now. A 3v5 retake is very difficult to pull off.
Yeah, it's not the greatest thing. Hellfire here just kind of holding that angle. He should be fine. I mean, they have the different sets kind of locked in, right? Market is probably the only way that they can come forward. But again, it's a 3 versus 5 thing. This is almost insurmountable and very difficult for Attack All Around. He's going to go for the flash. They have to get this. He gets flashed in return. The firewall is blocking out most of the vision. Amaratu actually walks out of it and takes a lot of damage, and as he gets killed there, and that was a little out of position. But Pinocchio's is going to go for this. He does go for the flash. He's going to try to find him. He's by himself, but unfortunately not able to clutch that one out. And they did make it close, but not enough, and Velocity Gaming takes round number 15.
Round number 15, they are only 2 wins away from cleaning Attack All Around off of this game. I mean, they have been doing such a good job taking down these sides, even defending them. And Attack All Around, it was definitely a good effort. I mean, Pinocchio's was in such a good position back there, managing to sneak up behind. I mean, Amaterasu basically gave his position off with the flashes through the wall, right? But at the end of the day, it's still a 5v3. There were just too many members to look out for, too many corners to clear out, too many people to kill. And that's exactly how Velocity Gaming are winning these rounds. They're just doing such a good job with these early peaks, and Attack All Around need to do a better job of holding down sites.
They need to, but they haven't had the arsenal. They haven't been able to win the rounds, and they've always seemed to be outmanned. Right now, they did a half buy, just trying to keep it kind of competitive. Maybe you get some sort of value, I mean, going into match point, but from then on out, you have 0 room for error, right? And that's pretty much it for this. And so they're kind of going with this half one. Hellfire taking a little bit damage there, but just a little bit of superficial damage.
Yeah, just a little bit. But it's still information. They know that there is a player over by the catwalk. Seeing him dash away as well, so it looks like they're going to go with a B push, possibly, or maybe they're just looking for kills, right? They've pushed all the way so far deep into market. Now, looking to find a couple of kills, watching their flanks as well. The spike is all the way at spawn, so this is going to take a while. 40 seconds left on the clock, and Attack All Around might actually be able to pull this off.
Yeah, paint shells being thrown, just a little bit of zoning, realizing that there's nobody actually towards the market side, so they need to, it cuts down their angle. Oh, he gets headshotted right there by Pinocchio there. Really nice shot. Kind of start this off, and Hellfire is still sticking around. The recon bolt is going to give a little bit of vision here. The dark cover is providing the end side, at least from the spawn. That's being covered. Hellfire is looking to flank around. He does have the spike, and he does get it, and they've just cleaned it up just as easily as they went in. Amaterasu gets a 2K there, and they're going to plant the spike just for good measure. But this is going to be match point.
That was 1 second. That was 1 second, Holler. 1 second, and 3 kills went down just like that. It's something like what you see in a Splinter Cell game, right? You mark your targets, you press one button, boom, all 3 are gone. How did they do that? Velocity Gaming, they're playing out of their minds right now. I'm just look at Antidote, 19-7. This is absolutely insane.
Their coordination, their communication is on point. They're very patient and understanding. I'm sure they have countdowns, 3, 2, 1, go, and then ensure that they go, because they're hitting from all sides. I feel like these guys are like professional, SWAT team, Navy SEALs, that level of, coordination that we're seeing, which is unmatched at this point.
It's just a joy to see. And I mean, Attack All Around, they're quaking in their boots. They need to take a round off, but how can they do it? They're just hiding. They don't even dare to peek out anymore. Now it looks like Ginny might actually be the one to walk into WannaFly here. He's going to get the first shot, dashing away, Cloudburst into safety, knowing that Amaterasu is there to support Ginny.
WannaFly was in a different spot. He was normally on the ground, and so he got picked off a couple times. He lost a couple duels, but this time he was actually on top of the box. Did not expect that elevation, and he was able to just rain down and just pick him off there. The head's a little bit different there. And X-Cali and Amaterasu starting it off. Hunter's Fury is going to be a little off the mark. Showstopper is going to be committed on this one, and he's looking for a target. He just shoots it blind. Unfortunately, not able to do it, but Hunter's Fury does connect right to Ace, makes him pay. Amaterasu gets another kill on Ginny there, and it looks like Acidix is all by himself, and unfortunately gets picked off by Amaterasu, and Velocity Gaming will take this in style as they go up 13-4 and win this match.
13-4. Not what I expect to see from 2 giants in Southeast Asian Valorant. Just an absolutely stunning performance from Velocity Gaming. I mean, there's not much else to be said there.
Okay, you talked about average combat score, 276, 289. I mean, both of these guys above average, at least, with Antidote, I think you were talking about before, but just like a really nice round, just being very, very strong. This Velocity Gaming team are here to stay, and they are strong, and I mean, this is a team to beat right now.
Yeah, they're definitely the team to beat. I mean, I just can't wait to see what happens up next when they go against a team like, say, BREN Esports. Man, attack all around. It's just, this is, I'm really sorry to say this, but this is kind of disappointing.
Well, it's disappointing, but it's one of those things where it's like a shocking moment, right? Sometimes you need to take these losses. It's like the whole, what is it? You either you win or you learn, right? This is one of those moments where you need to think about, go back into the replay, see what you're looking at, and then kind of just see what sort of mistakes you made. And one of those ways that we can see those mistakes is by watching the highlights right now.
Just waiting for it to load up, but in the meantime, I mean, those stats, it's 18, 19 kills, and positive kill-death ratios all across the entire team. Attack all around, on the other hand, they were dropping frags, they were having a tough time positioning themselves, and I mean, just look at this 1v2 clutch from Hellfire.
Yeah, he was just turning it up. I mean, Antidote started this one off with a bang with an ace, and he got the defuse, so he was getting mad value. His economy was definitely helped from round 1 on. These guys were in the driver's seat. They did a great job of defending and just putting them in their place. And this is the one-on-one duel that Want to Fly and Antidote were doing. Antidote was trying to be a little bit more patient, not able to do it. Congrad right there with a nice headshot on Antidote. Yeah, great shot there.
Great shot, but still, unfortunately, wasn't enough to convert into a win. I mean, just look at this triple kill from right to ace, perfectly tracking onto every head.
Yeah, he was hitting on points.
And this one, I was really baffled. It was a Spectre against what I think was a rifle from Attack All Around. How did he make that shot happen?
And this is the one where, everything was happening. And this is going to be the last one. I think it was 3 kills in a span of a second. There we go. Amaratu just turning it up. And actually, with those 2 kills in the very, very end, he ended up stealing MVP away from Antidote. So, in-team rivalry and ensure that they're doing that. Just a great round. And we just saw the power of Velocity Gaming. We're going to continue to see these guys. My name is Holler. This is Quack. We're going to be back with the second. There's no break. We're going to go directly right into the next one, which is going to be BREN Esports from the Philippines again, and we're going to see Velocity Gaming, and they're going to go up into the second match, and we're going to go right into this. We're just going to go in. We don't have time for this stuff or things like breaks, and it's going to be straight up best of ones as we go into this one. So the players are starting to load up. Now, BREN Esports probably watched that one. Yeah, you've got a bit of a delay. You're going to see this, but you're kind of like a little bit worried in the sense that this is a team that just destroyed, a tackle around 13-4. What sort of insights do they get as they move into this next one?
I mean, if they're watching the games, I don't know if there wasn't a first strike India. I mean, there should have been, but there wasn't. So there isn't much information on Velocity unless you take a look at their game. So unless BREN Esports have actually studied their playstyle, seeing how they play, the compositions that they use on certain maps, they might not actually have much to go on. So it's all up to how tactically they're able to pull this off, adapt to Velocity Games strategies after they've played a couple of rounds.
But okay, you don't have that much information. You haven't seen them on stream too much, but you saw that last game.
Yeah.
Okay. What do you tell your team? What are those insights that you got?
I mean, we know it's a triple duelist composition. We know Antidote has been crazy on this operator, but he does tend to miss a couple of shots. That could be your opening, right? You take him down, and you weaken a sight, possibly bait an over rotation, and that could be your way to open things up. It's a lot of, trial and error, possibly.
Okay, so pretty much you're saying you just need to pray to your god of choice. And just hopefully, Antidote misses his shots. Basically, you're saying you're putting yourself in that situation. I guess. Okay, for me, it would be maybe we need to be a little bit more aggressive onto the site. There was a couple times that it worked when they got into A and they kind of just took over, right? That probably needs to be in their cards, especially since they have that lineup. They don't have the Sentinel, so they don't have that vision that they were talking about before. And just maybe, changing things up a bit. I felt like Attack All Around were a little bit too patient, trying to middling around in the mid area too long.
Yeah, they were definitely lingering around that side just way too much. A lot of times we could see they were hesitating, and that's also possibly due to the fact that they've been losing rounds. You kind of lose that confidence. I can't really peek this. If I do, I'm going to get shot, so let's play it safe. And then when you just kind of get in your head too much, you might just get taken out by a team as fast and furious as Velocity Gaming. I mean, it's in their name, Velocity.
Yeah. Living up to their name and just turning it up to 11, so to speak. And just the power level was there. These guys were just here to play, and they're just on point. I don't think that there was a weak point on that team. Like, everybody was contributing. Everybody was making sure that they were getting kills. Everybody had the potential to clutch. Like, I feel like everybody's very, very strong.
That's right. I mean, just looking at Right to Ace, we thought with the recon bolt, he might have... Maybe he didn't have his weapon up in time, but he still managed to pull off a triple kill. You know, snapping to hits back and forth, and they were just unable to counter that. It should have been an attack all-around win. I mean, it's 3 guys up against 1.
Yeah. And to be honest, I thought that last match was going to be a lot closer than it ended up being. But it just, again, it comes back to this whole momentum thing. And, like, attack all around, we're not able to just stem the bleeding, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean... Unlike their name, you know, they should be attacking from all around the sides, but...
Well, okay, to their credit, they were living up to they're attacking all around, but very slowly.
Yeah.
Right? So I think they need to attack all around, but very quickly and timely. I think they need to change their name. Again, we'll talk about the logo. We'll figure that out. Even the naming convention, we'll figure out a better team name for them to work with. But nonetheless, I mean, I still feel like these guys are, you know, the Thailand team is strong.
Yes.
I just felt like they just felt, you know, they were they didn't have the greatest game, I would say.
Yeah, I think we should be seeing more of them. I definitely hope to see them in the finals, but for now, it's going to be BREN Esports versus Velocity. BREN is another titan in Southeast Asian gaming. I mean, they are huge in the Philippines.
Yeah.
It's a big organization, and I've known them to play against, you know, teams such as SMG from our own country. And ZesB has said that, you know, they're really, really strong. They've matched against them in rank, you know, the Radiant guys. We're just, but still, it's really tough. I don't know what's going to happen. Velocity versus BREN, they're 2 really big giants in Southeast Asia. But, I mean, from what we've seen so far, Velocity, if they keep this up, BREN's going to have a tough time.
Yeah, they're not going to have the easiest time. But, okay, I believe from the standings, BREN had previously won a match as well. So this is going to be 2 undefeated teams. BREN Esports, I believe, has only played 1 game. Velocity now with 2. And, of course, we're just doing a round robin. So everyone will eventually play each other. But, you know, 2 heavy hitters in the sense of undefeated teams going at it right now. BREN Esports, I'm expecting big things from them. You know?
I should too. I mean, you know, they played in First Strike Philippines. They were basically dominating every game that they played. And they won, you know, 2-0, 3-0. Even in the grand finals, it was 3-0. And it's looking at their stats, they've got an average combat score. 3 players have an average combat score of 200 and above. That is pretty big.
That's crazy. That's actually very, very crazy in the sense that, like, just, you know, and that's why these guys are radiant. Let's be honest, right? Like, they're able to, you know, like, if they wouldn't be radiant or they wouldn't be on this pro team if they weren't able to hit average, you know, combat level, right? Like you have to have some sort of standard, and this is pretty much it. And the fact that they can play well together, this is just like another thing of just when you're building a team, these are the things that I want. I want to make sure that they're radiant. I want their combat scores to be very high. Can they communicate well? Can they play well together? Like, and can they take feedback? I think that those are my top 5 things when I'm looking to build a team.
If you're looking to get a sponsor or a coach, this is your guy.
Reach out to me. You can find me at Holler TV, and I will definitely coach you. Yeah, I'll definitely take your team to the next level for sure. I mean, you know.
And you'll come up with a, you know, a really awesome team name as well.
Exactly. And your logo? Oh, all of that. I will definitely do that for free, okay? But that's going to be coming up. I think the players are starting to load up now. We're going to have that next game, and this is going to be the, 5th match of the day. We've had plenty throughout, and just, you know, a big shout out to our sponsors one more time, just for all of this, because without, you know, Huawei, Razer, Royal Ergonomics, Singtel, and DBS and Gomo, without all of these guys, we would not have had any of this. And again, to PvP Esports for putting this all together, which is of course powered by Singtel. So we've got all of this going on. Please do go to pvpesports.gg and find out how you can participate in any future community events and initiatives that they have. This is going to be the end of Season 2, and we're going to end with a banger in the sense that it's going to be the Valorant Open Regionals.
Yeah. Open Regional Finals, and that's going to be happening much later on today. The Grand Finals, it's a best of 3. I don't know who's going to be in there, but I'm definitely hoping to see some crazy, crazy plays. And of course, I mean, pvpesports.gg, right? That's the site. I mean, if you want more Valorant action, make some noise in the chat, you know, complain to PvP. Hey, give us more Valorant. I don't want to see some other game. Let's have more Valorant.
No, to be honest, okay, the biggest thing for me, and I feel like, I mean, we casted the Singapore one, just happened to be that, but I wanted to see the other country qualifiers as well, because if we're seeing this from Velocity Gaming, I want to know who else they beat. You know what I mean? Because like, I'm sure that they climbed, you know, through some adversity just to get to this level. Like, you know, even INNERVOICE, who we saw throughout, they lost some, they came back, and they were able to just kind of manage their way into the regionals themselves. So, like, this team has grown. Right,
Yes.
and to see Velocity grow, attack all around, BREN Esports, all of these guys, I'm sure, have gone through some trouble and you know, trials and tribulations, I would say, to get here and to see how that they've improved.
It's not easy being an esports athlete for sure, but in the meantime, we got to pay some bills. It's Singtel. You know, we have that Dash amazing feature. You can just dine and dash, right, with Singtel Dash. It's an all-in-one mobile wallet for your payment and lifestyle needs. It's an app. You download it, you get up to $2 cash back on your first transaction, and it's really, really easy, especially these days with all, you know, the lockdown and everything going on. You want to just grab your food real quick and go back home to eat. This is what you got to do.
Okay, for the record, when you said dine and dash, that has a different connotation in and of itself. I don't know if you're aware, but dining and dashing is when you eat and you run away and you don't pay.
We don't do that.
So do not do that. But what he's trying to say is you can dine and then you can pay with your Singtel Dash. There we go. Okay, I just want to be very clear because we do not promote any sort of criminal activity. At least I don't. But if you do want to find a crime lord, you're looking for a mob boss, hey, I'm Quack. This is the guy that you want
if
in
you
your
want to join the Ducks. No, that's a terrible gang name.
The Ducks or, you know, we'll figure this one out. I'll do a little...
I'll consult you. You got some really great names.
Yeah, we'll get into that one. Okay, but the lobby is going to go underway. I think that we're ready now. And again, this is going to be Bind and BREN Esports, and it's going to go up against a Velocity Gaming here. And again, the Phoenix, we see it, we love it. We're going to go India, and it's going to be going up against BREN Esports, which we've seen. And again, I like that. That one's okay. Because it's got the B and the E. I don't know if you noticed that.
Oh.
You know? Boom. Boom.
Hey.
This is why you need to have a great logo, right? It means so much if you can look into it, right? Every logo has a meaning.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Cloud9, it's 3 nines and it looks like a cloud.
Exactly. There we go. There we go. Okay, but hang on. I wasn't able to... okay. I wanted to see the selection. I wasn't able to see that fast enough. I was too busy looking at the logo here. But BREN Esports representing the Philippines, Velocity Gaming representing India. Two undefeated giants going at it right now.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a big one to watch. And, I mean, this is interesting, right? Velocity Gaming, they have the Phoenix in their logo. They don't have a Phoenix in their agent composition right now. In fact, they swapped things over. They have brought a Sentinel.
Yeah, it might just be a map-oriented one. This is great in the sense that a Sentinel just completely locks one of the sites down, right? And there's only two sites to deal with, and the fact that there's, like, you know, so many different angles, or sorry, so many different alleyways and entryways into the site. So you can kind of just make sure that you have this. And this is super important because B is very vulnerable. Like, you can throw all your utility onto A, which he's kind of done, and then he's made his way to B, which is the more vulnerable bomb site.
Goes here.
Well, this is going to be the play. It's a pistol round. It looks like Velocity might actually want to go in fast and hard right now. It's 3-2 B-split push. Meanwhile, BREN Esports, they have this sort of default hold, but it looks like they want to contest this B long game. Borkum! That's a big first blood kill. And now Dispenser is coming in to dispense of some bodies as well. That's a double! Oh, the Cyber Cage! Velocity wants to contest this, but they have to watch their backs.
Yeah, they didn't expect the hookah jump out, and they got the complete flank on that one. And it looks like he by himself, and Excali does get the jump shot with a right click, and he does do some damage, but unfortunately not able to clutch that one out. Ching with a nice headshot to end the round.
What a messy and chaotic fight. I mean, Borkum, all right, let's just breaking down the stats. This guy had a crazy, just absolutely out-of-your-mind performance over on First Strike Philippines. He had an average of 1.85 kill-death ratio, 20 first bloods. He's the craziest entry fragger that BREN Esports has to offer, and just coming in with a big flashbang and taking a head off of Velocity Esports, Velocity Gaming, sorry. But Velocity, they just kind of fell apart, right? They focused too much on getting those frags and stopping the fight over by B long, kind of neglected to watch their backs, and that's exactly how BREN Esports came around to choke them off.
dark cover in a high area so they can get some little pickup on the low ground, but the tripwire will connect and Antidote goes in heavy, and he's going to dash forward, he's looking to go in, he gets a nice headshot on Dispenser who wasn't even looking his way. He's in position, but he's got 1 HP, the spike is going down, he's going to back off here, the smoke's just providing a little bit of cover, but the spike is there, but the shock dart actually kills him. He realized he's a little bit low, and Jesse Vash makes him pay, and Borkum gets the kill as well, and they're looking to turn this up as they're 4 versus 2.
4 points of Bell. They know where he is. He is as good as gone, and right to Ace as well. They were both so low, but that is, you know, good enough value. They managed to get the spike down, and I think that's all that they wanted to do. Get that 300 extra credits, do a little bit of damage. Unfortunately, it wasn't too much, as BREN Esports only dropped by 1 member. So this is a pretty standard start, right? We've got 2-0. Now Velocity Gaming will be able to come back into the game with a full buy, and this is where the real game starts. BREN Esports, how do they defend against a full death squad that has known to be so fast, so accurate, especially now that they have rifles?
Yeah, this is the full buy. The second round, we knew it was going to just go down like that, right? It's just a matter of time. I mean, if anything, they got the spike is down, so they got a little more money, which is great. But we'll see how they turn this one out. And Borkum is in position to be in a very aggressive one with a nice recon dart. And he's going to trade that and provide a little bit of vision on both ends here.
Oh, that's going to be big information. The Owl drone goes out. Now Borkum knows that there's at least 3 players there. He's just going to go in with the wall to secure the alt door, back off. He now has his run it back, which he can use to cause a lot of trouble for Velocity Gaming over by B Long there.
That was actually kind of crazy in the sense that he had the firewall up and he was picking up the ultimate orb, but there was not a single shot from Velocity Gaming to just kind of, you know what I mean, to maybe hit him. Maybe you get lucky. As I say, that Dispenser does get that nice kill, and it's going to be a 4 versus 4. Excali's going to back off, and it looks like they're going to rotate their way into A.
Oh, this is smart. It's an early pick, and now Velocity Gaming, they're just kind of a little bit iffy about which side they want to hit. Looks like it's going to be A. BREN Esports on the other hand. They kind of thought about rotating over, but now they're just deciding that, all right, we should stick over by A. Leave the other 2 members in case we want to rotate. They might just be looking to buy a little bit of time now as Dispenser is doing so much work with that Phantom. He's kind of stuck over by Showers, but still alive. Takes down Excali and a 3rd. Make that a 4th, but no. Amaterasu shuts his killing spree down.
Ching's going to peek, but he's not actually holding the right angle. Amaterasu gets that nice headshot as he just makes his way around. He is the last surviving Velocity Gaming member, and can he actually outduel him? No, he cannot, and Borkum makes him pay with a nice Vandal shot to end this round, 3-0.
I mean, switching it up with the rhythm there, Borkum, he was absolutely in control of that. I mean, it was kind of like a dance to the death, peeking out of the wall back and forth, and Amaterasu just, he was trying so hard to follow his head, but it wasn't his time, and this is BREN Esports with a very, very strong start, 3-0. Velocity Gaming, what happened to them? Now they're kind of considering, all right, we kind of need to, they're not gonna get, hold on to our wallets and buy a little bit of a judge, a sheriff or 2.
I mean, it's not the end of the world. It's just the first 3 rounds. I think they need to be a little bit more careful. I think that they've just, like, all of a sudden been like, oh, BREN Esports is actually our very stalwart defensive team. They're fine right now, understanding that, you know what I mean? Like, you might be better at attacking versus defending, right? So I wouldn't be too worried about that. But I am worried, though, is that the Velocity Gaming has lost agents early. And that has actually hindered them as they make their way into the later parts of the round.
Yeah. I mean, they have been losing agents early. It comes out as trades sometimes, but we haven't yet seen Antidote do his thing. This could be the round, though, as he goes in with a dash. They managed to take Dispenser out, and Ching is in a good position. Manages to take 1 out. Now he's looking for the other. The Showstopper was in play as well, but unfortunately did not connect. And outcome out of that, BREN Esports still has 1 member up. Make that 2. Spike has been dropped as well. That's going to be a big problem.
Got Paranoia here. They've got the nice little vision in terms of the camera. Hellfire is just by himself. He's just on his camera, just trying to spot out something, but he's only got 61 HP. 2 different angles. He flicks it. He gets 1 nice headshot on Jesse Vash. He's looking for the other one. He realizes that he could be in shower. Left. He's going to peek around. He does reload. That should give away his position, though. He's going to use his cam. He doesn't spot anything again. He just goes blind, hopefully for a tag. Hellfire's looking to just peek around. Can he cover his corners? No, he cannot, and Ching makes him pay. You got to cover every single corner when you go around.
You got to cover every single corner. corner, but still, what a flick though. I mean, he wasn't even looking in that direction, somehow manages to get a headshot out of that equation. Absolutely incredible performance. But still, BREN Esports are the ones with the 4-round win. Now they have an operator, they have all the information that Sova provides with it as well. This is going to be a very tough hill for Velocity Gaming to climb.
And they've got a full buy on this one. This is it for Velocity Gaming. They must win this one. If you lose this one, there could be, you know, more momentum, more economy that you're just going to suffer from. So they do need to be careful. Dubstep here just kind of peeking it around, but Ching makes Amaratu pay for peeking out over there on the other side. Nice little crosshair action. Crossfire action, I would say.
Still has his Lear, and now he's going to go in for the kill. He's going to just spray things out right to Ace Falls, and Ching will be there to back him up as well. They know the spike is there. Velocity, what are they doing? This is such a bad position for him.
And they've completely cut this one off. Excali goes around about way, and he does make Ching pay. He's going to throw out the paint shells. He does need to get to the spike there, which is in a really bad spot for him. And he's going to have to dig around, but he's Kenny P's. No. And Dubstep does get the nice headshot. Antidote gets killed there, and Dubstep does turn it around and does kill Antidote in the end. And again, another round going the way of BREN Esports.
This was absolutely huge for BREN Esports. I mean, what an aggressive push, right? Two members going up A short, but the way that they were clearing those corners, those angles, they went in as a team, right? Dubstep and Ching, they were watching each other's backs. If someone falls, they've got each other, and they didn't even die. That's the thing. They were watching it. It was a nice crossfire angle, and Velocity Gaming were just somehow dropping frags. Even after Excali managed to push in, it was a little bit messy. They weren't sure where BREN Esports could have been waiting. This is going to be the boombot that goes in, though. Now he's trying to connect with the Judge, but Dubstep just too good.
Like, he literally dubstepped him, Excali, right? he was in there, he backed off, got behind the box, Judge wasn't in position, he tried to peek around, and by that time he had reloaded, and, you know, Dubstep making him pay and just gets that nice kill there, and they're up huge as they're up 5-3 in this 6th round.
Man, now they're down by 2 members. They know that there are, you know, maybe 2 players over by Hookah. They're afraid to push. Now the operator is even chiming in as well. Oh, misses the headshot. Spike is dropped. Now Hash just wants to go in. Orcum's going to be the one to get the headshot. And that is a 6-0 lead, Holler. 6-0.
Okay, that was an econ round, right? Let's give a little bit of credit to Velocity Gaming in that sense, right? I mean, yes, it was flawless or whatever, but you were kind of knowing that you were going in. I mean, the only thing really committed on that one was Antidote, you know, throwing out the knives, right? That was like the biggest thing, wasting the ult on that one. You didn't get any sort of value. You weren't able to get any pickoff. And unfortunately, BREN Esports right now in the driver's seat, but it's only the first half. All Velocity Gaming need to do, I mean, you're probably not going to even it up at this point, but you what? 8-4, I think it's possible.
Maybe. We'll have to wait and see. For now, it looks like Velocity Gaming are trying to mount another push up against Belong, but oh my god, the aggressiveness from BREN. And you can see that Velocity, they're scared. They don't really want to peek this. Antidote even just B-hopping all the way right to the back of Fountain. He wants to hold on to that operator.
Hot Hands doing a little bit of zoning here. Excali throwing out the paint shells. Zone out the Hookah himself. Going to try to go for a wall bang. Antidote being all the way in the back. Wants to get some sort of pick off with the operator. And he's been stepping back, but he gets out-dueled by Jesse Bash as he gets the operator killed with the headshot, mind you. And he pays off there.
Well, for now, they do have the B site that is opened up, but BREN Esports have complete control, complete dominance over Belong, over Fountain. Amaterasu is just going to use the From the Shadow support over onto A, which they know is secure thanks to their Cypher player there. But
spike planted.
The spike does go down. Now they are able to make some plays happen. It's going to be a 3v3 retake. BREN leading the push, the assault, all the way from A short.
They're in, but they're all coming from the same angle, which I'm not a huge fan of. A is one of those sites that you want to come from different ones to kind of just question or throw that out there as he gets picked up. Excali starting this one off, and they're looking to turn this one. Dubstep actually steps away, but with only one HP, he gets the headshot, and he kills Hellfire, and he makes a pay, and he out-heals, and he's back to 100, and Dubstep with another kill, and he ends this round, and they're going to get the defuse here. What a play by Dubstep. Going from 1 to 100 in seconds, and getting the 2K to finish the round.
You said it right there, man. 1 to 100. I have no idea how he got that shot onto Velocity, but he did. The way he just dances around these corners, turning fights into 1v1s and playing it up close and personal where the Phantom will definitely preside over Velocity. Headshots back to back, this guy. His aim is just absolutely on point. This is a 7-0 round lead in a round that I thought that Velocity probably should have won. I mean, they got the spike down. They were securing all those openings and everything, but BREN Esports, a single 3-man push through A short, and they made it work. That is magic.
You have to kill Dubstep. You know what I mean? He's like the #1 target.
Dubstep.
Because of the fact that, like, okay, Reyna is not like the top tier level, right? But if you're able to out-duel people and make sure that you get tremendous value by healing and, you know, just surviving like that, you could become the best agent. But the thing is that you're so reliant on kills. And so Dubstep here proving that, hey, I can outskill these guys, I can outwin, I can win every single duel, and I can literally carry this team on my back.
And that's exactly what he's doing. I mean, he's just so confident in his skill and ability right now. Meanwhile, Velocity, you can see that the pace of the entire game has shifted. It's slowed down by so much as compared to what we saw earlier against Attack All Around. It looks like it's going to be an A-split push right now. Shower's control has been completely relinquished, but Borkum as well as the Cypher player on BREN Esports are in such a prime position to stop this. Looks like Ching will be the first one to fall, but they know that they are over by, U-Haul. Borkum goes right in there. He's going to fall, but Dispenser and Dubstep, they are on Velocity's heels.
That was such an awkward flash by
30 seconds left.
by the Phoenix there, as he was trying to make a play there, but it was like in this tiny little corner, and through the smoke or whatever. And at that point, it's just a matter of just getting the kill here. And again, another round going the way of BREN Esports, 8-0. These guys are on fire.
That was insane. I mean, Velocity, they were trying to pull something off there. Right? They dropped a couple of frags, they got a couple, opened up the A site, but then they wanted to teleport and rotate all over onto B, thinking that it would have baited an over-rotation from BREN Esports, which it kind of did, but they had that kind of safety measure, leaving a player over by B. They took down a player over on Hookah, which dropped the spike, and just cleaned things up from there. Just huge performance. I mean, Dubstep, 14-2. That's a 7.0 KD ratio.
Yeah, that guy's on fire. Like, he's unstoppable. Like, it's so difficult to just kind of get him. Like, he has the equipment, he has everything that he needs, and he's just hitting his shots, right? And, like, their defense has been on point. BREN Esports have been impeccable. They've just completely locked down both sites, and it looks like Velocity Gaming are flailing as they haven't been able to figure out how to defend or how to get to attack, excuse me.
I mean, let's just assess our options, right? Aside from the fact that Velocity, they need to win these gunfights, what can they do to turn things in their favor? It seems like we have a tactical timeout while Velocity might be sorting out technical issues or reassessing their options. They might be going for a B push right now, but how are they going to clear out Hookah where Dubstep's hiding? You know, they do have a raise. The Boombot can definitely push him off, but as soon as they manage to get control over it, they still need to turn the entirety of Hookah into a shooting gallery where they can peer down into B side, but they haven't been hitting their shots. They haven't been hitting their shots.
And look at Dubstep right now. He's got the leer queued up, and he's going to run right into them. He's going to look to fight this 1v4, and he's like, oh, that's way too many. I'm going to back up here. Throws out the second leer, and he runs back into the safety of B. He's getting backed up here. Borkum, on the other hand, has just got his hot hands ready and waiting, but unfortunately not able to follow up on this.
Oh.
Dubstep gets backed off here, and it looks like they're going to go in the dash forward by Antidote, and the nice paint shells does end up making him pay, and that's the start you want for the round. Hunter's Fury is going to be committed all the way from the end, and he does get the kill there, but Jesse Bash getting tremendous value, and he's by himself, and it looks like X-Cali's looking to turn this around. He's by himself. He does have nothing but his sheriff, though. And unfortunately, Ching makes him pay, and again, that was a round that they had a good chance for, but BREN Esports, too strong.
That angle that Ching had, it's just pristine teamwork from BREN Esports. Just the early call. Dubstep knew, all right, they're going to be pushing through Hookah. Let's all rotate over onto B. I mean, they were on Eco, so they were just going to full commit onto a single site there. But the teamwork that they had, right? Dispenser watching the front over into Hookah, Ching watching the other left angle, in fact. And Velocity were just unable to deal with it whatsoever. I mean, the ultimates chimed in as well. And Velocity, I mean, now that they have a full buy, they could make something different happen. Looks like they're just going to contest showers to possibly get a single frag, but time and time after again, Borkum over by B Long has proved to be such a tough puzzle for Velocity Games to solve.
I haven't been able to figure it out, right? They've tried almost everything. They've gone in very like hot and heavy on both sites, and they've been stopped throughout. I mean, the ults have been on point. I mean, that Hunter's Fury was amazing, right? Just going right into the Dunia, just doing a ton of damage to everybody. And it looks like the Paranoia there, Dispenser just shooting blind, but the paint shells will do a little bit of chip damage there.
Just a little bit of chip damage. This should give them the sight, but now that's the question that they need to answer. They need to hold this down. Oh my gosh, the Cyber Cage pushing out of the Ching. Now he will fall. It's a 4v4, and all of a sudden Velocity might be able to lock this one out.
Antidote here pulls out the Phantom with that nice skin, the Christmas skin there, but it looks like he's going to back off. I mean, they do have the spike here. It's a matter of covering the angles. He's looking to peek, but he gets killed himself. Dispenser with that nice headshot, but right to Ace is on point with his kill, and they're looking to turn this. Jesse Bash is by himself, and he gets shot, but he turns around, and that flick was crazy, and he does get the kill on Amaratu. He's going to look to peek around. He tries to get another kill. That's a 2K to start this. Third kill,
Jesse
and he goes to heaven, and he's going to go. Does he have time for the defuse? No. He's trying to do it, and unfortunately not, but my gosh, Jesse Bash made it as competitive as possible with a nice 3K to finish that round.
That is one for the highlight reel. It's definitely not a silent night here in the studio. I mean, the production guys are going nuts as well. That was such an absolutely crazy play. So accurate with the operator. What should have been a round for Velocity for them to just seal off without losing a single member? He managed to turn all those fights into 1v1s, right? Clearing out... There were crazy flicks. He managed to hide himself over behind the box, get the shot over onto short, and even knowing that the last player was over by Heaven. Absolutely crazy from Jesse.
He was what, 6th? He had 6 kills, he got to 9 in that one. He was from the bottom of his team, and now he's in the mid, and we see you, Jesse Bash, because you've been making plays, even with the recon bolts and Borkum, and he pays off, or he trades there with Hellfire there, but Dispenser's got his camera, and he's kind of peeking through from showers here like a dirty old man.
We love our dirty old men.
No, we don't.
No, we don't.
No, I don't know.
Let's get out of here.
Get out of there. But, I mean, why would you put a camera in the showers, man? That just looks bad, right?
Oh, it certainly does. But, you know, it provides information. They are down by 2 members right now. And this gives them the intel that they need. There isn't a single player over by A main. There isn't a single player over by showers. It's going to be a B hit, and it's going to be Jesse Vash who will receive this.
He's running around. He's going to go to elbow. I mean, B is pretty much on lockdown. He definitely heard that spike being planted here. He's slowly peeking. He doesn't want to give away his position. This is one of those awkward moments because you can get into a close quarter fight with an operator which you don't really want to have. But he's slowly peeking. And he has at least some angles covered going into B.
Now it's just waiting for that first peek to go out. It's going to be Dispenser who pushes in with the Cyber Cage. Oh my god, using it to block off the left side. And it's just a complete death squad. Ching, Dispenser, everyone going in hard. Velocity stood not a single chance there. Absolutely perfect use of the
It was like
Cyber
the
Cage.
Terminator. Right? It was like one of those moments where like, yeah, we got the spike down, let's just chill out, have a campfire, you know, pop up a tent, just kind of do what we can. And then all of a sudden, in like seconds, this team is like, go, 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 and they just kill everybody, and they're the only ones surviving. BREN Esports has just been on point. 10-1, and we haven't even gotten to the second half.
Oh my word. 10-1, and just looking at the scoreboard, I mean, Velocity, they've been dying every single round now. They're just unable to break open the sights. I mean, even after breaking it open, they can't hold it down. And I just don't quite know what's wrong. They're not hitting their shots, and BREN Esports, they have these crazy, crazy positions, hiding in the perfect spots, using their utility to slow things down at the perfect times, even pushing in. But this time, Dubstep will be their first one to fall. Neurotheft comes into play. This will give them the information that they need to figure out which site is going to be the one to hit. Dash goes in, flying in as well, but okay. BREN is the one to lose 2 more members. Now Velocity, this is a very doable round.
Spike planted.
This is unfortunate. I mean, they're in a great spot, but oh wow, Borkum just literally walks up, just gets that nice kill there on Amaratu, who was not expecting that. He throws the hot hands right on where the spike is. Throws up the flame firewall as well. And he goes for the flash, and he's trying to run it through, and gets the kill on Xskelly, who got flashed. Didn't really have much of a chance. This is through the run it back, so he's trying to get another shot at Borkum with another 3K to start this round. He's got the hot hands ready. He's looking to go, and that's run it back. It's just going to expire there, but he's in a bad spot, and we're kind of camping that one out. Jesse Bash is in, but I think he's going to let this one go. He's going to look to peek around, and unfortunately, not the case. Velocity Gaming pulls out that win, but the bad news is that you don't get any of these guns as you go into the second half now.
No, you don't. But, oh my gosh, Borkum. Just absolutely crazy. That was, you know, they were down to the wire. The bomb was in play, but Borkum still managed to take out 3 members from Velocity Gaming. Absolutely perfect usage of the Blaze and the Curveball to clear out the Raze player over by Showers, and at the same time, that earned him the run it back that let him go on in this short spree. Unfortunately, the positioning was just a little bit too open, and I guess, you know, Jesse Vash just wasn't covering him, but at the end of the day, they managed to do so much damage. This is going to be the first round of the second half. Velocity Gaming, let's see what they can do on defense now.
Look at how many kills they had. BREN Esports had 14 at the highest with Dubstep, and then they go 12, 12, 10, 10. This is just going into the second half. That's crazy.
Absolutely crazy. Owl Drone to trip the wire as well. That could open up a short. Looks like they do want to make an A-split push. Velocity Gaming are looking to receive. It's Omen and Cypher hiding over by Lamps and Spawn.
Got the site though, and they kind of they're pretty in a decent spot here. It's just a matter of the spike going down, which they haven't planted. They're gonna, there we go. It's gonna start going in. The tripwire's gonna reveal a little bit of vision here. Hellfire's trying to peek his way around. The Cypher Cage is there, but he's shooting blind, and he's getting flashed, and he's getting banged, and he does get killed there. Dispenser makes him pay. Amaratu's looking to just trade this one, but Dubstep is just able to dubstep all of those bullets away as he gets the nice headshot on Amaratu, and it looks like again another flawless round. 11-2. How do you stop this team?
How do you stop this team? That is the question that I want answered, Holler. I have no idea.
I think you need to unplug their computers. You need to unplug their LAN, DDoS them. I don't know. I mean,
whoa.
Oh, sorry. This is the crime lord in action. I'm just trying to consult you in terms of how you can help your duck squad and attacking other people, right? So
only white hat hackers here. Dubstep's just, you know, wubbing all over the place. And Velocity just having such a tough time. I think at times you can even see they're frustrated. Amaterasu, he was trying to provide utility for his teammate there with the paranoia over into Lamps, but somehow he actually managed to flash his own teammate who, you know, was unable to connect the right click over onto a single member from BREN Esports, and things just fell apart from there. Now, here on out, BREN, they're looking to close this out. They have the buys. They have the first pick as well. Now looking to clear out Hookah. Xskelly trying to make the shots with the shotty happen, but it's not going to happen. Chin comes in with a shot into right to Ace's back as well. It's all up to the lone Cypher.
The coordination and how they did this. Borkum was actually throwing out the utility. He had the firewall, he had the hot hands. He was just getting ready to queue these things up. Usually these are the moments in your pub games when you're about to throw something, that's when you get picked off, right? But the thing is that he actually had Jesse Bash walking behind him, having the gun ready, so that they were holding angles while he was about to throw it. So again, the coordination and just how they're even moving through Hookah, just on point.
Absolutely on point. Now Velocity, they've brought out the big guns. They're looking to put a stop to it. It's going to be a tall fight, tall order, but they're still not giving up just yet, and that's what I love to see. Antidote, he has gone on with the operator. Might actually be able to connect a couple of shots here to stop BREN Esports, but BREN, I mean, if you're so fast, if you have a couple of players double peeking on operator, that's going to be big problems.
He hasn't been able to do it, and you see the psyche has been, you know, affected, right, by Velocity Gaming. We saw Antidote last time, who was super aggressive, right up at the front of the barrier, just looking for that op shot to just start off the round. In this one, he's all the way back into Tunican, peeking over into Hookah, right? So the game pace, the game sense, the strategy, everything has changed, and it's been affected by what BREN Esports has done, which is literally run off.
You're absolutely right, but this tripwire has caused a lot of problems for BREN Esports right now. Amaterasu, let's see if he can pull this off. No! Right to Ace will be there to back him up though, and Hellfire comes in as well. It's all up to Dubstep now, who can possibly make a play happen, but Hellfire's gonna wrap around the corner. That's the headshot to seal the deal, and Velocity are still in this fight.
All right, Velocity Gaming, just 10 more in a row. How hard is that, right? How hard is that?
It's possible.
Okay, all right. It might be a little bit difficult against his brainstorm, but that is the first of hopefully many as Velocity Gaming. You know, this is one of those things where you just need to just stop it, right?
Momentum.
I mean, BREN Esports went 11-1 or 10-2? I think going into the, I think they went 10-2.
They went 10-2, yeah.
10-2, right? So, you know, if they can win 10 games in a row, you can too, Velocity Gaming, I believe.
That's right. Do we believe, do you believe, chat? The question is, does the chat believe? Do the Indian fans believe in Velocity Gaming? I certainly do. We have an early recon bolt. Right to Ace is looking to stop it. He has a Bulldog. He's just going to back away now, kind of let them inch up towards Belong. Axcali will use a boombot to kind of gather information, and that is definitely information. He knows there's a couple of players all over by A short. This is looking to be a big firefight. Borkum will take Axcali down. B-Long has been opened up as well, but right to Ace holding the elbow angle. He is looking to put a stop to it.
Oh, he gets a nice shot. Shot it blind, and he got lucky, and he didn't end up killing Dispenser, but he pays with his life. Jesse Vash makes him pay with a nice headshot. Right to Ace is in the back into elbow. The recon bolt is giving away vision, though. Amaratu is also in position as well, but they've got 2 versus 3, and this is, of course, match point in this best of 1. The spike is going down. They will hear that. Amaratu needs to make a move around.
We're just waiting for that Cypher. Ching will fall. Now it's a 1v3. Very, very doable. Hellfire he is the one with full health, while the remaining 2 players are all in the red. Right to Ace will be the first one to receive it. Headshot into Jesse Vash, and that will be the 4th win for Velocity Gaming.
I told you. It was all about my beliefs, right? Yeah. I was like, oh, I believe in Velocity Gaming. I see it, and it turned into 2 wins. Boom.
That's right.
The power of my, my beliefs, right?
Need a drop.
That's what it's all about. You gotta believe. You gotta hashtag that VLT win. And we'll be looking at what BREN Esports can do to answer or close this one out. Right now, it's going to be in full eco. They have sheriffs. They have a little bit of armor. Right here. And, you know, could still do a little bit of damage, but they have to be more careful now. Yeah, Velocity, the bank is rolling in. They've got the guns, and they know what they want to do.
Yeah, BREN Esports don't need to rush it or anything. I mean, they realize that they've got plenty of time. I mean, even being down 12-5, they still are. They just need to do it. But Antidote with a nice little peek around found Dispenser. Gets another kill onto Borkum as well, so we're kind of starting things off very strong. He tries to shoot in blind, unfortunately now, but not able to connect on that one.
And this is the antidote that we were more familiar with right now. Oh, second shot connected, now looking for the third. He's gonna miss it, but he still has the frenzy. Oh! Very aggressive.
Super awkward. Because I thought he had got a headshot on that one, and he actually stopped firing as well. But nonetheless, Velocity Gaming do pull out the win. But the fact that your antidote died and you had the operator, it's a pretty big blow to at least the economy. Oh, he picked it up.
Okay, he can pick it right back up. But still, I mean, sometimes things like that happen, and you're just frustrated at the game. Yeah. Hopefully, he doesn't let that affect him too much. I mean, the way that he was playing this angle, right? I mean, pushing himself all the way up into A mid cubby, that is the one, the aggressive antidote that we are known to see. Earlier, over by B-Long, he was hiding all the way at the back. Now he's starting to feel himself. The momentum is back on Velocity's side. Let's see if they can ride this wave through.
But BREN Esports has a full buy. This is the one where they're fully ready. Like the last one was just pistols and all that, and he gets a nice shot there. He dashes away and he makes Dubstep pay, and that's the one you want to start with. He gets the second one to start this one off. The recon bolt does scout him out there. The Hunter's Fury is around him, and they should know, especially with that recon bolt giving away the vision. But Antidote is still peeking and holding that angle, and he's got 2K, and he's put his team in a position to win this round.
2 members trying to make a push through A short, but the 3 remaining ones are just looking for them. Axcali's just waiting for it. Oh! Headshot goes through.
I don't know if that was BM or anything, but I think that he just assumed he was there, but just the smoke just happened to dissipate right at that moment. But nonetheless, 3 versus 1. Jesse Vash is by in a corner. He's probably peeing his pants in there as he's so scared, but he's trying to get. He sees the shoulder and he makes Antidote pay. Can Jesse Vash clutch this one out? He goes for the recon bolt. That should scout him out, and he gets paid off in the end. And Hellfire again with a nice kill, and 12-6. This is that comeback.
It is that comeback. They are trying to make it happen, and so far it has been working. 4 rounds in a row now for Velocity, and they need to continue on with this momentum. They cannot make a single mistake. Meanwhile, BREN Esports, they're up with a half buy. We got Stingers, we got Sheriffs, but those are still possibly deadly and fatal weapons, right? I mean, Stinger up close, it can do so much.
Let's fly.
Antidote has to be careful now.
Well, the Stingers are still a very strong weapon, but you've got to be up close, and the fact that they're trying to push it. You need to be aggressive. You need to take advantage of that initial push that you do. You don't want to go slow, as I say that they slow up into Hookah here, as XCali's sticking around. He's got the paint shells. He does hear them, and that should just kind of thwart that sort of offense there.
Okay, he's managed to sneak into a prime position. Oh, the early shots too! He's gonna drop to the third, but then right to Ace and Antidote are there to back him up. All of a sudden, it's up to Ching. Still only with a... Okay, looks like he's picked up a rifle, but Amaterasu will be the one to receive him. Finds a shot. Oh, actually falls! Ching. He's still very much in this game. Let's not count him out. He's gonna from the shadows over onto A, get the spike down. Now it's gonna be a 2v1 retake. He has to position himself perfectly here.
XCali actually turned into the corner because he didn't want to get flashed there. I thought he was getting emo or he DC'd, but unfortunately it was actually a heads-up play. And now it looks like the spike is down. Ching is by himself, and he's hiding on, behind the box here near the portal. But can they find him, and do they have enough time as they're slowly clearing out the site now?
They're clearing through lamps. First shot misses, and that's Antidote to come back into this game. Let's go, Velocity. We have 7 wins now. It's the 5th win in a row, and they are still very much in this game.
Was that important?
I don't want to take credit for this, but I feel like I should, because my beliefs have started it into a 5-round streak here. And I mean, they have 0 room for error. They need to ensure that they keep up this momentum here. But now it looks like BREN Esports are fully bought. They've got the arsenal to fight out. These are the rounds that they must win.
That's right. But who do we believe in more, Holler?
Who do we believe in more? Well, I mean, whatever team, the opposite team that you believe in.
We need the chat on this, right? Give us your opinions. Is it a hashtag BREN or hashtag VLT? Who do you believe in?
Well, I mean, you put it up now? I mean, when it's 12-7? Like, that doesn't seem fair, right? Like, these are the moments where you're like, maybe when we start
these are the moments where things happen. As we see XCali Connect tries to make a showstopper play. Amaterasu will be there to trade things off for now. Runs back into safety. He does have the dark covers. They're all spent. Hunter's Fury there as well. Now he's hiding under Hookah. From the shadows could actually make some magic things happen now.
He's trying to scout out, trying to get something, some sort of information. But it's 4 versus 4. They do need to be a little bit careful. And BREN Esports, again, being very patient, especially since they're going to stick around all the way in the back there, as Borkum has got the spike all the way in the back.
It's all the way in the back, and they're still just trying to feel out the sights. I mean, the early aggression over by B short might have signaled to Velocity that, signaled to BREN that this was, the wrong idea. Let's not go through Hookah, right? But now that a couple of minutes have passed, a couple of seconds have passed, they could just route back around. Looks like Borkum will be trying to lurk over instead. We got 30 seconds left.
Spending a lot of time now, and it's going to be super quick. The firewall there, he's going to go for the flash. No, but you can't fake with 20 seconds left. Now is the time. You do not have much choice here.
Oh, it actually worked, though. I mean, Antidote trying to rotate. Now this kind of gives an opening to Dubstep. He manages to take right to waist down. Borkum did fall, though. They have to take Antidote down, and they will. This should give them the sight. It's a 3v2. They need to get the spike down now.
Spike is barely down with 3 seconds. They got the neural theft as well, so they know it's coming, and it looks like Hellfire goes down as well. The last one is in the corner. Can he do this? Unfortunately not, and Amaterasu goes down. And 13-7 BREN Esports eventually winning that one out.
BREN Esports. That was a beautiful, beautiful round. The fake from Borkum. The rest of the team clearing out elbow. Right to Ace getting taken out, and it was so crucial for Antidote to be able to stop them right there and then, but unfortunately it didn't happen, and that's going to be the score, 13-7.
What a crazy game. What a crazy game. I mean, we saw the 10-2 action, and we're like, ooh, this is a rough spot to be in. VLT, after coming off a 13-4 win in the last match, and all of a sudden, now they see this BREN Esports team that would kind of put them in a headlock early. It was not easy for them to do that, but again, All they need to do is top 2. You don't need to be the top dog going 1-2 at the very end. Like, just be in the top 2 and you're in the grand finals. That's the only thing that matters. But that said, Dubstep was up top. I mean, the guy was on fire throughout. Ching, Jesse Vash, all of these guys, huge, strong team. Look at that, 22-16. Look at that spread of kills. Everybody and their moms are together except for Dubstep, who's like on another level.
Yeah, Dubstep absolutely on that other, you know, electric level. 2.0 kill death ratio with an combat score 288. Still, credit where credit is due. I mean, Antidote, they managed to make a lot of big fights happen over in the second half. I mean, he's got 6 first bloods. I think it's just when the rest of the team had to follow up, it didn't quite happen towards the end. And, I mean, I just can't wait for the highlight reel, Holler.
Yeah, let's go into the highlight reel now. We jump in here, and this is where Antidote was playing back, just trying to get some sort of pick off here. He gets killed instead. He loses the duel with Jesse Vash, who was on fire at moments. He had some clutch moments. Dubstep, again, very strong as well. Look at all the kills this guy did. He, like, throws it around. He just flicks it. Goes from 1 to 100 in terms of health. Gets a defuse there. Excali with a nice little paint shells, just clearing him out.
I mean, Dubstep, his aim is on just another level. This guy's built different, but the teamwork from BREN as well. The Hunter's Fury, Borkham doing his thing, and this is the Jesse Vash clutch that made everyone. It's just wild.
Like, he had 3 shots, 3 kills. Like, he didn't miss a single one. I mean, the only thing he didn't do was he didn't get the defuse off in time. I mean, that was just one of those moments, right, where he tried to do it. This is the one in the tuna can where they go in hot. They got, 3 in a matter of seconds, and they were able to get the defuse. So BREN Esports, even the retake was on point.
Absolutely on point. I mean, these guys were, performing like we said earlier on, right? They were just this crazy SWAT team, Navy SEAL sort of execution. And Velocity, at times they were the Metal Gear Solid guards. But this is the second half where things started to look a little bit brighter for them.
Yeah, and they brought it up, right? They brought their A-game. Yes. I think that this is one of those things that, we're 13-5 or whatever, 13-4, we were losing. But the thing is that you can make a run on these guys. I think that this is a big confidence booster as they go out into the rest of the tournament. And I hope we see these two teams play against each other. I mean, we're not going to rig it or anything like that, but my belief is there because I feel like these two teams are the tops. Like, we've seen very strong teams from both BREN and Velocity Gaming. I want to see more of these guys.
Oh, yeah, me too. I mean, if we have a grand finals of Velocity versus BREN again, that's going to be the biggest grudge match ever in PvP esports. Well, do I dare say history?
Wait. Bigger than you and I? Our rivalry? I felt like our rivalry was the biggest, and then that would probably be about second, no? No. Yeah, we had a rivalry. Oh, you didn't know? You didn't get the memo? Oh, yeah, I'm angry. Did not. Yeah, all right, okay, sorry. Not to go all, little bit of a awkwardness on you, but yeah, we're in a fight, I just unfriended you on Facebook. That you should have gotten that memo.
Well, check your Facebook later. You might get blocked. But for now, this is going to be, of course, that was, again, BREN Esports versus Velocity. You heard us screaming all throughout. What comes up next, Holler?
We're going to take a quick little break, but after that, it's going to be Indonesia versus India, Velocity Gaming versus XCN. We're going to see that one coming up, and then we're going to be casting that one before we take a little bit of a break moving forward. But we're going to take a little bit of a break right now. It's going to be about 5 minutes, and we'll be right back.
The Huawei P40 Series 5G. Break the boundaries of speed and distance. Capture the best part of every moment. Even at night, you can discover stories within stories. Huawei P40 Series. Visionary photography.
Noise canceling.
Hello?
Everyone loves winning. That's why we've made it easy to pay for your apps with your Singtel mobile bill. With easy one-time setup and fast transactions, we offer hassle-free payment and convenience while you focus on winning. Stay entertained and pay easily. Find out more at singtel.com/DCB.
This Christmas, Singtel Dash is giving away 300,000 prizes and a grand prize of 1 million Dash reward points. Top up your prepaid card, pay, remit, and everyone gets to be a winner. Dash it, shake it, share it. Download Singtel Dash today.
Attention gamers! Singtel brings an ultra-powerful Wi-Fi 6 experience to you with the new Asus RTAX86U gaming router. Boost your mobile gaming performance with a tap on the Asus router app. Defeat Wi-Fi congestion with 5 GHz band for ultra-fast responsive gaming. Get it free when you sign up now with our 1+1 GPPS Fiber Pro Gamer Bundle. Only available with Singapore's #1 network. Visit singtel.com/gamerbundle to find out more.
Want to leave work on time, but can't deal with judgy colleagues? Easy! Dress up as the delivery guy. Want more data? Easy! Add more data anytime. Go Gomo!
คืออนาคตของ Cloud Gaming สนุกไร้ขีดจำกัดบนเครือข่าย AIS 5G อันดับหนึ่ง The future is yours.
Experience the great rise of now, all by yourself. Download now.
Dear Mother, light of the home.
Dad?
Hey, baby! Greetings, Professor Rodolfo.
May I be absolved from
Math Club tomorrow?
May Globe Virtual Hangouts kasi.
Go and hang out from wherever you are. Just open the Globe One app, choose an event, and click join.
We watch concerts online.
Woo! Dance together.
We can do quiz nights.
Yo, let's go! If you allow me,
I promise.
To make it up to you.
and repay your kindness tenfold? Truly, your favorite child.
I love you, Dad.
Please, babe.
Thank you, sir.
Enjoy your fave events with low prepaid virtual hangouts. All together now.
Yes.
Welcome back to Day 5, the SGF. We're going to have Indonesia, XCN, going up against India's Velocity Gaming. This is going to be the 6th match of the day. How are you feeling about this one?
Oh, man. XCN versus Velocity Gaming. I think, you know, the way the standings go, XCN is at the top. So that could say something. These guys are pretty good. Let's just take a look at that right now. They have... Oh, actually, they've been knocked off the top.
Well, it's because they haven't played the third game. They haven't played the third game, right? If we're looking at the straight-up numbers, BREN has played 3 games, and they're 20 points. XCN, though, are there 14 points? I mean... They just have yet to play that third game, right? And so we're going to see how good they are. Velocity Gaming, on the other hand, are tied and neck, and this is a must-win for them, especially if they want to get into the top 2, which is the only big thing right here. Obviously, with the cash breakdown, though, we do pay out into the 3rd place, but you definitely want to be top 2, right?
You definitely want to be top 2 for sure. I mean, XCN versus Velocity, it's a tough matchup to say for sure. I mean, we don't know much about how these guys are going to match up against one another, but the first 3 games that we've seen at the start of the day, XCN basically dominated, you know, over teams like INNERVOICE, BB's. They did not have much competition there.
Yeah, they were kind of on another level. I felt like that they were really strong. They were definitely in a great spot. And BREN Esports, to be honest, like I thought Velocity Gaming was very strong, and they just made them look like fools, almost. I mean, they were just kind of dominating them. Not to take anything away, Velocity Gaming were able to fight back, but it seemed to be one of those moments where, you know, we're just going to close this one out, had a little bit of trouble, stumbled in the end. But BREN Esports, again, you know, when you're up, what, 12-5, 12-6, you know what I mean? It's just a matter of getting that one win. They make one mistake, and that was pretty much it. So.
Yeah, sometimes that's how it goes. That one mistake can cost you the entire game. But XCN versus Velocity Gaming, that will be the next one that's coming up. XCN, they're a team from Indonesia. XCN, I think they're called the Team Executioners. That's what XCN stands for.
Okay.
And they did qualify for the First Strike Indonesia, but unfortunately they got knocked out right out of the bat. So, you know, against teams, other teams from Indonesia like Boom Esports, maybe they don't do as well. But right here against Velocity Gaming, that has not happened yet. Velocity Gaming tends to be really strong. We've seen how aggressive they can be, calculated aggression, in fact, but when momentum is not on their side, that's when they start to fall, right?
Yeah.
So XCN, that's what they need to do. They need to put a stop to make sure that Velocity Gaming doesn't start to get very comfortable in their shoes.
You know, you say that XCN stands actually for Executioner, which is great. But the thing is that when I see that, I'm just like, do they not know how to spell Executioner? And they were like, we're just going to go with XCN and just pick some random numbers out of it? Like, I mean, at this point, like, you know, we have Velocity Gaming, which is a mouthful, attack all around, all throughout. And yeah, you can just kind of abbreviate with AAA and all that stuff. But like, XCN is like one of those things where we should have done, you know, the full name Executioner, and then, you know, we'll call them XCN between the casters or whatever. Right. Like, you know, is a logo in the top or whatever, but we'll figure that out. Again, I'm poking, you know, in terms of like the logos, in terms of like the naming and all that stuff. So
wait till you see their logo, because it actually looks pretty cool, pretty sharp if I remember correctly. But for now, that will be the matchup that's going up next. Of course, we have seen Velocity Gaming play exceptionally well against Attack All Around. Unfortunately, you know, they did lose to BREN Esports, but I think it's important to mention that these guys are a team that they've been playing Counter-Strike since, you know, back in the old days, and they have not yet made a roster change since then. They have that chemistry.
You're seeing that, right? And in terms of coordination and how they retake sites, they've been on point, right? And just the whole coordination. Like, obviously we can't listen in on the comps or anything, but we assume as much unless they can read minds, because of the fact that these guys are on point in terms of taking things over and just retaking things. It's a special squad. I feel like this is still a very, very strong team, but again, XCN is a very strong team, and so I'm really hyped to see this match.
Yeah, for sure. But, you know, we do have to mention the Christmas season's coming up, festive season. We do have a lot of, not really gifts, but sponsors to shout out, and you could look to possibly purchase yourself some interesting gifts for, friends and family. We do have for now, it's a Singtel broadband deal. I mean, if you want a game-changing fiber plan, all you need is the Singtel new and improved 1+1 Gbps Fiber Pro Gamer Bundle, and it gives you the best of both worlds. It's really incredibly good. You want that 9 ping in Singapore? This is where you want to go. It's singtel.com/gamer bundle.
Yeah, it's a pretty big one. And another big, nice special that they've got going on is for GOMO. If you're looking for an awesome mobile plan, obviously, with mobile plans being very, very expensive, and they kind of like have you locked down for like many, many years, and even your kids are locked in, that kind of stuff. But GOMO is one of those things that kind of alleviates all of those things. You get 20 gigabytes, 200 minutes, 200 SMS for $20 on SG's #1 network. You can check out the promotions at gomo.sg/mobile. So a big shout out to them, as well as all of our other sponsors for putting this all together for the Season 2 Valorant Open Regionals.
Yeah, might be weird to kind of like, buy your friend or your family a mobile plan as a Christmas present, but hey, maybe it could come in a bundle with a phone or something like that, a Huawei P40 maybe, something,
Maybe. It's one of those things, but again, I think that if they set you up for the plan, it's like, like if your girlfriend was like to you, was just like, oh yeah, you need to get this. You only talk to me. You only WhatsApp me or whatever, and we're gonna constantly FaceTime, so I know exactly where you are, and so we just lock this, make it super awkward, right? I mean, could potentially be there. I don't know. I mean, I don't have that relationship with my girlfriend like that. So
well, then you're a much better man than me, Holler. But for now, let's get into the game. The teams are just getting loaded up. I think the map's gonna be Bind.
Okay. I'm looking forward to that. Again.
A little bit tough to say because Velocity Gaming, they had a rough time on Bind against BREN Esports. Well, that said, I'm not entirely sure what the map is as for now, but. Again, Indonesia, XEN, these guys, they're a big organization. They formed actually for, I think, years ago, and it started with a Counter-Strike 1.6 team. So Counter-Strike is in their blood, it's in their roots. Now they're in Valorant, where things are a little bit different. They're going up against a team like Velocity Gaming. I'm just not quite sure how this one plays out. They did perform really well, but this is kind of the boss fight that they need to go up against. Because Velocity Gaming has, we've seen how strong they can be. Now they need to prove themselves and really earn that top 2 spot, right?
Yeah, this is definitely a fight for it. I mean, it's gonna be one of the top teams. We're gonna find out which one is the real contender in that sense. But XCN maybe watched the last game, maybe saw that weaknesses in Velocity Gaming's play on Bind. So maybe they're like, hey, we're gonna pick this map and we're just gonna do the same exact thing that BREN did to you.
Possibly. Well, I mean, taking a look at the agent compositions that they've played before in the past, they were the exact same that I think Velocity played. In fact, they have Cypher is always a must pick at times, and even an Omen. The difference in being it's really just the duelists and how you coordinate your pushes. Whenever you have a jet, you kind of want someone to be able to enable that dash into a site. If you don't have that, you're kind of just dashing in blind. You might get shot out really quick.
Yeah, and we've seen kind of the play style of Velocity Gaming. And again, we're not 100% sure of how they picked attack or defend, but Velocity Gaming have put themselves in both matches on defense first. Right, which kind of changes things up, and they've kind of the first one they did, the second one they didn't, right? The attacker one they suffered in Bind, right? That was the last one. So I feel like in this one they need to start on defense.
Yeah, that's probably true. Once we see how strong they actually are in defense, because that's when they kind of switch up the pace. Whenever Antidote is on defense, he starts to go in aggressively, which is what you don't expect defenders to do. That's when they start racking those kills in. On the other hand, XCN, I'm not entirely sure what they have in store for us, but we will have to see how that one plays out. Are Velocity going to be starting on defense? That's the question that we want to see. It seems like the map, in fact, is not Bind. It's going to be Haven.
Okay, I like Haven. I mean, it's a nice change of pace, and there we go. That's, but it doesn't scream Executioners to me, right? You need like a Grim Reaper or whatever. But Velocity Gaming, like fly high, we got the Phoenix thing going. We like it. So I
understand Phoenix really say Velocity?
Yes, it does. Have you ever seen a Phoenix? Because I have, and I can tell you it screamed Velocity to me.
All right. Fair enough, fair enough. A big fat X at the center of your logo says executioners to me, so, you know, how about that?
All right, well, clearly you're wrong.
But
clearly
we are right on the fact that Velocity are starting on defense.
You're still wrong.
Oh, come on.
Okay, nonetheless, we've got a Sentinel on A-Bonks here, and we're going to get into this game to start this off again. Haven, like, are you okay with Haven?
You know, we did cast this yesterday.
Yeah.
It is a fairly attacker-sided map. I mean, of course, we're okay with it. But the question is, are Velocity okay with it? They are the ones starting on defense. We saw how strong they can be on defense. But when you have 3 different bomb sites to defend, how does that work out?
All right, so right in the chat, everybody's saying good luck, have fun. A little bit of sportsmanship to kind of start things off. And Velocity Gaming with just 1 ghost. And Antidote and Excali are going to kind of just hold off and make us worry about what they're going to pick up. But like 2 ghosts and a frenzy, are you okay with that little breakdown there by XCN?
I mean, not too shabby. If you don't have a ghost or light armor, you're probably going for utility, and that is the question in mind. At the start of the game, you know, it's pistol round. Everyone just it's really bare bones, right? So it's more about how XCN comes in with their coordinated pushes. Right now, it's just kind of an early round push over by A-Long. They're probably trying to get information, but once more, Antidote comes in from the back. Amaterasu pushes through mid as well. And now XCN are in a very tough and hairy spot.
Nice little flank play, right? They thought they were going to just be down that A-Long side, but it just flanked right from sewers. Did not expect that. And he got some tremendous value with the classic there, and even getting some the alternate fire mode on in, and just doing a lot of damage there. But the spikes in the back, and Amaterasu gets that headshot. And he gets the second one there. So Amaterasu just ends that one very quick. And Velocity Gaming are, get the first round.
4 kills to start off. Amaterasu and Antidote. We've seen this way too often. I mean, maybe XCN hasn't gotten used to this yet, but on attack, they need to play a little bit more slowly. Velocity is just so aggressive. They love to push up, and when you're not watching your back, that's when Antidote gets you. That's when Amaterasu pushes up and gets you by your neck. He already has 4 out of 6 ultimate points, and that is big value. XCN right now looks like they're just going to play a little bit safer. Still pushing up over onto A-Long, but you can see Excali trying to push up.
Yeah, don't force it. I mean, they don't have any of the weapons, and he gets, again, another flank there. But he does end up getting that Spectre back, so he gets some, you get some sort of arsenal as you move forward here. God. But Antidote just back off. He only has a ghost. He's trying to walk through, but he gets picked off of the stolen Spectre, and he makes right to HP.
He saw the spike. He knows it's on the ground, and that's all he needs to do now. He just has to watch this one little spike. Meanwhile, XCN, they have to come back and pick it up. He only has 2 angles to worry about, and he has his teammates there to back him up as well. Hellfire will be able to take Cage down. And, man, Antidote's just doing a great job.
Oh, man. Okay. Bongs just goes right next to him, throws him down with the classic. Antidote's got the ghost as well. Does the cloud burst here. He's going to back off now. Foxmork is going to try to spray and pray, but it's unfortunately, he does get the kill on Antidote, who just had a gun, so he does get some of that. And he does have the spike, and it's going to be a one-on-one, which is the real Phoenix. And it looks like Foxmork is going to look to plant the spike here.
I stand corrected. I think that early push up from Excali, just kind of an oversight. They didn't expect Flinch to be watching the flank as well, and that kind of gave a free Spectre over onto XCN's hands. Now Foxmork will get the spike down over by B. He has a Spectre, so this is a very even matchup. Amaterasu, he does have 1 curveball, but I don't know how useful that's going to be. I mean, XCN, Foxmork could be hiding anywhere.
I mean, you got the spike down. You've turned this into a 1v1. Even if, you lose out or whatever, this is the round that you had no business winning, right? So Foxmork has put their team in a prime position to win as he's kind of camping back with this little Spectre here. And he's just going to wait for it to the sound cue. He gets a little bit of pick off, does a little bit of damage. And gets him off the spike.
He doesn't even need to get the kill. All he needs to do is spend enough time. But Amaterasu comes in with a gnarly headshot with the Phantom. Knowing that he doesn't have enough time to defuse the spike, though, he's going to back off. And that's going to be the second win for XCN. Second round win.
1-1. It looks like they've kind of evened it up, and that was a weird round. Amaterasu saves his Phantom. I mean, he's still undefeated in the sense that he has not been killed yet, 5-0-0. But again, this is one of those moments where it was a lost opportunity.
Yeah, lost opportunities. Definitely not what Velocity Gaming wanted. So now their economy is a little bit more broken than it should be. And they might just be looking to purchase up sheriffs, play a little bit more safely this time, instead of pushing all the way up A short and A long once more.
This is so weird because Amarasu's always got the recon. He's been tracked. But it looks like, I mean, he's got the Phantom and nobody else bought out. And Antidote's got the knives out, so he's got this covered here. The drone is going to scout, and I like this little combination. We see this with INNERVOICE as well, where they try to use this. He scouts it out, and he gets the other one with the knives, but unfortunately not able to connect, and fires, gets him with a headshot.
And I feel like that gunfight was just a little bit unnecessary, right? You're challenging 2 players there. Yes, you might have your Blade Storm, but even with the best aim, it's still a very, very tough fight to deal with. It's 2 instead of 1. And now that just kind of opens up the C side as it baits out the over-rotation from Velocity. It's still going to be a 4v4 though, so very doable. But let's see how Velocity can do this.
Doable, but Hellfire's only got a classic, and this is where things get kind of worried. I don't know what he's doing in the dark. I want to see his hand, sir. But okay, he doesn't actually. Okay, he pulls out his classic again. The diffuser's wide out in the open, and this they can just kind of spray and pray and just use sound cues. And the dark cover is going to be used as well, and he gets shot right to Ace. Does get the return kill on Fires. Cage turns him around, and Avong is the last, and he does get killed by right to Ace. And does he have enough time, though? He fakes the defuse, and he's trying to pick through, and I don't know if he's got time, especially since it hasn't done any bit. And yeah, there's no time now, and he backs off.
So that was a pretty disturbing firefight over by C long, and that's kind of how those rounds usually tend to go. Once you have the spike down over on C and it's planted for C long, it just turns into a huge shooting gallery for you, especially if you're holding over by C. All you need to do is just hide, let them bait out the defuse. If you are able to buy enough time, and that's exactly what XCN did. Velocity Gaming, you know, it's a little bit tough, but they still managed to make themselves out alive. Amaterasu with his ultimate up. This could be a troublesome round for XCN, but let's see how they play this one out.
Excuse me. I think they should have gone for instead of the fake diffuse, I think you go for that initial diffuse, get it to half, right? If you get picked off in the end, so what, right? You have hopefully your other teammates that can kind of cover you when you're doing this, but I think that you need to get to that level where that the next opportunity you have to go for the diffuse, you have a chance, right? By just consistently faking it, you're not actually making any progress on the diffuse, and you don't have time then.
It's a very good point, but it looks like Antidote still wants to go with his aggression. He's watching the cross in case another player jumps over. But Amaterasu with the run it back, just trying to get some information. Doesn't seem like he got anything out of that, though. That is a little bit.
He sees him and just enough, and Antidote dashes away, so that's a good start to this round. XCN doesn't see it. He flashes. I think he flashed himself, but it was just a run it back. I've been there before, buddy.
Not too bad, but meanwhile, the rest of the team are trying to make things happen on the other sites as well. Flinch pushing over into B, spots one out, but neglects to check the left corner, gets shot by Excali. Cage, though, will be able to open C side up, and this could be a repeat of what we saw in the previous round. Plant for C long, watch the bomb, and XCN are just pretty comfortable.
Yeah, they have the default right in the open. Cage with a nice shot into the window, but he does pay with his life. Abong CS is still alive, though. And he has that nice little skin on the Vandal, but they'll cover window, and they're kind of backing off. I mean, they're sticking garage here, and they have the diffuser from the other side. And I like the fact that they're changing it up. Normally, you'd be the C-long. That's where they were the first time, and now they're kind of going in from garage, so it's a completely different angle they need to account for.
They bought enough time, I think. I mean, the spike is still ticking. I think they only have about 20 seconds left, and XCN, they're just playing it super safe. Spy Cam is doing its thing as well, so Velocity, they're just taking a little bit too much time with these retakes, and that allows XCN to pick up rounds. Not quite sure what's happening here with Velocity.
They're kind of slow to approach the retakes. I don't know what it is. It seems like a hesitation. They're going a lot for the fakes. And at times, I think that you could just go straight for the somewhat ballsy just diffuse, right? I think that you have a chance because they're not respecting the fact that they assume that you're going to go for the fake and not go for the actual diffuse.
It does seem so. And we definitely did think that Velocity would have performed better starting out on defense, but this is not what we want to see. Still, they're going out for these early information plays, trying to maybe get an early pick. Antidote's still doing his thing. He does manage to find one, but Cage will get one as well.
Actually, is it Cage or Kage? Because I know in Street Fighter it's actually Kage.
Yeah,
more like
right.
the Japanese things, but we'll call him Cage just for the sake of. But I'm not 100% sure. Oh, he gets a nice headshot on Kage, Cage, whatever we're going to call him. And Amarasu's going to back off here. They do have C-Long completely covered.
C-Long is completely covered, but A is not. I stand corrected. Excali with a nutty headshot with a Sheriff, no less.
I mean, he gets the headshot, which was sick, with the single bullet, and then he steals her gun. I feel like it's just bad times.
Bad times. We get your gun. Now we're just going to reposition ourselves. You can get the spike down, but Excali is still looming over your shoulder.
Yeah, all they needed was that sound cue. They just need to know where the spike is. The reinforcements are on their way. They're making their way back. Does need to be a little bit careful there as his recon bolt is revealed his location.
Well, that's just one. It looks like he's just going to rotate on over to spawn instead. Meanwhile, Antidote is the one with the sniper's nest position from heaven. But hiding underneath Hell, that's going to be the tough corner to clear out. They need to watch out for sewers are short as well. Flinch getting a nice headshot, and this is the slow rotate that I'm talking about. They're taking way too long with these rotates, but if he connects the shot here, this could be it for XCN. He's looking for it still with the operator. No! Flinch closes it out with a headshot.
These are the moments where you're taking individual fights, right? If you drop in, go together into Hell. I mean, you have to assume that, like, there's too many different angles, right? So the one is down towards A-Long, right? So what you would do is have, Antidote cover in that area so that you have the ramp. And the other two go in together so that they can cover each other's backs. Unfortunately, they weren't synchronized like that. And what they did was they took individual fights and they paid for it with that one. And XCN gets that win.
Yeah, not to mention that Antidote's still trying to make these retakes happen with an operator. I mean, if he just misses one shot, that could be it for him. If he swapped on over to the Frenzy, it might have been a different story. But now, this recon bolt is going to provide them with a lot of information. Still, it's just early information, right? This is a very common spot. We always know attackers are going to be hiding over by this part of the map. They're still just waiting things out over by mid, and XCN, they're kind of just waiting things out.
Tagged them, saw the Reyna. They know exactly where they are, or at least two of them are, which is a pretty big moment considering 2 of 5 agents. Right to Ace is going to just cover sewers, though, not be over-aggressive, as he doesn't need to be.
They're pushing along into short with the Owl drone. And I think Right to Ace might have heard that, so he's going to back off behind the box. But looking at Excali, he's going to find the first headshot to open things up for Velocity. XCN now knowing that there is a little bit of competition over by A site, they're just going to rotate over onto another part of the map.
Yeah, Excali was so patient, hiding behind that box for the longest period of time. I would have fallen asleep if I was there.
Well, looks like Hellfire's gonna be the one to wait patiently and find another headshot this time as Cage will fall. Antidote all the way over by Kong as well. And just, it's so patient, and XCN, they're starting to fall apart. Flinch, don't flinch here. Uh-oh.
Just too much. And it was weird because I thought he actually saw him, but he looked away at the last second. He's like, now the guy's not there. I'm going to check a different angle. But like popping out of those smokes, you need to understand where the angles are, the fat parts, and just kind of understanding how to you make your way through it, right? And so he kind of took a bad angle. The smoke was kind of in an awkward position as well. Just some things that you can kind of improve. And, yes, you can't really see through those things, so you don't exactly know where you are, but you can kind of look at the mini-map and kind of get some idea of where you're going to pop out of.
Yeah, I completely agree with what you're saying. But for now, XCN's economy are broken. They will have Sheriffs and Stingers to go with this round. Velocity, on the other hand, full buys. And let's see if they still can repeat this early round. Whoa, that one tap. Still gonna pay for it with his life. The Hunter's Fury and the Sheriff will connect. Right to Ace comes in with a reply. It's gonna be a 4-on-3.
I mean, Right to Ace getting the return kill. You baited out the Hunter's Fury, and you got the kill on the Reyna, right? So, not the worst thing for Velocity Gaming for them. Seeing as that they're up, 4 versus 3 here, and they're in a pretty good, decent position.
Absolutely good. I mean, I think the biggest thing was that the Hunter's Fury was spent. That is a big game-changing ultimate. You use it on only one guy.
Yeah, that was a bit of a waste there. And I like, if the Reyna just got the kill by himself, I mean, yeah, he only had a Sheriff, which is a little bit more difficult, but I think that you need to risk it because you want that Hunter's Fury when they're grouped up or you know that there's more than one. Maybe you tag somebody who's trying to defuse a spike or whatever, right? But Hellfire there gets a nice headshot on his clone, and he just backs off into C.
I mean, this is kind of a repeat of what we saw in the previous round. XCN, the way they're peeking these angles and corners,
30 seconds
they're going in dry without utility, without teammates. They're just really slowly walking into the crosshairs of Velocity Gaming.
Oh, nice headshot. What a patient play by Hellfire. Just holding that right angle. Again, when you're looking at different plays, you got to do it head level so that you make sure that you get it. Antidote with a nice kill there. And again, they're back into this as they're looking to turn this into a 3-4 game.
Yeah, pristine crosshair placement. These guys are, you know, OG CS pros after all. And Velocity Gaming are slowly but surely coming back into this game. And XCN, they need to figure out some sort of different strategy. I mean, at first, Velocity Gaming was kind of going in with these really aggressive peaks in the first 5-10 seconds of the round. XCN kind of caught on to that fact, perhaps, but then now Velocity, you know, after conditioning them to play a little bit more slowly, Velocity are playing even slower, and XCN are just slowly walking into their crosshairs.
I feel like when you call like a team or a player ex-CS player, you're calling him a boomer. I don't know what it is. I mean, that's such an old school game, but
hey.
All right.
Hiko might be a boomer, but he's incredible, you know?
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot to learn, and the skills are transferable for sure. Empress is going to be committed here, but can they find the right fight? Hot Hands has been committed on the ground, just a little bit of zoning, but they actually haven't walked out the sewers themselves, and they're just trying to find people. And again, just very, very patient by XCN.
Oh. Well, let's see if the patience will pay off. It's going to be an early kill. Now they have information. There's one more player over by A long. It's probably going to be an E-split push, in fact. And Velocity still playing it very safe, very slow. They're just waiting for the pushes to go through.
I mean, they see the shots, they know that people are roughly here, but they haven't done a full rotation yet by Velocity Gaming. I mean, you don't really need to when your sentries and your guards, like right to ace, are getting headshots like this. So you're in a fine position, but that recon bolt is not actually going to see where Foxmork is. He's going to turn around and hit him right in the side of the head. Oh, he was not even facing the right way, but he looks like he gets it. But no, another nice flick by Foxmork, and they've got the site on lockdown, but he doesn't actually have the spike.
Wait. Okay, Foxmork manages to pull out those 2 kills. That was huge, and now they will get the spike down over by B. Velocity are looking towards A link now. And the way... Oh, he's got it planted for mid. All he needs to do is just wait over in this corner.
Doesn't have much to do. I mean, he's got the camera, you've got the sound cues, you're definitely close enough. Like, you wouldn't have that issue. Plus, the fact that you have, you know, the Phoenix just right by window so that he can just kind of spray some shots. Amarasu's going to go for the firewall, and he's actually going to go for the defuse here. He gets to the first half, but it's just a run it back. That's a nice use of it, assuming he got to half. I'm not sure if he did, but he's trying to peek through. Nice headshot by Ebong, but he's been flashed, and he gets another one. The second kill, he was shooting blind, but it doesn't really matter, especially when your crosshairs at the head level, and you get a nice little 2K to just finish that round.
Really, really well played by Ebong. I mean, like you said, you know, shooting it blind, but he just knew, right? Someone else is going to peek it. Let me just spray and pray, close my eyes. I can just hold down left clicked. You're going to walk into my crosshairs anyway. And now XCN, they're up by 2 rounds. This is the first round they've won in a while, but let's see if they can continue with this momentum. Velocity, again, it's once XCN comes in with a spike plant, they go in with a retake, but it takes a little bit way too long.
It seems simple in the sense that, like, they're kind of doing the same thing. Well, right to aces just knows that, like, they tend to group up in that area, and that's why he did the Hunter's Fury, and he did get a kill on that one. So making use of the ult, and you're playing against, or you're playing with the opponent's tendencies in mind and understanding where the enemy is.
That's right. That's what these players do. They're trying to adapt to each other. And that's what we want to see from pros. Newer Theft comes in as well, so they know where Velocity Gaming are. It's going to be a 3v5 retake, and Velocity, they need to make these plays happen here. He peeks out, misses the first initial shot, and this could be a big issue. Now XCN are comfortable in their cubbies and hiding spots. Velocity needs to flush them out.
They need to flush them out, but they also need to smoke it, right? I think they need to cover things and just kind of hold that through. Oh, nice little recon bolt. That will provide a lot of vision and information. Right to Ace does get the kill, but he does get killed in return. Kage does get the nice one, but it looks like XCN have pulled this away.
They're pulling this away, and they're pulling in their wins. They've got 3 wins on top of Velocity now. 6-3 is the score, and I mean, it's again, with these retakes, it always falls apart for Velocity, and I think it's also partly due to the fact that whenever they go into them, for some reason they hold on to their operators. Operators and retakes are, it's a no-go. It's very difficult to pull one off unless you're someone like Jesse Vash who manages to turn things into 1v1s.
So you're saying these guys aren't as good as Jesse Vash? Is that what you're saying?
I think so. I think that is what I'm saying. I'm really tired of Velocity Gaming.
And they can find you on social media where? Hey, I'm Quack?
Yeah, that's right.
All right, good. Feel free to DM this guy, figure out what he's doing. Or,
send me hate mail, I'll get some of it.
Calling you out pretty
Better
much.
yet, pull off a clutch and prove me wrong, right? Antidote now will fall, and the operator is now out of play. Velocity Gaming, these guys were performing so well, but things are starting to fall apart. It's a really, really slow game between these two teams. They're just kind of feeling each other out, right? But it's kind of this back and forth tango between them two.
Yeah, it's 6-3. It's still not insurmountable. Velocity Gaming just being on the defense here. And again, we talked about Haven being an attacker-sided or favored map. And so, as long as they're not like, 10-2 like they were last time, or 9-3 in this potential case, like the last one, I think they still have a chance, but they're going to find all of right there. C long, and they're going to spray there. The recon bolt does give vision. They have the firewall blocking half of the map, or the site that is. The shock bar is going to be there, but Hellfire gets a nice headshot. He turns into the second one, but he end up that's pretty much all you need is Velocity Gaming get that win.
All you need. I mean, that wall might have split the side into half, but it was Hellfire's half, and he knew exactly how to play around that platform at the back of at the back of C site, and of course Hellfire was there to support him as well, and that is what Velocity Gaming needs. Once they figure out, yeah, there are 3 bomb sites, but if they are able to figure out correctly which site XCN is going to hit, especially if it's a site like C, it's a difficult one to push through. C long is such a it's a choke point for sure. Now XCN, they're trying to get some information out of this as well. The Lear goes out, they want to push into A, but right to A's recon bolt, that's big information. It definitely pushes them off.
Pushes them off, but this is one of those rounds that I think that Velocity Gaming really need, right? They want to go in at least 7-5. That's probably the minimum at this point, just to be in a safe spot, because then you turn it up when you're the attackers here. But it looks like they've all kind of made their way into mid XCN, and he's going to spot this Excali there. The Lear is going to be used. He gets a nice dismiss, and he backs away, and he goes to safety, waits for reinforcements, and actually avoids the shock dart in the meantime. Antidote gets that kill as well. The shock dart in return, and they planted the spike though. And B is one of those difficult sites to hold because there's just way too many angles.
Yeah, but now that they have it, he might only have a Sheriff, but he's holding it by Gong. If he's able to find a couple of headshots, oh, it doesn't happen. Abong is the only one left. Will get the first, but he still has 4 more to go. Looks like he's just going to hold on to a Vandal, give them the defuse. But Velocity, they're going hunting. They want his blood.
Oh, he's trying to wall bang. He needs to be careful. And yeah, he gets hunted down even to the end. Excali. Oh, I thought he was going to just walk away with that Cyberpunk Vandal, but unfortunately not able to.
Well, this is the Velocity that I want to see. They're starting to make their plays happen, and Antidote has bought up his operator again. Let's see if he's going to be able to pull this off. Looks like he wants to go for an aggressive peek down short, and it's going to be Foskmore, the one who will be the one who's going to meet him there.
I think if Antidote can get that peek off, like through sewers, like that's a pretty one because it's just a huge long alleyway. Firewall's going to be pump faked. But they're backing up and they're hiding behind near spawn, and they haven't committed to anything. And so Antidote got nothing out of that.
Well, not much, but now XCN are aware of his position. They know he's watching this angle. They probably won't be pushing into A anymore. So all that Velocity needs to worry about now is C or B. And C is a site that XCN has had trouble with before, considering where Hellfire is. But Hellfire needs to be able to stop them from pushing through. He's the only one down by C. And here it comes, run it back, they're pushing through. He will get the first frag. Recon ball, he's looking for it. But the rest of them are all streaming into the site. He gets one, it's going to be a trade. Hunter in as well. Excali is there to stop it, but they have the site. It's going to be a full 4v3 retake, and this is the speed that we want to see from Velocity. Amaterasu and right to Ace just clean things out. It's 2 and 1 kill back to back. and Velocity are sitting at 6 and 6.
Yeah, his aim is so on. Amarasu's been a beast this match. Just the fact that he's been able to like it's a 3-on-3 and then you get 2 kills right away. I mean, effectively your other 2 guys can deal with that one lone strangler or straggler, excuse me. And so you're just in a great spot here. But it's 6-6. We've reversed it. I mean, we've turned it around, excuse me, and we're into the second half, and VLT are in the attackers now, which is pretty massive, especially with Haven.
This could be what VLT needs. I mean, that was a perfect round from them over on just the last round of the first half. The way Antidote was blocking off A, it just renders XCN unable to push through into that site. Through the process of deduction, they know it's either B or C, and C, again, huge choke point. It was just really, really tough for them to push through, even with the Phoenix run it back. Now, Velocity on attack. It looks like they want to play things a little bit slower. We have a Recon Bolt, we have Foskmore over in this corner, but they are watching at Velocity.
XCN, this is the difference though. With XCN being on defense and having a Sentinel, you can provide a lot of like coverage, right? And if you're looking at the Cypher here, he's by himself and he's got B pretty much on lockdown on both ends from garage and into main B site. So you pretty much have that both of those. So it comes down to the end and the team can kind of rotate and hold different angles.
That's right, but Velocity still a little bit slow. They only have a minute left, and that's still quite a lot of time. Fossmark still in this corner. They're waiting for a push. They're waiting for XCN to come up with an aggressive play, but XCN still very, very safe. He's just waiting for someone to cross over onto A long. They don't check this. He's going to get one. Can he get another? Oh, the curveball does not work.
Okay, but he did try to go on the ground, which is the right way to do it, especially since it went around. But it was a little actually too close. He probably was out of bullets with a frenzy because you shoot that thing once and like all of your bullets are out of there. But Kelly gets the headshot and they're in this site and they've got this one. They've thrown up some cameras. They're trying to fortify. The spike is about to go down and he shoots blind into the smoke and right to Ace. Gets a nice headshot into Kage and he's like, come on, luck much?
Luck much indeed. Now Abong trying to b-hop his way silently over onto Heaven. Still, it's a 1v4. Let's see if he can pull up a couple of headshots here. They might have spotted him out. The first initial shot will give his position away, and Hellfire will be the one to close it out. Velocity looking at the first pistol win. This could translate into the second win now that they have Spectres.
They've got it. It's a pretty massive one, right? Just winning that first round, pistols. We talk about this all the time. If you look at Vosmork, he responds by buying his own stinger, but it's like, okay, no, we're going to save full save here. Yeah, there's no reason to buy this out as he looks to just trade that in for the Ghost.
Yeah, it looks like it's definitely going to be a full save. You know, maybe a Ghost, maybe a Frenzy. It should be just a full-on push to, you know, open things up, maybe just get the... do a little bit of damage, but wow, they're just gonna play it safely, play the long game, get the alt orb up, waiting for a push.
No, but the long game is to their advantage, right? You get range, you get some pickoffs. There's really no reason, because if you're rushing it in, you're rushing into pistols, and that's kind of like, you know, anything can happen in chaos, right? So it's one of those moments where you need to play safe. You can play with the time. You're the attackers. You have the initiative. You can kind of choose your battle, so to speak.
That is exactly what they're doing. We saw, I mean, the Phoenix was positioned all the way up onto B, but now they've decided to rotate over onto C instead. Cage has been dinked as well, down to 40 points of health. All they need to deal with are these 3 players, and the site will be open. It's a dink, but it's not enough. The Spectres will still just mow on right through. Flinch will be the only one left. He's looking for a weapon, but will not be able to find one. The spike should be getting planted any second now.
He's going to walk out of this, and he's going to get picked off there. But actually, the Hot Hands did a decent amount of work before he got that pick there. That was actually pretty nice there by Amaterasu.
Just a little bit of damage, you know. Velocity, they lost 2 players in that round, but it's no problem because they're just going to buy right back. Antidote now with the operator again. He loves that thing. And XCN, they need to switch things up. They should be full buying this round, but looking at how they are defending, it's a little bit iffy at times.
Again, going back to the whole building my own dream team of Valorant. Like, if I'm looking for players and you tell me you're a Jet player, but your favorite weapon isn't an operator, then I'm going to be like, oh, next, pass. I don't need you.
What about 10s?
No. Pass. No, because I'm looking for I want the Wardell playstyle, right? The high risk, high reward, the guy who's gonna just literally win the fight or win the round in like the first 10 seconds by getting that operator pick, right? Like just put your team in a good position to win, being somewhat risky, yes, but when it pays off, you're hitting with spades.
That's right. Well, let's see if those spades will turn into a full-on jackpot, but Fire aggressively pushing. He's going to get a little bit of information out of this. Spots ahead as well, but unfortunately falls. Flinch will be the one to trade. Now he's trying to connect to a second. Instead, it's going to be a 2-for-2, but Velocity, now they're down by 3 members.
I mean, Flinch got 2 kills there, so he got a little bit of a return in that sense. So not the worst thing in the world for him, but VLT now, though, this is a weird moment. You're 2-3 in terms of agents left, and yet you have the antidote operator, and you do not want to lose this one. So you definitely need to play this one out. 28 seconds, though, and it looks like they're going to go for the plants as A is wide open.
Wide open, but Abong does have his camera up. As long as he activates it, he will be able to get information out of this play. And now with the numbers advantage, they could very well make this retake work. There it goes, Spy Cam. He gets the dart as well. They know where he is. The paranoia will come out, and that allows him to reposition himself, but they probably heard it. Yep, they do. And it's Hellfire getting taken out. Antidote, oh! It's the 1v3 operator fight. Can he make it happen? Oh no.
He's trying to shoot blind. He knows roughly where he is. He's like, oh, he sees somebody else. He gets a headshot here. Oh, he doesn't get it, but he gets 2 kills on return. So not the worst take by Antidote there, but it's 8-7 now.
I can't look, Holler. I can't. That was so close. He even pulled out a knife at the end because that was the only option he had left.
I mean, if he had his frenzy, I think that could have been a different round.
Maybe.
Like, he had his chance. But like the fact that he got 2 kills with the classic even before, like that's tremendous value there.
It is tremendous value. It's a very good fight indeed, but they still need these wins. Now, I mean, XCN are starting to close in on this gap. It's only 1 round away from equalizing the board. Velocity, they're trying to switch up the attack. I love this aggression, but it gets shut down by Fire.
Makes him pay for peeking just a little bit. And again, this is why when XCN doesn't have that jet, so somebody else has to pick it up, right? And the Reyna was in that case, so you know, it's weird not seeing a jet on a team, I would say.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, Jet has been such a top-tier agent so far in all these high-level Valorant games. It looks like it's going to be an A-split push this time. They're going in with their drone. It gets a little bit of information, seeing that the first half of A-side is clear, but Heaven is the one to watch out for. There are 2 players there. Looks like Fire wants to drop down. I think he still has his operator. Oh, he actually gets tagged.
Got tagged. The spike is about to go down. The shock dart is a little off the mark here, but they did spot him out. They did have the tag there, so they've got some vision. Flinch does get a nice kill there. Bossmork as well. Right 2 aces, just shoot blind, and he does get him. Kage gets the kill on X-Cali, and it looks like right 2 aces all by himself, who gets killed there by Fires with a nice operator shot.
Fire has been doing such a great job. The initial kill over on A long slowed things down. They kind of bait out the push over from Velocity. Over from Velocity into A, but the way that they were just holding it over from Heaven and descending down upon them, like, it was tough for Velocity to hold that one. And this is where they're starting to show their weaknesses. They need to be able to secure the sides and really get a good lockdown, but they were just kind of falling apart due to the neural theft, the spy cams, all these little tracking things, and it just really gives away too much information to XCN.
Get out of my way!
A little bit of a mix buy here by Velocity there, but it looks like they're kind of... the hot hand should actually... Okay, it expires at the right moment. They've got garage window covered. And they're making their way into C here. The Lear's going to be used. Flash as well. So this is going to be a good salt. They were hiding behind the box, and they do. Amaratu does get that kill. He does get killed in return. Fires with that nice one. Fosmort, he's going to look to go. They got the flash here. He throws that around the corner, but he wasn't enough. A-Bongs does get that kill. Right 2 ace is going to back up into Cubby here, and he's all by himself. Thoughts and prayers, my friend.
Thoughts and prayers. All he has is a Spectre, and with the bow and arrow out, it loses to the sheer metal from Abong. And now XCN are up by 1 round. Velocity, I mean, they had such a good showing on the very first match that they played, but now it seems like they're off performance. I mean, off form.
So you're saying they're off performance-enhancing drugs? Is that what, no, I'm just kidding. No. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. They would not do that. But Velocity Gaming. This is one of those moments where you've hit a different level of team. In terms of skill, right? Like BREN Esports kind of hit him in the, punch him in the face or whatever, and now XCN they're fighting tooth and nail, right? And this is a tournament. It's a round robin. You play against all the different teams. This is a marathon, not a sprint. You need to ensure that you're able to survive through all of these arduous games that you're going to go through.
Yeah, they kind of need to pace themselves out here. Now it looks like they're going to be a little bit more careful. We have Antidote watching the angle over by A to make sure nobody pushes through. Meanwhile, the rest of the team are making their way into C through Garage. We also have an Omen right by C long as well. Now they know that the site is completely open, right? I mean, the running back just kind of forced XCN all the way back, but it also tells them the site is going to be down on C. It's going to be a full-on 4v5 retake, in fact.
Yeah, Fosmore gets killed here, so that's a good start. Fire is just kind of holding window. The spike is about to be planted, though, and C is completely, in the hands of XCN here. But are they able to retake this? A-Bong is making his way back. He's trying to wallbang him. He does get some shots in. He gets a nice headshot into right to Ace, and A-Bong's making it way into C. They've got the neural theft. He lost his hat. And with that, he lost a little bit of speed, but he gets his targeter to just kind of connect onto Amaratu, make sure he gets that, but Excali gets picked off by Kage. Hellfire is just going to try to fight this to dash away, but he gets it, and Hellfire just shooting blind. He ends up getting it with Antidote there. And Velocity Gaming, 9-9 evens it up.
Very nice play towards the end. I mean, Hellfire is definitely holding his own, making sure that nobody escapes. Yeah, I mean, Antidote, he was, kind of that bait and switch tactic, right? Dashing away and then allowing them to peek. As soon as they peek, Hellfire just says, hello, I'm actually right there. And he will be able to connect his shots. It's going to be a 9-9 score for now. XCN still trying to figure out these strange offensive pushes from Velocity. I mean, the tempo switches around so much. Sometimes they rush, sometimes they're slow. Now they're looking to possibly gain garage control, but Fosmork is looking to provide some resistance.
Yeah, but this is one of those things where, you need to just change it up. You can't be predictable. You can't be doing the same thing. You can't be going in fast all the time, right? You need to be able to go slow, find your pickoffs, find the gaps. What are the weaknesses of XCN?
XCN, I mean, they're definitely just guessing right now. They have map control over so many sites except for A short, but Velocity, it looks like they might be banking in on, that's big information. They could be able to tell that a lot of Velocity's players are over by C long. Here he comes, the push, the paranoia is enough. Cage will be able to hide behind this box, teleport away into safety. Antidote finds the first pick. They're going in, and they're going ham. Velocity, they're doing this. They're taking down 3 members. They have the site now, and XCN need to make this retake work. Excali finds the first, gets the second, and now they will be looking at a 10-round win.
Very nicely played, VLT there. Just really on point. Even through the, finding the Omen, who's just trying to just survive, doing shadow steps just to kind of, shrouded steps, excuse me, to just kind of get to safety. But, I mean, they're just too fast, right? And this is it's the patience thing, and then all of a sudden you burst onto the site, and it makes it very difficult catching people. And having to go all the way from A to C, that is a long, long path to go.
Long path. It's C long after all, but now it looks like we have a little tactical pause as the players reassess their options. Sometimes you just need that little breather, try to figure things out. But for now, I mean, Velocity are doing a great job. They're starting to figure out these cracks in XCN's defense. They know that C side tends to be this site where, if they push in, make enough noise, establish a big enough presence, XCN are probably going to relinquish control over the site and fall back, making it an easy way to defend the site once they get the spike down.
They've been doing a good job on the attack, right? Yes, they've been thwarted at moments, but they've kind of been able to hit the right parts, and getting the spike down is the most important thing, right? In terms of, from what we saw from the first half, where XCN wasn't able to get as many plants down, Velocity has done a better job, and yeah, the defuses have happened and all that stuff, but in terms of economy, that just helps them overall.
Look at this setup from XCN, though. They're banking all of their players all over into C. I mean, we got 3 over in C, we got 2 in Garage, and they're just waiting. Okay, we do have Reyna, who is rotating over onto A. Velocity in the meantime, though, still They're playing the information game. They hear the drones, and this could signal to them that there is going to be an aggressive push from the defensive side.
It's coming back to Cypher's camera, right? It just covers the sewers. It covers the main entrance for long. I mean, when he eventually gets in, so you know roughly where the guys are going to come from. So you can kind of just worry about the other ones. And this is why having a Sentinel is just so powerful, because you have a numbers advantage elsewhere. But a nice headshot by Flinch, just making him pay. And wow, that was like a beautiful shot there.
Absolutely beautiful. But let's see if they can repeat it. Nice little curveball. Might be trying to bait out a peek or a push, but instead, you know, might have been a fake as well. Look at it. I mean, they're actually all rotating over onto A. And it seems like XCN has caught onto this fact as well. So, walk me through this, Holler. We have an early recon bolt.
Early recon bolt, that's going to give away the position. They do have the camera as well, but they're on site, and he does need to be careful. No, Fires walks into this one. Thought he was going to get the jump, but he gets jumped because he completely lost track of them. And here's the spike. It is down, and they're in a pretty decent spot. Flinch is from the high ground, but he doesn't really have much of a gun. He's going to shoot into the site. Hellfire does make him pay with A-bongs, that is. He's going to go for the shock dart, but he gets picked off there, and they're looking to turn this one, and right to Ace gets that one, and they turn this around, and it's 11-9. XCN in a must-win situation here.
Yeah, you said it, buddy. XCN, they have to turn things around. Otherwise, Velocity are looking to feel themselves. I mean, the momentum is on their side now, for sure. And Antidote, he's even nailing his shots, and this is what we want to see from Velocity.
Yeah, the spike has been planted, or just held back in, you know, on the sites. Just make sure that they don't need to do this. But again, this is one of those moments where, you know, they're fully equipped as well, so XCN are, you know, going to be able to fight head-to-head. The last one was the econ round, so, you know, they gave that one up, realizing that this is probably the most important round for them. And this is going to come down to the game. The Lear's going to be committed.
XCN has kind of defaulted back to a defensive setup. You know, it's 2-2-1. We only have a Silver over on A. Meanwhile, Velocity, they're still just playing it slow, trying to get these early peaks out from XCN. And it's kind of what we saw in the first half of the game that Velocity was trying to do.
Xcali just going very slow.
Oh, he expected it.
Wow, he saw the camera. That might have just been an intel thing, just like, you know, playing with these guys in the past, because that's a super awkward position to have that camera.
Right.
I mean, you don't really suspect that all the time.
It's these habits, and now, I mean, Velocity, after playing for so long, they're starting to adapt to XCN, and these are the exploits, the weaknesses that they need to exploit. But as I say that, Fire actually takes right to Ace down. Now, this could be a weakened Velocity.
He is low, but Fire's is going to start to make his way around. He's going to rotate now.
30
and they're
seconds
expecting something in A, which is kind of funny because, okay, they are actually moving. Wow. So their rotation has been on point in terms of mirroring what Velocity Gaming are doing. Hellfire is going to just pump fake the dark cover. Oh, he throws out the paranoia. Flinch gets that nice headshot on Xcali just walking by. The run it back gets killed here. Hellfire is just holding that angle, but he gets paranoid and he's trying to shoot blind, but unfortunately not able to do it. Antidote is by himself, and he does get killed, and he turns it around, and XCN pull out that win. It's 11-10 in a must-win round. They do get it.
They do get it indeed, and it's, like you said before, all about the momentum, and things really got put to a stop by XCN over on Velocity there. They tried to make the same push over onto C, and XCN, they started to caught onto that fact. They had an operator watching down that very long op angle. They managed to take one player down, and things just started falling apart. I mean, at first it was right to Ace, and then now, one by one, even though they tried to make their way onto A side, they were unable to put their foot down.
Bossmark kills the Lear right away. Xcali's just shooting through the doors, trying to wallbang somebody. Not able to find anything. Spike has been picked up now. Shooting blind. Operator's been scouted, at least the bullets, but they haven't actually been able to find anybody, and no agents have seen each other yet.
Not yet. Foskmork is hiding over in the right angle. Oh my god, the coordinated push. The flash comes out, the peaks go out as well, and the operator will pick up 2 kills. This is going to be a big problem for Velocity, losing 2 members.
Yeah, it's going to be, okay, effectively, I mean, XCN, if they win this one, it's going to be 11-11. Velocity Gaming, their economy is going to be in shambles. They're going to struggle. So they need to ensure that they pull out, get as much value as possible, hurt their economy by killing as many people as you can, and evening things out, even if you do lose.
Let's see if they're going to be able to do that. Swapping around to a Phantom. They need to watch their backs as Flinch comes in and gets a huge 2K. Hellfire will be able to put a stop to it enough, but now all of them are converging on his position, and he will just rendered useless.
Look, I said you had one job, and that was to even things out and try to get as many kills as possible. And one kill is not enough. And Velocity Gaming right now are going to be in a little bit of an awkward situation. This is a moment where, do you buy out? Do you not? And it looks like the call is to... hang on, let's see this. Yeah, I think they're just going to save for this round.
That does net XCN, I mean, supposedly, right? With the save, XCN should be able to win this round, and that brings it to an 11-12. That's a very, very tough spot for Velocity here. We could actually potentially be looking at overtime, in fact. Oh, big recon bolt.
But they're rushing in sewers. They're going for this one. Velocity Gaming realizing that they don't have the arsenal. So what we're going to do is we're going to take our pistols and just take the fight to you, and then we'll just get the plant down. And yes, this is it. They've got it. The smoke is covered, but they've only got ghosts. They do need to be a little bit careful. The blind is going to be used, and here we go. Amaratu is trying to go. No, the run it back just gets killed there. Antidote is going to hold this corner here and just kind of wait for things. Here's the Hunter's Fury. Is he going to be able to tag anyone? The Paranoia goes through. Flinch is just on a roll here with 2K, 3K, and they've ended up pulling this one out. And the Diffuse and XCN, I mean, this is like, you got one kill on an econ round, and that's pretty much all you got.
Yeah, and that's not good enough. I mean, Flinch just playing out of his mind, just descending upon them all the way from heaven, dropping down like a beast. And Velocity, they're just... This is do or die. This is the match point, and Antidote has brought out his operator once more. I mean, we've seen this happen time and time again. Once they start, you know, getting maybe even a little bit complacent, right? They're trying to make strides. They're pushing all the way aggressively and kind of over in open areas, and that allows XCN to go in with these aggressive peaks. And once they get that first kill, one or two, things just fall apart.
Yeah, it hasn't been easy in that sense, but look at Cage from the high ground here. He's going to throw out the Paranoia. Trains guns, so you might as well. He's been flashed, though, and he does get killed here. VLT are very strong, and they're on the site. They've got the Lear. They're kind of blocking this one off. It's 11-12. This is a must-win. This is for match point. This is a best of one, so they've got to win this one. Flinch is just kind of zoning them out with the Hunter's Fury.
Are you... What?
He gets a 3K from downtown, and he's not even on the site. And Fires is there. He's going to heal through this one, and he gets the other one 2K, and they close this one out. That was ridiculous.
Flinch! That was the biggest Hunter's Fury in this entire match. Picking up 2 with the final laser beam. That is, oh man, really unfortunate for Velocity. They made such just an aggressive push. It paid off. They managed to get the spike down, but somehow things turned around when Flinch made that Hunter's Fury play.
That was crazy. The fact that, like, he put him on point and he got all of those kills, like, he had some sort of, you know, sixth sense in the sense of, like, I knew exactly where they were grouped up, and I'm just gonna get 3K off of that. So that was pretty insane, absolutely insane fight right there. That was a great battle, and that's kind of what we wanted to see. We expected this out of XCN and Velocity Gaming, both very strong teams, and we showed why and how competitive that was.
But that, you know, again, that's super close. 13-11. I kind of thought it would have been a 12-12 or something, but then this is how it goes sometimes, and that will be XCN taking the win over Velocity.
So yeah, let's go into the highlights of that one. I think that was pretty amazing in terms of what we saw, because that was so back and forth. I mean, I was hoping to go into overtime, maybe 18, 19, into games, but unfortunately not the case there, because that Flinch there with that Hunter's Fury from downtown was just insane. But here's the other one, hitting him from the side. Phosmorix just kind of camping out, trying to do that, and he gets a nice little flick there, even crucifying Excali there. Nice 2K to start that one. Amaterasu just kind of picking around. Abong's just shooting blind, and he just lined it up. Yes, he doesn't need to see when he's just kind of holding angles at the right, the crosshair placement is just amazing for that. And Amaterasu, which I've been pronouncing incorrectly this entire game, apologies for that. And to your mom for naming you that. No, I'm just kidding. But unfortunately, just really nice play throughout. He had a ton of kills. He was just kind of on point, but unfortunately, just XCN were just too strong this game.
Yeah, just a little bit too strong. I mean, they had that big lead over in the first half as well. But, I mean, these two teams, right, they're definitely mechanically sound and, you know, fairly equal in terms of skill and strategy as well. It just so happened that this very last round, I guess it's game sense you might want to call it, right? Because there wasn't a recon bolt or anything that gave it away. He just kind of guessed it's probably going to be at this spot. They've planted here before. Let's just go for it and hope for the best, and he did manage to get it.
That Hunter's Fury, that last one, that last charge, ended up killing all three at the same time. So they were literally lined up together. That was insane. Absolutely insane match, and I'm happy to have been there just to kind of see that one, because that was pretty crazy. Now, we're going to go into a little bit of a break. We have some other, the next match is going to be Singapore versus India, so we're going to see a little bit more Velocity Gaming, but we're going to see INNERVOICE from Singapore. After that is going to be BBs versus INNERVOICE. That's going to be the Myanmar team versus the Singapore team. Those are going to be the next two, and then we're going to have the grand finals, and we'll kind of give you a little bit of a status update in terms of what they're going to do. We're going to have the next two casters come back in for this, the next couple of matches that are coming up. So we'll see that. We're going to take a little bit of a breather, but we'll be back for the grand finals, and we'll take a little bit of a break, and we'll be right back.
The Huawei P40 Series 5G. Break the boundaries of speed and distance. Capture the best part of every moment. Even at night, you can discover stories within stories. Huawei P40 Series. Visionary photography.
Initiating Project Royale.
Hi.
Noise canceling.
Hello?
Everyone loves winning. That's why we've made it easy to pay for your apps with your Singtel mobile bill. With easy one-time setup and fast transactions, we offer hassle-free payment and convenience while you focus on winning. Stay entertained and pay easily. Find out more at singtel.com/DCB.
Being clever is no big deal for Chloe. It comes pretty naturally to her. But when it comes to her, bigger the reward, the better. Chloe dashes it the clever way. Now, dash it your way.
Attention gamers! Singtel brings an ultra-powerful Wi-Fi 6 experience to you with the new ASUS RTAX86U gaming router. Boost your mobile gaming performance with a tap on the ASUS router app. Defeat Wi-Fi congestion with 5 GHz band for ultra-fast responsive gaming. Get it free when you sign up now with our 1+1 GPPS Fiber Pro Gamer Bundle. Only available with Singapore's #1 network. Visit singtel.com/gamer bundle to find out more.
Want to leave work on time, but can't deal with judgy colleagues? Easy! Dress up as the delivery guy. Want more data? Easy! Add more data anytime. Go Gomo!
เพราะวันนี้คืออนาคตของ Cloud Gaming สนุกไร้ขีดจำกัดบนเครือข่าย AIS 5G อันดับหนึ่ง The future is yours.
Go and create even more with the new Glow Prepaid, because it's your imagination that will keep the world going.
The Huawei P40 Series 5G. Break the boundaries of speed and distance. Capture the best part of every moment. Even at night, you can discover stories within stories. Huawei P40 Series. Visionary photography.
Everyone loves winning. That's why we've made it easy to pay for your apps with a Singtel mobile bill. With easy one-time setup and fast transactions, we offer hassle-free payment and convenience while you focus on winning. Stay entertained and pay easily. Find out more at singtel.com/DCB.
Sam lives his life like a one-take music video, where everything is as smooth as can be. Sam dashes it the smooth way. Now, dash it your way.
Attention gamers! Singtel brings an ultra-powerful Wi-Fi 6 experience to you with the new Asus RTAX86U gaming router. Boost your mobile gaming performance with a tap on the Asus router app. Defeat Wi-Fi congestion with 5 GHz band for ultra-fast responsive gaming. Get it free when you sign up now with our 1+1 GPPS Fiber Pro Gamer Bundle. Only available with Singapore's #1 network. Visit singtel.com/gamerbundle to find out more.
Want to leave work on time, but can't deal with judgy colleagues? Easy! Dress up as the delivery guy. Want more data? Easy! Add more data anytime. Go Gomo!
เพราะวันนี้คืออนาคตของ Cloud Gaming สนุกไร้ขีดจำกัดบนเครือข่าย AIS 5G อันดับหนึ่ง The future is yours.
Experience the great rise of now, all by yourself. Download now.
Dear Mother, light of the home.
Dad?
Hey, baby! Greetings, Professor Rodolfo.
May I be absolved from
Math Club tomorrow?
May Globe Virtual Hangouts kasi.
Go and hang out from wherever you are. Just open the Globe One app, choose an event, and click join.
Watch concerts online!
Dance together!
We can do quiz nights.
Yo, let's go! If you allow me,
I promise.
To make it up to you.
And repay your kindness tenfold? Truly, your favorite child.
I love you, Dad.
Mimi.
please, babe.
Thank you, sir.
Enjoy your fave events with low prepaid virtual hangouts. All together now.
Yes.
think it is. He's got it. He's got it. I just try to make it able to just hold that angle, and it looks like this is a Hellfire's by himself. He does get the spike down, so they know where he is. He's going to teleport at the top, and he's going to look over. Can he get the peek? He does, and he clutches that one. He makes his way to mid.
Ginny, she has the marksmanship, but this time it's going to be Excali.
Hopefully Wannafly will peek out, but they're walking around, and this is a tango for two. They spotted that, and he looks around, and he does get the headshot, and Wannafly. It looks like Antidote has been a little bit more cautious, and he's waiting for his team, but he gets outgunned by Congo.
They're setting that play up. Dark smokes all out, and here it comes. Paranoia in as well. Right to Ace. He's going to be the one to stop and receive them, though. Triple kill! Oh! Right. He's been buying this operator all throughout the match. Oh my god!
Right to Ace makes Wannafly out of position. But Pinocchio's is going to go for this. He does go for the flash. He's going to try to find him. He's by himself, but unfortunately not able to clutch that one out. And at least from the spawn, that's being covered. Hellfire's looking to flank around. He does have the spike, and he does get it. And they've just cleaned it up just as easily as they went Ginny there. And it looks like Acidix is all by himself, and unfortunately gets picked off. They got the complete flank on that one, and it looks like he's by himself, and Excali Cali does get the jump shot with the right click, and he does do some damage, but unfortunately not able to clutch that one out.
Now as Dispenser is doing
left.
so much work with that Phantom. He's kind of stuck by showers, but still alive. Takes down Cali and a third. Make that a fourth, but no. They managed to take Dispenser around, and Ching is in a good position. Manages to take one out. Now he's looking for the other. The Showstopper was in play as well, but unfortunately
Try to go for a wall bang. Antidote being all the way in the back, wants to get some sort of pick off with the operator, and he's been stepping back, but he gets out dueled by Zish. He's looking to turn this one. Dubstep actually steps away, but with only one HP, he gets the headshot, and he kills Hellfire, and he makes it pay, and he out heals, and he's back to 100, and Dubstep with another kill, and he ends like they're gonna go in the dash forward by Antidote, and the nice paint shells does end up making him pay, and that's the start you want for the round. Hunter's Fury is gonna be committed all the way from the end, and he does get the kill, and they're looking to turn this. Jesse Bash is by himself, and he gets shot, but he turns around, and that flick was crazy, and he does get the kill on Amaratu. He's gonna look to peek around. He tries to get another kill. That's a 2K to start this peek around. He tries to get another kill. That's a 2K to start this. Third kill.
Jesse! For that first peek to go out, it's going to be Dispenser who pushes in with the Cyber Cage. Oh my god, using it to block off the left side, and it's just a complete death squad.
Those bullets away as he gets the nice headshot on Amaratu, and it looks like again another flawless round.
And as well, it's all up to Dubstep now, who can possibly make a play happen, but Hellfire's going to wrap around the corner. That's the headshot to seal the deal. And this is the antidote that we were more familiar with, right? Oh, second shot connected.
The one where they're fully ready. Like the last one was just pistols and all that, and he gets a nice shot there. He dashes away and he makes Dubstep pay, and that's the one you want to start with. He gets the second one to start this one off the recon.
The early shots too. He's gonna drop to the third, but then get the spike down now.
Spike is barely down with 3 seconds. They got the neural theft as well, so they know it's coming, and it looks like Hellfire goes down as well. The last one is in the corner. Can he do this? Unfortunately, like the Japanese things, but we'll call him Cage just for the sake of. But I'm not 100% sure. Oh, he gets a nice headshot on Kage, Cage, whatever we're gonna call him. Completely covered.
C-Long is completely covered, but A is not.
Where Foxmork is, he's gonna turn around and hit him right in the side of the head. Oh, he was not even facing the right way, but he looks like he gets it, but no, another nice flick. But it's just a run it back. That's a nice use of it, assuming he got to half. I'm not sure if he did, but he's trying to peek through. Nice headshot by Ebong, but he's been flashed, and he gets another one. The second
the site. It's going to be a full 4v3 retake, and this is the speed that we want to see from Velocity. Amaterasu and Right 2A is the 1v3 operator fight. Can he make it happen? Oh no.
He's trying to shoot blind. He knows roughly where he is. He's like, oh, he sees somebody else. He gets the headshot here. Oh, he doesn't get it, but he gets 2 kills.
They're taking down 3 members. They have the site now, and XCN need to make this retake work. Oh, Cali finds the first, gets the second.
The Hunter's Fury. Is he going to be able to tag anyone? The Paranoia goes through. Flinch is just on a roll here with 2K, 3K. And they've ended up pulling this one out off. It's 11-12. This is a must-win. This is for match point. This is a best of one, so they've got to win this one. Flinch is just kind of zoning them out with the Hunter's Fury.
Are you
get one
what?
He gets a 3K from downtown. He gets a 3K from downtown, and he's not even on the site. And Fires is there. He's going to heal through this one, and he gets the other one, 2K, and they...
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PvP Esports Season 2 Open Championships for Valorant. My name is Abstract, and with me here is Eris, and of course, we are gonna be jumping right onto India versus Singapore real soon. And I can't wait to see exactly what is gonna happen between these two.
Yep, absolutely. A lot of promise coming up for Velocity Gaming. Came in really hard at the start of the day. Not really performing against the top teams, but still putting up a good fight. So I think they definitely have a bit of a rhythm to be found. But you know, they still have a chance to go into the grand finals, I do believe. So that is going to be interesting.
I mean, Velocity Gaming, for Velocity side, they did manage to get a win against AAA, and I think that's
a big statement.
Yeah, that is a very big statement. Unfortunately, they wasn't able to capitalize that against BREN Esports.
Yes.
So it kind of seems as though we are looking at a chicken and egg, not chicken and egg, a rock paper scissors kind of formation over here. We've got BREN Esports that's unable to win against AAA that's unable to win against a Velocity, and Velocity that's unable to win against BREN. So it's just kind of like,
yeah, and I mean, it's tough. It's a really tough call to see who's gonna go grand finals, but admins know better than us. So let's take a look at match standings to see how the teams have performed thus far. And obviously, with the match that we saw between Indonesia and India, yeah, it is the India team that actually lost against XEN, which, to be honest, I'm not exactly surprised, because XEN has been pretty much undefeated so far, right? Similarly to BREN Esports, which means both of them look very, very likely to go into the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, but when you take a look at Velocity's stats, like their loss against Philippines and their loss against Indonesia, it is not by a long shot, right? Like maybe they lost by maybe 1 or 2 points, and for their wins, they probably won by a long shot in that case.
Yeah.
Because look at that, 2 wins and 2 losses for Velocity, they got 12 points, and XCN they got 4 wins, and yet they only got 18 points. So you can tell XCN perhaps, yeah, that is like 18 is very likely like their average, so they are not that consistent in some sense. They still have 1 game to fight, and that is against Philippines, and it's kind of tough to say. XCN versus BREN, how is that gonna be like?
The remaining matches though, right? Singapore versus India and Singapore versus Myanmar, pretty much it's going to determine who's going to go in 3rd place. Because looking at the current standings, even without the final game being played between BREN Esports and XEN, you know, that we both know they're going to go to the grand finals, right? Regardless of the results, they're going to go straight into that BO3. So we're going to skip that game completely, and you know, we're going to get them immediately qualified to the grand finals. That being said, the next 2 games gonna be featuring both Singapore teams gonna play back-to-back games, and those BO1s is gonna be vital, because that's gonna, you know, make the difference between Velocity Gaming and INNERVOICE. And it's gonna be, if Velocity Gaming wins this, it's a high chance they will secure 3rd place. But INNERVOICE here, a very strong shout, and you know, it's all about the points difference now.
And while, how can I say this, INNERVOICE versus Velocity Gaming, looking at this, looking at the stats, you know, INNERVOICE and Velocity, they are just pretty much fighting out for. Actually, it's just more for INNERVOICE, right? They're just fighting out to stay on the bronze placing, so that they
same for Velocity,
or even for the 3rd place. Or something
yeah, same for Velocity Gaming as well. And obviously, looking at the scores, Velocity Gaming having a lot more points than INNERVOICE, but
a lot
more.
Know,
we haven't seen the game between them and INNERVOICE, so it's tough to say.
And and for Singapore side, they also have another game against Myanmar side as well. So there may be some differences when it comes to the 3rd placing. If Velocity Gaming doesn't do that well against Singapore, and then Singapore went over to fight against Myanmar BBeast, something interesting may happen from there.
Yeah, and more importantly, the match at the later on against BBs, right? INNERVOICE is going to face against a team that's looking to at least get at least 1 win. So it's not going to be exactly a very straightforward game as well, because you never know when the team's push has their back pushed against the wall, they might be able to pull something out of the back and try to force themselves a W before they head out in the tournament, right? At least you go down fighting, if you're going down at all. And yep, so that's about the standings for now. And well, let's go on to predictions, right? Between Velocity Gaming and INNERVOICE, who do you think is going to take the W? Because both teams plenty of firepower, but failed to perform against the top dogs.
I do think that Velocity do stand a chance.
Alright.
I'm just gonna
fair enough.
Put it out there. I think that Velocity, due to the fact that they are capable of bringing AAA down, does seem like it makes sense that they're able to bring INNERVOICE down. But sometimes, things just doesn't fall off the way that you wanted it to. Sometimes different team dynamics coming in from maybe from INNERVOICE completely throws Velocity completely off guard, and they don't know what to do about that, and thus losing control in many stages. Once one here and there. So I'm leaving it to Velocity.
Yep. Well, we'll see what goes on about that. But I'm gonna point out though, I'm really surprised at AAA's performance, because they've been doing so well prior to PP Esports Open Championships final, regional finals, and they've been looking really well. It seems like they kind of lost a bit of their way, but hey, the way is Huawei. And speaking about Huawei, we are gonna feature the P40. If you haven't checked it out already, it offers immersive gaming experience with everything under control. So if you're looking for upgraded image engine that intelligently optimizes the image frames to ensure high fluency with lesser power consumption, the P40 is for you. It also allows you to avoid any overheating issues, as the unique super cool system of the 3D graphene film is partnered with the ultra thin VC to efficiently conduct heat away. And well, speaking about efficiency, we also want to talk a little bit about the FreeBuds Pro, which we've been featuring over the past few weeks. It's a really slick looking product, looks really cool on your in your ears, and at the same time it also offers the technology to recognize ambient sounds intelligently, and it switches the noise cancellation in 3 modes accordingly for a more suitable hearing experience. So, if you're looking to just lay back with deeply enhanced noise cancellation when you want to travel, depending on whether it's a train or maybe the bus or maybe even the car, right? You can lose some of the music and stay away from the disturbance. But if you're studying in maybe the library or in the workplace, it can keep you focused by reducing noise from people flipping, typing, computers, and occasional conversations to cozy mode. But last but not least, the general mode, which allows you to enjoy immersive music or game sounds, even in bustling streets or crowded cafes, as the ambient noise is greatly reduced.
And of course, here we are in to the next game. The defenders versus attackers here that we are going to be expecting is, of course, INNERVOICE on the defenders, and then Velocity is going to be... INNERVOICE is going to be on the defender side, and Velocity is going to be on the attacking side. And thus, looking into a game at Split, I'm really interested to find out how these two teams is going to go. And speaking of interesting, DBS have got something interesting for you guys too. I hope that you guys already know about this, and that is the fact that if you are a DBS Live Fresh card member, you know that you are able to get like 20% off of your next game chair. More about that in a while later. At the end of the game, perhaps we'll throw a code out at you guys, and we'll talk to you guys more about that. But for now, let us just take a look at this game here in Split. And we say it many times. Defender side, defender side, defender side. And, sometimes, even when you're attackers, you're still able to pull something nutty off.
Boys, you're going to be running with that. One change in the lineup. Looks like it's going to be a Raze Omen Jet. They threw a Killjoy just for the heck of it, as well as Sage. So double the Sentinels now, which I do like. I honestly do like. It does offer a lot more security on a map like Split, and with the fact that they're starting on the defender side, I think they've got their priorities right?
I think so. I'm just throwing out there. Maybe. But well, for now, as you can see, Velocity Gaming, it does seem like they are heading their way over to A side. Just gonna be holding the place just by a little bit and seeing if whether they are able to work their way. But for the meantime, it does seem like RCK opened up with a kill right on the ended up with his ghost. The rest of the players coming in from the side of Velocity is trying to get themselves the entry, and it does seem like Escali immediately jumped right up onto Heavens. Doza goes down right by Rams, and it does seem like the A side has been overrun. With the spike currently being planted down, it is going to be slightly tougher for INNERVOICE to come back in and try to retake the site. We do have right to Ace holding down by this elbow, and just like that, he did manage to get 2 easy shots with his classic, and got himself with 2 easy kills to his name. Velocity takes 1 game right straight off the bat, and of course, very likely the second round will flow by for them as well.
Yeah, and really good right clicks coming up from right to Ace. The burst fire shot coming out for the classic with the double dig. And yeah, kind of upgraded onto the ghost, but it does seem like it's gonna be a full spectral buyout for Velocity Gaming. And yeah, just nothing too special about that. Just run it and gun it down the mid. Gonna pop the Omen smoke down into the mid vents. The OL classic move, and looks like they want to go straight on it. Yeah, that's good. I mean, well, that was fast, but yeah, look at how quickly Velocity Gaming just shut down the entire site, right? Smokes onto CT, smokes onto Heavens, and you know, they've pretty much pinned down the entire site. We got Raze coming in, Dozer trying something a little bit cute, but yeah, Excalibur is not gonna let that happen. And Christiana trying to come in from the CT side. Amaterasu gets the backstep onto the Omen down and mid, and yeah, it's pretty much a 1v5. I don't think Christiana is gonna get anything out of here. A kill would be a bonus though.
A kill would definitely be a bonus, but looking at the fact that he is going for 1 versus 5, it is going to be slightly difficult. Maybe he'll want to catch someone completely off guard, but unfortunately, Classic at that range and the fact that 2% just picked out together, it is not going to give him any edge in that fight. And thus, Velocity Gaming has now gotten themselves with 2 rounds in a row. And the third round is a round where INNERVOICE is going to get their buyouts. But for some reason, it does seem like Zola is not that interested in getting himself a full buy in this case. I mean, he's stuck with the light shields and everyone else got full shields, heavy shields. But I don't think that is going to be that big of a difference. This round, INNERVOICE with stronger equipment, stronger firepower, you should be able to do a pretty good job against Velocity Gaming full Spectre builds.
Yeah, obviously not having enough economy to go for the full armor buyout, but like you said, it doesn't matter. Meanwhile, Velocity Gaming try to go for a little bit of a sneaky mid play, but looks like INNERVOICE, they're just completely giving up mid. This is interesting. I mean, it's really rare because the mid control is so important, especially for the defender side, and we do see Christiana playing at a very odd angle. Alright, onto A. Rams tries to go in, but he's got smoked out. And now here comes the backstab coming from Crown. They do get the first one. The vents invade looks really good for Velocity Gaming. They cut the rotation off coming in from the members of INNERVOICE, but now, once again, it's 3v2. Velocity Gaming with the extra manpower. I don't think they're going to be able to retake, but hey, INNERVOICE getting first frag, almost dropping really low as well. Going to use into the shadows. But Zurcher gets taken out. Now they know where Christiana is, but he has the Vandal. Can he get the frag though? Ooh, look at this. Look at Cypher just
so cheeky. Oh my god. That is absolutely cheeky. And oh my god, just strafing left and right like that, you can really throw people off, can't you?
Yeah, I like this. It was kind of just.
I'm gonna do that more in my
He's just cha-chaing with Christiana, and well, it could have turned out really bad for him. If Christiana had tapped those shots onto the shoulders, that could have been a really good kill. But there's still the Omen that he has to deal with.
Indeed.
So,
in fact, I don't really know where did Omen go after using from the shadows. I have a feeling he actually went up to Heavens, but
yeah,
but it doesn't seem like it feels like the encounter was really long, right? It's a very long encounter for some reason.
I mean, Omen was really low, so I think the key idea there was not to die and just delay the defuse. But obviously they didn't need it after all because the Cypher just did the job by himself. But Velocity Gaming 3-0, INNERVOICE now forced to go back onto a little bit of a half buy in some sense. We do have a Baki coming up here. I don't think he's gonna get any kill there. Easy kill for Antidote.
And just like that, Velocity Gaming has now breached through the middle and gained access to the zipline room. Amaterasu tries to do his very best to defend out the room. Christiania with a really nice head, a dink right on top of Omen's head. And just like that, Christiania is going to be the last member remaining after Antidote take down his allies. 1 versus 5. Absolutely nothing much that you can do except that you are able to receive all the information that your team gave, and you should be able to go for body shots to go for the kills. But unfortunately, Antidote is just a little bit too fast and way faster than Christiania, and thus getting themselves yet another kills. At this point in time, 0 to 4, INNERVOICE is struggling. Dozo with 0 kills, Zol and Crown with 1, RZK and Christiania with 2. I honestly don't think that Christiania's gameplay was kind of like normal in some sense. I think that they are kind of dropping down a little bit. In fact, just now that jiggle picking by the Cypher, it definitely is something that Christiania is able to handle.
Could be a little bit of that fatigue kicking in for the Singaporean team, but Velocity Gaming on the other hand showing no signs of it. Zoe coming in, gonna be hiding against Hell, and now Christiana coming in from the top, does get the frag against Antidote. And it's gonna be a full rotate coming in from INNERVOICE as they put 4 men onto the top. Decides to back off, and what is this? They had a little bit of an idea to go back onto the A side, and they said, no, we're gonna leave some people here B.
Interesting. And now Velocity Gaming, it does seem like they do have a glimpse of wanting to head out from B side just now. They were in garage, one person went off and all the kind of stuff. Amaterasu gets a kill onto Zol, and now the B is slightly open with Christiania right by the Heaven's Catwalk. Christiania now hits his way right onto the elbows of B, a little bit towards back of side. Bot lines committed out, but unfortunately did not quite get the landing shot onto Christiania. Velocity Gaming has taken the entire control of B. They had someone in Heavens. There is an aftershock being thrown right out. They have everything in their disposal. And even with the resurrection, the Omen is hiding behind this small little wall, as you can see, right through middle lane. And they still have no idea what was going on just yet. We do have the showstopper being used, unable to do any damage onto Crown. But it doesn't matter because the rest of the members coming in from Velocity is there to clean things up.
Yeah, and well, right to Ace had the backstab as well, stayed really silent. And yeah, kind of just caught out Christiana off guard as he kind of just rest his teammate there, but a little bit fortunate for both Dozer and Christiana from the backstab. That being said, once again, Velocity Gaming putting INNERVOICE back onto the butts as they have to go for another eco at the 6th round. And I know we like to stress the fact that Split is indeed a defender-sided map, but Velocity Gaming making very light work of the Singaporean side so far.
Here we have the Boomba appears, but it doesn't seem like it attracted the attention of Dozer. But it doesn't really matter because Escali immediately just turned right around, get the headshot right on top of this Jet. And just like that, 2 men left coming in from the side of INNERVOICE. Crown holding down the angle right by the elbow. Didn't quite work out for him, and just like that, INNERVOICE has been shut down by Velocity rounds after rounds after rounds. 0 to 6. This is by far the toughest game I feel that I've seen from INNERVOICE, at least when it comes to on stream. The fatigue must have hit them a little bit. Of that mechanics must be quite tough for them. I mean, I cannot imagine how is it gonna be like once we go for the swap, because Split is after all defender-sided, and the fact that Velocity is able to fully capitalize their time in the attacker side to get 6 points down, not even yielding a single point away to INNERVOICE so far. I think that it will definitely be quite a demoralizing occasion for INNERVOICE.
Yeah, well, INNERVOICE having a little bit of a swap on the agents lineup as well. Christiana going to have to settle for the Sage. They throw the Jet over onto Zol. RZK here now trying to look for an easy pickoff, but Velocity Gaming haven't really shown too much of themselves, so they have absolutely no idea. And now comes RZK, catching Helfer off guard, and that's kind of a bit of an awkward moment for Cypher, given that he had the angle. RZK good discipline to check that really tight spot, and that will put INNERVOICE up ahead by 1 man. Meanwhile, Crown gonna have to gut that Heavens, but Christiana holding the side down on his own as of now. But Velocity Gaming, they already made their way onto the B side. They flush in, Zoe gonna be able to cover coming in from House, but here comes Crown for backup.
30 seconds left.
Exkali is gonna shut that down. Crown gets taken out in Heavens as well, and now it's down to Dozer, as well as the likes of the Omen to try to go for the retake.
2v2 now. INNERVOICE definitely wants to make full use of this current situation in time. He did manage to get a kill right on the Scally as he goes up the zip line. And now 2v1. There is no aftershock coming in from the side of Breach anymore. He may have a couple of flashes, but it doesn't seem like he even needs it because he's just gonna be immediately going straight down after that. INNERVOICE finally drew 1 round away from Velocity. And now we may be able to expect a little bit of a momentum shift coming in from the side of INNERVOICE. I really would want to see that happening. And if INNERVOICE is able to take away the next 5 games, then we can be safe. We can be sure to say that it is a very even lineup and even fight between INNERVOICE and Velocity Gaming.
Yeah, well, whatever the results of the next 5 rounds, you know, Velocity Gaming really done the damage, right? They got 6 rounds in, they swapped them to defender's side, and you know, if they can stick to this momentum that they have so far, and you know, looking at the performances in today's games, which shows that they can, then you know, INNERVOICE could be in a lot of trouble. But RZK, which I do believe
ramps 2. Does seem like it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade at this moment in time. RZK holds at the back of side. Unfortunately, wasn't able to get a shot down. Christiania whiffs. Wasn't able to do quite much. There is going to be a flashpoint that's going to be used. Christiania is still going to be hiding inside the shadows. But Antidote pushes right into the shadows, and I don't know why exactly he went into the dark cover. But in the end, Christiania manages to clinch out whatever that he had. And of course, the defender's killjoy with that lockdown is enough to use it and push Velocity Gaming out of the area inside of B. And now it have helped to reset Velocity Gaming's lineup as well as the momentum. They are heading into B now.
Yeah, I mean, it did delay the plans, and Velocity Gaming, after realizing that, you know, they couldn't really beat the lockdown, they had to just rotate onto the B side. But like you said, it resets the gameplay of both sides. INNERVOICE also taking the opportunity for Christiana there to revive the Jet, and how are they gonna play this out? So coming in, the fault lines doesn't land the shot, and Exkali comes in from Heavens. Now it's gonna be Christiana against a 1v2, but can he do anything? It's actually Dozer who's against the 1v2. He does get the first frag on the Exkali. The Ninja defuse.
The breach is coming, and just like that, it's just so unfortunate. I thought that was actually a pretty good play coming in from Dozer, but I think that there was just so many things going about. The cloudburst, bomb, and perhaps would it even be possible for him to just stick it all the way through without getting shot down by the breach?
It could be worth the gamble, but you know, I think at that point, Dozer just took a little bit too much damage. Kind of felt like, you know what, I can't stick to the landing anymore. I'm gonna have to move, and so yeah, I mean, it's really tough to say, right? It's a case of what if, but yeah, you know, at the end of the day, I think whatever the situation is, there was no right move per se. It's not exactly one right move, right? If he actually stuck the landing, and then we would be sitting here, and if he died, we would be sitting here like, I don't know, why didn't he move all the way? So I'm not going to delve into that, but the Crown here at the top side, Antidote, making that Phantom work, getting the double kill. And now Velocity Gaming, well, gonna have to try to push onto B. Heavens, the fault lines will land onto Crown, and that's gonna allow Exkali for the easy pickup onto the opposing race.
The power of fault lines. Dozer jumps right up onto the boxes, but and he did manage to get a kill onto Escali, amazingly. But of course, if his fellow teammate came right in to go for the refrag. INNERVOICE's RZK is now all alone here in Upper B in Heavens. He would need to try to find a way in order to just beat down this Breach and Cypher, both of which are formidable players and formidable agents. RZK definitely saw where this Cypher was, but for some reason he's just not that interested in just pushing right in. The fault line goes out, RZK turns it around. He does see a little bit of that turret, but it is his own teammate's turret, and just like that, he peeks right onto Hellfire with a walking animation, and it was an instant click coming in from Hellfire. And thus, 1-8.
Velocity Gaming gonna have 3 of the ultimates up online, having the showstopper into the shadows, as well as the Matarasu here. Gonna have to set up for the push coming into A, and I think they might just want to go Russian, but there's the dark cover stopping them, and those are pushing in really close. The Cypher Cage is not gonna allow them. Rush right through the paranoia. What is happening? Why are you doing that? Velocity Gaming, but RZK, he doesn't care. He's already picked up 2. And now, INNERVOICE, they're gonna have to quickly rotate around because Velocity just pushing in with pure firepower right into the A side, but they cannot rest because here comes the rest of INNERVOICE. They traded in 1 for 1.
Well, in the end, Crown went down to the hands of Hellfire. They do know that Hellfire is going to be at the Heavens, but and also Breach is going to be right by this main side here. He's trying to go for a kill onto Breach as soon as possible, but a ring around the rosy kind of situation is going to happen. Amaterasu is just going to be holding out that small little corner, waiting for Zol to eventually pop out. And in that kind of situation, he has already set things up in order for the Killjoy to be there. He already expected that to happen, and thus, even if Breach were to go down, the Cypher will pop out almost immediately to go for the refrags. Velocity Gaming, they definitely know how to move around when it comes to post-plant situations, and I gotta give it to them. When I'm looking at Zol, it does seem like he have to play something completely unorthodox in order to break what Velocity have in mind.
Velocity Gaming here gonna try to break that Sage wall, but
they didn't manage to break one brick of it.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. You know, Velocity Gaming, they have lots of bullets. They can slowly break it down, but more importantly, they have a review where they really want to go. And here comes Jet with the dash right into the vents after the Breach flash, and it's good. They take out RZK right in the vents, and now, so look at that. That's very sneaky coming in from him. He's going into the sewers. And he's gonna be spot the barrel, but he's not far enough. He tries to go for it. It's good. He gets a kill onto Antidote, and now Raze knows that he spots another barrel, another kill. Switches out for the Phantom, but there's no one else because the rest of Velocity Gaming, they've gone through B main. They took down the Raze, and well, there's nothing they can do. Alright, took down the Killjoy, and now it's a 3v2. How are they gonna deal with this?
It does seem like the Cloudburst is just gonna be activated coming from Dozer. He's just gonna be randomly firing through onto Catwalk. It does seem like right to Ace. He was really trying real hard to go for the Shrouded Step, but unfortunately wasn't able to do quite much. And in the end, the fault lines was pushed out, committed by Amaterasu, and immediately right after that, he popped up the heads of the final member of INNERVOICE. It does seem like Crown wasn't able to do quite much of from that 1 versus 1 situation. I gotta say, Amaterasu that's playing as the Breach has one heck of an impact. One big impact. Every single one of his utilities, Aftershock, used to push people out of tight little corners, Flashpoint to make people, for having people to reset whatever that they're doing, fault lines in order to just, well, win in fights, and Rolling Thunder, really just there to do literally anything and everything that his previous skills is able to do.
Oh, well, they're getting a lot of value out of this Bridge, like you said. It's working out well for them, and on top of it all, the most important factor is that he's able to click heads, and using all these abilities of his has just made the job a lot easier, and we just saw that in the 1v1, how important those fault lines were. Now Velocity Gaming, once again the Flashpoint comes in. Dozer, has his ultimate, he's gonna let the Jet go right through. He's not gonna take down Velocity Gaming's entry point. He gets punished for it, Try to go in. Immediately had a 1v4 and he wasn't ready. Now Crown coming in, pushing right on the screen. Zoe's gonna punish that greedy push from right to Ace. They're gonna plant down the Killjoy's ultimate as well. Well, why not? Last round already, 2v3. Jet still having an ultimate. Can she do something here? Zoe coming on the screen takes a lot of damage.
Uh-oh.
You control the aftershock as well. I'm sure she's pretty much dead, but how is she still alive? They detain one person, but still, they don't want to push in. Why not pushing it? Okay.
No idea. Christiania pushes by the ramps. Zol pushes by the defender side. Christiania Christiania just like that clutches out the round, and it does seem like Velocity Gaming, they have managed to allow INNERVOICE to go with 2 wins for the first half. And just like that, we're gonna be taking a look at the second half. INNERVOICE will now be attacking and Velocity Gaming will now be defending. It is going to be tough on the side of INNERVOICE to break through the defenses of Velocity Gaming solely due to the fact that they have a breach as well as a cipher. So what will INNERVOICE do?
It does seem like they want to go for this 8 push and good performance there, but Q just gonna rotate with the spike over onto Silver, so that might be the signal for them to go for a 2-prong attack onto the A side. Gonna have the Omen lurk onto B Garage. Meanwhile, looking at Velocity Gaming setup, they do have the Cypher onto B Heavens. The Raze is gonna hide onto the corners while they're gonna put the trusty breach onto the A side.
No one is interested as it is for INNERVOICE. They are not interested in banking it onto B. I mean, with a cipher in B, it is not gonna be easy. Antidote tries to break out of the zip line room. He knows that Antidote was just he knows that Zol was just around the area, but he wasn't able to get the tag on just nicely. INNERVOICE breaks through the middle, and they are able to just completely swarm out and just flush everyone out from B side. But it does seem like Hellfire, he was a little bit tunnel vision, whereby Dozer was actually right next to him, but he couldn't quite see anything because of the cloud bursts. And just like that, Velocity Gaming, they're now left with 1. Amaterasu slowly making his way, marching right up onto B side. He's now approaching into the elbows, and of course, right into back alley. He's got the eyes on the turret, brings it down real quick in a jiffy. 52 HP left. Fault lines as well, aftershock as well as a couple of flashpoints used, but unfortunately none of his pistol shots, the real critical ones, can manage to hit Christiania. And just like that, INNERVOICE manages to clinch out round number 1 in the second half. I'm really interested to find out how INNERVOICE is going to turn this round, because they cannot give Velocity Gaming more than 2 points. More than 2 points equals to game over. 2 points equals to match point. So they still got quite some long way to go. They have to constantly win and maybe just give a little bit of allowance 1 or 2 rounds. But after that, in fact, the second round can't happen, or else they are definitely gonna go on a
streak.
Yeah.
Now Zoe gonna push onto Suez right here. Does have the Spectral, and he's getting a lot of value out of it. Double kill coming in. Oh! Look at that. Switches on to the Ghost.
Ace.
Might be able to get the Ghost Ace as well, but Christiana will take that Ace away from him. Not that that's the priority at this point, because INNERVOICE, they do get that secured round in. Meanwhile, Velocity Gaming gonna be able to finally get the Operator onto Antidote, and we know how lethal Antidote is on this Operator. We've seen it happen in every single game that they have played. They struggle without the Op, and now gonna put him down onto A.
That's not good. Antidote, I mean, we all know that in some sense, Antidote haven't really been playing the Operator in the past few rounds. And
there really isn't even need to, because he was on the attacking end.
Yeah, exactly. So now he's on the defense, and Operators are really good when it comes to defending side, because all you got to do is just anchor a single location. And thus, Antidote will now shine. As Kali, I have no idea where they came from. I did not know how that worked out, but he manages to get a shot down right onto the Raze. Christiania brings Antidote down, and his bubble shooter Operator is now left down on the floor. at least not a lot of value is being earned in this specific round thanks to the operator. So INNERVOICE may definitely still have quite a little bit of, well, some chance in this one. And I think that it is gonna look pretty good.
Oh, they do have the Killjoys locked down, so they can push into a site if they want to. Meanwhile, Velocity Gaming's a little bit of a tough situation on their hands. 3v3, yes, it's even in terms of hit count, but they're gonna have to defend those two sides and split, obviously, as the name suggests, gonna split Velocity Gaming into two. The wall comes up, so we're gonna prevent anyone coming from Velocity Gaming to screen right through there, but control the Nano Swarm just to ensure that they have the safe plant. But meanwhile, Velocity Gaming already rotating really quickly. Omen comes in for the elbow, gets a headshot, but Zoe's gonna be the first one to get the kill. And still no lockdown.
The turrets has now been popped right onto the shoulder. But Zoe, I mean, it gave him a decent amount of information already. He knows that someone is just right around the side. RCK peeks right onto the left side of this screen. He's just trying to go for the shorter step. No, he's not going to go for it. He's just going to be still hiding in here, only to be completely pincered out. Zol pops right out onto the main hallway. And of course, Zol is going to be playing it slow. Goes for the taps.
Yeah, I think INNERVOICE has gotten this. The Cypher kind of realized that as well, try to go for the save, but Zoe knows better than that. Tries to pick up. Does he save the Phantom? No, he doesn't.
Just literally an inch away from getting into safety.
Pretty good round from Zoe though, 4K.
I gotta say, yeah, I gotta give it to him. That is good. That is a impressive round.
Saves the lockdown.
Oh yeah, he doesn't even need to use a lockdown. You're right.
I mean, that could have gone both ways, right? Yeah. I really felt like they should have used the lockdown a bit earlier, especially after they pushed into the side, but you know, well, the gamble kind of paid off. You know, INNERVOICE now looking, I wouldn't say comfortable, but more or less they should be able to secure this round, because not only do they have the lockdown, but Velocity Gaming are also on Eco. So 4 Shirys across, you know, a couple of light armors here and there, just in case they do get a couple of frags. And yeah, INNERVOICE, if they do push the side in a disciplined fashion, they should be able to get at least a 6th round in the back.
I think this is going to be really good for INNERVOICE. They would be able to at least get 2 wins for themselves due to their ultimate economy. Right now, we know that Killjoy has got locked down. By the end of this round, Krishana will be able to get her resurrection. We do have Amaterasu running right in with a Rolling Thunder, but unfortunately, it does seem like, well, INNERVOICE was a little bit too fast with the Cloudburst and thus have blocked out that line of sight between Amaterasu as well as between Amaterasu and the entire team. And here we have INNERVOICE. They actually decided to use the lockdown.
Yeah, but
that is
had
no choice.
They had no choice, right? It's a 3v4. They lost 2 members to Sheriffs, and now they're gonna have to use the Killjoys lockdown. They do push them their way in. The fault lines come out, but they don't even need it. Amaterasu going to have with the Sheriff 4K here. We might be looking at the Sheriff Ace, and yes, it is. They get the Ace. Velocity Gaming on this eco round.
Wow, Amaterasu literally burning them into the ground. I gotta give it to him. Now, not only because he is playing as Breach, his skills give him a lot of impact. No, his firepower is literally one of the top-notch one in the side of Velocity Gaming. And, whoa, 20 kills in total.
I think that was the first Sheriff Ace that we saw coming into the PvP Esports Regional Finals. Yeah, really good performance coming in for Amaterasu, and more importantly, Velocity Gaming 1 step closer. Antidote, they have a push with the operator, pays off really well. But Christiana there just to make sure that the Jet will get revived, but it's a little bit of a waste though. INNERVOICE back to the drawing board. Everything looks so fantastic 2 rounds ago, but with an individual play coming in from Amaterasu, now they will have to rework as to how they're going to find a way back into this game.
Indeed. I mean, it should have been sunshines and rainbows for INNERVOICE, but the loss at that eco round from the side of Velocity Gaming, it was a little bit too big of an impact, a little bit too heavy of a punch onto INNERVOICE guts, and thus it is very tough for them to even get out of their current current situation. But all in all, we do have the fault lines as well as a little bit of paranoia being thrown right out from the side of INNERVOICE. And just like that, it does seem like 200 members coming in from the side of INNERVOICE has been shut down. But those at RZK as well as Crown, they managed to swarm their way in right onto the A side. And thus managing to take control of the entirety of the bomb side. And thus, now we're looking at Dozer. There's gonna be hiding in this small little corner. RZK on the other.
Yeah, I mean, it's very disciplined play coming in from Velocity Gaming, and the white, not exactly the white swing, but a quick pick coming in from the Cypher. They're gonna use the ultimate as well, so they know where RZK is. No way out. Triple 3K coming in from Hellfire, and yeah, Velocity Gaming. One more point and currently a match point.
Well played coming from Velocity Gaming, and now 5-12. INNERVOICE. I think that they do not have enough credits for this round.
They do. They have the loss bonus. I think they had a couple of light armors in the previous round, so some of them should be able to afford the Vandals and Phantoms that they want to. You might be right on the armor. Some of them might have to go for light armor there, and if one of them has to go for a little bit of a Spectre if he wants to afford armor. So very weak economy throughout the board, but I think it's enough if they can pull off a coordinated attack, maybe break into sight. I still think there is a chance in this game. But here comes Christiana. Oh, it's not Christiana. I'm just not used to those playing on this Jet, but whatever the case, did you break into the A side? And they haven't really gotten the spike planted yet. In fact, he's going to be isolated by himself in A, while the rest of the team, what is INNERVOICE doing? They have two members in mid, they have one outside B. Spike's on this Sage, but he's all alone.
He's absolutely alone. And Hellfire gets a kill on the Christiania, and now the spike is dropped inside of the elbow. The rest of the members coming from INNERVOICE, they are now, in some sense, resetted. So they have to try to go for a complete take. What happened there? Why is Sage all alone inside of the elbow? I can't understand that. Right to Ace. Zol picks a kill onto right to Ace. Escali, you can continue that. Escali gets a shot onto Zol. Escali onto RZK as well. INNERVOICE literally was not able to do anything after the spike has been dropped on the elbow. 5-13. We're looking at 8-point deficit on the side of INNERVOICE now, and Velocity Gaming's points will go up by 8. So I think that they had in the previous scores, in the previous standings, they had like 8 points. So it's gonna be bumped up to 16 points now.
Fantastic.
Fantastic.
Let's go on to the replays, or rather the highlights. And let's take a look at how... Yep, how the India team won it. Velocity Gaming, you're gonna start off by having a fantastic pistol round. And yeah, they forced their way in, you know, good cover there. Right to Ace, double click with the classic right burst. And moving on to round number 6, I think Velocity Gaming still managed to get this, yeah. Good pushes coming through, and then, you know, INNERVOICE breaking the duck. RZK gonna start things off by pushing onto A Heavens. And Christiana, although he goes down here, the rest of INNERVOICE will play their part, and you know, the aftershock not really working out, but it does flush him out of hell. And after that round, I think it's more snippets of Velocity Gaming, a couple of stray kills here and there. Yeah, just really weird decision making coming from INNERVOICE. I'm flashed, but you know, if I can't see him, he can't see me. I don't think that's the logic here, but you know, INNERVOICE just try to throw bodies into the site, and then those are having a little bit of a luck there as the barrel of the Raze pokes right into the club bus, which gives him an indication as to where the opponent is. So really good 2-0 push. Unfortunately ran out of clips, but no worries, he has the ghost. Tries to go for the ace, but Christiana is like, don't worry, I'll take it from here.
And all in all, this is also the point of time where Amaterasu gets himself the 5k with the Sheriff. We don't know how it eventually ramped up. It was great. It was great
I need
nonetheless.
5 taps, right? The logic is, I only need 5 taps if I'm using a Sheriff, right? Just 5 bullets.
Yep. And I kill everyone. Everyone and anybody.
Why buy Phantoms? Why buy Operators when you can just buy a Sheriff? It's so cheap. It's a pistol. You can buy it from round 1. You only need a tap on the head, and yeah. Job done.
Indeed. Speaking of taps, know what else? One taps.
Ooh,
Oh
tell
yeah,
me more.
that is more about credit cards, and of course. One tap onto the card reader, and of course if you use the DBS Live Fresh card, you one tap in a more fashionable way whereby you get 5% cashback.
Yeah, absolutely.
Way better than getting yourself kills because you get cashback monetary value. Who get 20% off your next gaming chair with the code DBSLF5038, and you'll be one tapping your ways with a Royal Ergonomics chair as you sit on a throne, and of course sit on victory. And of course, if you pay with the DBS Live Fresh card, you will get an additional 5% cashback on top of the 20% off for the next Royal Ergonomics chair that you buy. And so, once again, ladies and gentlemen, head down to www.royal.sg. Take a look at their range of chairs, their the customization that is available, the colors that they have, the 5-year peel warranty that they have as well.
I love the new pastel range though.
I do too.
Yeah. And yeah,
it's like a great present for your significant other.
Yes, it is. It is really good, and they have other color design, colorways as well. You know, we've been sitting on the PvP edition one, so it looks really nice. And I guarantee you, you will be sitting in a very comfortable seat, whether you're winning or losing. If you're winning, it feels good. If you're losing, don't worry, you're losing in a comfortable butt. So that being said, we still have one more game to go before the grand finals. It's gonna be Myanmar versus Singapore. A little bit of a tough run for Singapore so far, even worse one for Myanmar. So, what are your takes on this match?
Honestly, despite their bad runs so far, I think that Singapore should be able to pull this one off against Myanmar, due to the fact that we have seen Myanmar's play in the early stages of the game, like in the early rounds.
Yes.
It does seem like, yes, they definitely do have a couple of their marksmanship on. They do have their crosshair placement in the right positions here and there, but ultimately it is just the timing that they gotta have to nail in the bud.
Oh yes, I'm looking through the stats, right? I'm trying to find. Like, I'm really trying to find information on Myanmar here, and I'm not kidding though. We really have no information on the Myanmar team. Look at that, like nothing. And so it's not like we don't want to know. There's nothing to know. But so far, you know, we know that Lung Lung is it pronounced Lung Lung? I'm sorry if I butchered the name, but
I think it's Lung Lung.
Yeah, he's pretty much the carry of the team, right? And every single time
revolving around him.
Yes, I think they have been trying to do that, but it's so tough when, you know, if he goes down, then the team doesn't have enough firepower to fight back. So, yeah, I think all credit to BBs because they have been trying. Like I said, even despite not having a win so far, they've been putting their best foot. It's not like they're throwing rounds away. It's just that they are up against a lot of the better teams in the other regions as well. So I think it's a very good learning experience for them, and not only that, it's a good experience for all of these teams coming in. And that's what PvP Esports is here for, right? For the community, and just to give a little bit of the opportunity for some of the smaller teams to take that next step towards professional gaming. And look at that, we've got XCM from Indonesia, we've got BREN Esports from Philippines. You know, we have XCN from I already mentioned XCN from Indonesia. So we got all around attack from Thailand as well. We've got BREN Esports. Yeah, just amazing teams.
I mean, they have shown themselves to be one of the strongest of the strongest, and thus they're here in the regionals. I mean, you can't exactly get into regionals without being good, right? And of course,
Velocity Gaming, from India. Like, without PvP Esports, we wouldn't have had the opportunity to know Velocity Gaming playing in the other regional finals, because, you know, usually
play quite locally.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really huge region. India is a really huge region by itself. So the teams have a lot of competitions there, but it's very rare to see an Indian team participating outside of the Indian region. So it's nice to see that they definitely can, you know, give a lot of the other teams in other regions a run for their money, and it's not like it's a one-sided game, right?
No.
Yeah, we saw them play against BREN Esports. We saw like they nearly did a comeback. You know, they
won against AAA.
Yes, they won against AAA. You know, they won against the Singaporean team as well. Yeah, that's nice. It's nice to see a lot of teams coming from different regions and looking at the different strats, the different play styles. You know, the insane one taps, and yeah, it's just nice. It's very wholesome.
And now
I'm about to cry.
We're looking at SG versus Myanmar, and I've talked about Myanmar with their timing that got to be worked on, and I think that just so happens to be one of Singapore's one of the Singapore team's weakness as well. So I don't know how they are going to be hammering it against each other, because when it comes to timing, right? Singapore side, they have got like some kind of timing that they just want to go in because
Okay, now I regret throwing away that piece of paper. Where is it? Okay, just gonna find it. Guys, give me 1 second. I got it. I don't got it. Okay, so welcome to hide and seek. Instead of finding Waldo, today we find Aris's missing paper. Completely regret.
Have you found it yet?
No.
No?
I don't think so.
That's on you, buddy. That is wholesomely on you. It just so happens that things...
Why did this happen to me? I made my mistakes. Okay, before we get DC8, yeah, so coming into the next game, I mean, okay, just purely on stats alone, I feel like Singapore has a bit of the better chance. You know, they've shown that they can provide that burst of firepower and go on a good streak. And I think more importantly, both teams are looking to prove a point. Right? They know they're not fighting for anything anymore, right? Neither of them is gonna make it into the top 2, but there is the possibility of top 3. Although we saw Velocity Gaming kind of just had a one-sided affair against INNERVOICE. So, like I said, it's a lot of pride on the line, right? And obviously, even more so, I would believe for the Myanmar team, just because they haven't had a win so far. And so I think BBs would try to at least get a win here. What map would you like to see them play on?
Honestly, I'd love to see them play on Icebox.
Yes, I'd like to see them play on Icebox. But unfortunately, no Icebox, and I think they're going to be playing on Bind.
Yes, I was about to say something along the lines of Split, because Split is just... At least when it comes to Split, right? It is very understandable that... It is very understandable that the defender side is very one-sided. And if it's one-sided, then you'll be expecting the defenders to play well. And then, in the nail-biting course of action, 2-0 has been changed into... 12-0 has been turned into a 12-12. And that is just the kind of nail-biting experience that I love to see. You're constantly on match point. Yes, that feeling sucks if you're on the receiving end, because you just can't seem to end the game. You just can't seem to close the game. That sucks, truly. But it makes a great show.
Final match of the day before we head into the grand finals. It's going to be BBs hailing from Myanmar, and from Singapore, it's going to be INNERVOICE playing on Binder. Looks like we do have BB starting on the defending side. INNERVOICE onto the attacking end. Well, they do have Cyphers on the side of BBs. No Sentinels once again. INNERVOICE running without a Sentinel on Bind.
Why does BBs deploy the Cypher onto A though?
Oh, it works, right? It works.
It works, yes, but there is so much potential for Cypher in the B side. Granted, if you are able to take full control of showers, then yeah, sure. But you don't really have a lot of leeways to play around. You don't really have a lot of ways to just kind of play around with your current situation. There's really good flashpoints coming from the side of INNERVOICE, completely flushing the opponent's BB's jet completely away within of U-Hauls. And just like that, with just 2 flashpoints and a single dashing jet, they have taken control of the U-Hauls. And it is all up to BBs to just take it right back away from them. But because of Shorty, it may be a little bit tougher than expected. K2 jumps right in, gets a kill on the Krishania. But we are looking at a couple of members coming in from the side of BBs already taken down. And thus, INNERVOICE swarmed U-Hauls. They killed more people as they tried to reclaim the U-Hauls, and thus it has left into a 1 versus 3 situation, whereby the final Omen, all he got to do is just submit his fate over to INNERVOICE.
Alright, let's play that game. Abstract, guess the score. Beast versus INNERVOICE. What do you think the score is going to be?
I think it's
And before you say, right, viewers at home, if you're watching the stream, you can guess along with us as well. Mention on your Twitch chat or Facebook, depending on where you're watching the stream. And let us know your predictions. We'll be going through them as the game happens. So Abstract, go for it.
I'm looking at 13-6 in favor of INNERVOICE.
That is a very, very close call to my guess as well. I'm guessing it's going to be a 13-5 in the favor of INNERVOICE as well.
We'll see how that is going to work out. I'm going to be loving and I'll be checking all this out. For now, BBs versus INNERVOICE. We are looking at Krishania with a cheeky position here with Shorty. Crown is already on an aggressive position, or rather in a defensive position, because Long Long and Pride, they decided to go all out aggressive and push all the way right down right down the middle. Krishania with his nutty position, he did manage to get an immediate headshot onto Leon, and it goes for the next shot onto the onto Raze with a sliver of health, literally a sliver of health. If you ask me, that is one heck of a pity, or else that would have been looked good for the side of Krishania. Maybe if it's just a little bit closer, it would be perfect.
INNERVOICE now. Gonna look on the momentum that they have, and Krishania with the judge, which means he's gonna try to dash into long. I think that's the idea, but I mean, there's only one way that you can go with the judge, and I think he's gonna have a little bit of fun with this dash of his. The silver dart's gonna come out, but they don't care. They're gonna push against it. Pride gonna quickly retreat back onto elbow.
Take flight.
We do have the Owl Drone being deployed out, but I don't think that Pride will be getting much information other than the fact that there is a random Sova running in and out of hookah. But here we go, yet another one. Flashpoint, Paranoia, everything is just gonna be tossing right on top of Pride. And even with the judge, he was able to get a kill down on Pride just so easily. RZK gets one as well. Long Long pushes out. He gets one kill and immediately bailed out with the tailwind. Long Long 3v3. Long Long is only at 31 health. What exactly can he do at this moment in time? 3 versus 2 now. K2 Junior did manage to get himself a really good shot right on top of the opponents. He's holding on to the Paranoia. No one gets hit by the Paranoia, but K2 Junior, he is pretty much on fire. 1v1. Zol hides within of the containers. He checks out back halls. No one's in back halls, because Long Long went over to the elbows, and now he made a quick retreat, a cheeky play, and rotated all the way over to A. A really wide plant would be beneficial for this breach, because he literally have everything on his arsenal. A flashpoint, a fault line, and an aftershock. Anything can go well for INNERVOICE.
I think he's just gonna hold this off angle. I don't think he's gonna expect him running in, and Long Long indeed will get caught. I mean, that was a little bit of a gamble in some sense, because, you know, it could have been a rotate through onto the portal, but either way, it's really good play coming from the zone just to hold that and cut the rotation off from Long Long.
It was a good play from INNERVOICE nonetheless. In terms of ultimate economy, I'll be looking at INNERVOICE with a really sick lineup as well. I think that Krishania should want to go for the Blade Storm this round. He does have the Judge though, so possibly not. Maybe not waste the Judge this round. He's definitely gonna go all out aggressive. He goes right into the other side of U-Hauls, but no one's actually inside of U-Hauls. Leon is just a little bit too far away, as he's just gonna be standing in the center of Shiny. And with that Sheriff, he takes a pop off of Krishania's head, and just like that, 4 versus 4. Spy cam goes out. You don't see anyone else, but only one lone awesome spike. They all try to rush straight for it, trying to go for the spike defuse, but Zol is now doing too damn good of a job in defending that spike. RZK relocated himself with the shorter step and locates himself right on top of yet another Shiny, and manages to get another kill right on the members of BBs. BBs though, I gotta say, they are not. They are doing pretty decently, you know, on par. Alright, okay, maybe a bit subpar, but on par-ish. Leon with Leon, Long Long, and Shinjin, they are all looking at 1 kills each. Pride and K2 Junior, they're looking at 3 kills each. They are, in terms of average, is not too far away from what INNERVOICE have. I think that they are doing decent, but they just need to capitalize more on the objective. Go for kills and then wipe everyone out instead of 1v1. Okay, let's do this, let's do that. Because INNERVOICE, they have been pretty competitive, and of course when it comes to them approaching into fights, they are very they are just heading all the way. Oh, how can I say this? They are just literally playing it competitively, 5 versus 5, and they try to do their best to be coordinated, such as the part where Krishania rushes in with Tailwind. You've got the side of Breach going in for the double flashpoint side, sometimes go for the aftershock or even fault lines. I do love it. I do love the kind of synergies that they both have.
Oh, I do see in the chat that some of you guys are asking about the point system. Well, they're playing a best of 1 round robin, and then we'll find the best 2 teams out of those round robins, and those 2 teams will then move into the grand finals. But for now, the last game in the round robin to find out who makes it into the 3rd place. But INNERVOICE getting a little bit of a resistance coming from BBs. The showstopper is good, and it's gonna be all down to RZK. Can he make things work? He does have the operator. He misses. He doesn't even pull the shot off, and Shinchin, it's gonna bully him onto that Vandal with the hit tap, and BBs are gonna find their first round. That's decent, right? They shut down the economy, or rather the snowball coming with INNERVOICE, and more importantly, they're gonna get that operator onto Long Long.
1-4 BBs managing to get themselves with that 1 round win, and I'm interested to find out what else the INNERVOICE have got in store for us, or perhaps what does BBs have got in store for us. Like I said, you know, BBs, they're not too far away. They just need to coordinate together and shut down INNERVOICE like that.
I'm really rooting for them. Hopefully they can get more rounds and they can go on to win this game. But now here comes K coming in from the side, but Christiana with the judge pushes and rushes into the U-Haul. The signature move coming in from the Jet player. And here comes Pride. Oh, the shot is good. Might be just enough, but misses the shot by a bit. Does decent damage on the members of INNERVOICE. Hunter Strike there brings Sova and Omen really low. But INNERVOICE has got the spike drop down. Now all 3 of the members on BBs coming in from CT. Looks like they call for the retreat, and I think they want to go for the save.
It does seem like they definitely want to go for the save. I mean, it makes sense. It absolutely makes sense, and I do like what they have as well. Long Long, he is holding on to a very expensive operator after all. They do have money still though, but I'm not quite sure if they will have enough money when it comes to buying out the operator, if they would just go all the way against.
Yeah, I think the idea here would be to keep the operator this round, and they can buy the teammates out the next round as well with the extra loss bonus. So yep, there we go. You know, 2 members on the side of BBs will be able to buy both K and Leon, their Vandals or Phantoms, depending on what they like. And Leon is a rich boy at this point. He can pretty much buy out himself, but this is gonna be a pretty important round for BBs, because if they lose this one, then they're gonna be pretty much broke the next round. So yeah, looking to win this round, but more importantly, INNERVOICE 5-1, looking really steady. Zona showing up with that breach. K2 is gonna be holding the side on right. Oh, the boom bump does reveal members on the side of INNERVOICE. Christiana dropping very low.
Krishania shouldn't really have quite done that. We've got Long Long with 2 kills right to his name. Shinjin with a decent amount of damage onto him as well. Long Long with 3k so far. Would we be able to see more from this? Crown opens up with a nice headshot right into Shinjin, and now Crown is within of showers. Picks out. Long misses the shot. He goes straight out for the recon bolt, but did not quite expect that K2 Junior is going to be at the right side of showers. Ultimately, it was a really good run coming in from the side of Crown, but unfortunately, not much was made. Not a lot of, well, changes were made to the score tables. 2-5 right about now. INNERVOICE, they still have got the money to get themselves with a full buyout, and even had more extra. So we shouldn't be too worried about the side of INNERVOICE when it comes to economy. BBs though,
they keep the operator, and more importantly, they keep the juice. And what is the juice, people?
The juice!
Let's review what the juice is.
The juice!
The juice is my nickname for the operator. It's a 5k juice, really juicy, really impactful. And well, the Hunter Strike coming in from the side of INNERVOICE, doing a lot of damage. But Lang, can he put the juice to work? He's holding that tough angle. And the opposite Jet is right on top. It's going to be Christiana. Dozer here coming in from the flank. K2 is going to push right through the smokes. All the juice, they drop it! But more importantly, Beavis, K2 is going to have to ace if he wants. No! Christiana puts that juice right in between K2's head. And it's going to be 6-2 in the favor of INNERVOICE.
2-6 now. We do have a couple of rounds left from the side of BBs, and if they were to take the next 4 games for themselves, then we should be looking at the end of the first half in a 6-6. Exactly what I was looking at. But do note, what the score points that we were looking at the start of the game was 13-6 for me.
I was guessing
13-5 for Ares. We'll see who got it right on the number, right on the money. And
loser's gonna have to sing a Merry Christmas song. Alright.
Oh, no.
Now Crown moving on to a shot. Oh, the painted shells coming in. Crown does have our drone, so he sees everything. But Shinjin here off angle, pushes into U-Haul. Those are gonna catch him off guard. And now Biz is gonna have a bit of a work on their hands. They still have the operator on Lang, who is playing near showers, and K2 is gonna be holding all by himself. No fault line is needed. Oh, the strong stab. Christiana will punish the whiff coming out from K2. Dozer picks up Lang when he's trying to rotate over from A side as well. And now it's down to Sova. He's gonna be revealed by the recall board. Not that it matters though. He's gonna get sprayed out onto RZK, but Dozer coming in from the back. No one's informing him about the back step. INNERVOICE one step closer to match point, but you know, still a journey to go. But 7-2 looking very comfortable.
At this point of time, it does seem like BBs as well as INNERVOICE, they are both trying to do their very best to doing their very best to do whatever that they can. Never mind.
Sometimes
they want to be the very best, like no one ever was.
Sometimes you're just my little precious abstract. But now Lang coming in with the Blade Storm, and he might be able to get the first step. 1-2!
Oh.
But Crown will get the refrag. But the work is done. BBs, can they capitalize on the fact that they have one extra man? Well, they had a 4-man stack onto B with only Lang guarding A by himself. And if only they had more members onto the A side, our drone's gonna be able to get the trick. They push the operator backwards. RZK still able to make it work. Switches onto the classic Pride. Can force his way into the A side now, but it's down to Crown. The recon board is not gonna reveal where Crown is. Oh, this is a very sneaky position, because not only isn't he revealed, but now INNERVOICE is gonna have the advantage, and Crown here being very sneaky about his position, playing right behind the green box. There's so many angles that he could be coming from. He could be coming from U-Hauls, he could be coming from Heaven.
Oh, Crown. He was being pretty gutsy, if you ask me. Beast, they went for the tap on the spike defuse, and he's not buying it. He's absolutely not buying it until he went in for the second one, and then he's just like, you know what? He went for a really fast wide peek and immediately caught Pride with his pants down. We're looking at round number 11 now. 2-8. B Beasts. They have gotten themselves with 2 operators. I'm calling it. They're gonna win this round. They are gonna win this round with that double operator. K2 Junior. It does seem like, location revealed by the road combo comes down only with a Lear staring right at him. That is a series of unfortunate events coming in from the side of K2 Junior, and now they have lost the entire region here when it comes to the U-Hauls. Lang, a little bit too big of a region to cover, but he's just going to be focusing a little bit more right between onto bathrooms, showers, or perhaps even at U-Hauls. He's gonna be bailing out from the area. He's not gonna do quite much though. He's gonna be the final man remaining here. Goes, turns around, 90 degrees, flick, gets a kill on Dozer. Take a look at Showers. He almost got the shot down, and he tries to go for another quick one on top of Krishania, but unfortunately, he lost in that duel.
Last round in the half.
9-2, and INNERVOICE looking to close this round out with a double-digit score. Meanwhile, BBs, come on, you guys gotta make me proud. Get the 5 rounds in. I don't want to be singing that Christmas song, but so far they've been doing really well in terms of duels, but they just haven't been able to close the rounds out. If you look at every single round they've been lost, and the past 5 rounds, a lot of them have come down to 1v1. Have always been coming down to 1v1. So I think they have what it takes to match against INNERVOICE, but like I said, somehow INNERVOICE just having that edge over the Myanmar team, and now Dozer gonna be pushed back by the painted shouts. They're gonna wait, the recon board's gonna reveal where the race is, the showstoppers. Audio cue is gonna come out, and he's just gonna wait for her. Just gonna wait for the rocket fuse to burn out.
The party has not been stopped just yet. Maybe it paused, but it is not stopped. Let's call it the show pauser. As Shin hold.
INNERVOICE now going to go for a push right onto A shot. The
you.
Lure comes in. Dozer with the shot onto Shin. Oh, INNERVOICE now having the 5-3-4. They've been in this position for so many times now.
The Rolling Thunder. Oh, the trap wire. It did manage to reveal a location of Zol though. And it did manage to get, not Zol actually, I can't remember who exactly that was. But the Hunter's Fury has now been popped just a little bit more to the left, and he would have been able to get a kill onto that Sova. Didn't manage to get it quite worked down. K2 Junior, he pops right out. He manages to get a shot down on Krishania. 1v1. It is going to be someone that's going to be in here versus anyone. I think INNERVOICE that was in hookah. He didn't quite see anyone. Taps onto the bomb. He sees the back view of Dozer, and a clutch round coming from the side of BBs, and we're looking at 3-9. BBs just requires to get 3 more wins from their end, and INNERVOICE to win this game, and then that way Aris will be able to sing us a Christmas song from that.
No.
It is a matter of 3 wins from this point of time, or 2 wins from this point of time. Think about it. BBs is now in the attacking side.
No. It's not going to happen here.
So far, BBs are pretty good in their attacker strategy. So we can give it to them. The first 2 rounds, BBs can win, and thus it will become 5-9, and that will be a lot closer to your point. But
yeah, okay, hold on first. I like this Queen's Gambit situation happening in your head, but it's not gonna happen. You're gonna have to sing that Christmas song, okay? I'm not expecting a Mariah Carey version to come out, but
6-13, you have no choice but to sing it, you know. And speaking of singing, I'll be singing some sorts of melody right as BBs getting themselves the win for this round, because it does seem like things are looking pretty good for them. 4 men. It does seem like BBs definitely have got the man advantage. And INNERVOICE with RZK stuck inside the teleporter. You may say that he's a little bit stuck with his back against the wall. Yes, Shinjin gets 1 kill onto RZK. Last man remaining from INNERVOICE is a single Reina. And you know what does that mean?
Oh, it's not over. Oh, no.
It is over.
Dozer thought that was the only member pushing from elbow, and Lang coming in at the very last second to clinch the kill, and that's the pistol round. BS should have the next round on the board. Now, the question is, can they get 2 more?
Yes, they can. Yes, they can.
We'll have to see. We'll have to see.
You do realize anything below 5 and below equals to you win. Anything 6 and above is I win.
Yeah. Yes, I can math, obviously.
You're on a tough ride, my friend. You're on a tough ride. BBs, all you gotta do is win 2 more rounds and I will be happy. And we are all gonna be treated with some nice Christmas carols from the side of Aris. We'll see how that's gonna work out. BBs demolishing INNERVOICE. 2 men down from the side of INNERVOICE right now. We do have the recon boat gonna be tossed right out, and of course shot out coming from Crown. And Long appears at out of absolutely nowhere with the Phantom. Crown goes down, the spike is planted, and Zol hides inside of this small little area, which is also an elbow, by the way. Elbow of A gets 1 kill. INNERVOICE with Christiania last man remaining. He does have the Bucky though. I can definitely say there could be quite some possibilities to see Christiania pulling off some miracle, pulling off some incredible plays with this Bucky. But I'm not gonna count on the fact that Christiania is able to win games. I mean, no, sorry, not able to win this game itself. He's not able to clutch this, I assume. You can hear a couple of teleports going on about Christiania. Oh, didn't quite much though. The Bucky. It was a decent angle. It was a decent range. But at that range, I believe that you would need to shoot 2 or 3 times in order to get a shot down. We're looking at B-Beasts with 5 wins now. And by the way, just so you guys know, I'm commenting in this game while Aris is actually Googling top Christmas songs.
Just trying to do my homework, right?
It's getting prepared.
It could go either way. I'm a man of my word, but hey, I've got my faith in INNERVOICE now, 9-5, and well, Rager aside, INNERVOICE looking to try to shut this push coming from BBs. It's going to be the first buy round in this half. Looks like we've got BBs here trying to bait out with the Hour Drone. They control the painted shouts right onto the tube, and not gonna find anyone. The reverse Hour Drone coming out now by Christiana. Comes in with the flash. Oh, Lang punishes the push.
Yes.
Leon gets the kill in. And
That
Rico
is
Board is
it.
gonna reveal where Shinchin is. INNERVOICE pushing in from the side. Gets punished. Once again, Dozer gets punished. Oh, the double frag.
This is it, boys! This is it, boys! 6-9! 6 wins from the side of BBs. You don't know what that means. Anything from this point onwards is a win in the books of Abstract. And Aris is now looking at... Yeah, I think All I Want for Christmas is good. It's either All I Want for Christmas or you can take a look at... Merry Christmas, darling. Nah, that kind of sound. Don't shoot me. No. A Holly Jolly Christmas. I have no idea what that is, but anything.
True run. 4 rounds on the board as of now. INNERVOICE looking very dangerously close to giving away this one. Shinchin currently a brand new man reborn. On fire with this Spectral, and INNERVOICE down to 2 man, 5v2. And all Crown has is a sheriff in his hand. Meanwhile, Christiana gonna rotate right through market. We've got BBs locking down the A side. Very disciplined play style coming in from the Myanmar team. Patriot shouts out to heaven just to make sure that Crown isn't pushing them. And this could be... Oh, they actually spotted him. Now he's trying to go for the 1 taps. But as he makes his retreat, Long is gonna push right behind him. Christiana with the backstab works out pretty fine. He's got the Spectral. And he does know that the race is low, but can he make more work out here? 1 shot, maybe a double. No, it's not enough. And BBs 7-9, looking to tie things up with INNERVOICE.
And just like that, Myanmar with 7 wins and INNERVOICE Singapore with 9 wins. They are choking pretty hard, if you ask me. Ever since INNERVOICE has swapped over, they haven't been doing much, or rather they just can't seem to do anything as the defender side, which is rather surprising. Actually, no, it's not that surprising due to the fact that they lack Sentinels. The only thing that they have is a couple of duelists and a couple of controllers and initiators, but other than that, no specific lockdowns. They have good amount of flashes from the point from the side of INNERVOICE with the Lears, as well as Flashpoint, as well as Paranoia, but that is just short-sightedness, but you get the point. And of course, when it comes to breaking line of sight, we do have dark cover as well as cloud bursts on the side of INNERVOICE. But ultimately, I think things will be pretty a-okay. INNERVOICE should be able to take a couple of games into the bag right about now, and if they don't, man, will I say that it is going... I may have really bad news for INNERVOICE, man.
BB's here. The calm before the storm, setting it up. They're gonna take the ultimate up because why not? That's gonna set up the auto queue, but INNERVOICE still holding their ground. Here comes the Hunter Strike. He's gonna flush out the entire side of Elbow, but a little bit lucky for Reina there. Does manage to get out of trouble. Shinchin try to push right through, but here comes the rest of INNERVOICE. Suddenly, something snapped into them, but BB is still heading on to that Pride. And speaking about Pride, he gets taken out by Dozer. The triple kill coming in from the Reina.
Ladies and gentlemen, reload. You know, what is your sweet spot for reloading? I gotta have to ask this question. What is your sweet spot for reloading?
Well, it's tough to say because I generally play the operator, so there isn't really a sweet spot. But when it comes to the Phantom or the Vandal, I guess usually it's 3/4 of the clip. Yeah, that's usually my comfort zone. So you know, when I'm left with like maybe around 10 clips or anything less than 10 clips, I generally just go for the reload.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Double flashpoint from the side of Breach. It does seem like Breach as well as the Jet. They definitely have a couple of combinations and a couple of things that they will want to work with. How do they attack the side? How do they tackle it to a certain angle? And I do like it so far. But in the meantime, Dozer hides within this small little area, goes straight for the dismiss, hides behind the wall, rather behind this container, goes for another dismiss, and he gets himself out of this location and immediately heads his way right down onto Elbow. Dozer doing his very best to go through a wall bang. Unfortunately, no one is behind. BB's with the last man remaining coming in from Lung Lung. He's just going to be right outside of Arch. I don't think he will be able to do quite much though. A little bit of a tall order if you ask him to kill everyone. And it doesn't really quite work out. 7-11. 7-11. INNERVOICE has now managed to get themselves with 2 wins in a row already, and of course stopping the momentum of Beasts.
Once again, Christiana picking up onto the Judge. And well, the last time round he had the Judge, he pushed onto B long. That didn't really work out too well, but he did manage to get a kill onto Elbow. So I think this time round he's gonna switch things up. Looks like he might be going for the shower push, and yes it is, and it's gonna be right there. He expected the push coming up, but well, it's an A shot after all. A lot of tight corners where the Judge is pretty useful. Cypher here. Gonna review the positions of INNERVOICE, but is that enough? Then I could go for the push. They're just waiting outside of A.
Hunter's Fury? Does seem like Hunter's Fury isn't gonna do quite much from their side though. But regardless, INNERVOICE, they are prepared and they are in position. Paranoia tossed out. RZK right at the top. He's waiting for whoever comes up from bathroom to deal with them. I think he saw a small little pixel right on top of the cyber cage. RZK, he did manage to get a kill on the Leon. Zol from the other side gets a kill on the Long Long as well. Right beside the ATC. It does seem like we do have a single raise just gonna be wobbling about. But unfortunately, Zol made quick work out of that and manages to get yet another kill. 7-12. We're looking at match point now. INNERVOICE just requires 1 more win. And when it comes to the ultimate economy, we're looking at a Blade Storm, a Rolling Thunder, and a From the Shadows available for the side of INNERVOICE, while Beasts, all they have is a single Blade Storm. It's gonna be tough in terms of ultimate economy. Beast, they can't exactly do anything because they literally used it previously before. 1 charge on Leon, 2 charge on K, 4 charge on Pride, and I think another 3 charge on this race. So it's gonna be tough if INNERVOICE decided to all in for this round. We'll see how that goes, how that is gonna go.
Yeah, it's tough to say, but BB's here. Hang on to those hopes, and looks like they're gonna try to push in. Chin catching Dozer off guard with the push coming in from Hooker. Now Lung Lung gonna push him right in as well. But here comes the push back coming from INNERVOICE. They're gonna try to go for the retake. What the heck was the spray down from both Zoe and RZX? But just like that, within a blink of an eye, INNERVOICE is gonna shut that 13th round. They get the match point, and well, GG, I guess.
Not gonna lie, that was kind of anticlimactic. I didn't quite think that that is going to be how it ended. It was just a single it was just a single rolling thunder that is required in order to end the game, and I'm genuinely impressed. It is a great job coming in from the side of INNERVOICE, although they have a little bit of a choking behavior when it comes to the introductory of the second half. But regardless, that choke allowed me to win in this small little childish bet against Ares. And thus, we will be looking at something real cool in a short while. But before that, let us just take a look at the highlights that we have for this specific game between INNERVOICE versus BBs. Starting off with Crown with a double kill onto that Spectre. Moving on to the next clip with Long holding down to the angle, gets one. Moving on with Crown going for a 1v1 against the operator. He won, but unfortunately for the other side of the round, other side of the bathrooms, we do have a wandering K2 that's just going to be holding onto the angle, waiting for him. I'm pretty sure that we still have quite a lot of great plays. I think this is definitely one of them. 1 shot, 2 shot, but Crown was a little bit too fast. But the value is already there. A lot of values have already been made. The whole entire jazz of, that ring around the rosy for the side of the previous round, it was pretty good as well.
Yeah, but now, well, moving on to the next 2 rounds, we got Dozer here, trying to hold the side by himself. And I gotta say, Dozer has been doing a lot of work on this B side. He hasn't really gotten a lot of support. Most of the members of the INNERVOICE just putting in members there. But
there's a 2 kill. And then bomb. Oh, they all lined up. Wait, was that a lineup?
Yeah, that's pretty much a lineup. I think for both players, for Zoe and RZX, they pretty much came in, caught the members of BBs off guard. But hey, at least, I would say for BBs, good job. They put in a really tough fight. And, at some moments in the game, we were like, oh, it was really close. Like, they might be going on the run here. But, whatever the case, that was the last game of the day for both me and Abstract. And, well, we're going to move into the grand finals after the break. But we're going to reintroduce the DBS promo first, because we didn't mention that prior to the break. And, we didn't. Yeah, we didn't mention about the promo. We did talk a little bit about it, but we didn't show the code. So let's just flash it on the screen right now. And as Abstract said, if you are looking to get yourself your next gaming chair, you can get 20% off a Royal Ergonomics chair if you are a member of the DBS Live Fresh card. And all you have to do is just use the code DBSLF5038 when you do check out. And what you do also get 5% cash back on top of the 20% off, as Abstract likes to say. So that is really cool. And speaking about really cool, well, I did lose my bet. So, well, before I do sing with Christmas carols, want to give a big shout out to our partners and sponsors, because it is going to be our last appearance here before Hey I'm Quack and Howler take over. So maybe you want to go through the partners and sponsors list.
And of course, thank you so much to every single one of our partners and sponsors. If not for them, PvP Esports Season 2 wouldn't have been possible. So thank you so much to Huawei, Razer, Royal Ergonomics, DBS, Singtel, as well as Gomo for whatever and everything that they have done for us. And just like that, because of the fact that we are reaching to the end of the Open Championships soon, do note that all of these teams, they are fighting out for a grand prize, a champion prize of $2,800 SGD in terms of cash, as well as 4,200 SGD in terms of prizes.
But hey, we're gonna let Howler and Hey I'm Quack talk about that. So yeah, do enjoy the rest of the games, especially the grand finals as well. Give a shout out to all the teams that took part. You can always check us out on this Ares and such Abstract. Hashtag sellout. But yep, enjoy the rest of the games, and remember PvP Esports, rather the regional finals, is part of Super Gamer Fest. So we also have exciting content after this. And yeah, from PvP Esports and on behalf of all the casting panel, we wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. This is Aris and such Abstract, and we are signing off. We'll see you next time around, hopefully in the next season of PvP Championships.
The Huawei P40 Series 5G. Break the boundaries of speed and distance. Capture the best part of every moment. Even at night, you can discover stories, within stories. Huawei P40 series, visionary photography.
Hi.
Noise canceling.
Hello.
Everyone loves winning. That's why we've made it easy to pay for your apps with your Singtel mobile bill. With easy one-time setup and fast transactions, we offer hassle-free payment and convenience while you focus on winning. Stay entertained and pay easily. Find out more at singtel.com/DCB.
This Christmas, Singtel Dash is giving away 300,000 prizes and a grand prize of 1 million Dash reward points. Top up your prepaid card, pay, remit, and everyone gets to be a winner. Dash it, shake it, share it. Download Singtel Dash today.
Attention gamers! Singtel brings an ultra-powerful Wi-Fi 6 experience to you with the new Asus RTAX86U gaming router. Boost your mobile gaming performance with a tap on the Asus router app. Defeat Wi-Fi congestion with 5 GHz band for ultra-fast responsive gaming. Get it free when you sign up now with our 1+1 GPPS Fiber Pro Gamer Bundle. Only available with Singapore's #1 network. Visit singtel.com/gamerbundle to find out more.
Want to leave work on time, but can't deal with judgy colleagues? Easy! Dress up as the delivery guy. Want more data? Easy! Add more data anytime. Go Gomo!
เพราะวันนี้คืออนาคตของ Cloud Gaming สนุกไร้ขีดจำกัดบนเครือข่าย AIS 5G อันดับหนึ่ง The future is yours.
Experience the great rise of now, all by yourself. Download now.
Dear Mother, light of the home.
Dad.
Hey, baby! Greetings, Professor Rodolfo.
May I be absolved from
Math club tomorrow.
May Globe Virtual Hangouts kasi.
Go and hang out from wherever you are. Just open the Globe One app, choose an event, and click join.
Watch concerts online.
Dance together.
We can do quiz nights.
Yo, let's go! If you allow me,
I promise.
To make it up to you.
And repay your kindness tenfold? Truly, your favorite child.
I love you, Dad.
Mimi.
Please, babe.
Thank you, sir.
Enjoy your fave events with Globe Prepaid Virtual Hangouts. All together now.
Yes.
The Huawei P40 Series 5G. Break the boundaries of speed and distance. Capture the best part of every moment. Even at night, you can discover stories within stories. Huawei P40 Series. Visionary photography.
Initiating Project Royale.
Hi.
Noise canceling.
Hello?
Everyone loves winning. That's why we've made it easy to pay for your apps with your Singtel mobile bill. With easy one-time setup and fast transactions, we offer hassle-free payment and convenience while you focus on winning. Stay entertained and pay easily. Find out more at singtel.com/DCB.
Being clever is no big deal for Chloe. It comes pretty naturally to her. But when it comes to her, bigger the reward, the better. Chloe dashes it the clever way. Now, dash it your way.
Attention gamers! Singtel brings an ultra-powerful Wi-Fi 6 experience to you with the new Asus RTAX86U gaming router. Boost your mobile gaming performance with a tap on the Asus router app. Defeat Wi-Fi congestion with 5 GHz band for ultra-fast responsive gaming. Get it free when you sign up now with our 1+1 GPPS Fiber Pro Gamer Bundle. Only available with Singapore's #1 network. Visit singtel.com/gamerbundle to find out more.
Want to leave work on time, but can't deal with judgy colleagues? Easy! Dress up as the delivery guy. Want more data? Easy! Add more data anytime. Go Gomo!
เพราะวันนี้คืออนาคตของ Cloud Gaming สนุกไร้ขีดจำกัดบนเครือข่าย AIS 5G อันดับหนึ่ง The future is yours
Go and create even more with the new Glow Prepaid, because it's your imagination that will keep the world going.
The Huawei P40 Series 5G. Break the boundaries of speed and distance. Capture the best part of every moment. Even at night, you can discover stories within stories. Huawei P40 Series. Visionary photography.
Everyone loves winning. That's why we've made it easy to pay for your apps with your Singtel mobile bill. With easy one-time setup and fast transactions, we offer hassle-free payment and convenience while you focus on winning. Stay entertained and pay easily. Find out more at singtel.com/DCB.
Sam lives his life like a one-take music video, where everything is as smooth as can be. Sam dashes it the smooth way. Now, dash it your way.
Attention gamers! Singtel brings an ultra-powerful Wi-Fi 6 experience to you with the new Asus RTAX86U gaming router. Boost your mobile gaming performance with a tap on the Asus router app. Defeat Wi-Fi congestion with 5 GHz band for ultra-fast responsive gaming. Get it free when you sign up now with our 1+1 GPPS Fiber Pro Gamer Bundle. Only available with Singapore's #1 network. Visit singtel.com/gamerbundle to find out more.
Want to leave work on time, but can't deal with judgy colleagues? Easy! Dress up as the delivery guy. Want more data? Easy! Add more data anytime. Go Gomo!
เพราะวันนี้คืออนาคตของ Cloud Gaming สนุกไร้ขีดจำกัดบนเครือข่าย AIS 5G อันดับหนึ่ง The future is yours.
Experience the great rise of now, all by yourself. Download now.
Dear Mother, light of the home.
Dad?
Hey, baby! Greetings, Professor Rodolfo.
May I be absolved from
Math Club tomorrow?
Nag-globe virtual hangouts kasi.
Go and hang out from wherever you are. Just open the Globe One app, choose an event, and click join.
We watch concerts online.
Dance together.
We can do quiz nights.
Yo, let's go! If you allow me,
I promise.
To make it up to you.
And repay your kindness tenfold? Truly, your favorite child.
I love you, Dad.
Mimi.
Please, please.
Thank you, sir.
Enjoy Enjoy your fave events with low prepaid virtual hangouts. All together now.
Yes.
Welcome to day 5 of the Super Gaming Fest. We are at the grand finals now. It's going to be the top 2 teams. We've had, competitions and qualifiers through 8 different countries, the Philippines, Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, Thailand, Myanmar, Brunei, and India. And now we are at the finals. We have the top 2, Philippines, and what was the other team?
Philippines and XCN, Indonesia.
All right, Indonesia. There we go. And we've got the top 2, and we're going to be good to go. And BREN Esports have been on a fire throughout. They've been very, very strong and, just powerhouse throughout. I think that we'll get into that later in terms of how many games they actually did end up winning so that they got here. But Velocity Gaming, congratulations to them. They did get 3rd place. They're the India team, and they did very, very well in and of itself throughout the entire tournament. And they are going to go home with what? $1,200 in SGD and also $1,800 in prizes. So they've won a lot, but it's going to come down to the top 2, and they're playing for what? $2,800 and $2,000 in SGD cash. So there's a lot at stake.
Yeah, there definitely is. I mean, it's $800 difference, and also, bragging rights. We've talked about this before. I mean, I know, you would settle for money, but at the end of the day, BREN Esports versus XCN, we're here to find out who's better.
We're going to have to see. We're going to have to see. And they were supposed to actually just play each other in the round robin, but they were the top 2 teams going in. And so we're just going to jump right into the grand finals, and that's kind of why you have that. They haven't faced each other, right? And so we're going to see exactly if they have that strategy. And this is going to be interesting because everything else has been a best of 1. So everything's kind of been like high impact. There's been a lot of stress in terms of winning out, right? But now that you've got a little bit of you have a best of 3, you have that one game to kind of potentially play around with. Maybe you throw out a different strat. I don't really know. I don't know if this is the place or the time to do any sort of, shenanigans, I would say. But this is one of those moments.
Have an extra life.
Yeah,
right?
An extra life, yeah. And so that's going to be great to see because, then you can kind of have the map picks, you have the attacker defender. There's a lot more strategy involved in a best of 3 as opposed to the best of 1.
Exactly. So we're here to find out BREN Esports versus XCN. They have that extra life coming into this one. It's the grand final. And, they would definitely mix things up a bit, I think. But of course, for now, it does seem like BREN Esports are the team to beat. I mean, they've had such a dominating performance. We're going to take a look at the standings right now. And just seeing the amount of points that they both have. Actually, both 65. How about that?
They are tied, yeah. I mean, this is one because they didn't play each other, right? That would have been the deal breaker. But they beat every single team, so basically they're undefeated going into this one. I think for ourselves and what we saw, or at least my opinion of this, is that XCN, it seemed like they had a couple gaps. I mean, the Velocity Gaming matchup was quite close. They pulled out the win and everything like that, but BREN Esports just seemed to be the powerhouse. When they played Velocity Gaming, they shut them down with style.
That's right. So help me out here, right? So if BREN Esports beat Velocity Gaming, and with style especially, but Velocity Gaming versus XCN, that was pretty close. So where would you place BREN Esports versus XCN?
I mean, just in that, like if they beat them like 13-5, or I don't remember the exact score of the BREN versus Velocity Gaming, and XCN had to just kind of eke it out. I think it was like 13-11. It was very, very close, right? And so that was like just with those games, and I thought that BREN Esports was the stronger team. It might have just been more of the fact that maybe XCN kind of was stealing strats maybe because it came after the BREN Esports one, and Velocity Gaming might have had warmed up and all that, and that might have come into play. But nonetheless, we're here now. I think that this is going to be very, very close. I think it will go to a 3rd game. I think that we're going to see that. So we're going to go into the game. The players are in the lobby now. We're going to start loading up, and it's going to be good to go. But by the way, before we jump into this, my name is Holler, and this is Hey, I'm Quack.
There it is. Of course, it's BREN Esports versus XCN. We've talked about this. Do you think XCN would have studied up on BREN, watching all these previous games that they've had so far?
Yeah, it's not just with this tournament. There are other tournaments as well that BREN has been involved in. So I feel like there's a lot of information in terms of what's going on. So we're going to go into Haven now, and this is going to be the map that's going to be selected. But first up, the logo of BREN Esports, and they're from the Philippines here. And then this is going to be the Executioners from Indonesia with a giant X, probably stolen from X-Men, but I'm not going to talk about the trademarkings or anything like that. But here we go with Haven, and Flinch on his Melsa, which is the male Elsa, in case you didn't know. Jesse Vash is on his as well. So they've got a little bit of the similarities. The only difference that I can see right now is the Reyna Phoenix. But yeah, and they both have a Cypher, but no Jet. That's
no
another big
Jet.
one.
Yeah, that is interesting to me. I mean, you have so many options playing as a Jet. I mean, if you're on B, the fact that you can just updraft and dash all over the place, especially on a site like C as well, you just have that extra option to mobility and move around, which would give you, possibly vantage points. BREN Esports, I think they definitely have that in the back. XCN, they might be trying something else. You mentioned the Melsa, of course, but Flinch did nail that perfect 3 kill with the Hunter's Fury. He could do it again, and up against BREN Esports, it's going to be a tough one.
Okay, BREN doesn't seem to be running the Jet, which is a very odd, if we're looking at First Strike alone, I think Jet had like a 85 to 90% pick rate, something like that, where almost everybody was picking her, right? She's just an amazing agent to have. On the other hand, it just seems like there's a lot of, I don't know. I'm not sold on this no Jet play. But we'll have to see what they have in mind. I mean, BREN has gotten here on the loins pretty much of a non-Jet team, so I feel like they understand this. Team composition better than anyone.
Well, we will have to see how this plays out. It's going to be the first round, the one to kick things off, and you definitely want to have a good start coming into this grand final. Just taking a look at the buys, we have a couple of frenzies, which is very interesting. But Dubstep with the frenzy, I'd say that's a good choice. I mean, he could just dash up. Okay, he's actually going to opt out for the Ghost instead. Now, it looks like they're gearing up for a C push. Meanwhile, Dispenser can possibly provide a lot of information and cover, especially on the fact that he's Cypher, the spy camera comes out. That's just a little bit of safety measures. But looking at XCN, and they're very safe.
Yeah, they're safe, but here's the thing, is that recon bolt, the spy cam, excuse me, will actually track Dispenser here, and he's going to be in. But they're not going to see anything in A, which is going to be very worrying for BREN, for XCN right now, as they're looking to rotate onto C. The smokes are starting to come down, and here comes Dubstep slowly walking forward. Now he dashes in. He's into the Cloudburst. Doesn't see anybody. He's scanning around. Smokes galore, and the spike is going down.
Spike is down. The smokes are out as well, and XCN, they're just going to have to delay their retake just by a bit. It's going to be a full-on 5v5 game here. The spike has gone down, so it's now XCN's turn to make a play. They're pushing in a couple of trades all across the board, but the paranoia will render Dubstep useless as he hides behind this box, and Forsmark just comes in with the triple kill.
I think it was a 4K, actually.
Oh.
Yeah, I think it was a 4K. Jeez. We'll have to check the scoreboard, but yeah, I mean, he just came powering through. And I love the fact that XCN was so patient. They knew that the assault was going to happen on C. They were like, we're not going in until we have even numbers. Wait for the entire rotation to happen. All the guys from A were making their way over. That takes a little bit of time. And, of course, you're having the patience and to not get shot down before your reinforcements get there.
Yeah, you definitely have a good point. BREN just, I guess, took a little bit too much time. The fact that they wanted to go for this C push, but took a little bit too long. XCN, they got the perfect read, knowing that no one was on A. The rotations came just at the right time, and it was a brilliant, brilliant retake by XCN. Now BREN Esports with the pistols need to go in to make a plant happen to get that extra 300 credits. Flinch with a nutty headshot at the Dubstep to open things up. Let's get the ball rolling.
It's silly when I see somebody use the Marshal like that and get a headshot like that, but just, I mean, it's tremendous value just for the cost of the weapon, but the drone is going to come in. Forsmark is going to just back up into this corner here, and it's drone-on-drone action, and this is a better love story than Twilight.
Well, I don't think Bella would be here in Assault, but oh man, BREN, things are just falling apart once more. And it looks like Dispenser has gotten a Spectre in his hands, but still the Marshal is doing so much. They bought enough time for Abong to come up from the back. And that will be that 2-0. XCN with a really, really good start.
Good start expected, especially after that first round. So XCN just, you know, understanding how to defend properly. They're making sure that they're not being, you know, out of position. They're ensuring that they have the right spread and the right amount of intel before they commit to any side.
Well, it seems like BREN did buy up in the previous round as well, so now their only option is to go with Sheriffs, maybe a little bit of light armor here and there. XCN in the meantime still with a very, very brilliant performance, even though it's only the start.
So they throw on the Cloudburst, but they're running into their own smoke. I feel like that's a bit of a misplay. Like, it's covering it and then going into somewhere else. Because if you're walking out of the smoke and then all of a sudden you see them waiting for you, that's a problem, right? So as an attacker, I don't like running into smokes.
It's definitely not what you want to do. Fire just takes Dispenser right out of the equation. Now they want to open things up over onto A, but missing the shot. Flinch will connect his instead. Now BREN are down by 2, make that 3 members. The Finance, though, does burn 1 alive, but Flinch.
Yeah, Flinch just totally owning this one, just hitting that side. Everyone, okay, here's the thing, is that if one guy's covering the flank, and if he gets picked off, that entire flank is exposed, and Flinch made sure he made them pay, as he got, like, what, a 3K in that round? So Phosmork here is just gonna, I mean, they're gonna start buying right now, as BREN Esports are fully armed. XCN, though, have kind of, we're sticking with this Stinger Spectre thing, and just saving our econ for later.
Yeah, they're playing the long game, because even if they lose this round, which they might not even, they could pick up their teammates' weapons, they could even buy up on their other rounds, buy up for their teammates as well. This is a very big bank that's rolling in on the side of XCN. On the other side, BREN Esports, they need to make some kills happen here, but as I say that, Fire just opened things up. Borkum now with the entry frag onto A short, they could be able to open up this site, but man, look at how XCN positioned it.
Oh, that shot, that headshot, just that little bit of an angle. He thought he was holding the angle, and a Bong gets paid with his life there, as his head is apparently bigger than everybody else's.
Yeah, you know, he was on Cypher after all. Fire, though, he's waiting for the perfect shot, the opportune moment. The run it back just pushes in. That will be a little bit of information. They know someone's on the left. Cage goes down, but Fire still very much alive. He's been connecting his shots, but he will fall at the end. It's all up to the lone Phoenix, 1v3. Let's go.
Yeah, the hot hands. I mean, it's going to be difficult. The spike has just been planted here. He's going to probably go for this one. As he's looking around, he's going to just check his angles. But can he actually find both sides? And he's going to get one. And yeah, it was the crossfire. That was going to be an impossible task, especially without any sort of utility.
Yeah, well, he did what he could. He did have the run it back, but in a 1v3s, I mean, anytime that you're a lone Phoenix, you don't want to use your run it back, because they can find out where you use that ultimate. They can definitely get a nice backstab. It's going to be a full buy all across the board, and BREN Esports, they're starting to mount this comeback. All they need is to open up the sites, like what they just did. But the question is, are XCN going to provide this form of resistance, as Fire has so far consistently done so?
Just one round. I mean, it's 3-1. It's pretty close. I wouldn't go ham in the sense that XCN have totally taken control of this game. We're very far away from there. But Hunter's Fury, there, the security cam just scouting out A. They got that one pretty much set. I think they're comfortable here. And there's Cypher traps galore. And this is why I think that Cypher is a lot stronger here, because Cypher can be almost anywhere on the map and you can still use your utility.
That's right. The tripwires just do so much. I mean, it's kind of a free stun at the same time, right? Aside from that, it's also information. It seems like we have a bit of a rotate over from XCN. They're anticipating this push over onto C. We could see a repeat of what we saw in the first round.
It could be, but I mean, they're looking to make their way. They got the recon dart that's going to be there, and here comes the Hunter's Fury. He's going to try to find it, but I think he shadow steps away, but he gets run down by Dubstep. The Hunter's Fury still going to click, and he just goes for the teleport, but Phosphorus makes him pay, and he looks like he's going to turn this, and he does get 2 before he goes down. A-Bongs is just chilling around the door. He's in garage. He's looking to peek him out, and he does get the headshot and dispenser, and it's a 3 versus 2, but the spike is going down.
Spike is down, and they need to make it stick. Oh, but Fire still deadly. Connects 2 shots. Now we're looking at XCN with 4 wins instead of 3.
And I love the fact that they're passing it on, just to kind of, you know, give Flinch another ult ability, so to speak, another orb closer to his actual ultimate. But it's 4-1 now, and we're looking at Econ. It looks like BREN Esports are starting to buy out. I mean, 2 of them have Vandals.
Yeah.
It's not the greatest buy, but it looks like majority of them, it's like this half buy.
Which is, you know, it's the same about the... It says the same thing about the way BREN's playing right now. I mean, it's not what we expect. You know, back then when they were full against a team like Velocity Gaming, it was just a complete stop. But now, they're actually starting to falter.
Throughout the Lear, the drone is coming. It will scout him out, but there's actually, I don't think they're going to see anything in. And Dubstep does have his knives out. Is he able to find somebody's head? There's a couple angles to worry about. He did hear the drone, but they've got the sights, and they've backed off. They've retreated because they realize the push is going into A here. Oh, and that gets a nice headshot, and he gets the starts. The cloud burst. The spike is down. That's going to start it up. They're going to get a shock dart, though, and they did a little chip damage, I believe, to the other Soba. And it's he's going to walk out of there. He gets a second headshot. Dubstep just making plays. He dashes forward, but no, he gets gunned down by Abong. Flinch gets one. Kage gets one. But Jesse's turning this around, and Ching with the final kill, and he's the lone survivor. And it goes 4-2.
Lone survivor, and that's the thing about Dubstep. He doesn't really even need a weapon. All he needs are his knives. I think that the way they opened that site up, it's just because XCN relinquished control. They fell all the way back. I mean, they knew that they were on the site, but not quite where. And somehow, Dubstep just went up right underneath their noses, put that first Blade Storm right click into Fire's face, and that just got the ball rolling. Once they get a site opened up and they get the spike down, they have those numbers, they will be able to get those wins. Here we go again. It's that same smoke that kind of tipped you off, Holler.
Yeah. I mean, it's been paying off in the sense that they haven't been punished for it, right? They're still walking, and then when they see the smoke, they just back off into the site. I feel like at one play, there's going to be that next piece where you just literally stick around, and then you can pick people off as they go through, but Ching gets a nice kill on Flinch. XCN, though, on a half buy, so this is pretty much a lost round, but can they get any picks on their way out?
We'll have to wait and see if that happens. The Neural Theft is in play as well. They know exactly where they are. It doesn't even matter if he gets flashed. Now it's all up to Fire and the Omen.
I think he flashed himself. I think on that one. He tried to go around the corner. If he got that flash, it would have been nice, especially since he had that stinger. But unfortunately, was not able to draw a beat on anybody here. And BREN Esports with all 5. And Fires is actually looking to go out with this. The Sheriff, but he gets gunned down from the side, and Borkum and Jesse Vash makes him pay.
And now BREN Esports are starting to come back into the game. I mean, it's sort of these really little intricate timings that you need to nail, right? I mean, if you're a Phoenix and you just rush in with your flash, you end up blinding yourself. If you're a Jet player and you're trying to smoke off the crossing, but you just jump in a little bit too early, you kind of reveal your position, and you might just get tagged. So they really need to be careful about these little moments. At the same time, XCN, they're starting to lose their footing a little bit. As soon as BREN Esports are able to sneak up onto a site, things are opened up. They have the numbers. They won't be able to defend it.
Yeah, so the cloud burst one more time into the same area.
Oh no!
But they're kind of sticking around. Abong does get the pick off on Dispenser. The drone is there. That's going to be picked off. But Dubstep has been tagged. Are they able to capitalize on this? Here's Thunder's Fury. Oh, he took a little bit of damage. He gets the second one. No, he gets actually a headshot from Borkum. And Abong is making the rotation. He's over into A now. Into Hell. Can he fight him? No, but Ching with a 2K. Borkum gets another kill as well. And it looks like Kage is all by himself. The spike is being planted, and Kage needs a miracle to pull this one out.
Let's see if he can pull that miracle off. He does have a full set of utility, but peeking this corner is going to be very crucial. If he dies in the very first second, that's basically it. If he paranoias out of it, he's going to give his position away. The dry peek will not work out as Jesse Vash is just a little bit quicker on the draw. So that ties up the score 4-4.
Interesting that Jesse Vash was literally just in the open. He was not hiding behind a box. He was like, I don't need to, all I need to do is hold the angle because I know that you're coming from sewers, right? That's it, right? I don't need to be hiding, I don't need cover to kill you, pretty much.
And that is just a statement within and of itself. I mean, this guy is confident. He is Jesse Vash. After all, we saw him pull out that 1v3 clutch with an operator. And now, speaking of operators, on the other hand, XCN, they're absolutely broken. Their economy is trashed. Now they only have shotguns, so they want to play in these really up-close, point-blank range sort of positions, and that's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, they're sticking around, and you can see them waiting at the end of sewers, and they're just looking for that rotation around. Also, they're going to probably make their way into C, but Omen is by himself, which is a little worrying at this point, especially since he's only got, what, a Bucky? So can he get, he's going to get scouted out here, the location dart, and is not able to get his shots to connect. Borkum makes him pay for sticking around. The flash is on site and as well, and they've got C on lockdown.
C is on lockdown. The dark cover is there to push the other XCN members all the way back as well. Only the Reyna and Phoenix are remaining, and this is going to be an uphill battle as all 5 members of BREN are still alive.
They've got him, and I mean, Fires is probably not going to commit. I mean, he's by himself. Maybe you get some extra frags, but 1v5 is a feat in and of itself. So I don't know if that's going to be the right call. I don't think you go in. I think, as weird as this sounds, I think that you might want to think about saving. He's looking to just kind of peek it in garage window, and actually, nobody's going to come to this guy.
Yeah, I mean, he's just hiding. I mean, looking for exit frags, but I don't think they're going to walk into his crosshairs at all.
Yeah, but he looks to be like he's going to just go all suicide. I mean, you might as well take the 1,000 credits and make your way back, but... yeah, it's kind of funny that he stuck around for that one, but there was really no safe place to go. All right, now this is going to be a full buy, an operator on Fires. He's got that. Everyone else has a Vandal except for Dubstep with his nice Phantom.
Let's see if they can convert those Vandals into kills. Right now, BREN Esports are up by 1 round, and they're looking pretty comfortable, but on the other hand, XCN, they're actually a lot closer to their ultimates as compared to BREN Esports.
Only 4-5, only 4-5. This is one of those moments where keep it tight, keep it close, and then get to the attacker side yourself, and then hopefully you can take advantage of the 3 bomb sites available to you. Dubstep is sticking around that. Recon should scout him out. I think it'll last long enough. No, it gets shot down. Dubstep making his way through. Dispenser picks off A-Bong, and that's been a challenge. These ciphers have been going at one or the other, right? Like, it seems like they're like talking in all chat. We'll be like, all right, we're gonna meet in mid, okay? You and I, one-on-one duel.
It's like they kind of have that feeling. It's the good, the bad, and the ugly, but this time, Dispenser comes out on top. They still have information, though, XCN. They know that the push is going to come into A, so Fire's going to be the first one to receive. Can he put a stop to this madness? Oh, no, Jake walks right in, checks the corner, does get the information, though, so the trade comes in through Dubstep, finds another headshot, and now ForceMark is the only one alive.
Patience, but popping out of those smokes is difficult, especially without some sort of flash. Oh. And Foxmore does get a kill there. But can he clutch this one out? He's going to go for another flash. He does get a flash, but that's not quick enough because he was holding the angle of Dubstep, makes him pay for just trying to go into the site. And it's going to be 6-4 going the way of BREN Esports.
2 rounds away from the end of the first half. ForceMark, he has his ultimate. I'm just wondering why he hasn't used that yet. I mean, he might have just earned it in the previous round, but using it on the defender side as an early push can gather a lot of information. Meanwhile, it just seems like BREN Esports are really fond of pushing into A. It has been working out, but right now, it looks like XCN are just looking to defend these sites really carefully. We have the dark covers out as well. Information and vision obscured. We have a recon bolt in play.
Did give vision though, so they should know. But the ultimate orb is going to be given over here, and Borkum will pick that one up, especially for the run it back. He's getting tremendous value, but the Hunter's Fury just needs to dodge that a little bit. He should be fine. But Jesse Vash is going through sewer, just pre-firing here. Shock dart to kind of zone things out.
Yeah, I think that Hunter's Fury was a little bit too premature. It's kind of wasted, in fact. Now, it's just a question of waiting for XCN to expend their utility, and then BREN Esports will be looking to make their way onto a site.
Pulls out his knife. Borkum is a little bit faster. He's going to run into Cubby, and he's not going to know exactly how many there are, but Borkum has full utility if he wants to go. Recon bolts, and here we go. Cloudburst, the knives are in. He jumps and he dashes into the Cloudburst. He's looking for somebody. He can't find anybody. He gets flashed. He knows he's got to be near the smoke. He doesn't need to be careful. He throws out the Phantom and just, you know, just spams fire, just trying to connect onto something, but nobody's there. And here comes a spike plant.
Spike goes down. It's a repeat of what we saw in the first half. Can XEN make this a win? They're going in with the retakes, waiting for the dubstep.
He goes in and he just throws him out, and he's gonna go in, but he pays with his life, and XEN are gonna get the defuse. Completely flanked on that other end, right from garage, going through. It was a nice attempt, and I mean, yeah, it was a nice 2K, but your team is getting flanked and destroyed. I mean, really nothing you can do as you're trying to protect the spike.
Last round
That's
in the
the thing.
half.
We're starting to see this drop in performance. Dubstep has been, you know, doing a really, really good job opening sites up, doing a, you know, with the knives, so much work. But on the flip side, XCN Fire is just out fragging everyone. He's opening up the flanks, and at the same time, it just dismantles this defense that BREN Esports wants to put on once they get the spike down.
They haven't been able to get good vision. I think Dubstep, when he dashed it forward, he wasted a lot of utility even just getting in. But a nice off shot there, going right into the way of Bossmorks, and he makes him pay. And it's 5-4 to start this off. A really good start for BREN.
Good start. Owl drone into garage to try to suss out information. Yeoman has teleported away into the window. Now Dubstep just looking for a couple more shots, but I don't think anybody's going to peek him anymore.
Yeah, this is a no-fly zone in the sense of, okay, he's got an operator. We just need to be careful and completely back off, and then we'll respect what Dubstep can do.
Look at this angle that Flinch is holding, though. It's a really good one. If someone walks through, I mean, they won't be able to see him that much at all. In fact, he will be able to get the first shot, but instead, Dispenser will be opening things up over by garage, and now they're pushing in with the ultimates. Siege site should be BREN Esports, but XCN, they're looking to mount a retake. Nope.
Oh, the flash. He is blinded, but he's going to look at the second flash, and that one will connect. And Borkham playing mind games, but he does pay with his life. Flinch was there as well. The spike is down. Flinch is going to have to go 1 versus 4. This is the last round. You need to go for it, and he is unable to even enter the site, and Dispenser makes him pay.
And now this is the BREN Esports that we're more familiar with. Connecting his shots, even though it's so far away, right into garage. He threads the needle, gets the headshot. BREN Esports looking at a 7-5 lead right now. And this is where XCN might have a little bit of trouble. I mean, now that they are on attack, actually they might be able to do a little bit more, but we'll see how BREN Esports does on defense.
I think they're fine. I think 7-5 is one of those. It's negligible. I mean, you obviously want it to go out 6-6, but 7-5 is definitely something that you can overcome, especially since you're the attacker here. You dictate what happens, how you fight, where to take those fights, and it's going to be very important as XCN look to kind of take control of the second half here.
We'll see if they can get themselves in that driver's seat, but oh man, BREN, they're looking to have some fun. Early Cloudburst over by mid allows him to sneak up, but the camera has revealed his location. Now, this just signals to XCN that perhaps mid is not the play here. We know he's there. We could gun him down, but let's think this through.
Yeah, Dubstep being very patient, really expecting somebody to peek out. I mean, they're just looking for that initial pick as window. There's a couple that are coming through, but he's got to be careful if he looks, and he's not actually checking his angles, and he does get picked off there. Fossmork making him pay, not checking your angles, not understanding that, you know, guys can come in and out, right? Only expecting the deep push from mid-courtyard.
Yeah, and especially because of that spy cam that the Cypher put out earlier on. I mean, the fact that he was just staying in that same position, just a little bit too long, I think. Now, BREN Esports down to 4 members remaining. It looks like they're spread a little bit thin. We have players over by A, C Link, and A and C itself. Still doable, but it looks like XCN have decided to push all the way into A now.
You got to go quick. You got 30 seconds left. Now is the time. You cannot dilly-dally. Yes, they have a bunch of utility by XCN there, by BREN Esports, but they need to just make this push because you got to get the spike down. 20 seconds. Here we go. Bossmork. Oh, he gets tripwired. He tries to shoot it, and Dispenser was waiting for him in the shadows. They've got the recon bolt providing vision. He's been flashed, and from sewers, Borkum just shooting him till Kingdom Come, pretty much. He had plenty of time. And Dispenser gets a kill, Ching gets a kill. They're racking him up, and they're making it look easy.
Yeah, I mean, BREN Esports, they're just doing such a good job right now. St. Peter has closed the gates right in XCN's face, and this is going to be an 8-win victory for BREN Esports.
On point. They didn't really clear everything, like from sewers and throughout. Like, yeah, you're on the site or whatever, but you need to ensure that you don't get flanked, right? Understanding where potential, the avenues of attack could be is just way too much. It's way too difficult to get the plant down and to then to defend it, right? Especially when you don't know where those guys are. So they need to be careful. They need to do a better job of getting, when they get on the site, that they've checked everything and made sure that their flanks are covered.
Well, for now, XCN still with a little bit of a broken bye. It's still early days in the second half.
Revealing area.
But BREN Esports with this firepower, I think I saw a Bulldog back there as well. They're going to be playing a couple of positions that are a little bit further back, but the nice tag allows him to wallbang it just by a bit. It looks like Flinch is tagged up as well.
They've got a couple good tags. I mean, this is good recon, but they haven't had a follow-up on this. Oh, look at the peek out, and he does get the nice little headshot there by Dubstep. He dashes away, cloud bursts, and he laughs all the way back into his site A.
Oh, man. It's a hearty laugh for Dubstep, but right now, XCN, all 4 members, what are they going to do? The spike is still back by mid, and they're just trying to think of a site to push into, but so far, BREN are not giving them any joy whatsoever.
Borkum has been on point with his flashes.
Oh, yeah.
He's made sure that almost every single one of his kills, his enemy has been flashed and has not been able to see who's killed him. So Borkum there has been on point with that. Nice little peek out there, nice headshot, just being able to draw a bead on him, and Fosbork is getting a little bit of chip damage here and unable to get that kill. Dispenser makes him pay with a nice headshot, and they're going 9-5.
9-5, and now XCN should be able to buy up. It is the third round at the second half. Try to make something happen. BREN Esports still holding on to their SMGs. If they play the perfect positions, they could convert those into rifles, into more firepower that could put a stop to XCN's advances.
They got to get into this. XCN need to ensure that they start winning out right now. I understand that, 10, once they hit double digits, that's like the, oh crap, we're in a bad spot. This could be disastrous for us. I mean, it's being double the score, right? So this is one of those moments where you're like, okay, this is the one we make sure that we lock it down. We have to win this round.
And I think that's exactly why we have this tactical pause on for now. XCN trying to rethink their strategies. All right, which side is weaker? How do we get them to spend utility? How do we get a site opened up and frag out over on BREN Esports?
You know that they're such gamers that they're like, oh, tactical pause. Let's drink our Red Bull. Let's get sight back up. Start throwing it out. I need to wash my hands from all these Doritos, and we are good to go. Like, this is the moment. Like that is probably what it was, right? Like, that's the only thing that can happen.
Maybe, but I know for sure, BREN, the Filipinos, they got their provolones, and it's a delicious, tasty snack. Meanwhile, it looks like the way they're defending these sites, it's just a very default positioning. They might even go for an aggressive peek this time. The timer is going off right now. XCN, on the other hand, might be looking to play off a first contact instead.
They got a full buy. This is the round. They understand the gravity of this round, and to ensure that they do pull out a shock dart. Ooh, unfortunately not able to connect onto Borkum. He's going to stick around and just hold this angle. He's going to stick, but he's not going to actually... Okay, he gets the camera from... So, yeah, he has good eyes, because I did not actually see the camera until he shot it.
Yeah, I think I heard the audio cue as well, but now it looks like XCN are starting to go towards C. We have a dark cover there as well, but at the same time, it's the alt orb that they really want. That could give them the, the extra edge that they need to turn the tides with the ultimates.
They've got, B seems to be the most vulnerable. And I think that they're doing a good job of just understanding that they can converge onto it, and B is the easiest to retake as a defender. So I think that they're in a pretty good spot. Jesse Vash, on the other hand, gets paranoid. He gets flashed. He just runs to his mom, apparently. But his mom is actually not in the game.
Well, his mom might not be in the game, but his teammates definitely are there for him. And now they will be able to come and make a 5v5 retake happen right here. But looking at XCN's positioning, they're anticipating this push all the way from long.
They've got it on lockdown. I mean, the spike is there. They're going to back off. But the smoke is going to be used, and they're just going to have to rely on audio cues. Do they have good headphones? Are they able to hear this? The recon bolt is going to be used as well. He's looking to peek around. Borkum gets the kill. He goes for the flash, and he's going to run it back. Perfect timing. Great place to do it. Get as much intel as you can, but unfortunately not able to capitalize as he gets killed instantly there.
Now that he's killed, the rest of the team are falling as well. But the spike has been diffused in the midst of all that chaos. Dubstep managed to do it, so now XCN are in a world of trouble. We have those double digits, and XCN 5 rounds away from equalizing the board.
It's 10-5. This is it. These are the moments, right? This is the time where if you're looking at it, you know, Kage and Abang are kind of like, I don't think we should buy. This is not the one. But if you go into it 5-11, and then from then on out, you have to win out. So you ensure that you do this. So that I think that is the more important round than this one. So that you need to be careful in terms of how your team approaches this one. Make sure you guys are on the same page. As I say that, BREN Ching right here does have the operator covering C long.
At the same time, I mean, XCN, they don't have the same jet that BREN has, so it's a little bit more difficult for them to find entry, to close in the distance and push into sites really, really aggressively. So you can see that they're a lot more careful with their approach, trying to bait out these peaks, get a couple of kills before they make their way onto a site. But BREN Esports, they're not going to give it up that easily.
Oh, we get the nice little flash, but he's not able to connect. He gets a secondary flash, he gets it, but it's only the run it back clone and not able to capitalize on that. The recon bolt is going to provide vision for him, and he gets picked off and hiding in the costume or the change wardrobe in the back. Abong with a 2K there, and BREN Esports is down to just 2 XCN at all 5 agents.
Perfect executed push from XCN right here, but BREN Esports just falling apart, and that was an ace from Abong. I didn't even know that was happening.
Abong is going to go back and just use his bong right now because he deserved that one. Got an ace to kind of finish that one out. He's got 10 kills. I mean, this is what you need. Your superstars need to step up. Right now is the time, right? You have no more room to maneuver right now and to give up any more rounds. Pick it up, and Abong has done that.
Yeah, he most certainly has. I mean, just breaking that down, right? We had the run it back from Fossmark, but I mean, BREN, they tried to put a stop to it. Borkum did manage to flash him, and he did stop the run it back from going all the way through. But there wasn't anyone watching the other sides, and Abong just managed to decipher, break them apart one by one in these individual duels. Now, XCN trying to make a push all the way into A, going through with the owl drone, and this is a very good play. It gets them information and ensures that there isn't anyone on the other end of that drone.
Yeah, but the battery life on that drone not long enough to go all the way into the site. Yes, sewers has been cleared, and they've cleared that out for a future potential push into it, but it looks like they're trading here. Jesse Bash is trying to go through. The neural threat has been used, or the neural theft that is, and they've got the vision. Kage makes him pay, and it looks like they're going to hunt down the last jet here. And are they able to get it? And Dubsteps gets destroyed there, and there's 7-10 comeback in the making. Huh?
Really, really good. I mean, they're starting to come back into this game. We're only 3 rounds away now from equalizing the board. Pushing in with that drone just allows them to set up camp over by sewers or A short. And in fact, they had the perfect flank guards, right? They were anticipating that push, knowing that BREN has been known to do so in previous rounds.
And look at Dubstep with an operator but no armor, literally a glass cannon here as we're trying to go through. Now, mind you, the last round was an econ round by BREN, right? So they knew that they were going to make some sacrifices there, and they paid, they paid with that, and they weren't able to get any value out of that. But now BREN Esports are looking to be like, hey, we've got this one, we've got the equipment, can we do it? But from the high ground, he barely misses the shot. Dubstep a little bit off and fires, just like, we got to run out of here.
Certainly have to run. The operator is such a deadly weapon. We can see that BREN Esports right now, they just have that little bit of extra freedom knowing that they've established their presence over by short and sewers. Fire, though, is still waiting for someone to walk into his crosshairs. Frostmorg actually managed to sneak all the way up into B. This would be a very, very prime position if someone just walks into him right now. I don't think they even know that he's managed to sneak up there.
Oh, Dubstep does get the pick off. He caught him peeking. Fires was nearby. Hunter's Fury has been committed, and they're trying to get some sort of lucky shot. Is he able to connect on any sort of damage? Flinch is unfortunately not able to, and right now it's going to be 4 versus 5. Can XCN keep this one going? But he gets picked off with a headshot from Dispenser.
How did he know Dispenser? I mean, he sat there for what looked like an eternity on his camera, somehow just peeks out, finds Force Mark, and now all of a sudden XCN are starting to fall apart. They want to push into B, but can they do it?
It's 3 versus 5. They need to keep this momentum going. This is not the time to be losing. They need to clutch this out, figure some way to get the spike down. I mean, with 15 seconds, it's going to be difficult. But Bong with a nice headshot there. They've only got 12 seconds, though. Are they able to find this? And no. Dispenser says no. Dubstep gets the headshot. And it looks like 6 seconds. Always trying to just even plant it. And they won't even let them do that. And Ching is a bully to no other.
Ching, I mean, once you have it in the bag, let's just, you know, rub some salt into that injury. Get our wins going. They're only 2 rounds away from victory now. And Dubstep, he might have been a glass cannon in the previous round, but right now he's going to have the full suit of armor. XCN, they are going to be able to buy up, but the way they're going with these offensive pushes, it's slow, it's careful, but they're making mistakes. They're dying to these 1v1 gunfights, and that just makes things fall apart.
Yeah, and there's no room for error at this point. And XCN with the last opportunity to do a full buy here. And they're well equipped, but if they lose this one, I mean, going into match point with no econ, they're gonna struggle here. But he's trying to go for the flash, and Dispenser makes him pay as Fosmore couldn't draw a bead on anybody. Was searching all around. Fires gets a nice op shot there, equalizing, and it's 4-4.
I mean, if anyone wants a blueprint on how to play Cypher, Dispenser is the one to watch, using that camera, hiding right behind those double stack of boxes, with the cyber cage up for an escape plan as well. He peeks at the perfect time, such pristine timing, and that is enough damage. Even though they're at a 4v4, XCN, they're afraid to push through now. They know that Garage is being held by Dispenser.
Yeah, he's stuck around, and they were trying to. They know somebody's nearby, and they were trying to get lucky with a shock dart. Unfortunately, Dispenser is just very, very quick and just completely sidestepped that. He's completely full right now and just holding this door, and they do know he's still around, but Kage is kind of timid at this point, not sure what to do.
How does he push through this? He has the paranoia. Oh, but Dispenser!
Caught him looking! He went the wrong way. We compliment the guy, and what does he do? He looks away at the last second. Bong gets the other kill onto Ching there, and it's going to be 4 versus 2. BREN Esports are looking to be in a rough spot. Jesse Vash, can he clutch this one out? He's done it in the past. He's by himself, 1 versus 4. He's going for the recon bolt and the spray. Unfortunately, not able to connect on anybody. He sees the bullets, and he's just hiding in a corner and praying for the round to end. But the spike is there, and unfortunately, Kage is going to get that kill.
Kage had the perfect paranoia as well to ensure that, I mean, he would have no option other than to stay in that one little corner. And I mean, I think there's an imposter among us, dude.
Yeah, unfortunately not able to clutch that one out. But here we go. This is 8-11 XCN still. You know, if we're looking at equal weapons, everything's good to go. Fire still has the operator. He has a decent amount of money, but they don't want to go into this match point. They want to keep the streak going. XCN are looking to do that.
Well, looking at their positions right now, it could be another early push over into A, possibly get a nice pick off, but Fire, oh, he falls to Dubstep, and now things might fall apart.
Yeah, Dubstep with a nice headshot there. Did not actually see that one coming. Okay, Fosmark has turned this around. He's going to go for the flash. He's going to rush on in. Here we go. It's Hot Hands just doing a little bit of zoning. Dubstep doesn't walk into that, and he's going to go to the heaven here, try to find something, but he's only got 8 HP.
It's good zoning, right? They're able to hold the site just a little bit more so that Kage can make his way on there, get the spike down, but it also renders Dubstep and I mean, look at the Phoenix Borkup's position. He's trying to set up a flank. In fact, he's going to get shut down by Flinch, who was watching it, and now this is suddenly very doable for XCN.
They're going to go for the flash. Okay, Fosmark was about to go for the flash. He's going to go back into it. Watch that. Dark cover is providing a lot, and there actually is no diffuse attempt yet, so he doesn't need to go hyper-aggressive at this point. It's still 4 versus 3. They still have a pretty good chance, and it looks like they're kind of backing away, and they should have this round.
Yeah, I think what they want to hold on to their weapons. It was an expensive buy at the same time, so now with 11-8 with this on the score, BREN Esports, they need to hold on to their weapons. They need to ensure that they have this sort of safety measure up in the coming rounds in case they lose even more. XEN, though, they're doing such a good job of closing this gap. And I mean, BREN Esports, what can they do? Their buy is broken.
Yeah, their buy is broken, but it's 9-11. This is exactly what you want to be in terms of making a comeback. XEN getting in their heads, and like, look at them. BREN Esports don't know what to buy. They're doing like this mix one. A couple of them have Vandals, a Stinger, a Spectre, and all that. And Jesse Vash is like, I don't know what to do. Do I even buy armor? Like, what's going on?
Yeah, I mean, he has to consider, I could buy up right now, but I need just enough to be able to purchase even more in the next round if I lose this one. If they lose this, it's going to be 10-11, and XEN might actually put one win up over BREN Esports now. They are making their way down A long. The first one to receive them should be Dubstep. Yellow Drone provides some information as well, and I mean, Jesse Vash, he gets information that there isn't anyone by mid, so they know it's going to be an A hit. Oh, but Dubstep!
With a 2K, picking them both off. Nice little headshots there, and that's exactly what you need to start this round off well. I mean, you're up 5-3, major advantage. I mean, you want to get to match point. You want to put the pressure back on XEN.
And that is perfect informational plays from BREN Esports, knowing that there isn't a single member by B, the hit is going to be over on A. Dubstep just peeks out at the right time, shuts the door in XEN's faces, and all of a sudden they need to look for another avenue of entry into a site.
They don't have it. I don't know if A is the right way to go. They've clearly shown that they're going to spend a lot of utility defending that one, right? The other ones are wide open. Ching, on the other hand, is all by himself. I don't know what he's doing in C, but he's hiding in a corner. I'm pretty sure people don't want to, you know, or he wants to be left alone here, but it looks like Flinch is going to eventually meet him. Can he find the shot? No, Ching makes him pay, and he's going a little too quick, but they knew no. I'm sure they made the call out, and they, a bong. A bong. CS actually makes him pay, and the spike is going to go down, and it looks like BREN Esports are going to look to try to fight this one out. Dispenser's the last one remaining. The spike is down, though. Can he clutch this one out? 1 versus 3. A bong. Are you the hero that we needed?
Unfortunately, I don't think so. He's just a man in a shirt and jeans. Not the superhero suit that we need, as he was, you know, really low on health at the same time, but still a very good effort from XEN. They did manage to get the spike down, so that will give them an extra bit of economy in the next round, but still, it is match point. It's a grand final best of 3, but they need as many wins as they can get, and BREN Esports are looking to close this one out.
You know, in that one time, if Jesse Vash ended up killing Ching in that corner, that would have been a completely different round. Yes, it would have been a 2-on-3, but with the spike down and 2 people being able to create this like avenue, like this crossfire, making it very difficult to get into the site, you would have had a good chance of defending that. Unfortunately, that was not the case, and here we are. Match point 12-9 in favor of BREN Esports.
I like this from BREN Esports as well. It looks like they want to mix things up. We have Borkum looking down mid. That is a little bit of information. It's still very early, but XEN are trying to get some information out of this as well.
Borkum looking to just kind of camp out in B, and they've kind of done, I mean, there's a decent amount there, right? But there's actually never been a push into B. I don't know if you've noticed that.
Yeah.
So they've all only gone to the ends, so...
They're going for it now. We have the run it back that goes in with a push. Borkum tries to delay it with a flash. He misses his spray, and Forcemark will be able to open things up, but Dubstep all the way over on the top, and this is the power of Jet. He's dashing over to the outside, does have the knives, but doesn't activate it, and a bong will shut him down. This gives XEN the site. Neuro theft as well, and a bong is doing so much work.
I mean, he knew that there were many through, but I felt like that, you know, that turnout into 3 agents is like a terrible decision, right? If you're making good or bad life choices, that was a bad one.
Oh yeah, it's bad, but you know what's good? It's XEN knowing that B is open. Probably Jesse Vash is over on C. Let's go into A. Let's get the plant down and set our defenses and crossfire angles up. Jesse Vash, I don't think he should be going for this. It's a tall order. He won't be able to get those 1v1s that he wants, but Forcemark will be the one to shut him down.
How are you supposed to get 3 kills if you can't get the first kill, right?
Yep.
I'm just kidding, but Jesse Bash has been able to clutch it out before, but unfortunately not in that time. But it's 10-12, and XCN, if you're watching it now, XCN needs your energy. Let's throw out some energy in the chat, make sure that they get it, because XCN are all trying to make this comeback, and BREN Esports just 1 game away from their first win of the series.
I mean, looking at BREN's economy, XCN are looking to be in a very, very good position. As long as they don't make a single mistake, this should be their win in this round.
Ching has got both the garage and C on lockdown. They've got some drones. Trying to get in. A dubstep with a nice knife to the head, making Fosmorks pay. That's a great start to this one. He's looking for others as he backs off here now. The recon bolt is not going to give vision or provide any sort of information.
He had the shotguns. Instead, it's going to be the knives to deal the damage. And now XCN, they're waiting for another push that comes out of mid. Might be a C push instead. They're waiting for this garage play, but Ching is on the other end. He has the shotgun.
You don't have a choice, right? When you've got a Bucky, you got to just hold, tight angles. Maybe you get lucky, you get a shotgun in the face. Maybe you make some sort of play. But of course, they're up an agent here. They're definitely in the driver's seat, and 48 seconds is ticking. It looks like the initial push is going to go into A, though. So Ching is going to have to make his way over.
Oh no, Dispenser! He shuts Kage down in his face. And now the only push is going to be all the way through A-Long. The two members from XC, and we have a Blaze Wall to slow things down. Stinger in as well, and he heals himself up, Borkum. He's just waiting for them to go through now.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter when you have agents, and Borkum gets the kill. He's trying to throw some daggers, and they end up getting the kill on an Econ round. Thrifty it is, and BREN Esports 13-10, they take the first game of the best of 3.
That is just the first game. It was already so close, but BREN Esports, towards the end of that round, even though it was thrifty, they just seem to have that extra edge above XCN. I mean, Dubstep peeking out so aggressively. Just looking at his score there, it's 306 average combat score. 306.
That's crazy. That's crazy. I mean, he had an amazing match, literally carrying this one. That's what you need. Your superstars need to pick up the pace. And I think, again, we see the power of a Jet and what they were really lacking. I'm thinking it's a Jet difference in the fact that they didn't have somebody who can equalize.
Yeah, they definitely did not have that option as well, and that's why we see XCN, they're having these little gaps in their offenses. They're trying to push into the sites, but they have to be careful with it. The only time they're rushing in is when ForceMark actually has his ultimate up.
And okay, not to bash people, but this is just the first game, right? But Fires, I feel like his playstyle is like a Jet in the sense that he was looking to get the operator, looking to get some kills. Unfortunately, if Reyna's that, feast or famine type of agent, in the sense that if you can get the kills, you can look amazing and you can keep on going and sustain yourself. But unfortunately, he was losing the duels, and you kind of saw that they were lacking utility, they were lacking sort of abilities that the Jet could kind of contribute to.
Yeah, you have a very good point, and come to think of it, I didn't really see much usage out of the Lear as well. I mean, they could have blinded it and allowed the teammates to push through, but at the same time, it just kind of didn't really work out. We didn't see much of that at all. So BREN Esports making use of their utilities instead, they will be able to close things out. This is only the first map, though.
Yeah, it's only the first one. I mean, you have room to maneuver. You get to pick your map as the loser. You get slight advantages, I would say, because you're going into it. Now, this is one of those moments where you lost the game, okay? What do? How do you get yourself back into the game in terms of psyche?
Well, I mean, first of all, I believe the next map pick is XCN's choice. That gives them that extra edge that they need. They will be able to formulate a plan around that. Since it's their map pick, they will have the strategies. They know what they want to do. Meanwhile, BREN Esports, it's their turn to come up with a push. It's their turn to put their cards on the table. And XCN, if they are able to, keep themselves one step ahead of BREN Esports every time, then they should be able to come up with a win.
Yeah, I like their chances, but this is the thing where you win a game and you think that you get a little overconfident. You know what I mean? In the next match, maybe you're a little bit more risky and taking more risk than you should. So you need to kind of just tone that down as well. So it's like that balance, that zen, I would say.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? You don't want to be too hype. You don't want to be too down. You got to be in that right side. Just get yourself in that groove. Just start hitting your shots and let one round build up into many, many other rounds.
Yeah, that's very possible. You don't want to be too complacent even after you've got that many wins. Of course, though, looking at how these two teams are playing, they're fairly equal in terms of skill, right? But it's these little moments that allow Borkum and Dubstep to come up huge. They are able to make such amazing plays happen, especially because of their ultimates. I mean, the Blade Storm, we got the Run It Back.
Yeah. And I didn't feel like I got too much value. You know, I think that the ultimates at the end of the day is one of the bigger ones. Is kind of just getting some sort of like information, some sort of pick off. I felt like they were kind of just using them at will and not getting the true value that they should have.
Yeah, not that much value, but at the same time, we have to think about players like Dispenser. You know, he did such a good job holding down sites, holding down Garage even with his camera. I mean, he's just sitting on that thing the whole time like some kind of NSA agent, but the way that he was able to time his peaks perfectly, just shutting members down, does such a good job. And XCN, they couldn't push into him at times.
It was tough. It was tough. It was kind of not the easiest of things to do. And I think it comes back to the first half, right? It was 7-5 in favor of BREN, and they kind of figured out how to work things out. But then when things like you had that lead and it's a slight edge. That's like the only lead you had. The 2 games, right? Pretty much. And they just kind of won out. So this is one of those moments where you need to have a better, stronger first half, and then that will set you up for the next.
That's right. I mean, this is what XCN needs to do. This is going to be their map pick. Hopefully they will be able to bring that up. But in the meantime, we got a couple of sponsors to shout out. We have Singtel. Of course, we can't be doing PvP esports without them. So this is going to be the Singtel broadband that you would want. Of course, you know, we talked about this earlier, and we have that really beautiful serenade from Eras earlier on as well.
Beautiful is debatable, but go on.
Right. Well, I don't know. I feel pretty serenaded. It's Singtel broadband. It's the festive season. If you want to purchase a gift for your loved ones, maybe look at this. You got game-changing fiber plans. You want a good internet connection playing games like Valorant, MLBB, whatever else you have. Look at Singtel's new and improved 1+1 Gbps Fiber Pro Gamer Bundle. It gives you the best of both worlds. It's the best network that we have here in SG. And you can find out more at singtel.com/gamerbundle.
I've actually had people in my my games be like, "Why do you have 9 ping?"
Right.
You know what I mean? And why are you not hitting your shots with 9 ping? You know, and they're floating like 60 to like 150, and they're like doing way better than I am. But that's a personal side. That's an issue that I'm going through. But also, you can also look at going maybe Gomo, which is going to be 20 gigabytes, 200 minutes, 200 SMS for $20 on SG's #1 network. Check out the promotions at gomo.sg/mobile. So a big shout out to them and our sponsors as well. So a lot of that has been kind of coming out to this. They're going to take a little bit of a timeout in the sense of let's get our heads straight, make sure that we're in. And you see this in professional sports as well, right? You you're losing. You haven't lost the game. You're not out of it. Like it's at this point, it's going to be like, just say, the first period has ended. We've got potentially 2 more, but we need to win out. But we need that timeout. We need to talk to our coach and to get our heads straight.
Yeah, you want to sit in that corner, maybe drink a couple of sips of water or something and start to figure out, right? They're still yet to pick a map. I mean, they could go a lot of different ways. We've already played Haven. We still have Ascent. We have Split. We also have Bind. And I think Bind is that kind of map that you might want to save for the very last. Right now, they could go for Split, right? Go big or go home. If they start on defense, and we all know how defender-sided Split can be, if XCN are able to win out, like, say, 8-4 on defense, they could have that extra edge over BREN Esports.
I mean, they might have that edge, but okay. It's not to the point where this game has so many maps that the teams aren't familiar with it, right? There's not like an inherent advantage of like throwing out the icebox all of a sudden, you know what I mean? Like it's not going to happen yet. Like it hasn't there's not that wide variety.
Yeah.
It's still kind of young, right? In that sense. So it looks like Split has been chosen here, it looks like they're going to change the ciphers into killjoys. They've done a little bit of a, I would say a gender swapping here. But Abong and Dispenser are going to both pick those up. We do know that they're both the Sentinel players here.
Now we have Sentinel players. We also have your Melsa. For some reason, you don't see a lot of Sova on a map like Split, but Flinch has decided to go with it. And if he has the perfect lineups, he could actually be able to provide a lot of information for his team. I mean, without a Cypher, your best bet would be a Sova. On the other hand, we have the raises on both sides, and that is just big, big information. It's big damage as well, a lot of explosions. But the fact that XCN are starting on defense, that's the biggest thing for me.
Yeah, I love the race thing. Again, I think it has tremendous value on Split. I think it's amazing. But the biggest thing, the biggest shocker to me right now is that we're talking about Jet and how she always needs to be there. But both teams on this one have no Jet.
Yeah, they don't, but I think it's still fairly doable. On a map like Split, Raze can do the same things that Jet can. I mean, use the blast mag, fly all over the place if you so choose. On the other hand, this is fairly interesting. I don't think we have seen this yet, but Jesse Vash is known to do it. He's playing Sage over on Split, and we all know that it's the same strategy. When you try to push out a garage, you have the Sage wall up, provide a little bit of cover over from Heaven, and it allows your team to walk on through over to the other side of B. That could be a very useful strategy, but we will have to see if he's able to pull that off.
I mean, it covers mid. I think that Sage definitely has play on this map. I think this is one of the few ones that she's still very good on, because once you kind of lock that down, even on defense, you're forcing them to go one of the two, right? Mid is very important here in terms of cutting off rotations and making sure that you have that intel of where people could be, because you could go to any site at any moment.
It seems like that's definitely what they're going for. They're slowly trying to push into mail room. It looks like they're expecting that little bit of resistance. But Fires does manage to get that first opening kill over by A. And now BREN with a 4-man push all over the way into B. They see that the side is open, so this is going to be one heck of a retake from XCN.
It's going to be difficult. The spike has been planted. The turret didn't really do much other than provide a little bit of information. Nanosaurus being queued up here, and he's going to just kind of try to Kobe this one. Try to get something, but unfortunately just a little bit of zoning. And BREN Esports are going to make their way, or they're going to try to lock it down. Okay, Dubstep gets another kill with a Frenzy there. So it's a 4-on-4. Can Dubstep kind of wrap his way around?
Seems like he's just going back in to give his teammates some support as XCN tries to make a retake happen. They gotta watch their backs though, because that's where Fires is. Gets the first shot, but Dubstep does even more onto a bomb. It's all up to Fires, who won't be able to do much. The numbers advantage will prove to be too overwhelming as Borkum puts the final shot into him. And that's the first round over to BREN Esports.
Yeah, and the explosion was right about to trigger, so they actually got out unscathed. So a big win for them on that one. But Ching and Dubstep really stepping it up on that one. And it looks like they're going to go, again, just kind of spacing it out. They don't really like to push things, but they've got, you know, if we're looking at XZN right now, completely saving and not buying a single thing.
Yeah, they're playing the long game here. Of course, they are on defense after all. You might have expected to see a shorty. Well, there we go. A bong with the shorty.
Actually, I think that's not the agent to have it, because Killjoy, you want him in the back, keep your turret and your utility alive. Because again, you know, it's the punishment of the Sentinels, and what Riot has kind of done is that they force the Sentinels to play more passively and not to be risk, you know, like a risky aggressive type, because once you're dead, your utility's gone.
You have a very good point there. So it is questionable. I mean, especially with the position that he's playing. I think he's just waiting for someone, if they do so, to choose go over onto A. He can just play out off these off angles. Vosmark trying to do the same thing as well, but he only has a classic. If all three push into him, this is going to be one heck of a problem for Vosmark.
Oh, he's going to stick around. The paint shells is going to be there. It's going to do some chip damage on Vosmark. He's going to be zoned out and is at 28 HP. Not a lot. He just goes for the alternate click, and Borkum just turns around and shoots down the fly.
Shoots down, swats down a fly. You know, XCN, it's just that little annoying buzz that you have, right? Ching takes Flinch down as well, and a bong. Oh my gosh, that shorty is just rendered useless. Playing the long-range fight was Ching, and now Kage and Fires. What are they gonna do?
Yeah, not much you can do. They knew that going in. They didn't buy a single thing. They didn't even buy armor, right? They went completely out and they were like, we're not going to get anything out of this. Maybe we buy some utility, but we're not going to win this round. And we know that. Maybe we can get lucky and get a couple kills or whatever, but they're looking to do a full buy now.
Yeah, I mean, if only someone like perhaps Fosmork was the one with the shorty, that could have done a little bit more damage instead. But now that they are going into the third round, they will be able to buy up all rifles. We have 4 Vandals, 1 Phantom. And this is going to be the push from BREN Esports, though, looking to go into A.
Yeah, and Dispenser has the Bulldog, which I'm kind of digging. I mean, you don't really see that. It seems a little out of place when everybody's got a Phantom or a Vandal, right? But Fires is going to throw out the Roomba. It's going to just, the slow orb is there. Paint Shells is being queued up. Usually when you pull the pin, like the timer, you know, it should explode in your hand, right? That's how grenades work.
Not really, actually. I mean, you wait for the fuse to go off. That's how it works. But right now, he's just waiting for it, getting some information out of the play at the same time. BREN Esports, they're being patient with their pushes. We might have expected a rush over onto A, but instead, they're going for this very default strategy. We have 1-3-1 on each side of the map. Now they're rotating over, still waiting for a push, waiting for some sign from XCN, but they're not giving them anything whatsoever.
Yeah, they don't have anything, but they've kind of, they're being patient. They're waiting to see what's going to happen. I mean, they have a decent amount of utility. Just the Killjoys need to stick around, right? This is the problem with the latest patches in terms of just nerfing these Sentinels, is that the turret is decommissioning. Right now it's providing vision. Oh. Kage's been flashed, and he gets shot in, doesn't see anything. Dubstep does end up getting that kill. So they've kind of got this sight here. Mbong is on the high ground. He's got his trusty turret nearby. He's been flashed, doesn't actually have any vision, and he's actually does need to be careful as they're blind firing into the smoke.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a good turret. It feels like it's a little bit too shallow. It's not peering over the edge. It might not be able to get any vision or shots over onto BREN Esports players, but Forcemark will be able to do so. Gets the opening pick on the Dispenser, and now the retake will be coming in. Fires goes in as well. This is going to be a 2-man push along with Forcemark, but they want to stick this spike. It's all up to Borkum. He gets the first shot. He's looking for the second. Has to reload, and a bomb will close it out. Now XCN looking to be 1 up in terms of wins.
Yeah, he was trying to reload. He was trying to run away, but the tagging mechanism just slowed him down, and he was not able to get away. Abong makes him pay and gets that kill, and a nice round by XCN.
Very nice round indeed. I mean, we have to credit Fires and Forcemark there. They open things up super, super well. Although I'm a little bit more curious to see how Abong sets up his turret this time. Normally you would expect to see Killjoys over by B. This time he's actually over on A.
Yeah, which is not really the normal place to be. I mean, usually you see him at B, right? That's I think the norm. But sometimes you can take advantage of the long quarter all the way from screens, which provides a lot of vision. But it's one of those moments where you need to change it up. You can't do the same thing every time, and they're going to catch on to you. Abong here just into A, and we'll see how they look to take this one.
BREN Esports playing it a little bit more careful. They're trying to make some magic happen over by ramps. They have control over that part of the map for now. They do have a little bit of resistance on the other side of that door, though.
They're going into ramps. The Boombot will be there. They're going to have to watch out for this. This is going to zone them out. They can push in together, but the Boombot actually falls into the ropes, and that's not where you want to be. Jesse Vash does get a kill on the flinch, and he's looking to just kind of push this forward. Dispenser gets a kill as well, and XCN already down 2 agents.
They're not committing so fast just yet, though. They're, in fact, cutting members of XCN off on the rotate. Now, Forcemark, you could see, is kind of scared, hiding behind, using this dark cover, but getting tagged in the process. Down to 58 points of health now. Oh, the premature peek gets him shut down, but Abong will be able to find 1 kill. Can he convert it into more? Nope. It's all up to Kage now.
Too many. Kage's by himself. The spike's going down. Can he get the pickup? No, he's not able to get the first. Ching swings out, gets the headshot, and makes him pay for even trying to go for him.
Yeah, just holding the crosshair a little bit too tight, too close to the edge of the wall there. It allows Ching to come up with the wide swing, gets the perfect shot, especially with the Phantom as well. I mean, you can sort of run and gun with that thing. And now the economy on XCN is a little bit broken. They might just opt to save out in this round. This is not the start that XCN needed.
not the right one. And, you know, I think we talked about the last one where BREN had started off 7-5, a very good first half. I mean, just being up. Like, obviously you want more than that, but, you know, these are the things that they help you, they strive, you know, they get you, they put you in a prime position to win. And that's, like, the biggest thing, because it's all about momentum in this game.
Yeah, that's right. It's all about the momentum. And right now, it's definitely on BREN's side. Dubstep using the boombot to gather information as well. It might actually... Okay, no, it's going to go off into the corner. Well, we do have Forcemark, who is still just hiding right behind that wall in vents right now.
Dubstep does have Showstopper if he wants to go, and that's a tight angle, but it's only for one, and he doesn't actually know somebody's there. So he does need to be a little cautious. He's trying to jiggle peek, just maybe somebody peeks out. Dubstep just trying to just get lucky here. But, oh Jesse, yes, just wall bangs it. I'm not sure where that kill came from. No, it came from ropes, excuse me. As he was climbing up, spotted him, and he gets the headshot.
Very, very nice indeed. Now, BREN Esports, look at how carefully they're approaching these sites. Dubstep, I mean, he's not just committing, he's not just pushing onto it, he's just kind of jiggling, sidestepping a little bit, waiting for someone to push into him. Even though Exian, they are on pistols. Fires does have his Showstopper, gets tagged by the turret, and that is information already. Dubstep should be able to know that there's someone on the other side of that mail room as the rest of the team pushes all the way in. In fact, he actually falls to flinch. That gives them a free weapon. Still, they need to get the spike down. There's a lot of competition here.
Yeah, that ice wall doing work. They do have recon bolt, so they do understand that there's potentially more than one there. As they see two, here comes the spike. It's going to be planted, and it doesn't really matter. And BREN Esports takes that round as well.
Borkum just comes in at the right spot at the right time with the rifles, collects 3, and that's going to be the 4th win already for BREN Esports. I mean, look at their ultimates. All 5 are up and ready.
Yeah, and but this is the full buy. This is the time. This is the moment for XCN to get back. They have, you know, full buy. You cannot lose these rounds. Your econ's a mess. You're struggling to get anything going. This is the moment.
This is the moment, and they really need to do everything that they can. I mean, if they didn't check, if they didn't expect to see BREN Esports with 5 ultimates, now is the time to do so. 5 ultimates, where they have the Rolling Thunder, that could open up sites. It will be a very big problem if they just walk right into those. Right now, it does seem like it's just mid-control for now. We have the lockdown in play, and that could bait an over-rotation over from XCN. We can see that the race player is actually starting to go all the way into spawn now.
It's there, but I don't know. Whenever I see this, I don't really trust. Like, I have trust issues, but it looks like they're actually going to commit for this. 0 players were detained though, but they've got Heaven, and it zoned him out. Showstopper's going to be used as well. He's going to go for the blast back. Can he get the kill? And he does get flinch. He did catch him out. The spike is going to be planted here. Dubstep is kind of moving around. He's been covering his angles. The paint shells does need to be a little bit careful. He's going to do a little bit of chip damage. And here comes the defending lockdown. They're going to use lockdown for lockdown. It looks like they're going to fight this one here. They do have the fault line just going up on the side. Everybody's concussed, and I don't know how many agents are, but BREN is just turning this up, and they do this with a flawless. BREN Esports are on top again.
So on top. I mean, this is just... It's a cherry on top of this delicious Sunday that is BREN Esports winning. How many rounds is that in a row now? What should have been a round that, you know, XCN could have competed just a little bit, do a little bit of damage. I mean, they had a full buy, for Christ's sake. The defender Killjoy was in play as well, but Borkum, knowing when and how to use his Rolling Thunder, allows his team to push all the way into spawn so that they wouldn't get detained. But in fact, they even picked up all those frags, and now XCN are looking to be very, very broken.
Yeah, a little bit of a tilt at this point, especially since they're trying to peek out here. Fires does get the nice return kill on Dubstep. That's a good start to this. They need to get as much value as possible, especially after that last heartbreaking round. But Fires is just trying to like spam some shots, hopefully get lucky and get some sort of tag.
Well, it doesn't seem like it's going to be able to connect, though. He is using a Sheriff after all. The recall on that thing kicks back so much. We do have a res in play as well, so now it's back up to a 5v4. You know, I think they might be able to tell that Garage is fairly open right now. B is open, in fact. The only one to watch it is Kage from Heaven.
They've attracted a lot of attention mid. You know, they've threw a lot of utility, making it look like they're going to do this, but they're waiting for the next round of cooldowns here. Dark Cover's going to be used onto Heaven, and they're going to block that one out. Lear's going to be spammed as well, and they're onto B, and Kage's by himself, calling for reinforcements. The Spike is looking to go down here with 35 seconds, and that's plenty of time, especially with all 5 agents.
Oh man, how are XCN going to do this? They only have pistols, and it's a 4v5 as well. Vosmork trying to make a flank happen, but he only has a classic in hand. Kage and the rest of the gang are trying to go in with a push all the way from Heaven as well as Spawn, but Bren's firepower is just too good.
I feel like you're bringing a knife into a gunfight.
Yeah,
you know, I kind of feel bad for XCN there, but okay, this is an econ round. They knew that going in, but these are the moments where, I mean, when they're even, they have a chance, they make it close. But BREN Esports, their aim is on points, their coordination, everything they've done in terms of like, making sure that the spike is down. They've completely controlled all the team fights when they do have those massive chaotic 5v5s.
I mean, that's exactly it, you know. They are in control, and I feel like, yeah, they might have brought a knife to a gunfight in that round, but even on these full-buy rounds, XCN just seem to be playing BREN Esports' game. They are able to bait out these rotations time and time after again. They're able to get sites opened up. Just Dubstep flying in with the blast packs, gets 2 headshots. The site is completely open, even coming up with a 3rd.
They've got it. I mean, this is these are the things, right? Like, and so now you're already behind. The spike is going down. It's almost impossible to go into 4 agents here. And Borkum is just going to throw out the aftershock, just the ice wall, make things very difficult for them to get back into this site. And so, like, these are the moments where you're like, oh, man, do we just save again? Like, what do we do? Like, next round, we're kind of screwed in terms of economy.
Oh,
Borkum just, like, destroying Vosmork, who was just like, I don't know what he was doing, like looking at the, was trying to throw out a Lear maybe, but, just getting picked off.
They're just getting picked off one by one, and XCN now a bong. No choice but to hold on to his Vandal. I mean, keep in mind, this is split after all. It's such a defender-sided map. Why aren't XCN able to put a stop to this BREN madness?
How about you tell me what? Well, he does get 1 kill though, and he's at 1 HP. Does he survive? He hides behind the box and he prays, but he gets wallbanged even on the way out. That extra 6 seconds is just painful sometimes. Not enough time to get away from those killers.
Yikes. That is salt into the injury. And XCN, now they're down by 6 rounds. I think it's the positioning that they have. They're playing so far back. They're kind of just giving BREN all this room to work with. Dubstep is able to push up ramps easily with no resistance whatsoever. And it's just, they're kind of just having free roam all across the map.
I kind of want to just see them go from the first minute, just straight up in, hardcore, let's go into A or B. You know what I mean? Just all 5, let's just throw ourselves, throw bodies at it. Just try to see what happens. Because they've done this patient thing, it hasn't paid off, and it's working into the strategy of BREN Esports.
That's right. I mean, just look at how these rounds are playing out time and time after again. BREN Esports, they always have control over mid. They have control over A ramps. They have control over B garage. And XCN, they're just waiting for something to happen, but it doesn't quite go their way.
Yeah, unfortunately, mid, there's actually no bomb site. So, controlling mid, yes, you can cut off rotations and everything, but... okay.
What?
Jesse Vash gets that nice shot. Oh my gosh. Like, they're hitting their shots. They're on fire today.
And they just know when a flank is coming out from XCN. Now there might be a little bit of resistance in the form of Fire, who gets the first shot onto Jesse. The spike is there as well. If he can connect that shot onto the breach player of BREN Esports, this could turn things around.
They were trying to rotate to A. The rotations were happening on the back end. Catching off Jesse Vash was actually massive for them. Now it's equal.
Left.
Now they have to figure out, BREN Esports has to find another weak point in the chink of the armor of XCN's defense here. Dispenser, though, that might have been it in the sense of finding that weak point.
And B side is definitely open. Bonks, yes, he's the only one there, but he gets shut down by the showstopper. You talk about a chink in the armor, but there isn't a single chink in BREN Esports armor. They only have, they do have a ching, though.
Yeah, they have a chink. Okay. But how come every time you say chink in the armor, it sounds racist?
It's not racist here. It's an idiom.
I'm just playing. But XCN here down two agents is going to be a little bit tough, and I think they're just going to survive here.
Yeah, they definitely need to. I mean, this is only the first half. We are already 8 rounds into it, and XCN are down by so much. They need all the firepower that they can get. That is, you know, it's good enough. It's one headshot, but Fire's walking into Ching here, and there he drops.
Okay, you made him pay. You made him pay. That was good. That was good. That will help you in the future. You gotta affect the econ. And I mean, they're trading here, and Kage, I mean, you'll take that one, right? I mean, you didn't get the round win, but you killed as many people as possible. Make them spend money. If they're floating money at 9,000 and they're just, you know, spending money on like bling and like, you know, unnecessary things, like this is the moment where you're kind of like, you need to kind of affect their economy in some way.
Yeah, just some way, somehow, they need to make something happen. Right now, it looks like BREN Esports are still very confident, very comfortable on these sites. They are on attack, but they have tricks up their sleeves. They know how to use their utility. Now, it looks like XCN wants to compete for mid control. Kage.
Well,
sneaking right behind that cog.
The recon is there. The dark cover is providing a lot, but he's actually very deep. And it looks like Dubstep is going to back off, realizing that it's not safe. But the spike is going to be left out there. Cafe. They're going to back up here.
Oh. A couple of shots fired. I mean, they are a little bit broken on economy, trying to fly away, but Borkum connects all of his shots. Kage does manage to find a nice headshot, but Borkum will as well. And all of a sudden, B-side is completely open. BREN Esports, once more, they have free roam.
They got the fault line as well. They know that somebody's in mailroom. He's trying to go for the flash. Yes, he took a little damage, but this is coming back to the fact that they don't really have the arsenal to deal with this. If he had any other gun, he might have killed Borkum there.
He might have, but you know what? It doesn't even matter. Jesse Vash has signaled to his team that A side is completely open, even walled off screens as well. Forsmork walking into this, just gonna get shut down. What can a Bong do now?
30 seconds left.
Not much. He's got his eye on. He gets picked off as well, just peeking there. And BREN Esports, my gosh, these guys are like, I don't even know. Should we go lenient on these guys? Should we go easy, let them have a round or two? But BREN Esports, man, in full control of this game.
Absolutely full control. I mean, they're living up to that BREN name. Once more, you know, they won First Strike Philippines, 0 contest there, and now they're not having an issue with XCN. I mean, Haven looked to be a little bit tough, but right now, with this 9-1 lead, this is just unbelievable.
What is the number to report a bully? Because I feel like we need to call that in BREN Esports. I'm feeling a little bit tough for them. Like, it's kind of not the greatest situation here. Borkum here just kind of is spraying and praying, looking to get something. But they've got mid under control here. And Dispenser in the back. He does have his turrets, and they're going to look to just place a lockdown, or he's priming to. But he's not going to commit it. He's going to wait for a little bit more time to just kind of tick. But they do have B here. And now this might actually be a fake. I'm not entirely sure what they want to do, especially since they do own mid. So there's a lot of potential in terms of options of what they can do, especially with 57 seconds left. Dubstep is making his way in the rotating over, and they're going to go into garage here. So it seems like they're in a pretty good spot, especially with that turret still sticking around. It's utility on utility, and there we go. That's going to be the lockdown. It's going to be committed. But Abong is actually safe all the way in the back. Fault line is going to be used. He's been concussed. And the lockdown, seeing as he's out, he's not going to be there, but he's been flashed, and he's just shooting blind, but Ching makes him pay. And Abong, I thought he had a beat on him. He had the crosshairs in the right place, but he was flashed, and he wasn't able to actually get the kill. And here comes the spike. Showstopper's being primed up, and he does get a kill. He makes Borkum pay. Dubstep does get a return kill on Kage.
It's a little bit of a return kill. The shock dart does it as well, but the spike does go down anyway. And BREN are in a very good position. If they try to push into spawn, I mean out of spawn, Ching will be the one to get the drop on him. There we go. First one to get the ball rolling, looking for the second, but Forsmore comes back with another headshot. Jesse Vash, though, with the vantage point from heaven, just seals the deal.
Jesse Vash actually used his teammates as bait on that one, right? He was like, let him go, like let him reload, and then I'll just come in, look like a superstar as I get the kill here. And Jesse Vash just cleaning up here. And 10-1. Yes, it's the last round of the first half, but at what point does XCN just say mercy?
I mean, I don't think they will at all. You know, they've got that fighting spirit. They're not, I mean, you know, they're having a tough time trying to stop BREN Esports, but they're not giving up. They're still very much in the game. They're not waving the white flag just yet. And here we go. It's BREN Esports trying to make another push. They have garage control. They're trying to get some information, but this time with the Killjoy turret set up over by B, they might have a little bit of resistance now.
Jesse Vash has Resurrect as well, especially on the last round of the first half. So somebody could play a little risky, and they can kind of make sure that that's you know, that risk is assessed and covered for, so to speak, by the insurance of Jesse Vash there. But it looks like they're gonna go in again towards mid, and this is gonna be the firefight. The aftershock, oh, the fault line, oh, the aftershock, excuse me, has been committed. Kage does get that nice kill, but he does get killed in return, and they're looking to get the heal from Jesse Vash.
Ooh.
They do need to be careful. Fires with a nice 2K to start it out, but there's the res.
And this is what XCN needed all along. Play out a little bit more aggressively at the start of the round. Here we go. They took a couple of members off of BREN Esports. They're still contesting for mid control, but here it comes. Force coming through sewers. Gets one. It's going to be a trade. And all of a sudden, BREN Esports down to 2 members. A little bit more weak. They're going to have a tough time pushing onto sites now.
The wall has been used. That should cut off at least part of it. But, you know, 29 seconds. Dispenser does have the spike. Oh, he gets picked off by fire. I think that's a 3K. He does need to be a little bit careful. Jesse Vash is actually by himself. And the blast pack is there just doing a little bit of his own. He picks up the spike, but only 17 seconds. I don't know if this is the play. He does run out. The sound should have been heard there, and he does get picked off and fires with a 4K to close out that round.
Absolutely insane from Fires. Just playing it perfectly. And this is what XCN needs, right? I mean, that was the last round, the first half. It was kind of like, you know, we have the full buy now. Let's just make as much noise as possible. We might as well do it, right? And once they do that, they're able to convert it into a win. Control over mid was so important. The fact that they've been giving up in the previous rounds just gave BREN Esports so much free reign. But now it's going to be the flip side. BREN Esports defending. This is going to be a tough one for XCN.
It's going to be tough, but look at it. They've got all 5 agents. They're going to go, it looks like they're going to go straight into B right here. Maybe you take from mid to male.
It's going to be a tough one. I mean, you can try to go for mid to male, but at the same time, Jesse Vash is the bastion of the male room. He has his wall ready. He can deploy it, and all of a sudden XCN will, like, might have to rotate over it. Looks like Forsmark actually wants to go into vents instead.
Oh, he gets a nice lucky shot. He was just kind of spraying, and then he just happened to find a head there, and he makes dubstep pay, and the ice wall is going to be used. They're going to just break through that. Fires doesn't actually have fire to break down that ice wall, but he does shoot it down. So they've got one section blown up here, but the slow orb will slow them down.
Just a little bit, though. They're still just waiting for that timer to go off. Looks like they want to make a push into B anyway, but Forsmark managed to take 2 flankers from BREN Esports down. And now it looks like it's all up to Jesse Vash, who only has a frenzy. Switches it up over onto Ghost. He's looking for a couple more shots. Will connect the headshot onto the flinch. Although he goes out a level 2 aggressive, neglecting to check underneath him, and Fires will be able to close him out. This is the 3-round win for XCN.
Yeah, that's what is it, a 2-round streak? I mean, yeah, it was the first half into the second one, right? So it doesn't really count in that sense. But, I mean, it's all about momentum, right? It's all about just keeping yourself in this. You got to look at it as just take 1 round at a time. You can't look at the score and be like 10-3, oh, God, this is a insurmountable mountain that we're not going to be able to climb. We got to look at it as we just win this next round. That's the only thing that matters. Right now, we actually have weapons. We're in a great position to do so.
That's right. I mean, it is the grand finals. After all, XCN, they need all the support they can get. Now that they have this a little bit of extra economy after winning the pistol round, this round should be theirs, but they have to still be careful. Slow orb underneath Fire's feet, but he still manages to pick up 2 kills. This opens up mail room. This could be the B-side push from XCN.
That's what you need. This is what you need, right? You need to ensure that you get the simple picks, the ones that are available to you, and you must take advantage of that. Those are the ones that you need. And it keeps you in a good spot right here. And again, seeing is that you have that, you know, that arsenal advantage. And although Fires is using a Bucky, but Flinch does get the kill. Dispenser will return.
What is happening? Where is Abong going? They managed to open up B side, but instead it's going to be the full rotate over onto A. Now it looks like, I mean, Ching is the only one left alive. He probably only has a pistol. Looking to make a retake happen. This was a big brain play from XCN.
Big brain or small brain, not really sure, but it would seem to be like a little bit of a waste of time in that sense, right?
Yeah.
Like they seem to have it on site. Oh, the screens is there. He didn't see the shoulder, and Abong will make him pay with his Spectre. Okay, so this is it. This is the third round in the second half. It's going to be, what, round 15? And this is the moment where they can buy out. This is the equalizer in that sense. BREN Esports are like, okay, we lost 2 to start the second half. Not the greatest starts, but let's win this one out.
Yeah, let's win this one out, but XCN... You know, they might have won that round. This round, though, they still are holding on to their SMGs, the Spectres, maybe even a Phantom or 2, but going up against BREN Esports, they need to make sure that they don't drop a single player here. Mid control is very important, and it looks like Borkum will be the one to kind of, well, Dubstep actually, the first one, the first line of defense for BREN Esports.
Roomba is going forward. I mean, he heard that. They threw out the slow orb. That should slow them down. They need to be a little bit careful, especially since 3 members of BREN Esports are looking down from mailroom. So they need to be careful in terms of how they approach this. Return Boombot will spot out the Sova, but Kage takes that one down. And they're just wasting a ton of utility right here, just trying to get the jump on, and Kage does make him pay for stepping out. Dubstep gets picked off. Jesse Bash gets a return kill, gets a second kill on Kage. Dispenser's looking to just try to outduel this. Can he get it? Yes, he can. He gets Phosmork and Dispenser with that kill, but with only 15 HP.
And that's why, I mean, he might have missed his first couple of shots, but the Vandal is still stronger than the Spectre. And looking at how XCN tried to push into mailroom, Jesse Vash, this Bastion, he's so tough to deal with, especially with how sticky the slow orbs can be. Not even a problem as Ching comes in from the back through ropes, picks out 2, and now BREN Esports are looking at 11 rounds in their pocket.
I'm actually praying for XCN right now. I don't know what else to do, right? Especially at this stage, because if you lose this next round, I mean, it's match point, and then you make a simple mistake, you're pretty much out of this, right? These are the moments that you, like, you got to dig deep. You got to figure something out. Like, what you're doing right now is not really working. You need to change things up. I mean, Ching have been like BREN Esports, all of their guys have been able to shoot, and we'll see the KDAs at the end of this. But the paranoia is there. Phosmork taking a lot of damage there. The Boombot is going to zone him out, but Ching makes him pay, gets that kill. Fires is going to run away, realizing that there's way too many, and he can't take on all of those.
And that's just such a good read from BREN Esports, right? I mean, they anticipated this push all the way from ramps, paranoia out, and just getting that first kill. Now XCN, down by 2 members. Dubstep adding salt to injury once more. Flinch will be there to trade things out. But still, they need to find their way onto a site. The spike is all the way back at spawn. Abong and the Sova player, Flinch, having mid control. I think they're trying to sneak their way into heaven, actually.
They're trying to, but the ropes, he's being super cautious, not making sure to not make a sound. The alarm bot does give it away, and the jig is up. And unfortunately, there's fortunately for Abong, there's no other traps. It's not like Home Alone in that sense. So it looks like Abong is a little bit safe now. He drops the turret to scout out the other turret. So he does get flashed, but he's gonna peek around and go towards the end, maybe go through screens.
Just waiting for the push. On the other side, though, Ching will be able to take Flinch down. Keep in mind, the spike still is dropped. Oh no, now Abong falls. Fires will be able to pick up 1 headshot. He does have the showstopper, but still, time is not his friend. He gets another headshot, but the firepower just won't be enough. All they need to do is hide now, BREN Esports, and that is exactly what they will do. This is very possibly a 12-round win for BREN Esports now.
12-4. Fires doing as much as he could. I mean, he had showstopper. I thought he was going to pick it off, but I mean, without the spike down and 2 agents literally just running around, just playing, you know, chicken in that sense, and not really going to take that fight. I mean, you play to your objectives. You play with the time in mind. Very smart play by BREN Esports there, just hiding out, making sure that they secure the round. And it looks like it's match point here. This is for all the marbles. They've already won the first one, so they win this round. They win this tournament.
This is the grand finals. BREN Esports, such a dominating performance. And yeah, it's down to now or never. XCN, they cannot make a single mistake. It is difficult to push through. Jesse Vash, even with this wall, the vantage point, he will be able to get so much information off of this.
Oh, that flick. He goes right up and he makes a bonk pay. Thought he would get the jump on him because he went up to the ramp and then, and he didn't take the stairs. He thought he had a slight edge. And no, Jesse Vash is just too quick and with that nice headshot.
Yeah, one step ahead of him. And then just look at how disciplined he is as well. I mean, he got the first one. Let's not get greedy. Let's fall back, wait for XCN to make another mistake. And now, although they do have mid control, you can look at the positioning from BREN Esports. They're anticipating a push over from ropes. The Omen and the Killjoy player from BREN Esports over on A. Now their only option is to go through Garage, where they will be met by the Breach player.
Look at all that utility on A. I mean, they're just completely just hanging out by themselves.
Those are the Home Alone traps.
Yeah, those are the Home Alone traps. They've got it completely on lockdown. And like they're just having a cup of tea right there. But here we go. Here it's going to go right into B. Showstopper's going to be committed. He gets a nice headshot for Bokum. He rushes through Jesse Bash, gets another kill. Kage does get the return one. Dubstep gets one. Kage's looking to do this, and that is going to be it with Dispenser getting the final kill. And 13-4 BREN Esports. They take the tournament. Congratulations, as they are the Season 2 Open Regional Champions.
BREN Esports. Such a dominating performance. 13-4. There wasn't that much that XCN could do there. But just even looking at the scoreboard, right? Fires was carrying his butt off in that game. And BREN Esports, they're all five like nicely tight together as a team.
Yeah, jeez. Like, they were all right together. Like, look at that kill spread. You don't have that one special guy that's, like, trying to, like, the fire's on the opposite team, right? I love the fact that it's very even because anyone can carry at the end of the day, right? If somebody gets picked off early, fine. I've got 4 other guys that can play really well and make sure they're headshots.
Yeah. I love to see the niceties being exchanged in the chat. That's sportsmanship, right? But, with that said, BREN Esports, they are your champions of the PvP Esports Season 2 Regional Championships.
Yeah, they're going to walk home with 2,400 SGD in cash, plus 3,600 SGD in prizes. Second place is going to go, they're going to walk home with 1,800 SGD cash, $2,700 in SGD in prizes as well. So they're not going empty-handed. So they're going to be able to just buy some probably, what do you do as a Valorant player with all this money?
You're looking at, 144 hertz monitor. You're looking at Razer gear. You want those mouse and keyboards, maybe even a Black Shard headset. It's also Christmas. They might want to buy some gifts for their loved ones. Speaking of which, we have sponsors. Let's give a couple of shout-outs. I did mention Razer. What else we got? We got Huawei. We got...
Royal Ergonomics.
Yeah, Royal Ergonomics. Singtel.
TBS, Singtel, and Gomo. And let's go into the highlights of that last one, that last best of 3.
Taking a look at it, just... Over on Haven, they had the most problems here, BREN Esports, but over on Split, that was just another story.
Their defense was on point. They were just almost indestructible here. Like, BREN just... When they get to the site, they shut it down, right? And Dubstep here just making plays, just, the dash forward, yeah, he dies there, but, just a really, overall, just really nice play by what they, BREN Esports threw out. They were just in complete control, making sure that they were covered. They had all the angles, set up as well. Borkum here just trying to go for the flash. He tried to go for it, and then he goes for the secondary flash, does get a nice shot here, but it's only the run it back. And the recon there just... And Dispenser here in covering Garage. He gets flashed the first time, and he's trying to go for the second one. He shoots the camera, and that's why Fossmork was kind of looking the wrong way.
I don't think he was expecting Dispenser to be hiding behind that double stack of boxes. In fact, Dubstep just so precise, so deadly. Aim is on point. I think he had an updraft here. Got a couple of shots, into a bong, and now even with the second one, just using a pistol to seal the deal, Signed, sealed, delivered. BREN Esports takes that win home. And now over onto Split. Do we even need to say more here?
Yeah, like look at how they just shut them down. I mean, even when they're aerial and they're flying, it's like shooting, clay pigeons at this point, right?
Yeah.
You're just like picking everything down.
Playing duck hunt.
Yeah, duck hunt. I mean, even with the dog laughing, right? And here's the showstopper here, just going in blind. He knew roughly where they were, especially with the spike being planted. And this is where Ching is just kind of holding it off. The leer is going to be used, but he gets picked off. And then what? Jesse Vash, what does he do? He comes up and he cleans up. He's like the janitor.
Yeah, the janitor, the Jesse Vash janitor. Fires here though was, incredibly good as well. Even though he had the slower beneath him, all he needed to do, crouch down and tap away, managed to pick up 2, but that trick can only work once. Jesse Vash, once he figures it out, he's just gonna do the same thing, slow orbed in, barrier orb up as well, and this is gonna be the tough one. Just absolutely incredible.
So okay. In terms of learnings, what could have XCN have learned from this, right? Like what could they have done better against BREN Esports other than hitting your shots?
I mean, hitting your shots is, it's, I'd say maybe 50% of the game, right?
Okay.
It's, Valorant's an FPS after all. But in terms of strategy, you could see that BREN Esports, they're just one step ahead every single time. They gave up so much control over the map, XCN. BREN Esports didn't have any competition at all. They just walk over onto mid. There wasn't a single person there to stop them. The times that there were, that's when they lost.
For me, it was more of the getting onto the site. I think that there was a little hesitancy. There was a little bit of too much patience. I don't know what it was, but they were playing a little bit passively. And whenever you play passively against, a defender-sided, a favored map, you're going to have a hard time, right? Sometimes you just need to go all out. Yes, it might be a disaster. You might run into a brick wall, but you need to ensure that you show these things out of your playbook because they need to kind of instill a little bit of fear into this.
That's right. You need to put fear into your opponents. Sometimes you might even want to, go back to the drawing block, right? Try to figure out some of these set executes. Maybe you want to use your utility and time them perfectly such that, in just 1 nanosecond snap, it goes everyone, all the smokes are out, all the pushes are in, and all of a sudden BREN Esports, they might not be able to react in time.
Yeah, there was not enough, a little bit of variety in terms of strategy. It seemed to be like, oh, they've thwarted my strategy. I'm out of ideas.
Options. Yeah. Sometimes that's how it goes. At the same time, it's also like you said before, right? It's a marathon. It's not a sprint. And XCN, they were the ones that have been playing most games, even more than BREN Esports, I think.
All right, so that's actually going to conclude Season 2 of the PvP Esports Open Championships. All of this was, of course, brought together by Huawei, Razer, Royal Ergonomics, DBS, Singtel, and Gomo, and, of course, PvP Esports, and Elephant for all of those guys just doing a whole bunch of work in terms of production. My name is Holler. You can find me at Holler TV. This is Hey, I'm Quack. You can find him at Hey, I'm Quack.
That's right.
And on all social media. So any final words before we close out?
Definitely thank you. Casting alongside you has been such a great pleasure. And of course, our production team right behind that camera, they're working hard. And of course, all the sponsors, PvP Esports. And right before we go, we have a little bit of a sneak peek. Well, not a sneak peek, but we have highlights, don't we, Holler?
Yeah, we do. We have, Super Gamer Fest has been going on. It's been this past weekend, so we've kind of have a recap video. We'll show that one. And we're gonna be closing it out, and you're gonna end with that one. But I just want to say bye. Thank you so much for all of this. We're gonna hopefully have many more seasons coming up. My name is Holler again, and this is Hey, I'm Quack, and we're gonna be signing off for the rest of the year. We will see you next time.
Good?
Good.
All right.
Good?
Safe.
Okay.
You ready? I'm heading to electrical.
I'm gonna go to the cafeteria, get us some coffee, and I'll meet you at electrical.
All right, sounds good.
You ready?
Yeah, don't die.
You don't die.
All right, let's go!
Now the law is actually pumping out on top of the core. Then you have Team Vendetta is just throwing their bodies on top of that. The Lord picks up that game.
It's gonna be raging out. Everything else is gonna be completely out of control.
ultimate is also used to run on the way. Loon gone, disappear from the damage of YSS. A1A2 is trying to hold on. The Summer Force as well as Link. It's the last effort to jump on in, but that wouldn't be suffice. Aeon will go down, and now Kingsman's call.
Gonna be looking at the bottom side of last minute. Deals a lot of damage. Lorca, Nokia, oh, below, low HP. One of them popped, two of them popped.
Hey everyone, this is Zairi and welcome to Super Gamer Fest 2020. Here with me we have Saksa and No Tail from the one, the only OG. How are you guys today?
Doing good, yeah.
Doing good. Is there any crazy fan stories that you can share with us? Like someone like came up to you on the street and go like, oh my god, it's Big Daddy.
I've been recognized once in a zoo in Copenhagen, and that was kind of funny. It was many years ago. This was before TI even. This was 2017 or 16. And this guy came up, he was so excited, and he had his girlfriend with him, and I could just tell by the look of his girlfriend, like, what the f are you doing? Like, what is going on? Like, why are you bothering this guy? Why are you acting like this? And then he told her in this, while we're taking the photo, like, you don't understand, I'll explain later, just let me do this. Yeah, that was really nice. Not too crazy, I guess, but yeah.
Let's take a look at who's joining us for our Celebrity Among Us sessions today.
Hi guys, my name is Shu Fei and I am a Twitch streamer and content creator from Malaysia. Now usually I stream Dota 2 and Valorant, but today I'm going to be playing Among Us with all the other streamers from around the region.
Hi everyone, I'm Pearl from Singapore, a Facebook streamer, and I usually stream